Everyone perceives the aloof and indifferent young lady in public. With tear-filled eyes, she knelt before me, her voice choked with emotion. Hey, I have cleansed myself. Will you turn back to gaze upon me? For years ago, Su Chun, who had harbored unrequited love for Shang Jingwei for many years, resorted to deceit and climbed into bed, leading to a night of ephemeral passion. As her legitimate boyfriend, I have become the greatest joke in Haicheng. The merchant decreed that Shang Jingwei must marry Su Chun. Had this incident not occurred, we would have been wed by now, and our child would be 3 years old. Yet everything has been shattered. Returning to this land, all that I once endured comes rushing back. The suffocating emotions nearly overwhelm me. Su Chun. I savor this name delicately between my lips and teeth. A chilling smile graces my lips. We shall meet soon. I'm not one to repay kindness with vengeance. Those who have wronged me, I shall not let them escape unscathed. At 8 p.m., Su Chun pushed open the door to the private room on the second floor. I merely beheld myself seated there, adorned with a radiant smile. The woman beside me gazes at me with profound affection, as if the world belongs solely to us. Upon witnessing this scene, his hand instinctively tightened around the doorknob. The exhilaration in his heart at the sight of Shang Jingwei gradually became enveloped in a bittersweet melancholy. In his world, shattered and desolate, only 6 words remain. Song, he has returned to his homeland. Oh, the young master of Su has come to celebrate Ye's birthday. Why do you stand motionless at the door? A voice, tinged with sarcasm, pierced through the melody of the song. Suddenly, the gaze of those in the private room turned towards the entrance, landing upon Su Chun. Their eyes reflected either disdain or disgust. I had just returned to the country, and he was already approaching me in a most repulsive manner. They have all grown up together since childhood. Almost all of them are my friends. Naturally, they harbor a deep disdain for Su Chen's despicable tactics of drugging and coercing Shang Jingwei into marrying him. I curved my lips and spoke with a gentle smile. Yu, your husband is waiting for you at the door. Shang Jingwei lifted her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Su Chun, not lingering for even a second before withdrawing her sight. Just at that moment, the waiter entered carrying a tray. Miss Shang, here is the first love you requested. Not open to the public, this exquisite wine has been specially crafted for me by Shang Jinjiu. It turns out that I have taken the place of young Master Su. No wonder he has not come in all this time. I gently covered my mouth, my expression one of sudden realization. As I spoke, I prepared to rise. Do not pay him any heed. Shang Jingwei grasped my arm, her gaze unwavering. Why haven't you come in yet? The tenderness in Shang Jingyue's voice has vanished, replaced only by a profound sense of disdain. Su Chun felt as though his chest had been struck with great force, enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of pain. He approached Shang Jingwei, forcing a smile that barely curved his lips. Happy birthday, Shang Jingwei. You have arrived. In this world, where can one still find joy? Kanzaki ran, let out a mocking laugh. Beside me, Chiyoyu raised an eyebrow. Ah, it seems today lacks a server for pouring wine. I wonder if we might have the honor of having Master Su pour us a drink. Though he referred to Su as Master, his words bore no trace of respect. The Su family holds immense power in Haicheng. Among those present, no one can surpass the influence of the Su family, except for the merchants. However, Su Chun is utterly infatuated with Shang Jingwei, who is a friend of hers. Regardless of the insults they hurl at her, Su Chun dares not utter a word in retaliation. Are you deaf? Shang Jingwei raised her eyelids, casting a cold glare at Su Chun. I sit beside her with a tranquil smile. Handsome and clear, just as it was many years ago. Su Chen's throat tightened, stifling the bitter sting in his eyes. He lowered his head and murmured a soft acknowledgement. He lifted the wine and approached Chiyoyu, bending down to fill her glass to the brim. Chiyoyu glanced at Su Chun with a disdainful gaze. Young Master Su, I am aware of your discontent, but there is no need for you to pour so generously. I would rather not find myself intoxicated and in someone else's girlfriend's bed. What if I were photographed and forced into marriage? This instantly provoked a burst of laughter. You are mistaken, they administered a drug, not alcohol. Look at my memory. Chiyoyu lightly tapped his forehead and chuckled. Young Master Su is the one who uses drugs. Ye would never drink with him. Su Chun bit his lower lip tightly. He did not intend to use the photograph as leverage for marriage. He wished to keep it as a memento. Unexpectedly, the photograph was discovered by her sister, compelling Shang Jingyue to wed him. He understands that excuses are futile. Shang Jingyue will not listen. She harbors hatred towards him for he has shattered her relationship with Song Yi. Consequently, he has become the outlet for her frustrations. Why does Master Su not pour me a drink? Is it perhaps due to my past relationship with Ye? I blinked and expressed my confusion. Su Chan remained silent, while Shang Jingyue placed an empty wine glass upon the table before me. Buzu Wang. Her unwavering stance beside me pierced Su Chen's heart, causing his eyes to gradually well with tears as he softly replied, "All right. Yeah, your husband truly heeds your words. When I asked him to pour the wine, he paid me no mind. Yet, the moment you spoke, he immediately complied." I gazed at Su Chan with a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. The profound, dark gaze of Shang Jingyue fixated upon Su Chan, chilling to the bone. "Kneel." Upon hearing these words, Su Chan was utterly taken aback. The bottle of wine slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the ground. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Shang Jingyue's icy stare, his face a canvas of disbelief. He was her husband, yet she demanded that he kneel for the sake of her former lover, with whom she had parted ways 4 years ago. Did she not comprehend the essence of human discourse? Shang Jingyue spoke in a low, stern tone. Yeah, never mind. Today is your special day. Do not let my antics mar your joy." I gently nudged Shang Jingyue's hand with my elbow. The warmth radiating from his arm sent a shiver through Shang Jingyue's heart. It had been a long time since they had been this close to one another. This is the first time in 4 years that we find ourselves apart. Initially, we envisioned marrying right after our graduation from university, and we even imagined having a 3-year-old child together. However, all of these dreams have been shattered by Su Chan. She has lost me, and lost our child as well. Upon this thought, Shang Jingyue cast a gaze imbued with deep-seated hatred towards Su Chan. She subtly signaled to Jiang Qilan, who, understanding the cue, shrugged nonchalantly. Rising to her feet, she approached Su Chan from behind. "Since the esteemed young Master Su's resolve is so unyielding, I shall lend you a hand." Jiang Qilan's tone was languid, yet her movements were remarkably swift. With a resounding thud, Su Chan knelt before me. The hems of his trousers lay scattered on the floor, quickly becoming drenched in the spilled liquor. Upon witnessing this, I gasped in astonishment. Covering my mouth, I rose to my feet. Such a grand gesture of courtesy is quite overwhelming. I approached Su Chan step by step, gazing down upon him from my elevated position. Yet this kneeling, is it a mere greeting, or an apology for the transgression of 4 years ago when you invaded my girlfriend's bed? I lightly tapped my temple with my right fingertips. Ultimately, a broad smile graced my lips. Let us consider it a joyous acknowledgement of that past indiscretion. In truth, I have not given much thought to Shang Jingyue. If you are fond of her, do let me know. I would gladly bestow her upon you without charge. Why must you resort to administering poison while simultaneously capturing images? I dragged my words out with a prolonged intonation, laden with irony. Merely kneeling is insufficient, dear Master Su. I deftly grasped a glass of wine from the table and let it cascade over Su Chen's head. A burgundy liquid cascaded down Su Chen's short hair. Beneath the bright lights, he appeared disheveled. I set down my glass, smiling cheerfully as I bid farewell to everyone. "Enjoy yourselves," I said. "I shall take my leave. It is well known to all that my heart is heavy with sorrow, yet no one has sought to hold me back." Shang Jingyue promptly rose to her feet. "I shall see you off." I cast a glance at Su Chan, who was kneeling on the ground. Raising an eyebrow, a hint of mockery danced in my eyes. Yet, my voice remained utterly innocent and unassuming. "Your husband is still here. Would he be upset if you were to send me off? Do not concern yourself with it." The 4 words, gentle and serene, hold a delicate tenderness. Yet, they resonate solely with my own sentiments. For Su Chan, it was undoubtedly akin to a sharp blade piercing through his heart with relentless force. His breath began to grow labored as he witnessed Shang Jingyue walk away without a backward glance. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt as though he were on the brink of death. As I stepped out of the private room, I softened my tone, saying, "There is no need to see me off. I shall take a taxi back." In front of Su Chan, I approached Shang Jingyue with a degree of intimacy, merely to provoke her. Privately, I harbor no desire to become overly entangled with Shang Jingwei. As I prepare to leave, he observes my intent, and Shang Jingwei instinctively grasps my arm. My indifferent gaze swept over. Do not touch. It is filthy. The words I uttered with reddened eyes 4 years ago replay in my mind. Shang Jingwei abruptly released her grip. I apologize, she said. It was unintentional. After a brief pause, she added, taking a taxi at night is unsafe. My safety is of no concern to you. Simply take care of your husband. Shang Jingwei tightened her hand at her side and spoke in a hushed voice. Do not address him in such a manner. I have never acknowledged him as my husband. A cold snort escaped from my nasal cavity. He refuses to acknowledge it. Is Su-chan not included in this? I possess intrinsic value. My eyes brim with supplication. In days gone by, we quarreled. Shang Jingwei would often regard me with such a gaze. Shang Jingwei is undeniably beautiful. Her countenance perpetually frosty, sparing no smiles to anyone else. Yet towards me, she exhibits warmth, thoughtfulness, maturity, and even childlike innocence. Thus, it becomes exceedingly difficult for me to decline the humble overtures of Shang Jingwei. Yet now I chuckle at myself, realizing that I had not discovered my potential for being infatuated with love. I aspire to enter the entertainment industry. I raise my gaze toward Shang Jingwei. I shall assist you. Receiving the anticipated response, a faint smile graces my lips. How can the aura of this popular young talent, renowned for both his reputation and his works, continue to envelop Su-chan? When Su-chan returned home, the place was eerily desolate. He stood before the mirror, gazing at his disheveled reflection. The corners of his lips curled into a feeble arc. He has been married to Shang Jingwei for 4 years, yet he continues to live as though he were a bachelor. It was once believed that they could persist in this manner. At the very least, he remains her nominal husband. Yet I have returned. A sense of panic involuntarily surged within him. The current Shang Jingwei is no longer the same Shang Jingwei from 4 years ago. If she were to seek a divorce, he might not possess the means to retain her. The phone in his bag vibrated, revealing a call from his brother, Fu Jie. He pressed the answer button, yet remained silent before speaking. An irate voice emanated from the phone. Su-chan, that wretched woman, Shang Jingwei. Has she met with Song Yi? Here I am, suffering from fever in the emergency room, calling her in the dead of night, yet no one answers. Meanwhile, she has the audacity to attend a concert in Jing City with her first love. Fu Jie was filled with indignation. Shouldn't a decent ex be as good as dead? After 4 years, they still emerged to deceive. Su-chan paused momentarily. He reached for the tablet beside him and opened the trending topics. The foremost headline read, "A Decade of Transformation." Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he clicked on it. The popular video features a couple embracing passionately at a concert, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. With just a glance, he instantly recognized that the male protagonist in the video was me, the one who kissed her. Upon catching a glimpse of the woman's profile, Su-chan let out a sigh of relief. His grip on the tablet gradually loosened, and in the next moment, the face of Shang Jingwei appeared in the video. With a sound, the phone slipped from Su-chan's grasp. In his mind, images he was reluctant to confront surged uncontrollably. Since that incident, Shang Jingwei has never shared a table with him for meals, let alone touch him. The following day, at the grand celebration of the young master of the Chun family's first month, luxury cars congregated at the entrance of the ancestral residence. A black, elongated Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance. A woman clad in a white suit gracefully emerged from the rear seat. A white Ferrari halted behind the Rolls-Royce. The rear door swung open, revealing a man clad in a burgundy suit who descended alongside a man dressed in black attire. Su-chan, observe those individuals. Their eyes are wide open. Fu Jie jested. Su-chan merely smiled gently without offering any retort. As Fu Jie lifted his gaze, he immediately caught sight of Shang Jingwei, who, with a bow in her posture, extended her hand to pull me, clad in a pristine white suit, from the crowd ahead. The smile on his face vanished instantaneously. He released Su-chan and strode forward with purpose. Before I could fully perceive the scene before me, a resounding clap reverberated, carried by the gentle breeze into my ears. I lifted my gaze, and before me stood the slender back of a woman. My gaze traversed the shoulder of Shang Jingwei and beheld the countenance of Fu Jie, filled with indignation. Shang Jingwe, your husband stands right there, yet you audaciously defend your former lover in his presence. Yeah, are you all right? I gently tugged at Shang Jingwe's sleeve, my voice laced with concern. I cast a fleeting glance at Su Chun, a glimmer of mirth briefly illuminating my eyes. Merely for the sake of a woman, once proud and haughty, a person cherished by parents and sister alike, now reduced to a timid shadow, afraid to speak even when his wife stands beside another man. I cannot help but lament the complexities of infatuation. Yet, the more wretched Su Chen's existence becomes, the more joy it brings me. However, this satisfaction is far from sufficient. I shall ensure that Su Chun comprehends the consequences of his capriciousness. Shang Jingwe shook her head. It's nothing. She was not a person of gentle temperament, and I was her Achilles heel, something that others should neither speak of nor touch. Miss Fu, you should be well aware of the reasons behind my transformation into the former partner of Yeye. I stepped forward, standing before Fu Jie, a faint smile gracing my lips. In this intricate triangle of emotions, I find myself to be the victim. However, I'm in a loving relationship with my girlfriend of 2.5 years, and our love is profound. I harbor no desire to compete for another's affections, for the world is not limited to a singular woman. Fu Jie and I do not harbor any animosity towards each other. Our previous encounters have been rather limited. It is merely due to the fact that I am the boyfriend of Shang Jingwe, while his close friend has been infatuated with her for quite some time, which has led him to pay a bit more attention to me. He had just felt a surge of anger due to his brother's predicament, yet my resolute voice dispelled the flames of fury that ignited within his mind. Indeed, for years ago, I was undeniably a victim. The one in question is Shang Jingwe. The 5 words "we are deeply in love" resemble the sharpest blade in existence, cutting through every inch of Shang Jingwe's skin, the pain rendering her countenance pale. I feigned ignorance, then gracefully entered the living room, wrapping my arms around Shang Jingwe's waist. As I turned, I cast a harmless smile at Su Chun. Is this all you can endure? The performance has only just begun. In the living room, I sat beside Shen Lei, my eyes twinkling with mirth as I playfully teased the infant cradled in his arms. At that moment, Shen Lei's son, nestled in his arms, grasped my finger and giggled delightfully. Shen Lei inquired with a hint of confusion, "How did you just enter alongside General Shang?" "Kisachin, I haven't even had the chance to compose myself." While teasing Rue, I began to speak. "Are you not afraid of being confronted by your own self?" Shen Lei replied with a smile. I playfully teased Rue's hand and casually remarked, "There are still places where his assistance is needed." "Mind your manners. She still holds you in her thoughts," Shen Lei remarked. I am indifferent, merely smiling. Her tone is remarkably assured. "She dares not. Do you wish to embrace him?" I tugged at the corner of my mouth, a fleeting, barely perceptible emotion flickering in my eyes. "I'm not one to hold a child. May I embrace him?" A soft, melodic female voice resonated from the living room on the 2nd floor. The 2 individuals on the sofa turned their heads simultaneously, revealing Shang Jingwe. Shen Lei glanced back at me, noticing my composed demeanor. Ultimately, he did not refuse. When that soft, tiny body was cradled in Shang Jingwe's arms, she became utterly rigid, exerting the utmost caution to avoid hurting the precious infant. Previously, she had not been fond of children, but ever since her pregnancy 4 years ago, she had suddenly found them endearing. She eagerly anticipated having a son who resembled me closely. Indeed, the child we once envisioned was a boy, yet fate had denied him the chance to enter this world. I simply cannot bear to witness my adorable and delicate godson feeling wronged in the embrace of Shang Jingwe. I approached her side and assisted in adjusting her posture. Rue once again burst into a fit of laughter. Rue is truly adorable. I couldn't help but lean down and plant a kiss on Rue's chubby little face. Shang Jingwe gazed intently at my smiling face, as the pain within my heart gradually intensified. In the banquet hall, I held a stemmed glass, leaning against the table. Suddenly, my gaze lingered upon the tall woman beside Su Chun, and I raised an eyebrow. Su Yao, the 2nd sister of Su Chun, a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry. A doting sister. Little Chun, make sure to get ample rest. If you encounter any bullying, remember to tell your 2nd sister. Su Yao gently patted Su Chen's head. "I understand," Su Chen replied with a smile. His current serene demeanor causes Su Yao considerable distress. Since his marriage, he has undeniably undergone a transformation, yet he only shares joyous news, concealing his troubles. As the vehicle departed, Su Yao turned and returned to the chauffeur-driven car. The assistant opened the door, and he, burdened with unspoken thoughts, took a seat inside. He had heard of my return to the country, yet he did not encounter me at the banquet today. Sister Yao, the variety show we are about to record is approaching quickly. Please take a moment to review the script while on your way. As the assistant thoughtfully provides instructions, they gently close the car door. Su Yao gently massaged her temples, leaning back against the chair in the cozy CF. Yu Guang noticed that there were others in the car. She suddenly sat up straight. I leaned my head against the back of the chair, drifting into a deep slumber. My stylish, tousled short hair bore a hint of disarray. Su Yao's expression changed. Xiao Tan, how do you perceive the vehicle? Dare you allow an illegitimate child aboard? Upon taking her seat behind the steering wheel, little Tan's eyes widened in astonishment. She turned her head back, and in her enlarged pupils, my figure was reflected. Sister Yao, I said, I merely stepped away to visit the restroom. I was unaware. Seeing Su Yao's complexion growing increasingly poor, Xiao Tan hurriedly went to rouse the man who was soundly asleep. Silence, please. I shifted my position, leaning toward Su Yao. Xiao Tan, in his haste, inadvertently pushed me directly into Su Yao's embrace. He shut his eyes, resigned to his fate. My austere and handsome visage is tinged with two faint blushes. My tightly pressed lips curve slightly upwards, while a hint of displeasure flickers in my brows, as if I am perturbed by the intrusion upon my slumber. Silence, please. I let out a soft hum as I clutched Su Yao's coat, nuzzling my head into the warmth of his embrace. Sister Yao, I will pull him down. At that moment, Xiao Tan had already opened the rear car door. As he spoke, he grasped my hand, eager to hasten the removal of the individual, for he was reluctant to lose his job. In the next moment, Su Yao found herself ensnared by a powerful arm encircling her waist. My strength was considerable, and my fingers gripped her waist firmly. Xiao Tan drove cautiously, filled with trepidation. From time to time, I glanced through the rearview mirror at Su Yao, whom I hold tightly in my embrace. I feel like a rope being pulled ever tighter, while Su Yao's expression grows increasingly distressed. He has been working beside Su Yao for over 3 years. It is the first time he has seen her visage so contorted with displeasure. Buried within Su Yao's waist and abdomen, I awaken with a faint smile, a glimmer of cold light shimmering in my eyes. Is it not Su Chan who delights in seizing what others hold dear? Then, I shall take away everyone whom Su Chan cherishes. Song-yi, release me. Su Yao's voice was tinged with a hint of gritted teeth. My grip around her waist was causing her considerable pain, a searing ache that made her question whether it was intentional. It was 4 years ago that she first sought me out, urging me to venture abroad. With a hazy gaze, I lifted my eyes, gently blinking in a daze, exuding an air of inebriated oblivion. You appear strikingly familiar. In a sudden motion, I playfully slapped Su Yao's face. Hearing this, the driving Xiao Tan felt a surge of trepidation. Have we met before? I mumble in a daze. I mumble in a haze. The other hand has not forgotten to attentively tend to Su Yao's waist. Su Yao inhaled sharply. Let go. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. I swiftly rose, propelling Su Yao forward. I concealed myself behind her, my head colliding forcefully with her back. Su Yao's forehead collided with the back of the chair, and the pressure from both sides rendered him somewhat speechless. Song-yi, that man, was doing it on purpose. Sister Yao, are you all right? Xiao Tan glanced at the black car ahead, still trembling with fear as he turned his head back, his tone filled with urgency. Su Yao abruptly pulled me out from behind her, her brows tinged with a hint of sternness. What is it? Is ruining my brother's marriage not sufficient for you? Now you are intent on provoking me? My eyes are filled with fascination. My head aches from the impact. My voice does not possess the same chilling clarity as Ping Mu's. Rather, it carries a softness, a low timbre laced with a slight huskiness, instinctively evoking a sense of protectiveness in others. However, Su Yao was not so benevolent. She tightened her grip on my wrist, her strength increasing steadily. Just as she was about to speak again, the car door swung open, and with a sudden force, she was yanked out of the vehicle. Are you all right? Shang Jingyue gently bent down, kindly adjusting my slouched posture in the chair. Complex emotions flashed through my eyes. Naturally, I had no desire to feign inebriation before Shang Jingyue. Yet, with Su Yao still present, I had no choice but to persist. A throbbing headache enveloped me as I cast a pleading glance at Shang Jingyue. Seeing me like this, Shang Jingyue's heart ached profoundly. She assisted me out of the car. "I will take you home," she said. Su Yao interjected, "Don't bring just anyone into the car." Shang Jingyue turned to support me, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes on Su Yao, her voice laced with icy disdain. "Do you still remember who your husband is?" Su Yao was nearly driven to laughter by her indignation. Before her very eyes, Shang Jingyue boldly helped Song Yi, and what would happen in front of her brother? She dared not fathom how difficult her brother's life would be. "I believe you have not forgotten who shamelessly employed manipulative tactics to coerce me into marriage." Shang Jingyue let out a cold snort, her words laced with scorn. "I warn you, should you dare to harm Xiao Chun, neither you nor Song Yi shall experience days of ease." Su Yao threatened in a low voice. "Is that so?" Shang Jingyue's lips curled into a chilling arc as she spoke with disdain. "You may certainly give it a try." After saying this, she supported me as we departed. The driver stood by the vehicle, gracefully opening the door for Shang Jingyue. He gazed tenderly as his young mistress assisted me into the carriage, unable to suppress a sigh within his heart. How delightful it was when she was with Mr. Song in the beginning. Who could have foreseen the unfortunate events that transpired 4 years ago? Inside the car, I opened my eyes, casting a faint glance at Shang Jingyue. "Do not meddle in my affairs so casually in the future." A flicker of complexity crossed Shang Jingyue's eyes. "You are not intoxicated." Soon, she grasped the reason behind my actions. With great difficulty, she forced a smile. "I, Su Chun is not worthy of such devotion from you. Are you afraid I might hurt your husband?" I scoffed coldly. "Have you fallen for him?" "Perhaps. He is more handsome than I am, comes from a better lineage, and is far more adept at showering affection. If you do not fancy him, then whom do you adore?" My mocking voice pierced through Shang Jingyue like a sharp blade, causing her great discomfort. She opened her mouth, intending to clarify. Yet I have turned my head towards the window, no longer gazing at him. I do not harbor any fondness for him. As I returned home, my cousin He Ning caught me off guard. "Do tell," she said, "how is it that you have become entangled once more with that scoundrel, Shang Jingyue?" He Ning regarded me from her elevated stance, her tone imbued with a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a wayward pupil. Although she harbors little affection for my brother's current girlfriend and vehemently disapproves of their union, she has not compelled me to revisit past relationships. It is her lingering thoughts of me that accompany my return, wrapped in a bundle. How could I possibly reconcile with him? I shook hands with He Ning, not allowing him a moment to speak. I continued, "Is your new film casting for male actors?" Though I have only been back home for a few days, I have diligently immersed myself in the knowledge of the entertainment industry, particularly concerning the candidates for the leading male role in He Ning's new production. The protagonist is a strikingly handsome music student endowed with exceptional piano talent. Due to the nature of the preliminary selection, the most popular contender online is Su Chun. However, considering my sister's temperament, it is utterly inconceivable that she would allow Su Chun to star in her film. "Why have you suddenly taken an interest in my work? Do you aspire to enter the entertainment industry?" He Ning, with a hint of resignation, curved his eyes into a smile. With a playful smile, I grasped He Ning's arm, urging him to take a seat. "Indeed, I have made the decision to venture into the entertainment industry." "Nonsense." He Ning's expression turned grave. "The entertainment industry is nothing but a vast cauldron of chaos, unsuitable for you. Moreover, you play the piano exceptionally well. Why would you want to immerse yourself in such trivialities?" In the past 2 years, I have garnered significant acclaim abroad, establishing myself as a renowned pianist on the international stage. However, He Ning was taken aback when his younger brother expressed a desire to enter the entertainment industry upon his return to the country. "I have an elder sister as remarkable as you. How could anything possibly go awry, don't you think?" He Ning could hardly withstand her brother's affectionate antics. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. "However, the male lead in my new play is not quite suited for you. I do not desire the male protagonist, yet I wish to designate a male protagonist." Under the gaze of He Ning's perplexity, I slowly begin to speak. I wish for Su Chun to take on the role of the male lead in this play. Su Chun, adorned with a hat and mask, stands resolutely beside Assistant Chu, carrying a thermal container. Shang Group. Aside from Chu, no one is aware of his marriage to Shang Jingwei. Shang Jingwei harbors an aversion to his presence in this place. Were it not for matters of significance, he would not dare to seek her out. Naturally, he harbors his own selfish motives. Since the celebration of Chun Wanqing's son's full moon, it has been over a week since he last beheld Shang Jingwei. Married for 4 years, their encounters each year are infrequent. With every meeting, he finds himself subjected to the humiliation from the circle of friends surrounding Shang Jingwei. As these incidents accumulate, he gradually becomes desensitized. Sometimes in the quiet hours of the night, he questions whether he made a mistake in the past. Yet, he simply cherished her, he merely wished to create some memories. He never contemplated marrying her. It is the merchants who disdain Song Yi, compelling Shang Jingwei to wed him. Mr. Su, the general manager has requested your presence. Assistant Chu stepped aside, opening the door, and gestured in an inviting manner. Su Chen expressed his gratitude to her before stepping through the door. His voice resonated as he beheld the scene within the office, leaving Xia Ran momentarily taken aback. Within the confines of the office, the desk that once belonged to Shang Jingwei is now occupied by myself. Before the floor-to-ceiling window, a woman is engaged in a phone conversation. Shang Jingwei possesses a profound obsession with cleanliness. Her belongings are invariably off-limits to others. However, she permits me to occupy her seat. I raise my face, gazing at Su Chun, who stands bewildered at the doorway, with a smile that dances between amusement and intrigue. Mr. Su, why have you stopped moving? Am I interrupting you? As I spoke, I lower my legs, close the documents in my hands, my voice laced with a smile. I have come to see Yaya today on official business. Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Su. Official business? Su Chen naturally did not believe it. Yet, confronted by Shang Jingwei's frigid and disdainful gaze, he dared not inquire. I did not overlook the embarrassment that fleetingly crossed Su Chen's eyes. A deeper amusement sparkled within mine. It is indeed an intriguing spectacle to witness the once haughty air of the Su family rendered so humble. I arched an eyebrow, leisurely observing as Su Chen approached Shang Jingwei, halting just a step away. Shang Jingwei pressed her lips tightly together, casting a cold glance at Su Chen. Su Chen tightened his grip on his side. Could you possibly grant mercy to the Fu family? On that day outside the Chen residence, I extend my apologies on behalf of Fu Jie. Following the 100-day banquet of Chun Wanqing's daughter, the Fu family's business has encountered a devastating blow. There are not many individuals in Haicheng capable of bringing the Fu family to the brink of bankruptcy in such a short span of time. The only person offended by Fu Jie was Shang Jingwei. Aside from her, there would be no one else. Moreover, Shang Jingwei inherently possesses a vengeful disposition. Furthermore, my involvement complicates matters further. Upon reflecting on this, a wave of bitterness surged within Su Chen's heart. Shang Jingwei's delicate lips parted slightly, coldly uttering 2 words. Cannot. She did not hesitate in the slightest. Such a succinct and decisive response was anticipated by Su Chen. Yet, when it occurred, he found himself engulfed in sorrow, particularly because I was still present. The overwhelming embarrassment threatened to consume him entirely. Shang Jingwei, we are bound by a union. The interests of our families are intrinsically intertwined. Do you truly insist on this? Su Chen gritted her teeth, her voice quivering slightly. Shang Jingwei let out a short, mocking laugh through her nose. And what of it? Are you attempting to threaten me? The downfall of the Fu family is also attributed to you. For it was your foolish, pig-headed friendship with Fu Jie that led to their ruin. Shang Jingwei crossed her arms, her expression dripping with derision. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, I approached him and offered a pack of tissues. Mr. Su, I said gently, wipe away your tears. The crisis at your friend's home has yet to be resolved. At this moment, Su Chen finally realized that he had indeed been crying. He suddenly recalled that summer night in his first year of high school when Shang Jingwei had saved him. I, too, offered him a tissue just as I do now. He has never liked me since childhood, for I have always been the center of attention wherever I go, forever adorned with a gentle smile while uttering insincere words. Suchin did not respond instead. He turned and exited the office. I raised an eyebrow, retrieved the tissue, and then turned my gaze toward Shang Jingwei. Not a single point of profit to be had. The largest film and television company in the country is under the auspices of the Shang family. Upon my expression of interest in entering the entertainment industry, Shang Jingwei promptly engaged a lawyer to draft an agreement and sought to enlist the most renowned agent to represent me. What is mine is yours. I gestured for a pause, smiling gently. Mr. Shang, I said, do I need to remind you that your husband has just departed? In the depths of Shang Jingyue's eyes lay a profound melancholy. We are merely a couple in name, yet we possess nothing. What about 4 years ago? Did you not share a bed? Did you not conceive his child? My series of 3 rhetorical questions left Shang Jingwei speechless. The aura she exuded suddenly diminished, and she opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. I have a girlfriend. I do not possess the habit of returning to past choices. Should you assist me, I will not refuse. Yet I shall not express gratitude, for this is a debt you owe me. I return to my desk, signing my name. I have accepted a new role. Please ask my agent to facilitate the connection. Remember to pick me up for the opening ceremony next month. We chat. I straightened up and gazed at Shang Jingwei, silhouetted against the light. I closed my eyes briefly and spoke with an air of calmness. I shall remove you from the blacklist later. In the depths of Shang Jingyue's eyes, a glimmer of mirth emerged. The icy fad of her visage gradually fractured, giving way to a tender and joyful smile. Where are you headed? She inquired, urging the driver to take you. Yet, the words "I will escort you" were ultimately swallowed back into the recesses of Shang Jingyue's heart. No need. I drove the car. I leaned against the edge of the table, a smile playing on my lips. The Fu family. Let us refrain from targeting. The smile on Shang Jingyue's face gradually faded, and her expression became somewhat solemn. Chun Jie is not worth your assistance. Fu Jie intends to harm you because of Su Chun, and yet you still wish to aid him. He has always been this way, excessively kind to a fault. I raised an eyebrow, which you may interpret as a desire to assist him. Please withdraw a portion of the people, but do not act too hastily. Shang Jingwei swiftly comprehended my intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. Rooftop garden restaurant. I sit at the table, pouring a glass of water for the tardy Fu Jie. Did you summon me merely to mock my plight? Fu Jie chuckled at his own misfortune. Earlier that afternoon, he had received my message, in which I stated that I possessed a means to assist him. His initial reaction was one of disbelief, for he had never shown me any kindness, especially due to his grievances with Su Chun. Even though everyone claims that I possess both charm and kindness, he remains unconvinced. After all, for years ago, Su Chun indeed made a mistake. Moreover, he is a loyal friend, unwavering in his allegiance, regardless of right or wrong, always standing by his companions. Why would I mock you? I offered a faint smile, gently pushing the paper bag adorned with a gift box across the table. I never anticipated that Yia would target you because of that day's events. I sincerely apologize. I have already spoken of her. She will no longer direct her attention towards your family. There is no need for you to worry. This is a token of my apologies, and I sincerely hope you will accept it. My cool and handsome visage is etched with remorse, untouched by any discontent stemming from his previous demeanor. Fu Jie felt the warmth gradually rising in his cheeks. He had once sought Su Chen's help regarding this matter, but Su Chun was unable to succeed. He was not surprised by this outcome. Because Shang Jingwei harbors resentment towards Su Chun, he naturally disregards Su Chen's words, not intending to target their family. He is merely driven to desperation, seeking Su Chen's assistance. He cannot bear to witness the downfall of the Fu family due to his momentary folly, for if the Fu family were to collapse, he would be plagued by guilt for a lifetime. The one who ought to apologize is indeed me. On that day at the Chen residence, I was exceedingly rude. My attempt to assist left Fu Jie feeling deeply embarrassed. Despite past grievances, the other party extended their help to him. During this period, chaos reigned in my household, and the organization descended into disorder. The chief instigator of this turmoil found himself enduring equally difficult times, to the extent that he even contemplated the notion of ending his own life. At this moment, my assistance not only salvaged him, but also rescued his entire family. Even though he had once harbored deep aversion towards me. Those sentiments have gradually faded away in this instance. I am aware that you are friends with Mr. Su. It is quite natural to stand up for a friend. The other day, my car broke down, and I happened to encounter Yi on the road. She kindly offered me a ride, but I did not anticipate that such a misunderstanding would arise. I let out a soft sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. By the way, is there any misunderstanding between Mr. Su and Ye? If there is, I can certainly clarify it with Mr. Su. Fu Jie stared blankly and finally spoke. Do you not harbor any hatred towards him? I smiled softly. In truth, I harbored resentment. During the early days of my time abroad, I felt a profound animosity towards him, wishing for him to face the consequences of his actions. Fu Jie pressed for an answer. What about now? I let out a long, contemplative sigh, as if reminiscing about something. After a considerable pause, I gently spoke. Eventually, I realized that resentment consumed a significant portion of my daily life, leaving me in a state of unhappiness. However, later on, I encounter my current girlfriend. We share common interests and similar passions. Whenever the topic of lovers arises, a blissful smile graces my lips. I have gradually emerged from that previous romantic relationship, immersing myself in a new love and embarking on a fresh chapter of life. After all, the essence of existence is to find joy, is it not? I find myself in a state of contentment and happiness, fully satisfied with my current life. I refuse to allow resentment to tarnish this newfound bliss. I spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Fu Jie harbored no doubts, for he had seen my girlfriend online. Their bond is remarkably strong. I possess a short video account dedicated to sharing the daily nuances of their romance, which has garnered several million followers. He previously believed it was merely a performance for the sake of gaining attention. Now, having witnessed the sweetness in my demeanor when I mentioned my girlfriend, he has finally come to believe. Before long, the waiter arrived with the dishes. Fu Jie gazed in astonishment at the food on the table, for it was all comprised of his favorite delicacies. I inquired with your family regarding your dietary restrictions. I trust you won't mind? Today is dedicated to extending my apologies, and I wish to be as well prepared as possible. Fu Jie was momentarily lost in thought. Clearly, he was the first to provoke the situation, yet I refrained from uttering a single word. I merely mentioned that Shang Jingyue's actions towards the Fu family were the cause. Ultimately, he arrived at a singular conclusion. No wonder so many people are fond of me. On the day of a script reading, I crossed paths with Su Qian in the confined space of the underground film set. I exchanged glances with Su Qian through the car window. Su Qian was seated in the chauffeur-driven car provided by the company, flanked by his agent and assistant. I did not overlook the anguish in Su Qian's eyes. Were it not for the desire to witness this moment, I would not have taken Shang Jingyue's car, nor would I have meticulously calculated Su Qian's arrival to ensure our timely rendezvous here. Thank you. I alighted from the vehicle. With a cheerful smile, I addressed Shang Jingyue. Shall I go and greet your husband? Though it was a question, my tone brooked no dissent. Shang Jingyue nodded in response, for she comprehended my intentions. As long as my happiness was assured, she would willingly do anything. What a delightful coincidence, Mr. Su. Just moments ago, I was inquiring with Ye about what you might be occupied with. And here you are. Upon encountering the couple before her, Su Qian's agent could not help but roll her eyes. The recent frenzy surrounding the news of Shang Jingyue's first love, Zhu Shazi, had certainly caught her attention. She was privy to the fact that Su Qian and Shang Jingyue were in a concealed marriage. Yet as Su Qian's manager, she was acutely aware that the couple had tied the knot 4 years prior. It was utterly shameless for someone to approach, knowing full well that another was already married. Such an insidious man, indeed. Only a woman of Shang Jingyue's lack of discernment would find herself entangled with someone like him. Unfortunately, I'm here to work. Su Qian's tone was indifferent, and she showed little inclination to engage with me. Why is he unable to discern my intentions? It is precisely at this moment that Shang Jingyue stands by my side. He possesses no advantage in this situation. At present, his sole desire is to focus on his work, to distance himself from me. Initially, he held little hope for this film, as the director was He Ning, notorious for his obsession with his brother. He never anticipated that he would actually be chosen for the leading male role. He Ning is an exceptionally talented director with exceedingly high standards. Each of her films has achieved remarkable success, and she cherishes every opportunity that comes her way. What a delightful coincidence. I too am here for work, I remarked with a light chuckle. A sense of foreboding surged within Su Chun, an unsettling intuition that was validated upon learning he would portray the male third lead in this film. This character, the female protagonist's first love, embodies her indelible mark. The mere mention of the term indelible mark now sends a pulsating throb to his temples. Outside the narrative, I represent his wife's indelible mark within the story. I am the indelible mark of his female lead. It seems as though we are inherently mismatched, our magnetic fields at odds. What are you daydreaming about? He Ning rapped the table sharply, his tone laced with displeasure. Yes, I apologize, Su Chun quickly expressed as he regained his composure. If you do not wish to perform, you may leave now. I do not desire any member of my crew to be distracted frequently due to personal matters. Countless pairs of eyes gazed upon Su Chun. His cheeks were tinged with warmth, as he softly vowed never to do so again. When he withdrew his gaze, he met my eyes, which sparkled with a hint of mirth, causing the embarrassment in my heart to swell gradually. Chapter 11. Lost at that moment, as Su Yu was at a loss about which direction to run in order to shake off his fans. A hand suddenly reached out and pulled him into the ladies' restroom. Inside a stall, the young man and woman stood face to face. Seo felt his cheeks flush crimson. Song Qingwan, do you realize this is the women's restroom? If we're discovered, I can already envision headlines tomorrow declaring me a pervert for entering here. Have you not heard that the most dangerous places can often be the safest? Song Qingwan said playfully, winking at him. Upon seeing her, Seo felt a dull ache in his waist, recalling how fiercely she had last laid hands on him, nearly leaving a mark. Song Qingwan, I know exactly what you're thinking, so there's no need to scheme in front of me, Su Yao retorted coldly, scoffing. I could never develop feelings for a woman as duplicitous as you. Your tricks might work on Shang Jingyu, but not on me. I merely wish to assist you. Nothing more, Song Qingwan replied softly, lowering her head, a few strands of hair falling delicately across her face, making her appear utterly pitiful. Suddenly, her legs gave way, and with a startled gasp, her body fell uncontrollably into Su Yao's embrace. He instinctively covered her mouth, whispering, "Don't scream." What kind of person lacks basic decency to engage in such behavior in a shopping mall restroom? A disdainful voice came from outside the door. Instantly, Song Qingwan's ears turned crimson, and the faint scent of mint from Su Yao enveloped her. The back of her head rested against his chest, allowing her to hear his rapid heartbeat. A fleeting smile appeared in her eyes. What did it matter if she was in pain? He was merely an ordinary man, and she had countless ways to breach the defenses of his heart. With a gentle pat on the back of his hand, she signaled him to release her. Her touch felt almost boneless, and when her hand met his, Su Yao experienced an inexplicable surge of desire. He abruptly withdrew his hand, his expression darkening. Once the voices outside subsided, Song Qingwan cautiously pushed open the stall door and peered outside, clad in a fitted dress that accentuated her exquisite curves. Her silhouette became even more pronounced as she leaned out. Su Yao unintentionally glanced, but immediately averted his gaze. Having encountered many beautiful women in the entertainment industry, he was no stranger to those with stunning figures. Yet, there were few like Song Qingwan. Her cool demeanor, gentle aura, and alluring form were truly rare. He was not a deity, merely an ordinary man with natural desires. It was entirely normal to feel a stir of attraction toward an attractive woman. Yes, it was normal. It had nothing to do with her being Song Qingwan, but simply her beauty and figure. There was no need for him to overthink it. No one is outside now. Song Qingwan looked down and retrieved a disposable mask from her bag, tearing open the packaging to place it over Su Yao's face. Then, she donned her sunglasses on his nose. Her movements were fluid and graceful. Su Yao scarcely had time to protest before she took his wrist and led him out of the restroom. Clearly familiar with the shopping mall, Song Qingwan guided him to the underground parking lot. Get in my car. Yours has probably been photographed, and you'll be surrounded by fans if you drive out. Su Yao remarked, a flicker of irritation passing through his eyes behind his sunglasses. He regretted venturing out to the mall today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself leaving in Song Qingwan's vehicle. Fastening his seatbelt, he acknowledged his mediocre driving skills. In the driver's seat, Song Qingwan smiled, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Sensing something ominous, Su Yao's unease grew. 30 minutes later, the car halted on a deserted roadside. The passenger door swung open forcefully, revealing a man in a hoodie, doubled over and retching violently. He had never encountered such poor driving skills before. Song Qingwan was the first. Inside the car, the perpetrator nearly laughed as she watched Su Yao's nausea subside. Only when he seemed somewhat better did she leisurely unbuckle her seatbelt, grab a bottle of water, and exit the vehicle. "Are you all right?" Song Qingwan's fair face was etched with concern. "I'm so sorry. My driving prowess is rather limited. And I forgot to bring a driver today. With such terrible skills, you shouldn't be driving," Su Yu replied coldly. Song Qingwan offered several more apologies before handing the water to him. After rinsing his mouth and regaining his composure, he finally noticed their surroundings and his expression hardened. "Where exactly did you drive us?" With her hands clasped in front of her, Song Qingwan appeared like a child caught misbehaving. She hesitated. "I don't really know where this is. My sense of direction isn't great." "Just admit you're directionally challenged," Su Yao retorted, exasperated. It baffled him how someone so foolish could have caught the attention of Shang Jingyu. Looking down at her toes, Song Qingwan murmured, "I didn't expect to end up here. You should call your agent to pick you up." Su Yao frowned as he rummaged through his pockets, only to discover his phone was missing. His expression darkened further as he searched the car in vain. "What if my phone is lost?" Song Qingwan expressed her concern, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. Su Yu replied, "You should call your driver." At his words, a look of distress crossed Song Qingwan's face. "What's wrong?" "My phone," she hesitated before confessing. "I lost my phone. I was on my way to buy a new one today, but before I could, I ran into you." The implication was clear. She had no phone at all. Now it dawned on Su Yu why Song Qingwan had driven to such an isolated place. "What should we do?" Song Qingwan's brows knitted tightly. "How about I drive, and you direct me? Why didn't you suggest that sooner?" Su Yao nearly laughed in frustration. He had never been to this area and had no idea how to guide her. He might as well have been reborn as a GPS. Song Qingwan bit her lip. Speaking earnestly, "I know you're colorblind and can't drive." Su Yao's expression froze. Very few people knew about his color blindness, aside from his family. How could Song Qingwan be aware of this? As he cast a puzzled glance her way, she averted her gaze, a flush creeping to her ears, gradually spreading to her cheeks and the nape of her neck. "How did you find out? Is there anything in Haicheng that I wouldn't know, especially regarding the Su family?" Su Yao's gaze gradually shifted as he pondered the current demeanor of Song Qingwan. Surely, she could not harbor any affection for him, could she? Su Yao shook his head, attempting to dispel this absurd notion. If his memory served him correctly, Song Qingwan was entangled in a tumultuous affair with Shang Jingyu. Indeed, she had a boyfriend. Chapter 12. Slapping him while he sleeps. As dusk settled, Song Qingwan drove back along the road, encountering only 2 vehicles along the way. Su Yu gazed out at the inky sky, speckled with stars, and questioned her driving skills. Abruptly, Song Qingwan slammed the brakes and pulled over. The car was nearly out of fuel. Su Yu, in a state of agitation, realized he had an event to attend that evening. Should he fail to appear, headlines the next day would undoubtedly proclaim him as a prima donna. What to do? Song Qingwan turned, her expression one of pitiful desperation. Su Yao felt a throbbing at his temples. It was a mistake to ride with her. She had driven from the city to this desolate place, where even making a phone call was impossible. How was I to know? Su Yu replied impatiently, kicking the seat. Autumn had arrived, bringing with it a chill that was particularly biting in the wilderness. With the car running low on fuel, the absence of heat would soon make the cold unbearable. "I can't stay out all night. My parents will come looking for me," she claimed, though in reality, she had informed them she would not return home that evening. Later that night, Song Qingwan was stirred from her slumber by murmurs. She turned her head to see Su Yao, seated in the passenger seat, calling out in discomfort. His eyes were tightly shut, and in the moonlight, she could discern the pallor of his face, beaded with cold sweat. As the second son of the Su family, he had been born prematurely, leading to a constitution weaker than most. The Su family had coddled him throughout his life. This was likely his first experience of true discomfort. A chilling realization washed over Song Qingwan. While he might suffer from the cold, enduring a fever and a few days in the hospital was a trivial ordeal compared to her child, who had never even had the chance to gaze upon this world. The Su family and the business owed her, and her child, a debt that she would reclaim, piece by piece. A smile crept onto her lips as she pressed a button on the control panel, lowering the passenger window slightly. Wrapped snugly in a thick coat, she retrieved her phone to scroll through the news. Such an important award ceremony, and Su Yao isn't attending. What a diva. Can the haters upstairs stop jumping around? The studio has issued a statement. Su Yao has lost contact and the police have been notified. He was just spotted at the mall this afternoon. How could he be out of touch so soon? Can fans stop making excuses? If you believe such excuses, it's no wonder you follow celebrities. Those so-called bystanders seem utterly devoid of empathy. Would you speak so lightly if an ordinary person went missing? Is it simply because he is famous? Clicking on posts related to Su Yao, Song Qingyuan found the comment section rife with disputes among fans. Her mood lifted as she scrolled down. After a while, just as she intended to exit, the video automatically transitioned to the next clip. The Best Actress award goes to Su Yuan. The announcer's resonant voice echoed through her phone. A flicker of resentment ignited within her as she watched the video. Su Yuan, adorned in a haute couture gown and exquisite makeup, held the trophy aloft, basking in the applause of peers and fans alike. In the audience Saturday, her beloved husband, Shang Jingyu. The moment Song Qingyuan laid eyes on Shang Jingyu, it felt as though she had been struck by a resounding slap. The frigid breeze seeping through the gaps of the car window sent a shiver coursing through her. With her delicate brows knitted together, Song Qingyuan felt a pang of regret. She had been overly presumptuous. In the past, Shang Jingyu had cherished her deeply, but 4 years had elapsed. Now, Su Yuan was his wife. And given Shang Jingyu's current standing, should he desire a divorce, the Shang family might not be able to obstruct him. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Su Yuan. Yet she could not deny that Su Yuan possessed a visage capable of bewitching any man. With such a captivating and devoted wife at home, one could scarcely expect any man to remain indifferent. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Song Qingyuan opened the pinned conversation with Su Huairan. Su Huairan's father had been discharged from the hospital and would be arriving in Haicheng in a couple of days. Suddenly, a sense of guilt washed over her. Despite having a boyfriend, she found herself enticing another man. "I will come to pick you up then," came Su Huairan's swift reply, accompanied by a flight number and a woeful emoji. "I thought you would forget me upon returning to Haicheng." Song Qingyuan's response came almost instinctively. Had it not been for her father's hospitalization, she would have flown to Haicheng long ago. "It has been ages since I returned. And I have too many friends wanting to dine with me, you know how charming I am." She concluded with a smug emoji. Su Huairan chuckled softly. He was well aware of her popularity, having pursued Song Qingyuan for 1.5 years, during which he had witnessed countless suitors fall one after another. They exchanged messages until the early hours of the morning before bidding each other good night. After turning off her phone, Song Qingyuan turned her gaze to the passenger seat, where Su Yu sat, shivering from the cold. "Su Yao, wake up." She shook his arm, her voice tinged with urgency. After calling him twice more with no response, a smirk crept onto her lips. This was no fault of hers. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Su Yao's face, nearly bursting into laughter. However, Su Yao had awakened, and she knew she could not be too reckless. Meeting his weak yet piercing gaze, she softened her demeanor. As soon as he opened his eyes, he seized her wrist, fire igniting in his eyes as though he intended to silence her. "Song Qingyuan, I never realized you were such a despicable person. Slapping me while I was asleep?" Su Yao had never been struck in his life, not even by a mere finger. The effort Song Qingyuan had exerted left her left cheek stinging fiercely. "You deliberately brought me here for this, didn't you?" Song Qingyuan fervently nodded in her mind, though she maintained an expression of innocent concern. "You kept saying you were cold, and I thought you might be coming down with something, so I wanted to wake you." "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Su Yao felt a wave of bitterness rise in his throat, overwhelmed by the sheer foolishness and irritation that this woman inspired in him. In the back seat of the car, Song Qingyuan sat side by side with Su Yao, stealing glances at him. Tentatively, she ventured, "Are you sure you don't want to hold me? It's quite cold." Her tone was innocent and sincere. Su Yao gritted his teeth in anger. "Song Qingyuan, do you even know how to write the word shame? However, it was too cold, and you had already caught a fever. Just a simple embrace. Could it be that purity is more important than life itself?" Song Qingyuan pressed her lips together. "Besides, when we meet abroad, we always share a hug. Surely, that does not compromise purity?" The Su brothers were notoriously known for their doting on their sister, Su Yuan, often neglecting romantic pursuits entirely, devoting their love solely to her. She was well aware of Su Yao's intense aversion to embracing any girl other than Su Yuan. Nevertheless, it did not matter. She would gladly be the first to break that precedent. Chapter 13. The Innocent Boy, easy to manage as Su Yao maintained a stern expression. Song Qingyuan turned to embrace him, causing his body to stiffen instantaneously. "Song Qingyuan, do you not feel any shame?" he exclaimed. "All I know is that you have a fever." With her face nestled against Su Yao's shoulder, the warmth of her body seeped through their clothing, and her subtle fragrance lingered at his nose. Su Yao's hand, poised to push her away, hovered in the air for a long moment, never reaching her. Internally, Song Qingwan scoffed at his hypocrisy. Time passed, and the sky gradually brightened, as the sun broke through the clouds to bathe the earth in light. Song Qingwan heard the sound of a car engine. Moments later, a knock echoed on the car window. She murmured softly, feigning awakening. Lifting her head from Su Yao's embrace, she met his flushed face, wondering just how high his fever had risen, secretly wishing it would impair his judgment. Su Yao, get out of the car, ordered Su's father, tapping on the window in a serious tone. They had searched frantically for him all night, only to find him outdoors with a woman. Upon seeing Song Qingwan's face, Su's father's anger intensified, and his tone became even more severe. Song Qingwan exited the vehicle first, speaking gently, "Uncle, Su Yao has a fever." "Who is your uncle?" Su's father retorted coldly. "You returned to the country only to seduce my daughter's husband, and now you seek to entice my son?" With a scoff, he added, "Young lady, for years ago I allowed you to leave. I can just as easily do so now. It would be wise for you to behave." Song Qingwan murmured an apology, feeling somewhat helpless as she watched Su Yao disembark weakly. He merely cast her a fleeting glance, indicating she was of no concern to him. "Su Yao, I believe your mind has been clouded by fever. Get back in the car," Su's father commanded before turning to leave. His intentions were unmistakable. He had no intention of taking Song Qingwan back with him. "Please, get in the car. You've been burning with fever all night. You need to see a doctor promptly, or it could worsen," Song Qingwan urged, her understanding demeanor failing to mask the disappointment in her eyes. Seo turned away, expressionless. "Are you not going to follow?" Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow, mentally snapping her fingers. Su Minkai had grown older. What significance did his past hold now that his son had matured? "Second brother, you." In the courtyard of the Su family villa, Su Yuan had already been informed by Su's father about her brother's fever. The doctor was waiting at home. As soon as the car came to a halt, she rushed to open the door. To her astonishment, the face that greeted her was not Su Yao's, but that of Song Qingwan. Her worried expression froze upon seeing her. "Madam Shang," Song Qingwan greeted politely. Since returning to the country, aside from the incident at Shang Jingyu's birthday party where she had spilled wine on her, Song Qingwan had maintained a courteous demeanor towards Su Yuan, albeit one that felt superficial. Thinking of Shang Jingyu, Su Yuan forced a smile. "Second brother, your face is flushed with fever." After speaking, she hurriedly leaned forward to check on Su Yao's condition. Seeing Su Yao's face flushed, her voice trembled with a hint of tears. "Come down quickly, the doctor is already waiting in the living room." Observing this, Su Yao affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, softly reassuring her, "It's just a fever. Your second brother is quite robust." Song Qingwan stood by, witnessing this tender scene between brother and sister. Cherish these moments. Each encounter is one less to be had. The doctor conducted a thorough examination on Su Yao, confirming that it was merely a high fever without any other complications, albeit rather severe. Su Yao was receiving an intravenous drip in the bedroom, and Song Qingwan voluntarily took on the responsibility of caring for him. Originally, Su's father had reservations about allowing Song Qingwan to stay at home, but with the company affairs demanding attention and their eldest son away on business, all the burdens fell upon him, leaving him no energy to intervene further. Su Yuan, having stayed up all night, was ordered by Su Yao to go to bed, leaving the room with just the two of them. "I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate that I would cause you to catch a cold. I promise I won't drive recklessly again," Song Qingwan said, her cool and gentle tone laced with guilt, though her words were somewhat nonsensical. "It's only 39 degrees. What a pity. If it were winter, perhaps Su Yao would truly be as his father said, his mind muddled by fever." Leaning against the pillow, Su Yao squinted slightly. "Song Qingwan, are you insinuating that my physical constitution is poor?" He detected no sincerity in her apologetic tone, only a hint of sarcasm, as if implying she was unaffected while he had succumbed to illness. "How could that be?" Song Qingwan waved her hand in denial, yet internally mused. Isn't it indicative of poor health? Just a night of chilly wind and he fell ill. Changing the subject, Song Qingwan remarked, "I just watched the video of Mrs. Shang receiving an award yesterday. Mr. Shang was accompanying her. Their relationship seems quite harmonious." She feigned casualness, her expression and voice steady. "Is that your justification for enticing Shang Jingyu?" Sia scoffed. Song Qingwan's eyes widened in surprise. "How could you think that?" Su Yao retorted, "Is it not true? You deliberately approached me to seize Xiao Yuan's belongings, didn't you?" Shaking her head, tears glimmering in her eyes, Song Qingwan responded, "I didn't. I don't like Shang Jingyu at all. I simply couldn't refuse him in the past." Lowering her gaze, her voice fell to a whisper. Our family's business heavily relies on the Shang family's support. If I turned him down, our family would face bankruptcy. I am quite grateful to Mrs. Shang. If it weren't for her, I would never have been able to leave Shangjingyu, nor would I have had the opportunity to pursue my dreams abroad. Suyu was taken aback. He only knew that when Shangjingyu was dating Song Qingruan, he was exceptionally strict with her, more like a father than a boyfriend. Nevertheless, the authenticity of Song Qingruan's words remained questionable. However, one thing was certain. Her violin career began only after going abroad. Had it not been for that incident 4 years ago, Song Qingruan would have married Shang Jingyu, living as an ordinary wealthy wife without attaining her current success. Therefore, please do not misunderstand me. Song Qingruan gently bit her lower lip, her eyes shimmering with moisture as she gazed at Su Yao. Her gaze was both shy and unambiguous, causing Su Yao's heart to race uncontrollably. I need to drink some water, he stammered, diverting his gaze awkwardly. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Song Qingruan's eyes as she rose to pour herself a glass of water. A pure-hearted boy, indeed easy to manage. As Song Qingruan descended the stairs to summon a doctor for a change of bandages, she was abruptly seized by the wrist at the staircase's entrance, only to find herself pulled into a restroom on the first floor by Shang Jingyu. What are you doing at the Su residence? He inquired, his expression serious. Mr. Shang, it seems we are not in a position to question each other's presence, are we? Song Qingruan replied, a half-smile on her lips, subtly mocking the nature of their relationship. Then what brings you to the Su family without reason? Shang Jingyu furrowed his brow. Wan, the Su family is not as simple as you think. Observing the concern etched on the man's face, Song Qingruan suppressed the impulse to confront him directly. She grasped his hand and, in a soft voice, said, I am merely upset that you are here at the Su residence. You promised me you would love me forever, and you must not fall for Su Yuan. I do not. Wang Shu, didn't you say Shang Jingyu was coming? Where is he? Su Yuan's voice, tinged with delight, drifted to the door. Song Qingruan wrapped her right arm around Shang Jingyu's waist, leaning gently into his embrace. Chapter 14. Unfazed by your boyfriend aging, Su Yuan is looking for you. Shang Jingyu responded with a non-committal hum, utterly preoccupied with his own thoughts, unable to heed Song Qingruan's words. He remained rigid, suppressing the overwhelming urge to embrace her. Aging. Do you no longer like me? Song Qingruan raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Shang Jingyu shook his head in denial. Then why don't you hold me? Is it because I have a boyfriend? Song Qingruan was taken aback by the audacity of her own words. However, she could not allow Shang Jingyu to develop feelings for Su Yuan. More precisely, even if he were to like Su Yuan, she must ensure he remained oblivious to it. Without Shang Jingyu, the path ahead would undoubtedly become more arduous, perhaps even insurmountable against Su Yuan. She could not permit such a scenario to unfold. I am indifferent to the fact that you have a boyfriend, Shang Jingyu spoke in a hushed tone. He certainly cared. Yet what weighed more heavily on his heart was her well-being. Throughout her 4 years abroad, not a single night had passed in which he had slept soundly. As long as he could be by her side, he would not mind the circumstances. However, at this moment, it felt inappropriate. Just hold me once, and I will believe you, Song Qingruan coaxed softly. The hand beside Shang Jingyu trembled, and ultimately, he could no longer withstand the longing that had accumulated over time, enveloping Song Qingruan in a tight embrace. She found it somewhat difficult to breathe, yet she did not push him away. Clinging to him, she listened to the butler outside calling for help to find Shang Jingyu, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Whether it was love, guilt, or perhaps a blend of both, she remained undeterred. What mattered most to her was the preservation of this bond. For years ago, Shang Jingyu would never have uttered such words as being indifferent to her having a boyfriend. His possessiveness toward her was profound. During their 7 years together, he had been averse to her interactions with other men, though he would never impose restrictions on her. Instead, he would play the role of the aggrieved, pleading for her to limit her contact with the opposite sex. Now, for Shang Jingyu to speak so casually revealed a lingering guilt from 4 years prior. Her objective was to perpetuate that guilt indefinitely. Su Yuan is looking for you. You should go out before someone discovers you, Song Qingruan urged. Shang Jingyu remained silent, refraining from voicing that he had rushed to the Su residence precisely because he was aware of her presence. He understood that Song Qingruan must have misconstrued the situation. Yet he was not inclined to clarify. Although it was deceitful, he yearned for her to approach him of her own volition. Su Yuan stared at the message from a familiar friend, momentarily lost in thought. Has your second brother lost his mind? Of all people, why pursue Song Qingruan? She clicked on the video link, revealing a clip of Su Yu seated in the passenger seat beside Song Qingruan. The footage had been slowed down significantly, allowing for a clearer view of Su Yao's profile, albeit still not distinctly. Both she and her second brother had concealed their identities as members of the Su family upon entering the entertainment industry. The comment section was rife with speculation, claiming the driver was Su Yao's benefactor, as the car was exceptionally luxurious, not something one could acquire merely with wealth. Many are left speculating about each other's gender. This car was a gift from Shang Jingyu to Song Qingyuan on the year of her graduation. Su Yuan felt her eyes welling up with emotion. Today, Shang Jingyu visited her home, yet she had not had the chance to see him before he departed. His intentions for coming here were unmistakable. Is he really that fond of her? Su Yuan mumbled to herself. At this moment, within the Song family's villa, Song Qingyuan was seated on the second-floor sofa, besieged by Song Yinwen and Hian, who stood before her with their arms crossed, exuding an air of determination that suggested she needed to provide a satisfactory explanation. Brothers. It was merely a chance encounter. You know your sister is kind-hearted and beautiful. I simply lent him a small hand, Song Qingyuan explained with a forced smile. Song Yinwen and Hian exchanged skeptical glances, their silence indicating they believed not a word. Song Qingyuan's gaze wandered, searching for an escape. The matters concerning the Su family and the Shang family were her own burdens. She did not wish to drag her family into them. Should she falter or face an unfortunate turn of events, her parents would have someone to look after her. Oh, my stomach hurts, Song Qingyuan said, bending over in feigned agony, covering her abdomen. Immediately, Song Yinwen and Hian shifted to a state of concern. Has your period arrived early? Song Qingyuan had grown accustomed to their reactions. One could only say that her cousins cared for her deeply, even remembering her menstrual cycle. She nodded pitifully, and they promptly cast aside their previous concerns. One carried Song Qingyuan back to her room, while the other rushed downstairs to prepare ginger tea. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Song Qingyuan's eyes. Her brothers were far too easy to deceive, lacking any challenge whatsoever. Standing at the airport exit, Song Qingyuan received a message from Su Huaran, informing her that he had just landed. It wasn't long before she spotted passengers emerging with their luggage, and her keen eyes quickly found Su Huaran amidst the crowd. She beamed and waved at him, though her smile faded within 2 seconds upon noticing Ji Shiyu beside him. The warmth in her gaze towards Su Huaran diminished, replaced by a subtle chill. Upon seeing the change in her expression, Su Huaran immediately sensed something amiss. He strode over to her side. Ji Shiyu is here on a business trip to Haicheng, and we happen to be on the same flight. I only realized we were on the same plane after boarding, he explained, shaking her hand. Had I known we were both coming to Haicheng, I would have informed you beforehand. Explain what? Do you think I'm jealous? Song Qingyuan pouted, her voice playful. Su Huaran chuckled heartily, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. I want you to feel a little jealous. Indulge me. Very well, I shall indulge you, Song Qingyuan replied, lifting her chin and looking at him with a feigned haughtiness. I am jealous. Do not stand too close to her in the future. At your command, my princess, Su Huaran said, leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead. Just then, Ji Shiyu approached, pulling her suitcase. Long time no see, Miss Song. Song Qingyuan, linking her arm with Su Huaran and resting her head on his shoulder, smiled gently. Indeed, it has been a while. Hearing Su Huaran mention your business trip to Haicheng, I would like to extend an invitation for a meal. As you are his friend, and thus my friend as well. Song Qingyuan had little interest in rivalry. However, it was evident that the other party harbored ulterior motives regarding her boyfriend, which was an entirely different matter. How embarrassing, our last encounter in the capital was rather rushed. And I fear I may have been somewhat discourteous, she remarked. Ji Shiyu pressed her lips together, smiling gently as she replied. It is because my uncle has always treated me with great kindness, regarding me as his own daughter. I was so worried about his illness that I neglected to consider you. That is only right. Your uncle regards you as his daughter, and Su Huaran sees you as a sister. You are, in essence, half a daughter of the Su family, and I hold no grievances against you. Song Qingyuan stated with utmost sincerity. Ji Shiyu's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 15. Engaging in ambiguous affairs under the guise of friendship buzzing incessantly. The mobile phone on the bedside table disrupted Song Qingyuan's mood, prompting her to forbid Huairan from continuing. Don't be upset. I haven't answered it, have I? Huairan gently kissed the corner of Song Qingyuan's lips and spoke tenderly. When Ji Shiyu called for the first time, he had turned off his phone. But Song Qingyuan insisted he should not, even forbidding him to silence it, claiming she wanted to see how many times she could call. Huairan found her words amusing at first, but after Ji Shiyu called for the 3rd time, he gradually sensed something was awry. You've lost. You can't touch me anymore. Song Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. If Ji Shuyu intended to play the childhood sweethearts card, she would see if she granted her the opportunity. Darling, I never agreed to this wager, Huairan stubbornly denied. Not long ago, when Song Qingruan mentioned that Ji Shuyu had feelings for him, he dismissed it, leading to this bet. At that moment, he was preoccupied with more serious matters while simultaneously kissing Song Qingruan and murmuring in agreement. They hadn't seen each other in quite some time. How could he possibly let her slip away? Huairan, you're being unreasonable, Song Qingruan exclaimed in exasperation. Typically, Huairan was obedient to her every whim, but he steadfastly refused to yield on this matter. Nevertheless, she was quite pleased with his attitude. After feigning anger for a moment, she allowed him to proceed. However, just as he intended to embrace her and head to the living room after their second encounter, the doorbell rang. Suddenly, Song Qingruan regretted staying at the hotel. Not wanting to visit Huairan's villa in Haiqing, he had brought her here instead. She could easily guess who was at the door. Go fetch a bathrobe, she said, patting Huairan's arm. He planted a firm kiss on her cheek and replied, I'll handle this. You rest first, or you won't have the energy later. His words took on a rather playful tone. Song Qingruan playfully kicked Huairan's shoulder, urging, Hurry up. She had never encountered someone so shameless. Well, perhaps he was the second such person she had met, knowing full well the other party had a girlfriend. Yet still pursuing him left her curious about what kind of upbringing could produce such a person devoid of manners or morals. Taking the bathrobe Huairan handed her, she rose and walked towards the door. Opening it, she found Ji Shuyu momentarily taken aback. Is there something you need, Miss Ji? Song Qingruan asked with a cheerful smile. My hot water is having some issues. I was wondering if I could borrow a shower at Aran's place, Ji Shuyu replied. Song Qingruan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, offering a gentle smile but refusing coldly. I'm afraid that's not possible. Ji Shuyu took a deep breath and continued, Miss Song, please don't misunderstand my relationship with Aran. We are merely friends, not the childhood sweethearts you might envision. She emphasized the words childhood sweethearts. Song Qingruan's smile deepened at the corners of her lips. Miss Ji, Aran certainly does not regard you as the childhood sweetheart I might imagine, for he is far too fond of me. I possess that confidence. However, Song Qingruan drawled mockingly, it is evident, Miss Ji, that your intentions towards my boyfriend are less than pure. As for me, I cannot tolerate any grains of sand in my eyes. As long as I am with Su Huairan, you shall never have the opportunity to engage in ambiguous conduct under the guise of friendship. A sense of embarrassment washed over Ji Shuyu, as she had not anticipated that the seemingly cool and elegant Song Qingruan possessed such a sharp disposition. You misunderstand. I merely regard Aran as an elder brother. Ji Shuyu managed a strained smile. Song Qingruan nodded, since Miss Ji only views Aran as a brother, then do be a considerate younger sister. Your brother and sister-in-law are attending to serious matters, and there is no hot water to call the front desk. Your brother will assist me with my bath shortly, and the bathroom is not convenient for your use. Without heeding Ji Shuyu's displeased expression, Song Qingruan closed the door behind her. Upon turning around, she collided with Su Huairan's embrace. Irritated, Song Qingruan pinched the soft flesh at his waist, exclaiming, You're troublesome admirers. I am equally innocent, my dear, Su Huairan replied, lifting her effortlessly and returning to the living room, where he gently placed her upon the sofa. He had not seen Ji Shuyu for many years and was taken aback by her feelings towards him, due to her parents' business trip. Song Qingruan had been living with Su Huairan, indulging in a decadent and shameless lifestyle. While Su Huairan did not fully comprehend her aspiration to enter the entertainment industry, he chose to support her nonetheless. Each day, surrounded by the gentle care of her boyfriend, Song Qingruan occasionally contemplated whether to continue enticing Su Yao and keeping Shang Jingyu hanging. Should Su Huairan discover her intentions, she risked losing him entirely. Yet, she found it difficult to let go. If she refrained from pursuing her ambitions, she would be condemned to live with the suffocating feelings from 4 years ago, a sensation she despised. Goodbye. Before exiting the car, Song Qingruan leaned in and planted a fervent kiss upon Su Huairan's lips. Today marked the commencement of filming, signaling the end of her hedonistic lifestyle. As she stepped out of the vehicle, she spotted Shang Jingyu nearby, furrowing her brow in surprise. He had not informed her of his visit today. Shifting her gaze to Su Yuan, she realized that in her recent blissful state with Su Huairan, she had neglected to maintain her presence with Shang Jingyu. Indeed, she was one who spoke harshly yet had a tender heart, declaring her disdain for Su Yuan while ultimately bringing her to the set. Approaching, she stood beside Hien, who was surrounded by the assistant director and producer. Once they concluded their conversation, she interjected, Brother, What brings Shang Jingyu here? He invested in my film for his wife, he shrugged nonchalantly. Although he held a profound disdain for the couple, he saw no reason to forego financial gain. His words served as a reminder for his sister to disentangle herself from any complicated associations with Shang Jingyu, as he was not a man of substance. It seems their feelings are quite strong, Song Qingruan pondered thoughtfully. On her first day, she had only one scene to perform. Although Hien was fond of her, he preferred not to show favoritism in the workplace. Bored, Song Qingruan perused her script, aware of her extraordinary gift and exceptional memory. Every word from the script was etched into her mind, compelling her to rest her chin on her hand as she observed Su Yuan's performance alongside the male lead. The male lead was a talented actor, both in appearance and in craft, and their on-screen collaboration proceeded smoothly, with few instances of error. Song Qingruan was not surprised. She had witnessed Su Yuan's acting prowess, which was indeed commendable, though her character left much to be desired. Setting aside the script, Song Qingruan turned to her assistant, Yi Zhen, and said, "I shall visit the restroom." However, she did not head to the restroom. Instead, she made her way to the makeup room. As anticipated, Shang Jingyu was seated upon the sofa in the makeup room. A smile graced Song Qingruan's lips as she remarked, "On the very first day of shooting, Mr. Shang has come to inspect?" She refrained from inquiring about his reasons for investing or his presence alongside Su Yuan, choosing instead to playfully take a seat beside Shang Jingyu. Her tone and demeanor mirrored those of Song Qingruan from 4 years prior. Shang Jingyu grasped her hand, declaring, "I have been waiting for you." Chapter 16. Past grievances forgiven. In the dressing room, Su Yuan caught sight of Song Qingruan's lipstick smudged beyond the line of her lips in the mirror. Today, Song Qingruan's boyfriend had come to escort her, and Su Yuan had just witnessed the affectionate moment when Song Qingruan leaned in to kiss Su Huaran before exiting the car. The couple appeared to share a deep bond, and inexplicably, Su Yuan felt a sense of relief. As long as Song Qingruan held no affection for Shang Jingyu, that was enough. "Your lipstick." Su Yuan hesitated for a moment before pointing to the corner of Song Qingruan's mouth. Song Qingruan bent down, glanced at the mirror, and with a smile in her eyes, expressed her gratitude. "We haven't seen each other in a while. He tends to cling to me." Song Qingruan's gaze inadvertently swept across the closed door of the changing room, and she smiled faintly, her voice laced with a blend of helplessness and sweetness. A wave of envy surged within Su Yuan, an unrequited love that Song Qingruan seemed to possess effortlessly. "I was a bit impulsive during the incident at a Jing's birthday party when I splashed wine on you, but I truly was angry about what happened 4 years ago." As Song Qingruan suddenly broached this topic, a tinge of embarrassment washed over Su Yuan. In her youth, she had been reckless, spoiled by her family, and had dared to drug Shang Jingyu, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Reflecting on it now, she felt a sense of guilt towards Song Qingruan. Thus, when Song Qingruan had splashed wine on her, she had refrained from telling anyone at home. It was a debt she owed to Song Qingruan. However, "Since I have already splashed wine on you, let bygones be bygones," Song Qingruan said, blinking her eyes and raising a radiant smile. She extended her hand towards Su Yuan, suggesting, "I hope we can collaborate well in the future." Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such words from Song Qingruan. "Why?" she murmured. Song Qingruan pressed her lips together and replied lightly, "Because I am currently very happy. Moreover, my brother values this project greatly. I do not wish for personal matters to affect our work." The smile on her face was genuine. Su Yuan found no reason to doubt her intentions. She thought, if Song Qingruan could move on from Shang Jingyu and embark on a new romance, perhaps one day he would as well. They were already married, and she had ample time to wait for him. "I am sorry for what happened 4 years ago." Su Yuan's gentle voice was sincerely apologetic. For years prior, she would never have uttered such words to her rival. Yet, as time passed, the once arrogant and self-centered Su Yuan had been softened, gradually becoming timid, insecure, and cautious. "All is well now," Song Qingruan remarked with a charming smile, though a fleeting glimmer of coldness danced in her eyes. Love-struck minds are indeed easy to deceive. Who would forgive someone responsible for a miscarriage, who fled to a foreign land, leaving behind a home they could not return to? "I must return to filming," Su Yuan said, retrieving what she sought from her bag and bidding farewell to Song Qingruan with a wave. Song Qingruan smiled and nodded. Leaning against the edge of the vanity, her hands pressed on the surface, watching Su Yuan depart with a smile. Once the dressing room door closed, she turned her gaze toward the changing room door. "Your wife has left," she remarked, her tone laced with a subtle, sarcastic edge. Shang Jingyu opened the door and approached Song Qingruan, asking, "Are you angry? She's your wife. What right do I have to be upset?" Song Qingwan retorted with a huff, shaking off his hand and sulking into a chair. What if I grant you that right? Shang Jingyu replied gently, a faint smile dancing in his eyes. Song Qingwan pouted, turning her face away. Shang Jingyu had always cherished her jealousy and her playful tantrums. But she refrained from being too outrageous, as the Shang Jingyu of today was no longer the same as he was 4 years ago. After soothing her for a while, he decided to withdraw. She took his hand and said despondently, I am angry, and I am quite jealous. Why does she get to be your wife? Standing proudly by your side? You should belong to me. We are merely married. She has no right to stand beside me openly. Shang Jingyu gently ruffled her hair, thinking to himself, just wait a little longer. It will all be fine. Your current words sound like those of a scoundrel. Song Qingwan lightly smacked his hand and said in a soft voice, I don't care. I am angry, and you must make amends. Shang Jingyu responded with a noncommittal You must secure the Chengnan project for our family, she insisted. The bidding period for the Chengnan project had already passed. Although it was termed a bidding process, it was merely a formality. Ultimately, the project was awarded to the Su family. Shang Jingyu was momentarily taken aback, seeing his silence. Song Qingwan angrily swatted his hand away. I knew your affection for me is nothing but mere words. Your heart still leans towards Su Yuan and the Su family. If this project does not work, I shall give the Chudong project to my uncle. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't, Song Qingwan exclaimed, rising abruptly and striding out with determination. Shang Jingyu watched her retreating figure with a hint of helplessness, lamenting that she wouldn't even let him finish speaking. Song Qingwan's first scene was a heart-wrenching breakup in the pouring rain. The male lead had received an offer from a prestigious university abroad, but, concerned for his girlfriend's well-being back home, chose to forego his studies. To enable him to pursue his dreams, the girlfriend resolutely decided to end their relationship. Li Yunshin, you are merely a struggling pianist. What kind of good job can you secure after graduation? Can you support me? I will work hard to earn a good living, Sang Sang. You must believe in me, he pleaded, rain drenching his head. His expression was one of anguish, tinged with desperation. I could live a life of luxury right now. Why should I waste time waiting for someone whose future is uncertain? Song Song's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her demeanor remained icy. We promised to be together for a lifetime. Li Yunshin held her tightly in his embrace. As Sang Sang struggled, he leaned down and kissed her. The girl who had been resisting gradually lost her will to fight back, tears mingling with the rain as they cascaded down her cheeks. She wrapped her arms around Li Yunshin, having thought that displaying disdain for poverty would allow her to break free. Yet, having grown up together, Li Yunshin understood her far too well. He simply could not believe that she would end their relationship over money. In the midst of a torrential downpour, two lovers fervently embraced, as if to pledge their devotion until the end of time. Cut. Ian rubbed his brow, feeling a surge of discontent as he beheld this scene. His sister, in her debut performance, was engaged in such intimate exchanges with a male actor. Following the conclusion of this scene, the next would delve into further closeness within the confines of an indoor setting. The thought filled Ian with a tinge of regret for acquiescing to his sister's request. If their uncle, aunt, and parents were to discover this, he might well face dire consequences. However, he was taken aback by his sister's remarkable acting prowess. She possessed an innate talent that allowed her to immerse herself in her role so deeply during her very first shoot, an extraordinary gift indeed. As such natural ability is a rarity in the entertainment industry, where most rely on gradual improvement through diligent practice. Yet, it was hardly surprising that his sister excelled in whatever she undertook, including her acting. Meanwhile, Song Qingwan, having wrapped herself in a towel handed to her by her assistant Yushin, caught a glimpse of the male lead, Cheng Nua, whose gaze was fixed intently on Su Yuan, who was engrossed in her script. A subtle affection shimmered in his eyes. Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow. It appeared he had an affection for Su Yuan. Chapter 17 Deliberate Intent Miss Song. I seek your opinion regarding a female lead for a music video. Manager Fan gently pushed open the door to the resting area and approached Song Qingwan. Her tone was exceedingly courteous, as is customary for a top-tier manager, who is often treated with greater deference by the artists, particularly by newcomers like Song Qingwan. Yet, Song Qingwan was an exception. She had been personally assigned to Fan by the group's esteemed leader, and whispers among the company as higher-ups revealed that Song Qingwan held a special place in the boss's affections. It was evident even without prompting. After all, to be embroiled in rumors with the group's big boss, one must enjoy a certain level of privilege. Were it not for Shang Jingyu's tacit approval, no media outlet would dare publish anything concerning him. Song Qingwan inquired, "Whose is it?" "It's Su Yao's," He recently found himself embroiled in a scandal regarding an alleged sugar daddy relationship. Although public relations have managed to mitigate the fallout, it has undeniably tarnished his image. Song Xinguan raised an eyebrow. Let us take it. With Su Yao's immense popularity, she certainly wished to capitalize on the opportunity. Moreover, it had been a while since she last saw him. The day after leaving the Su residence, she attempted to visit Su Yao again. But the doorman had barred her entry. It was likely that Su's father had instructed him to do so, given that his disdain for her was unmistakable. Fanjia, you may simply call me by my name. I will rely on your assistance in the future. There is no need for such formality. Song Xinguan said with a radiant smile, her eyes curving delightfully, exuding warmth and approachability. Manager Fan was momentarily taken aback. Their encounters had been few, and unless necessary. She typically sent her assistant to communicate with Song Xinguan. Due to her commitment to guiding Song Xinguan, many of her other artists had been reassigned. The least successful among them were all second-tier talents, each nurtured through considerable effort. Thus, Fan harbored some resentment towards Song Xinguan, resulting in a less than wholehearted dedication to her. I only learned yesterday that I Jing had you take over my artists. I apologize. He can be rather unreasonable at times. Rest assured, I have instructed the legal team to amend the contract. Henceforth, I will ensure you receive an additional 10% of my performance fees. I guarantee you shall not be shortchanged. This revelation left Manager Fan feeling somewhat embarrassed. She was aware that Song Xinguan hailed from a wealthy family, and her experiences with affluent individuals had fostered a somewhat stereotypical view. Considering that most young masters and ladies she encountered in the entertainment industry were often capricious and difficult to engage. However, finding someone as gentle and considerate as Song Xinguan was indeed a rarity. For future roles and engagements, feel free to handle matters as you did before. There is no need to consult me specifically. I trust your judgment. Very well, Manager Fan replied, her smile now infused with sincerity. Song Xinguan's second scene took place within the confines of a cramped rental apartment. Feeling somewhat awkward, she was to perform intimate scenes in the presence of her older brother alongside another man. There's no need to be overly nervous, reassured Xingnua, a child star with a wealth of acting experience despite his tender age. Although they had only rehearsed one scene together the day prior, he had already discerned Song Xinguan's innate talent for acting. In this era, where the majority of actors exhibit lamentable acting skills, he naturally harbors a fondness for those who possess genuine talent. Soon, I shall rely on my seniors for guidance, mused Song Xinguan, feigning lightheartedness with a jest. It is indeed an honor, replied Xingnua with a subtle smile. In truth, Song Xinguan felt no anxiety, having performed before countless audiences over the past few years. If she lacked the fortitude to withstand such pressure, she would not have achieved her current success. However, a touch of vulnerability can evoke a protective instinct in men. Su Yuan, on the other hand, would not show any weakness. Do not touch her indiscriminately later, he warned Xingnua, his brow furrowed before the shoot. Xingnua's eyes widened in surprise. These two? Noticing Xingnua's misunderstanding, Song Xinguan quickly clarified, he is my cousin. Xingnua was even more astonished. He had never heard of their relationship throughout the script reading and was taken aback to discover they were cousins. I'm merely telling you. Please do not let this slip, Song Xinguan shrugged, playfully adding, I do not wish to be accused of nepotism, even though she indeed had benefited from it. Xingnua understood. However, considering Song Xinguan's acting prowess, he felt that even if she had received preferential treatment, it was justifiable. Moreover, she truly embodied the essence of the male lead's character by Yue Guang in the film. As the command action resonated, Xingnua swiftly immersed himself in the scene. When his lips met hers, Song Xinguan experienced a fleeting moment of discomfort but quickly embraced him. He gently laid her on the bed, his delicate kisses trailing from her cheek to her chin and then to her neck. Song Xinguan's neck was particularly sensitive, and upon feeling his kiss, she instinctively gasped and recoiled slightly. In a moment unnoticed by the camera, Xingnua's eyes widened in shock. Although he had filmed intimate scenes with actresses before, it was his first time eliciting such a reaction. His extensive experience in acting allowed him to maintain composure, yet he noticeably tempered the subsequent kisses, diminishing the fervor and passion of their collision. He had observed the couple on screen, his brow furrowing in concern. He could discern Xingnua's restraint, yet it fell short of his expectations. Torn between wanting to protect his sister and his inability to accept anything less than perfection on camera, he called out, "Cut." Approaching the bed, he frowned, "Xingnua, this is not your standard, is it?" His tone was far from courteous. Xingnua could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. who had just warned him to avoid indiscriminately touching Song Qingruan. Now he was being criticized for not delivering enough. It was evident that Hien was venting his frustrations on him. Perhaps my cooperation was lacking. Let us try again, Song Qingruan gently interjected. Hien was extremely displeased, wishing desperately that his uncle and aunt would come and take his sister away. One more time, or I will replace you. Hien glared at Cheng Nua, his demeanor menacing. At this moment, Cheng Nua was more certain than ever. Hien was indeed taking out his frustrations on him. My brother is merely overly anxious for me. Do not take his words to heart. Your acting is so superb that he would never want to replace you. Brothers can be like this, I understand. Cheng Nua, who has a younger sister, imagined the scene of his sister engaging in intimate scenes with other men, a thought he found difficult to accept. Once the cameras started rolling, Song Qingruan took the initiative to embrace Cheng Nua's waist, gently kissing the corner of his mouth. Although it was merely a delicate touch, the allure was undeniable. Cheng Nua pulled the blanket over them, succumbing to an uncontrollable urge as he fervently kissed Song Qingruan. She was clad only in a bath towel, while he remained bare-chested. Initially, Cheng Nua endeavored to maintain a distance, but by the conclusion, they were pressed closely together. The voice of Hien calling for a stop pierced through to Cheng Nua's ears, awakening him from his reverie as he released Song Qingruan. The person beneath him had tousled hair and flushed cheeks. Her lips, devoid of lipstick, appeared temptingly vibrant. Witnessing such a scene left Cheng Nua's throat parched and slightly irritated. This loss of control was unprecedented in his acting career. Apologies. Cheng Nua was not one to take advantage of actresses. On the contrary, he despised such behavior. Yet, he had inadvertently crossed a line with Song Qingruan. It was merely acting, after all. What was there to apologize for? Song Qingruan, understanding and perceptive, reassured him. If Cheng Nua had shown no reaction to her deliberate allure, she would have begun to doubt her own charm. Chapter 18. Her husband is my ex-boyfriend. As the evening descended with a light drizzle, Song Qingruan stood by the roadside, holding a transparent umbrella. Her gaze fixed upon the puddles at her feet. Out of the corner of her eye, a white van approached slowly, prompting her to lift her face, which bore an expression of concern. Inside the van, Cheng Nua's agent was advising him to maintain a low profile on set. You have already turned down another major film to accept this trending variety show, which has left your fans disgruntled. If rumors arise regarding your relationship with the co-actress, how do you intend to handle the fallout? She was both Cheng Nua's agent and his aunt. While she had a fondness for Su Yuan, she believed that Cheng Nua should refrain from pursuing romance during the peak of his career. Even if he were to date, it should be kept under wraps. Cheng Nua's eyes often lingered on Su Yuan while on set, making his feelings all too apparent to those who were observant. Aunt, I do not rely on my fans. Why must I hide my affection for someone? Cheng Nua expressed his confusion. He had been passionate about acting since childhood, pouring his heart into even the smallest of roles. His aspiration was to be an actor whose work spoke for itself, rather than a male star selling a boyfriend persona. Arno, we live in an era where popularity is paramount. If you lack visibility, who will cast you in their films? Director, he chose me for the lead role because of my popularity? Cheng Nua countered. His aunt was momentarily at a loss for words. Director, he was notoriously demanding and would not grant leniency to anyone lacking in talent. I understand you achieved fame at a young age and have an impressive portfolio. But advertisers are primarily concerned with the purchasing power of your fan base, she lamented. Then let us reduce the number of advertisements, he replied, deciding to remain silent. His gaze drifted out the window, where he caught sight of a familiar figure, conjuring memories of the scene he had performed with Song Qingruan earlier that day. Due to director He's pursuit of perfection, they had retaken the scene multiple times. In a fleeting moment, as he leaned towards Song Qingruan, he found himself contemplating that. Had it not been for the crew's presence, things could have escalated beyond control. Stop the car, he commanded. The driver, perplexed yet compliant, pulled over. What is the matter now? Cheng Su assumed that her previous remarks had upset him and instinctively grasped his hand as he reached for the door. It's the actress from the crew, Cheng Nua replied, tilting his chin slightly outward. Following his gaze, Cheng Su recognized Song Qingruan, who had recently been the center of a media frenzy regarding her connections to a wealthy benefactor. She has a patron. Do you expect her to rely on you? Cheng Su frowned. Although the rumors indicated that Song Qingruan hailed from a wealthy family, her extensive experience in the industry had revealed that many had crafted similar personas. This scandal appeared to be a deliberate attempt to elevate Song Qingruan's profile in the entertainment world. Aunt, she is not that kind of person, Cheng Nua insisted, exasperated. You have only met her a handful of times. How can you be so certain? Cheng Nuo intended to mention that Hien was Song Qingruan's cousin, and that with such a prominent director as a relative, she had no need to cling to others for support. However, remembering his promise to keep Song Qingruan's secret, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Aunt, Grandpa and Grandma have prepared a meal and are waiting for you to return. I have other commitments later, so you might as well take a taxi back. Sheng Su. All right, I shall leave now. To be cautious and avoid any scandal. Speaking with my nephew has left me feeling quite vexed. I have no desire to accompany him. As the door of the car opened, Song Qingruan had yet to see who was disembarking, but the person had already walked away. She met Cheng Nuo's gaze, her face a picture of astonishment. What a coincidence! Where are you headed? Allow me to escort you. Then I shall not be courteous. I have a friend in the hospital, and I am rather anxious. Song Qingruan folded her umbrella and entered the vehicle, a few raindrops cascading from her attire. Cheng Nuo offered her 2 tissues. Thank you. Song Qingruan smiled gracefully, accepting the tissues with poise. As she reached for the tissues, her pinky inadvertently brushed against Cheng Nuo's palm, causing him to freeze momentarily, maintaining his sideways posture as the car began to move. Today's performance took place in the outskirts, and the journey back to the city was fraught with difficulty. The vehicle traversed a puddle, and Cheng Nuo's body was unexpectedly propelled towards Song Qingruan. With her hands resting at her sides, he found himself pressing against her soft form. Cheng Nuo's pupils dilated. My apologies, it was unintentional. He attempted to straighten up, but as the car hit a speed bump, he was unable to rise, only drawing closer to Song Qingruan. For the first time in 26 years, Cheng Nuo experienced an indescribable sensation. I understand that it was not deliberate. There is no need for you to be so tense. Song Qingruan smiled reassuringly, acknowledging that she knew he was not that kind of person, attributing the situation to the road conditions. Cheng Nuo managed a slight smile. Until today, he had not been that sort of person, yet he found himself harboring improper thoughts about Song Qingruan. Now, with her belief in him, he dared not respond. Once the car stabilized, Cheng Nuo promptly adjusted his posture. His gaze drifted outside as his mind became tumultuous. He had someone he cherished. Yet he was developing feelings for a girl he had only met a few times, which felt rather sordid. You and Su Yuan have collaborated for the 3rd time, correct? Song Qingruan suddenly inquired. Cheng Nuo nodded. You must be quite familiar with each other then. Clearing his throat, Cheng Nuo affirmed, we were partners in her debut project. She possesses remarkable talent. As he spoke of Su Yuan, a smile gradually illuminated Cheng Nuo's eyes, and his tone softened, much to Song Qingruan's chagrin. What merit does someone like Su Yuan possess to earn another's genuine affection? I am also quite acquainted with her. We have known each other since childhood. I was quite surprised to discover her entry into the entertainment industry upon returning to the country. You have known each other since childhood? Cheng Nuo expressed surprise, then added. It seems you two do not interact much on set. Song Qingruan chuckled softly. Perhaps it is because her husband is my ex-boyfriend. They married shortly after we broke up, which has made our relationship somewhat awkward. However, we have been separated for 4 years now, and truthfully, I have long since moved on. Beneath Song Qingruan's bright smile lay a hint of melancholy. Cheng Nuo, though initially taken aback, swiftly unraveled the intricate relationships at play. It was highly plausible that Su Yuan had once played the role of a mistress in Song Qingruan's romantic entanglements. More astonishing than the revelation of Su Yuan's marriage was the unsettling possibility that she had indeed been an interloper. Having known Su Yuan for 4 years, he recognized her singular devotion to her craft. She shunned social engagements and would never stoop to ingratiate herself for the sake of resources. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, he quelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. This was merely Song Qingruan's perspective. He required tangible evidence before he could embrace such a claim. Chapter 19. Wait for me a week later. Cheng Nuo gazed at the folder handed to her by Chang Su, hesitating to open it. The fear of confronting what she did not wish to see gripped her. After all, evasion proved futile. Chang Su had commissioned an inquiry into this matter. Thus she was acutely aware of its contents. The initial news had been thoroughly suppressed, and it took her considerable effort to uncover the truth. To her astonishment, she discovered that Song Qingruan was indeed the first love of the merchant's heir and a victim who had been forcefully robbed of her boyfriend. During her recent visits to the film set, she observed Song Qingruan interacting with the crew, always wearing a gentle smile, embodying warmth and kindness. Upon learning the truth, her heart ached for Song Qingruan. The information she had unearthed also revealed Song Qingruan's miscarriage and her subsequent forced departure abroad. If it were her, she could never maintain such a benevolent demeanor towards Su Yuan. One could only surmise that Song Qingruan's disposition was excessively gentle and kind-hearted. Despite being mistreated, she still greeted others with a smile. As Song Qingruan emerged from the changing room, she met the gaze of Shang Jingyu. She adopted a frosty expression and remarked, "Looking for your wife? She is over at the teaching building filming." The project in Qingnan was merely a test for Shang Jingyu, a probe into who held greater significance in his heart, her or Su Yuan. The outcome was painfully clear. Shang Jingyu's affections had unknowingly tilted towards Su Yuan. Anger simmered within her. It was undeniably her child with Shang Jingyu, yet she was the only one who cherished that child, while Shang Jingyu, the father, had already moved on, seemingly oblivious to the child's existence. Yet, her anger was largely feigned. She could not allow Shang Jingyu to discern her shifting feelings towards Su Yuan too swiftly. "Stop being angry. I have already instructed my assistant to discuss the collaboration with your uncle regarding the project in Shandong," she retorted, her tone sharp. Ruan. "My balance will forever tilt in your favor," Shang Jingyu declared earnestly, tugging at the hem of her garment. "First, you ought to divorce," she huffed, feigning indulgence. "I have dinner with my boyfriend's parents tonight, and if you keep me waiting too long, I might just marry someone else." Shang Jingyu's throat tightened, his expression stiffening. The words he wished to voice remained unspoken. "Are you a fool, Shang Jingyu? You wouldn't even speak up if I were to marry someone else?" Song Qingruan playfully jabbed at his chest in frustration. The sensation tingled against his heart, prompting him to pull her into his embrace. "Do not marry him. Just wait for me." Song Qingruan returned his embrace, her gaze icy yet her tone gentle. "Of course, I will wait for you, for from the past until now, my heart has always belonged to you." Though Song Qingruan verbally assured Shang Jingyu that she would not meet Su Huairan's parents, she nevertheless found herself in Su Huairan's car after leaving the film set. Su Huairan had been accompanying her in Haiqing for quite some time. While his family persistently urged him to return to Jing City for work, she was perpetually busy, with little time to devote to Su Huairan. Yet, he never complained, consistently picking her up and dropping her off. Naturally, when Su Huairan's parents proposed a meeting, she could not decline. As they made their way to the restaurant, her eyelids fluttered nervously. "Do not be anxious. My parents liked you very much the last time they met," he reassured her, "with you by my side. I am not nervous at all." Song Qingruan alighted from the vehicle, having taken the hand of Su Huairan. Although this restaurant was established by the scoundrel Xie Qinghuai for Ruan Jiaoran, the quality of the cuisine and service was undeniably commendable, which is why she had recommended it to Su Huairan. As she linked arms with him and followed the hostess to the second floor, they encountered Shinjin and Shinjinji, along with Xie Qinghuai, pushing a baby stroller. It was indeed an exceedingly peculiar sight. "Sister Jean," Song Qingruan greeted with a beaming smile. "This is my boyfriend Su Huairan, whom you may have seen in my social circle." Su Huairan exchanged polite greetings with Shinjin. Song Qingruan sensed Shinjinji's occasional glances and thought to herself how petty she was. Why bring along a third wheel when dining with your husband? At these words, Shinjinji broke into a smile, while Xie Qinghuai's expression darkened. To call him a third wheel in his own restaurant? Shinjin chuckled, offering an explanation that Xie Qinghuai had stayed behind simply because he had been on a call. Their daughter was too restless, and only he could soothe her. Shinjinji feigned a trip to the restroom, secretly seeking him out, leaving their daughter with Xie Qinghuai. Shinjinji was flawless in all endeavors, except when it came to their daughter. Bending down, Song Qingruan peeked into the stroller and playfully engaged with Yin Yin, who responded with delightful giggles. If it weren't for the impending meeting with Su Huairan's parents, she would have shamelessly visited Shinjinji. "Yin Yin, say goodbye to your godmother." Song Qingruan gently shook Yin Yan's hand, reluctantly straightening up. Seeing her like this, Shinjin pursed her lips. Song Qingruan had a profound fondness for children. Ever since Yin Yin was born, she frequently had items sent over and often video called to see her. There were moments when she would gaze at Yin Yin, lost in thought, a trace of sadness flickering in her eyes. It was evident that she was reflecting on the child who never graced this world. Only when Song Qingruan stepped into the private room did Shinjin withdraw her gaze. "Do you think Shang Jingyu will divorce?" Shinjin inquired, looking at Shinjinji beside her. He shook his head, prompting Shinjin to shoot him a glare, while Xie Qinghuai interjected, "At least not at this moment." Shinjin cast him a fleeting glance. "Did I ask you? My dear, didn't you say you had to work late?" "Allow me to escort you," Shinjinji said, wrapping an arm around Shinjin as they headed outside, casually leaving their daughter with Xie Qinghuai. After all, Xie Qinghuai was unmarried and constantly preoccupied with his wife, so it was only fair to assign him some tasks. Inside the private room, Song Qingruan sat to the left of Su Huairan, her countenance far from pleasant. Upon entering, she not only spotted Su Huairan's parents but also Ji Shuyu. Furthermore, they had positioned Ji Shuyu to Su Huairan's right side, and she immediately grasped the intentions of the Su family. Song Qingruan acknowledged her own double standards. She could not tolerate even the slightest hint of disrespect from the male's family. Were it not for Su Huairan's firm grip on her hand beneath the table, she would have already taken her leave with her bag. Uncle, Aunt, would you like me to recommend something? I frequent this restaurant often. As she gazed into Su Huairan's pitiful eyes, Song Qingruan ultimately subdued her displeasure and spoke softly, "Let us make do with something to eat." Su's mother smiled, yet declined Song Qingruan's gesture of goodwill. Song Qingruan discerned the underlying message in her words. Making do implied their profound dissatisfaction with the establishment. It subtly suggested that the restaurant lacked the refinement befitting their status, while Song Qingruan's family could only be deemed average among the affluent in Jinghai. She had never endured humiliation, for Shang Jingyu had cherished her since childhood. No one dared to offend her. Even Shang Jingyu's mother, though not particularly impressed by her lineage, had never uttered a disparaging remark to her face. It seemed that Annie was quite discerning when it came to culinary choices. Song Qingruan gently extricated her hand from Su Huairan's grasp and met Su's mother's gaze directly, without the slightest hint of retreat. Chapter 20. Separation. The matter of parting is not to be taken lightly. It should at least be palatable. Mrs. Su remained ever cheerful. Mr. Su silently sipped his tea, his voice absent. At that moment, Ji Shuyu began conversing with Mrs. Su about a restaurant they often frequented in the capital. "Miss Song, you must try it next time you visit the capital." "That is quite enough, Ji Shuyu," Su Huairan interjected sternly. "Why are you so upset with Shuyu for no reason?" Mrs. Su remarked with a hint of exasperation. "She is not mistaken. Did you not also enjoy dining at that restaurant with her in the past?" "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Ji, but I do not foresee a trip to the capital in the near future. However, if you enjoy it, you may take Su Huairan there whenever you return," Song Qingruan replied, her tone calm and unhurried. Ji Shuyu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "What do you mean by that?" "It signifies a separation," Song Qingruan said, smoothing her dress as she rose gracefully. "I had intended to accompany you, uncle and aunt, for this meal and inform you that my parents do not permit me to marry far from home. After all, you have traveled such a distance, and I wish to fulfill my hostly duties. However, it seems you already have a satisfactory candidate for a daughter-in-law. Isn't that just splendid? I shall feel no guilt now. Please enjoy your meal, and I shall not intrude further." With that, Song Qingruan grasped her bag and made her way towards the exit. Su Huairan promptly followed her, casting a glare at his parents. "Are you satisfied now?" he retorted before hastening after Song Qingruan. Had he known his parents were intent on undermining him, he would have never allowed Song Qingruan to meet them. The private room fell into silence as the two departed. Mrs. Su had not anticipated that the seemingly innocent young woman possessed such a resolute temperament. Prior to their arrival, she had considered various strategies to tactfully dismiss Song Qingruan. After all, her son had feelings for her, and she did not wish to overstep, lest he resent her in the future. Their family was well known in the capital, and she was reluctant for her son to marry someone from afar. "Qingruan," Su Huairan exclaimed as he caught up with Song Qingruan, disregarding her anger as he embraced her. "I truly had no inkling my parents would behave this way. Apart from you, I have never considered marrying anyone else. Please do not be upset. I will speak with my parents." Song Qingruan halted, her expression earnest as she regarded Su Huairan. "It is futile. Qingruan, my parents will come around. Just give me a little time, okay?" Su Huairan pleaded softly. Song Qingruan shook her head. "I am not a mere commodity to be selected or dismissed. I am a person of thought and conviction, and I refuse to accept any criticism from your parents. They simply have a strong affection for Ji Shuyu and wish for our families to unite. It does not reflect poorly on you. Indeed, I am not at fault. We are simply incompatible." Song Qingruan pushed Su Huairan away gently, her demeanor resolute. "They are your parents, and that bond cannot be severed. Therefore, I will not force you to choose between us. Even if you select me, such a choice would plant a ticking time bomb within our relationship. When the day comes that your feelings for me have faded, you will begin to blame me for the choices you made." Su Huairan's words were abruptly interrupted. "Su Huairan, marriage encompasses more than mere love. Let us conclude our conversation here." Song Qingruan offered Su Huairan no further opportunity to speak, striding decisively toward the exit. Perhaps this was their optimal resolution. She had many endeavors ahead of her, and until they were accomplished, she would inevitably find herself entangled with various men. No man could endure his girlfriend's flirtation with others. She should have ended things with him upon her return to the country. Yet, she found it hard to let go. Crystal tears cascaded down her cheeks. The cool autumn night breeze brushing against her face, rendering her vision increasingly blurry. A sleek, black, extended Rolls-Royce halted before her. Her reddened eyes suddenly met a pair of dark, icy ones. Song Qingwan barely had time to compose herself and conceal her sorrow. "Why are you crying?" she was asked. Wiping away her tears, Song Qingwan forced a smile. "I just broke up with Su Huaran. I thought I would pretend to cry for a moment." Shang Jingyu's expression tightened. But he quickly invited Song Qingwan into the car, their essay dinner gathering. "Would you like to join?" Her stomach, in perfect timing, rumbled audibly, and the words of refusal that had been on her lips were swallowed back. Her mood was rather dismal, and she feared revealing her state in front of Shang Jingyu. "Is it all right if I go? Will it affect you?" she inquired with concern. "Not at all," Shang Jingyu replied. "Su Yuan will also be there." Song Qingwan immediately perked up, her smile brightening. "I just want to spend more time with you. I have no desire to see her. Once I finish filming, I will have ample time to be with you." Shang Jingyu's eyes sparkled with a smile. "I know." The sorrow from her breakup was significantly alleviated at the prospect of causing Su Yuan discomfort. Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow, pondering how to unsettle Su Yuan that evening. The car stopped at the restaurant, and after disembarking, she maintained a respectful distance from Shang Jingyu. Although she was not as renowned as the stars of the entertainment industry, she still possessed a modest level of fame, especially given her recent exposure. "Mr. Shang, Miss Song, I will escort you," a staff member announced. This restaurant was a frequent haunt for Song Qingwan and Shang Jingyu, and the staff recognized her well. Upon reaching the private room, the head waiter opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. As she stepped inside, she was momentarily taken aback by the smirk in Su Yao's eyes. "What brings you here?" Su Yao scoffed coldly. "Isn't it enough that you flaunt your affairs without hiding them from me and my sister?" Sitting beside him, Su Yuan's face was ashen, the makeup failing to mask her sudden despondency. This dinner was originally meant for her elder brother, who was abroad on business. He had initially declined, but upon learning that Shang Jingyu would be present, she had insisted on attending to gain some insights. She had felt anxious until Shang Jingyu arrived, as he had never before shared a meal with her. He had claimed he feared she would drug him. She was bracing herself for the moment when Shang Jingyu would see her and choose to leave. To my utter astonishment, Shang Jingyu brought Song Qingwan along. Chapter 21. Because of affection, Su Er Xiao, you have misunderstood my relationship with Mr. Shang. I have signed a contract with the entertainment company under the Shang Group, and Mr. Shang merely brought me here to broaden my horizons. Aside from Su Yao and Su Yuan, the other two individuals in the private room are familiar faces, her former admirers, who have since married after her departure abroad. Su Er Xiao is overly sensitive, Mr. Shang has long since ended his relationship with Wan Wan to pursue marriage with Miss Su. Ling Qingyu cast a meaningful glance at the pale-faced Su Yuan. Wan Wan has a boyfriend. What need is there for her to be a mistress? Chifu interjected with a smile. They all held disdain for the Su family, only maintaining ties due to mutual interests. Typically, they dealt with the eldest of the Su family, yet this time, Su Yuan unexpectedly appeared. They would not extend courtesy to Su Yuan simply for the sake of her family. Second brother. Su Yuan tugged at Su Yao's sleeve beneath the table, shaking her head to signal him to refrain from speaking. Su Yao, infuriated by his sister's appearance of helplessness, lamented that he should not have allowed her to marry Shang Jingyu. Ever since her marriage, his sister had gradually subdued her spirited nature, and each time he laid eyes on her, his heart ached. "I shall visit the restroom." Su Yao, unwilling to witness his sister's distress, yet not wanting to compel her, chose to leave. He could not fathom what his sister found appealing in Shang Jingyu. Su Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. Because of her, her brother had endured considerable hardship at the hands of Shang Jingyu, yet her love for him was profound. She could not relinquish him as decisively as Song Qingwan had done. "I need to take a call," Song Qingwan murmured to Shang Jingyu beside her. He remained silent. When Song Qingwan stood, she discovered her dress was being tugged. Fearing discovery, she quickly pulled it back and lowered her voice. "I will return shortly." With that, she offered an apologetic smile to the three at the table and turned to leave. Upon exiting the private room, she ended the call from Chioli, who had urged her to extricate herself from the situation, and made her way to the third floor. On the restaurant terrace, Siyu sat beneath the shade of a parasol, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, casting a fleeting glance at the approaching Song Qingwan. Is she done seducing Shang Jingyu, only to seek me out again? Under the soft yellow light, Wisps of white smoke curled around his face, obscuring the expression of his handsome features. Song Qingruan tilted her head and sat across from Su Yao, a smile gracing her lips. Smoking is detrimental to one's health. And what of it? Su Yao retorted coldly. I shall extinguish it for you, she replied brightly, seizing the cigarette from his fingers and snuffing it out in the ashtray. She gazed up at him, her voice infused with a gentle concern. Are you feeling unwell? Miss Song seems to have a wide range of responsibilities. Siyu remarked with a half-smile, sarcasm lacing his tone. Not only concerned for your married ex, but also for your ex's brother-in-law. I am merely an employee of the entertainment company under the Shang Group. Attending this dinner with Mr. Shang, Song Qingruan lowered her gaze. Mr. Shang, I lack the standing to negotiate with him. Does the Song family lack the means to support you? Must you pursue a career in the entertainment industry? Siyu chuckled softly. And what about you? What brings you into this realm? Song Qingruan rested her left hand on the table, her chin cradled in her palm, and inquired with curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yao replied, Of course, it's because I like you. The light cascaded down, illuminating her long, curled lashes and casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes. Her bright and beautiful eyes were as clear as crystal, sparkling like a trove of gems. Suddenly, Su Yao's heart skipped a beat, an unfamiliar emotion surging from the depths of his being. He averted his gaze, coughing discreetly into his hand to mask his fluster. Don't you enjoy playing the violin? Why pursue acting in the entertainment industry? Su Yao pressed his lips tightly together. Song Qingruan's eyes flickered with surprise, a glimmer of delight shining within. You know I love playing the violin? I never expected you to pay attention to me. At her words, Su Yao's expression turned even colder. Who said I was paying attention to you? You're so famous, and I'm not ignorant of the internet. Is that so? Song Qingruan blinked in confusion, feigning contemplation before earnestly replying. While I have a bit of a following, it's not nearly as significant as what you claim. Su Yao's jaw tightened. The music industry pales in comparison to the entertainment realm. Despite her achievements in music, her fame undeniably lags behind that of the entertainment world. He certainly wouldn't divulge that he had, without intent, searched for her information online. I recently broke up, considering how long we've known each other. Would you care to offer me some consolation? Su Yao's hand, resting on the armrest, stilled. His expression shifted abruptly. Is it because of Shang Jingyu? His voice bore a barely perceptible edge of menace. Song Qingruan feigned ignorance. This was not the first time Su Yao had resorted to intimidation. For years prior, she had experienced the full force of his coldness and arrogance. Choose between living or staying in the country. The memory surfaced of a young man clad in a jacket, legs crossed on the sofa, his handsome visage icy, his words dripping with authority. Behind him stood 4 imposing bodyguards. The girl in a white dress sat on the floor, biting her lip, desperately stifling tears. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, filled with humiliation. No, Song Qingruan replied, a faint sadness tinging her smile. Upon returning home, I encountered someone I cherished. I could no longer betray my feelings by being with someone else, so I chose to end it. As she spoke, her gaze faltered, quickly darting away when it met his. The hostility in Su Yao's eyes dissipated. Care for a drink? Meanwhile, in another booth, Ling Qingyu poured white liquor into Su Yuan's glass. Miss Su, as always, is devoted to General Shang, taking the time amidst her busy schedule to shield him from drinks. Su Yuan's cheeks flushed, her senses dulled by the alcohol. Her tolerance was low. Having already consumed 2 glasses, her head felt like it might explode, and her stomach churned uncomfortably. She lifted her gaze towards Shang Jingyu, who remained indifferent, leaning back in his chair, absorbed in his phone, not sparing her a glance. A pang of sorrow pierced Su Yuan's heart. She downed her drink in one gulp. The liquid burned as it slid down her throat, but the pain paled in comparison to the tumultuous ache of her heart. After consuming a 3rd glass brimming with liquor, Su Yuan collapsed onto the dining table. Chifu exchanged glances with Ling Qingyu and shrugged. President Shang, your wife is inebriated. Should we take her leave? Their purpose for coming today was to discuss business with Shang Jingyu, yet the sight of Su Yuan only brought them dismay, diminishing their desire for profit. Furthermore, Shang Jingyu harbored even greater disdain for Su Yuan. Otherwise, he would not have tacitly permitted them to ply her with drink. I shall have my assistant send the contract to you tomorrow, Shang Jingyu announced as he rose. His bowl and chopsticks had remained untouched since he sat down. Glancing at his wristwatch, he was acutely aware that he would not wait for Song Qingruan any longer, and his interest in remaining dissipated. Chi Fu and Ling Qingyu were somewhat surprised, but not excessively so. In Haicheng, who was unaware of Shang Jingyu's profound hatred for Su Yuan, the woman who had once drugged him. Chapter 22. Temptation. Tao Shuman gazed in astonishment at the individual Su Yao had brought along. They were colleagues from the same company, sharing a reasonably amicable relationship, often gathering in private with a few mutual friends. Earlier, Su Yao had mentioned in their group chat that he would not be attending, only to later inquire about their whereabouts. I have known Su Yao since childhood, as we are friends. Song Qingruan smiled warmly, taking up Tao Shuman's words. She recognized everyone present. They were all renowned actors, both male and female. Childhood sweethearts. Indeed, Tao Shuman nodded meaningfully. You must be Song Qingruan, exclaimed a girl seated on the far left, her excitement palpable. I watched your performance before. I never imagined you were friends with Ayao. She had always harbored a keen interest in string instruments. Her initial encounter with Song Qingruan had been 4 years prior, through a video of her playing on the streets abroad, captured by a student studying overseas. Even before the video gained popularity, she had stumbled upon it. Subsequently, while abroad for a variety show, she fortuitously attended one of Song Qingruan's performances, which deepened her admiration. Oh, Ayao is quite inconsiderate. Had I known you were friends, I would have definitely sought a backstage pass for a photo. Shun Sheiyue squeezed past Tao Shuman, settling beside Song Qingruan and eagerly requesting her contact information. I was quite busy with classes and performances while abroad, so we haven't been in touch much, Song Qingruan explained with a smile. Naturally adept at socializing, she quickly warmed to Su Yao's circle of friends, who had all met him upon his entry into the entertainment industry. Unaware of her ties to the Su family, they assumed a close relationship with Su Yu and treated her with great enthusiasm. She was not particularly fond of alcohol. As the third drink was presented to her, Su Yao instinctively interjected, leading to a brief silence as many pairs of eyes turned toward the two, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Su Yao closed his eyes, feeling he had spoken too freely. Nevertheless, I am delighted to meet everyone today. I can indulge a bit more, he said. Ayao, you needn't be overly protective. What harm is there in Wanwan sharing a drink with us? If it comes to it, you can drink in her stead, a friend jested. Siyu thought to himself that the term protective hardly applied to his relationship with Song Qingruan. Then I thank you, Ayao, Song Qingruan said with a radiant smile, placing her glass into Su Yao's hand, her warm, delicate fingers encircling his wrist. Did I say I would help you drink? Su Yao frowned, lowering his voice. His words were barely audible over the din of the bar. Only Song Qingruan could discern him. I become quite tipsy when I drink too much, she replied, gazing at him earnestly. Su Yao's friends interpreted this as playful childhood affection, and they cheered from the sidelines. Ultimately, the drink found its way into Su Yao's stomach. Song Qingruan's lips curled into a smile, and she soon proposed playing a game. She had partaken in drinking games over the years, but had never emerged victorious. Each time she lost, the drinks would be consumed by Su Yao. By the end of the evening, Su Yao was thoroughly intoxicated, and Song Qingruan helped him bid farewell to Shan Xiaoyue and the others. Where do you reside? Song Qingruan gently patted Su Yao's face, not holding back her strength. The latter opened his eyes in confusion, feeling a slight burn on his cheeks. Bishui Bay. Song Qingruan handed the keys to the designated driver, instructing him to take them to Bishui Bay. I appreciate your assistance. The driver, taken aback by her courtesy, replied, It's no trouble at all. We are merely doing our jobs. He helped Song Qingruan assist Su Yao into the vehicle. The driver found Su Yao somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. Thank you, Song Qingruan said, then settled into the car. Once inside, Su Yao's head drooped heavily against her shoulder. With a stern expression, she pushed him away, just as the driver caught sight of the scene in the rearview mirror. Did you two have a quarrel? Song Qingruan forced a smile. He always gets utterly drunk outside and expects me to pick him up in the middle of the night. The driver shook his head in disapproval. Your boyfriend is quite irresponsible. With such a beautiful and gentle girlfriend, how can he not return home? With a sigh of resignation, Song Qingruan replied, What can I do? I like him. No sooner had she spoken than Su Yao's body leaned against her again. She closed her eyes, ultimately deciding not to push him away. Upon arriving at Bishui Bay, she instructed the driver to help her get Su Yao to the door, giving him a tip before he departed. She grasped Su Yao's hand to unlock the fingerprint lock. With most of his weight resting on her, he resembled a lifeless statue. She managed to guide him to the living room, allowing him to collapse onto the sofa, and she sat beside him, panting heavily. He's so heavy. In the darkness, her phone rang from her bag. She retrieved it to find it was Shang Jingyu. Steeling herself, she answered, Ah Jing, I just returned home due to some matters. Have you finished your dinner? Do you need me to pick you up? No need. You should rest early, he replied. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the dark sky tore open, unleashing a torrential downpour. Outside a villa at Biscuit Bay, a black limousine was parked, where a man in the back seat gazed at the illuminated villa with a shadowy expression in his eyes. The driver, observing Song Jingyu's demeanor in the rearview mirror, cautiously remarked, "Young master, Miss Song is likely just seeing second young master Su home. She wouldn't he be fond of the Su family?" Song Jingyu remained silent, his gaze fixed in that direction. Time passed slowly. The lights on the second floor flickered on. His hand beside him gradually tightened. "Young master, should we return now?" The driver ventured. Although he harbored feelings for Song Qingwan, he recognized that the young master was already married and had no standing to interfere in her romantic choices. The rain intensified, pouring down with a fierce disregard for those affected. The driver felt a pang of concern. Song Qingwan leaned against the window, watching the rain cascade outside. Engulfed by a profound sense of loss, she gently pressed her hand against her chest. "Su Huaran, farewell." The moment she left the restaurant, she had blocked all means of contacting Su Huaran. He had called from an unfamiliar number, but she had ignored every attempt. She neither wished to answer nor dared to do so. Suddenly, a warm body pressed against her from behind. Song Qingwan was startled, her head turning to meet a pair of profound black eyes. As she began to utter a word, her voice was silenced. The man's breath, tinged with the scent of alcohol, enveloped her tightly. Just as she intended to push Su Yao away, she noticed the intoxication in his gaze had considerably diminished. Her hand, which had been suspended in the air, instead found its way to his waist. With a mix of anxiety and carefulness, she responded to him. Indeed, Su Yao was only partially sober, and his kiss upon Song Qingwan bore an element of testing. Should she retreat, it would signify that she was merely playing a part. Unexpectedly, she not only remained still but also adopted a bashful and timid demeanor, reminiscent of a girl experiencing the fluttering of first love, lacking in emotional experience. Chapter 23. Wearing his clothes, the torrential rain from last night continued unabated, leaving significant puddles on the road. Xia dried his hair and caught sight of a neat row of bite marks on his collarbone in the mirror. A pang of regret washed over him. Indeed, alcohol had clouded his judgment. Had it not been for Song Qingwan's bite, events could have spiraled out of control. Stepping out of his room, he noticed his phone ringing on the bedside table. He picked it up. "Brother, who did you bring home last night?" Su Nanxiao's serious tone echoed through the receiver. Su Yao's heart raced. If his brother discovered that he had brought Song Qingwan to his residence, he would undoubtedly suspect something untoward between them. No matter how innocent the truth, it would sound like a feeble defense in his brother's eyes. Moreover, that lingering kiss from the previous night indeed altered the dynamic between him and Song Qingwan. He was still pondering how to explain when Su Nanxiao continued. "You know how chaotic the entertainment industry can be. Don't bring home any troublesome women to upset mom and dad." At this, Su Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, how did his brother know that he had brought a woman home? "Just check online, you Amarin." Su Nanxiao warned before abruptly ending the call. As Su Yu contemplated his next move, his agent's call came through. "Young master, do exercise some discretion in your romantic escapades." Leaning on someone's shoulder right outside the door, without any precautions, the agent's frantic voice erupted as soon as he answered the phone. There was no need for further investigation. He had been photographed by paparazzi. Was it a civilian or an industry peer? If it's the latter, I'll have her agent dealt with. The agent continued. The viral post is rife with speculation about the identity of the woman involved, with many female celebrities already under suspicion. Of course, some recall the last time you were involved with a wealthy woman and suspect it's the same case. Others may not recognize Su Yao's identity, but his agent certainly did. "There's no way I could be kept by someone," Su Yao retorted. The last time he was pressed for details about his acquaintance, he had remained silent, but this time, the agent was determined to extract an answer. "Civilian." Su Yao ran a hand through his hair, growing increasingly impatient. "Young master, are you willing to risk it all for a civilian? Don't you remember the last incident where someone got dumped by their civilian girlfriend? Do I look like someone who would cheat?" Su Yao nearly laughed in frustration. The agent persisted. "You must recall the previous incident with a civilian girlfriend that ended badly. Just make sure not to take any photos together. Nor let her take any of you, lest you be caught in a compromising situation as well. Handle the public relations. I'm busy," Su Yao interrupted. Hanging up, he tossed his phone carelessly onto the bed and made his way outside. As he reached the staircase, a rich aroma of food wafted through the air. Due to work commitments, he had not engaged a housekeeper. Instead, the regular maid from the old residence came to clean. He had already formed a conclusion in his mind. Descending the spiral staircase, he paused on the last step. The heavy rain cast a gloomy shadow over the sky, while the kitchen was illuminated by warm yellow light. The soft glow fell upon a woman clad in a white shirt and apron, standing before the countertop. The woman's long, flowing hair was carelessly gathered at the back of her head. At that moment, Song Qingruan was gracefully turning with a dish in hand. Her exquisite face adorned with a joyful smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, and her steps light and buoyant. She appeared radiant and charming. He was losing his mind. How could he possibly associate the word charming with Song Qingruan? She must be pretending. It had to be an act. Su Yao slapped his own face, attempting to shake off the fog clouding his thoughts. Last night had been an illusion, and now it seemed to be yet another mirage. Awake now? Song Qingruan looked up and spotted Su Yao standing motionless at the foot of the stairs. Her voice rose at the end, betraying her uncontainable happiness. Dinner is ready. Su Yao's expression turned slightly awkward as he coughed into his fist. Why are you still at my house? The rain is too heavy. I can't go back. Song Qingruan said, her pale fingers nervously clutching the edge of her apron, fearing he might send her away. Following her gaze, Su Yao finally noticed that she was wearing his shirt. Who told you to wear my clothes? My clothes are wet, Song Qingruan replied, blinking innocently. The memory of the near-miss incident in the bathroom from the previous night flashed in Su Yao's mind, and his imposing demeanor immediately diminished. Under the shower, her dress had become soaked, clinging to her body, revealing her graceful curves. A large hand encircled her slender waist, pulling her close, and he kissed her, claiming her lips. Song Qingruan could only tilt her head back in response. Su was like a dog, claiming to dislike her yet being utterly honest in his desires, holding on to her unrelentingly. The moment her strap slipped down, she bit down on Su Yao's collarbone, not releasing him until she tasted the metallic hint of blood. Warm water streamed down her fair face as she lifted her small visage, nervously yet expectantly asking, Do you like me? Those 4 words struck Su Yao like a thunderclap, jolting him back to reality. Startled, he abruptly withdrew his hand from her waist. Get out. His expression was grim. Confusion flickered in Song Qingruan's striking black and white eyes. When Su Yao turned off the shower, her eyes began to redden, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. I'm sorry. Her face reflected both embarrassment and sorrow as she covered her face and dashed to the bathroom. What are you daydreaming about? A delicate, fair hand waved in front of Su Yao, and he instinctively caught it, only to jerk back upon realizing. His expression darkened further. Just as he was about to dismiss her, an untimely growl from his stomach interrupted him. Come eat. You hardly had anything last night and drank so much. Your stomach won't handle it, Song Qingruan said, her cool, elegant face filled with concern. Before Su Yao could respond, Song Qingruan gently pushed him toward the dining area. Her soft hand rested on his back, the warmth radiating through the fabric, igniting those intoxicating images in his mind once more. When he came to his senses, he found himself seated at the dining chair, with Song Qingruan bending down to serve him soup. A stray lock of hair fell across her forehead, making her look gentle and virtuous. The term gentle has long been synonymous with Song Qingruan. She greets everyone with a radiant smile and soft-spoken words. However, the label virtuous seems rather absurd. Song Qingruan placed a bowl of yam and pork rib soup before Su Yao, and as he momentarily lost his train of thought, a glimmer of mockery flickered in her eyes. Just a mere kiss, and he appeared so utterly disoriented. The men of the Su family are destined to fall under her spell. She observed the tablet beside Su Yao light up, the screen displaying the words Big Brother. A deeper smile danced in her eyes at the mention of Su Nanshao. She whispered those 3 syllables between her lips, a hint of teasing in her gaze. It had been quite some time since she had last seen him. Chapter 24. The fiancée, Song Qingruan lowered her gaze, gently prodding Su Yao's shoulder with her fingertip. As Su Yao returned to his senses, he maintained a serious expression while answering the video call. I just came back. After Su Nanshao finished speaking, he noticed the distinct bite marks along his younger brother's collarbone. He raised his eyes to glance at the person beside their mother, his brow furrowing as he picked up his phone and stepped away. You've grown increasingly audacious. I previously informed you that Yuanin would be returning to the country, yet you still dare to behave recklessly. Conceal those bite marks and return. Yuanin is back and currently conversing with mother, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Nanshao gazed out at the torrential rain and the overcast sky, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from the heavens. A woman's frightened voice emerged from the phone, and he found it oddly familiar. An enchanting face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. only for him to shake his head in dismissal. Quickly send her away, Su Nanxiao instructed sternly. At that moment, within the villa at Beihai Bay, a woman crouched on the floor, desperately clutching the man's waist, her face buried in his arm, trembling all over. Su Yao instinctively lifted his hand to pat her back. But as realization dawned on him, his entire body froze. Surely, he had been possessed. Brother, I never agreed to an engagement with Pei Yuanan. If you're in such a hurry, you may marry her yourself, Su Yao remarked with a light click of his tongue. He recalled how Pei Yuanan had chased after him with her pigtails flying, often shedding tears, and a shiver ran through him. Who would want to marry a crybaby? They had scarcely seen each other since growing up. Why was it suddenly necessary for him to wed her? She likes you. What does it have to do with me? Without a second thought, Su Nanxiao declined. Their parents were particularly fond of Pei Yuanan, and their mother was good friends with Pei's mother. Since Pei Yuanan had a liking for the younger brother, both families were in favor of the union. As for the younger brother's opinion, it was deemed inconsequential. Brother, I trust you. I wish you success in winning Pei Yuanan over. I hope that by our next meeting, I can call her sister-in-law. Su Yao gestured encouragement to Su Nanxiao before hanging up the video call. He was not a receptacle for unwanted proposals. If his elder brother did not want her, he certainly would not accept her. No way. Enough. No. Before Su Yao could finish his sentence, another thunderclap resounded, and the arms encircling his waist tightened. I'm a bit afraid of thunder, Song Qingwan murmured softly. Though her grip caused Su Yao discomfort, he inexplicably refrained from pushing her away. Unbeknownst to him, Song Qingwan's eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any fear. In the Su household, Su's mother observed the return of her eldest son and inquired, when will Yao return? Su Nanxiao's expression remained unchanged as he responded calmly. Yao is tied up with a shoot. He will return once it concludes. Su's mother appeared somewhat dissatisfied. How much can one earn in the entertainment industry? My younger son and daughter have been so busy since entering it that they are seldom seen. She gently patted Pei Yuanan's hand, speaking softly, once you are married, I will not allow him to continue in the entertainment business. I will have him enter the family business instead. Pei Yuanan nodded obediently, a blissful yet bashful smile gracing her lips. Su Nanxiao gazed at the unfolding scene before him, an involuntary frown creasing his brow as thoughts of his sister's current predicament flooded his mind. His younger brother was resolutely opposed to the impending marriage. Yet their parents persisted in their insistence. Pei Yuanan harbored a singular desire to wed his brother, and he could already envision the future tableau should the two unite in matrimony. However, if he could not sway his own sister, there was little he could do regarding another family's daughter. Please call Xiao Yuan back for dinner. It has been quite some time since I last saw her, sighed Mother Su. Earlier that morning, she had made 2 phone calls, both of which went unanswered. The last time her daughter returned home, she felt a pang of sympathy and wished for her to divorce, though her daughter had said nothing in response. It had been an eternity since she last visited. Su Nanxiao acknowledged her request with a slight murmur, yet when he dialed Su Yuan's number, it remained unanswered. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had just arrived home, drenched and seated despondently upon the sofa. The previous night she had indulged excessively in drink and awoke in the private room. Feigning ease when in truth she felt far from well. In a state of inebriation, she had lost all sense of self. And yet Shang Jingyu did not even consider her status as his wife when departing with her, leaving her to slumber alone in the room throughout the night. The 2 men who dined with her were both admirers of Song Qingwan, thus sharing a mutual disdain for her. What if it had been another man? He truly seemed unperturbed by her potential misfortune. A bitter smile graced Su Yuan's lips, even though Song Qingwan had stepped aside to afford them an opportunity. It bore no fruit. Indeed, after leaving the private room, Song Qingwan added Su Yuan as a contact and sent her a message of apology, clarifying that her company had merely requested her presence at a dinner, not revealing until Shang Jingyu's car arrived that she was accompanying him. Reading Song Qing's explanation stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Su Yuan. It was no wonder that Shang Jingyu remained fixated on Song Qingwan. Song Qingwan had spent an entire day making her presence known before returning home, fearing she might lose her composure if she lingered any longer. To her surprise, she was met with an inquisition. Her eldest brother and younger brother sat sternly on the sofa, their faces etched with seriousness as they regarded her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Mother, father, brother, and younger brother, you are all home today. Song Qingwan feigned ignorance of their solemn expressions. Resorting to her usual charm, Song Zhouyuan spoke in a sharp tone. Why did Shang Jingyu assign the project in the eastern part of the city to our family? Have you become involved with him again? Xie Yunji tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to soften his tone. Wan, Your father is merely concerned for you. Shang Jingyu is now married to that girl from the Su family. Our family cannot contend with the Su family, let alone the Shang family. Are you not in a relationship as well? Perhaps you could bring him home one day for us to meet. Xie Yunji's voice was gentle and soothing. It is merely a project. Perhaps he feels indebted to me and wishes to make amends. Father, accept it without overthinking. I have no significant ties to him. The smile on Song Qingwan's face remained unchanged, her voice calm and composed. She held little regard for the project, for she desired it to be awarded to the Su family instead. Wan, let the past remain in the past. It has been 4 years. You are capable of finding someone far superior to Shang Jingyu. Do not torment yourself over another's transgressions, Xie Yunji sighed softly. For years ago, events transpired that inflicted considerable harm upon her daughter. She desires for her daughter to lead a joyful life, wishing to shield her from becoming entangled in the complexities between Su Yuan and Shang Jingyu. Song Qingwan, employing her most endearing demeanor, spent a considerable time alleviating the concerns of her parents and elder brother. However, her younger brother's gaze remained tinged with skepticism. After all, it was she who had insisted on Su Yuan taking the lead role in his play. Thus, it was implausible that he remained oblivious to the underlying dynamics. Fearful of further interrogation, Song Qingwan ascended to her room after a brief while, closing the door behind her as she lay down in her bedroom. A call from an unfamiliar number interrupted her thoughts, and she stared blankly at her phone screen, fully aware that the caller was undoubtedly Su Huaran. His unwavering determination in all endeavors was well known to her. Chapter 25, The Impossibility of Loving Just One Person in the Opulent Living Room of the Presidential Suite. A man sat on the carpet, his back resting against the sofa, surrounded by several empty bottles of wine. The air was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol. The sound of high heels on the carpet broke the silence, prompting Su Huaran to turn his head. In the dim light, he discerned Song Qingwan's face. He pressed against the sofa to rise unsteadily and staggered over to embrace her tightly. Wan, please don't break up with me. Just give me a little more time. I promise I won't let you suffer, he murmured in a hoarse, deep voice, reverberating in her ears. She felt an irresistible pang of compassion and a dull ache in her chest. Yet, she understood that continuing with Su Huaran was impossible. The reason for her visit today was to definitively extinguish his lingering hopes. Even if your parents agree, we will still part ways, Song Qingwan stated calmly. Su Huaran refrained from responding, instead capturing her lips in a kiss, unwilling to hear any mention of separation from her. The intoxicating warmth of his breath mingled with the scent of alcohol enveloped her senses, and instinctively, she kissed him back, her response bringing him immense joy. He was convinced that she was merely upset due to the grievances she had endured. She would not abandon him. Wan, I miss you so much. Su Huaran held her tightly, a wave of bitterness swelling in his chest. Each day without her felt like an eternity. I've developed feelings for someone else. The unremarkable 5 words detonated like a landmine, rendering Su Huaran's mind blank, his kiss upon her chin abruptly ceasing. What? He stammered in disbelief. I've been with you for over 2 years, and I've grown weary. Now, I wish to pursue someone else. Your parents' attitude towards me is merely a catalyst, not the primary reason for my desire to part ways. Don't jest, Wan, Su Huaran implored, his voice tinged with desperation. If I've disappointed you, just tell me. I can change. Please, don't fall for someone else. We promise to marry upon our return. Song Qingwan felt a surge of emotion, her eyes welling up, but she fought the urge to cry, her voice turning colder. Can you accept your future wife being involved with other men? Haven't you seen the news? Did you miss the reports of me entering hotels with others? Did you overlook the rumors surrounding me? Su Huaran. I know you are wonderful, but we are incompatible. I cannot confine my affections to just one person, and I refuse to deceive you. Ending this is for the best, for both of us. She poured out her thoughts, realizing she could not engage in a serious relationship with just one person at this moment. Over the past few days, she had contemplated extensively. Even if Su Huaran's parents adored her and approved of their union, she was certain they would ultimately part ways. She cherished Su Huaran and wished to spare him pain, reluctant to pull him into her tumultuous world. Her affection for him was insufficient to overshadow her desire for vengeance. Ending their relationship was indeed the wisest course. Suddenly, on the performance stage of the school auditorium, a loud thud resonated as Song Qingwan, dressed in a white gown, fell to the ground. The violin she had been holding clattered to the floor, having slipped from her grasp. The woman standing before her held her hand suspended in the air, as if she had just pushed someone down and had yet to withdraw it. The students gradually entering the auditorium were taken aback, momentarily frozen in shock. But soon the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Su Yuan, who typically remained unassertive and solely focused on her performance, had indeed pushed Song Qingwan to the ground. Song Qingwan's knee struck the floor, skinning it and causing it to swell rapidly. It wasn't me. Su Yuan gazed at the stern-faced Shang Jingyu striding up the stage, her lips parting in a futile attempt to explain. Just moments ago, as Song Qingwan turned, she lost her balance. Su Yuan had intended to assist her but was a moment too late, resulting in Song Qingwan's fall, along with her instrument. Is it truly so difficult for you to tolerate her? Shang Jingyu's voice was as cold as ice, each word piercing Su Yuan's heart like daggers. I did not push her. Su Yuan bit her lip, reiterating her denial. She turned her gaze towards Song Qingwan, hoping for her support in clarifying the situation. But Song Qingwan immediately shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Shang Jingyu. Aging, it's not Su Yuan's fault. I lost my balance and accidentally fell while turning. Shang Jingyu's brow furrowed tightly as he swept Song Qingwan into his arms. You need not make excuses for her. I shall take you to see a doctor. He descended the stage with Song Qingwan, not sparing a glance at Su Yuan, leaving without a backward glance. My heavens. The injury to her knee is so severe. How forcefully did Su Yuan push her? Murmured the onlookers. Mr. Shang must be devastated. I used to quite like Su Yuan. But it turns out she is the kind of person who bullies her juniors just because she is a senior. With Song Qingwan's leg in such condition, she won't be able to film this afternoon, will she? They were all present for the movie as extras. There was a scene in the film where the female lead's performance in school reminded the male lead of his first love's past performances on stage. The delay in filming would cost a fortune. This film was backed by the Shang Group's entertainment company, and Mr. Shang would certainly be reluctant to let his cherished star miss out on filming. The murmurs surged like waves, washing over Su Yuan's ears, leaving her mind a blank. Buzzing with confusion. She had not pushed Song Qingwan. She merely intended to assist her, yet no one seemed willing to believe her. Let us head back to the backstage. Cheng Nua suggested, his gaze complex as he regarded Su Yuan. Since learning of her marriage and her past as an interloper in someone else's relationship, he had deliberately maintained his distance from her. Yet, having harbored feelings for her for a long time, witnessing her pale, helpless figure standing on stage stirred a sense of compassion within him. Thank you, Su Yuan murmured softly, returning to the backstage with Cheng Nua. Stop targeting her. A serious voice echoed in her ear. Su Yuan turned to Cheng Nua, incredulous. Do you think I'm the kind of person? Cheng Nua, who disliked putting others in awkward positions and refrained from judging others' feelings, found Su Yuan's current behavior distinctly unappealing. His demeanor towards her had grown somewhat colder. You know in your heart whether you are that kind of person. As tears gradually welled in Su Yuan's eyes, she resolutely bit her lip. Her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. I believed we were friends, yet it appears that in your heart, I am merely this kind of person. Having spoken, she swiftly departed. In the hospital, Song Qingwan lay upon her bed, while Shang Jingyu stood by the window, engaging in a phone call with his assistant. Yes. For next month's awards, let's elevate the second place to Best Actress. A gentle smile graced Song Qingwan's lips as the warm autumn sunlight enveloped her, creating a sense of leisure and contentment. Even the pain in her knee seemed to fade away. After concluding the call, Shang Jingyu returned to her bedside, the coolness in his gaze diminishing, replaced by concern. Does it hurt terribly? She had always harbored a fear of pain, and given the severity of her knee injury, she had remained silent today. It's not that painful. Please don't be angry with Su Yuan. I believe she did not intend for this to happen. You have given her award to someone else, and her endorsement must also be withdrawn. She will be saddened. Song Qingwan's small face knitted with worry. Ruan, do not inflict harm upon yourself. Shang Jingyu grasped Song Qingwan's hand, his tone serious and earnest. I will assist you in achieving whatever you desire. And what if I wish for her demise? Song Qingwan's cold visage bore no expression, her voice laced with deep-seated animosity. Chapter 26. More concerned than expected, Shang Jingyu tightened his grip on her hand, causing Song Qingwan to chuckle softly. How was my acting just now? My brother is so annoying. He says I'm too inexperienced and keeps making me practice, leaving me with hardly any time to chat with you. Song Qingwan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. You performed admirably. There's no need for worry, Shang Jingyu replied, a shadow crossing his eyes before he inquired about what Song Qingwan wished to eat. I crave the pork rib congee you make, Song Qingwan said, playfully tugging at his fingers and lowering her gaze. I envy Su Yuan. She gets to stay by your side every day. These 4 years abroad have been dreadful without you. Shang Jingyu responded, I hardly see her once a year. But she is your legally recognized wife, beautiful, from a prestigious family, and extraordinarily successful in her career. In comparison, I feel utterly unworthy of you. Song Qingwan's tone fell, and she quietly withdrew her hand, turning her head away. A pang of hurt struck Shang Jingyu's heart as he bent down to embrace her gently, rubbing her head affectionately. You are not inferior to her. You are incredibly intelligent, an exceptional musician, and you have already achieved excellence among your peers in your field. You are more remarkable than you realize. Do not belittle yourself. Whether sincere or not, Shang Jingyu disliked hearing such words from Song Qingwan. She ought to live brightly and brilliantly, not diminish herself for a woman who pales in comparison. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. His deep, sultry voice was gentle and tender, brimming with authenticity. Though Shang Jingyu appeared cold and distant, his affection was like a spark erupting beneath an iceberg, nearly overwhelming. What might sound like syrupy sweet talk from another man felt compelling when spoken by him, as if he were solemnly swearing an oath before a deity. There was no lacking reason for her past affection towards Shang Jingyu. Aside from his strict demeanor, he could be deemed the perfect boyfriend. Had it not been for her strict upbringing, she might have been utterly spoiled by him, becoming someone like Su Yuan. I'm hungry, Song Qingwan nudged Shang Jingyu, eager to send him off so she could prepare for the next male guest. All right, I shall return shortly, he replied, gently caressing her palm before releasing her and rising to leave. Upon reaching the hospital's exterior, the driver had already exited the vehicle and opened the door. Young master, is Miss Song all right? The driver inquired with concern. Song Qingwan had always possessed a gentle disposition, treating everyone with kindness. Each visit to the ancestral home, she would bring treats, unlike the other wealthy ladies, which made the staff quite fond of her. Conversely, after Su Yuan's marriage, the servants had shown her nothing but cold indifference. She needs some time to recuperate before returning to Jinyuan, the driver acknowledged. As the car departed, it brushed past a white minivan that had just parked in the spot where Shang Jingyu's vehicle had stopped moments before. Yao Gu, no more than half an hour. The assistant reiterated for the umpteenth time before Su Yao stepped out of the car. Originally, they were en route to record a variety show when Su Yao suddenly expressed the need to visit a hospital. His absence at the last awards ceremony had stirred quite a commotion online, compounded by his entanglement in a scandal involving a wealthy benefactor. His manager had repeatedly instructed him to keep a close watch over Su Yao, who was notoriously independent in his actions. How could he possibly keep an eye on him? He had said it 100 times. With a dismissive click of his tongue, Su Yao pulled his hat low over his head, donning a mask and then drawing the hood of his sweatshirt over his cap, revealing only his pair of eyes. He was eager to discern what further fabrications Song Qingwan might conjure. If the allegation that his sister had deliberately pushed Song Qingwan 4 years ago seemed plausible, the idea now appeared absurd. After marriage, his sister's demeanor had transformed dramatically, becoming gentle and non-confrontational. She would never instigate trouble with Song Qingwan, let alone bully her. Following the directions to the hospital room provided by Song Qingwan, he approached the door and glanced once more at the shocking photo she had sent him. To be in such a state, and still have the presence of mind to take a picture. Who was she trying to deceive? He pushed the door open and strode inside, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Song Qingwan's pallid face, glistening with cold sweat. She appeared to be in considerable distress. Did the hospital not provide you with any pain relief? Su Yao's lips pressed into a thin line, his voice chillingly cold. It's ineffective. The injury is too severe, she replied, a faint smile curving her lips, one that conveyed both weakness and joy. But seeing you has alleviated my pain significantly. As she spoke, she discreetly maneuvered her foundation cream beneath her pillow, nearly exposing herself as a result of Su Yao's untimely arrival. It seemed that he cared for her more than she had anticipated. Am I your painkiller? Su Yao scoffed, taking a seat beside her bed. Having long since dismissed the notion of unwrapping her bandages to verify the authenticity of her injuries. Because I like you, seeing you brings me joy, and joy diminishes pain. She countered. That's a fallacious argument, he replied. Song Qingwan's eyes sparkled as she placed her palm on the edge of the bed, subtly brushing against Su Yao's coat. Love, of course, could not alleviate pain, unless it were for Su Yuan. While abroad, she had received videos from domestic friends showcasing Su Yuan being humiliated by Shang Jingyu. Witnessing Su Yuan's transformation from the proud, radiant daughter of the Su family to a subdued, compliant figure, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. For someone who did not love her, she had become unrecognizable, yet remained unwilling to let go. You must not have ever truly loved someone to say that. Song Qingwan asserted, lifting her chin, her pale face radiating conviction. I am not love-struck. Siyu shot her a disbelieving glance. With a sister already causing their parents sleepless nights due to her infatuation, he felt exasperated. Su Yao, you are being quite biased, aren't you? How can you label me as love-struck? I am merely devoted to my love. I do not wish to have regrets in the future. Do you understand? You are not love-struck. You simply enjoy toying with my emotions, she huffed, turning her head away, her entire demeanor radiating annoyance. Su Yao couldn't help but chuckle at her indignation. When have I ever toyed with your feelings? Why did you kiss me that day? An attempt to undress me? Today, I mentioned my injury, and you promptly came to the hospital to see me. If you do not harbor feelings for me, then why offer me false hope? Is this not a manipulation of emotions? A sense of unease washed over Su Yao's face. His gaze became erratic. You claimed that Xiao Yuan pushed you. I merely came to verify. The hospital room fell into an extended silence lasting 3 minutes, during which the absence of Song Qingwan's voice became palpable. Only then did Su Yao shift his gaze towards her. As their eyes met, crystalline tears cascaded from her eyes, landing softly upon the pristine white sheets. One by one, they pooled into tiny, spreading stains upon the bedding. Chapter 27. Archenemy, go on. Just leave, Song Qingwan murmured, pulling the blanket over her head. Siyu thought to himself that women were truly troublesome, their tempers rather formidable. He tucked the blanket away from her face, revealing a tear-streaked visage, her delicate strands of hair clinging to her cheeks in disarray. Siyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized before that Song Qingwan was such a weeper. If you do not harbor feelings for me, do not offer me false hope. I am not utterly devoted to you, Song Qingwan stammered through her sobs. With each word, her tears flowed more freely, rendering her emotional response devoid of credibility. Didn't you once declare your affection to the point of forsaking your boyfriend? Now you claim I am not indispensable? Siyu clicked his tongue, a faint impatience crossing his brow. He extended a handkerchief toward her, but she refused it, only to weep even more vigorously until her cries became uncontrollable. Su Yao, maintaining a stern demeanor, thrust the handkerchief into her hand. Because you dislike me and find me bothersome, I shall not subject myself to this humiliation. Had I known it would be so embarrassing, I would have kept my distance and accepted my ex-boyfriend's proposal, marrying far away in the capital, never to see you again. Siyu detested seeing women cry. Yet witnessing Song Qingwan weep so sorrowfully, like a rain-soaked pear blossom, rendered his usual annoyance momentarily absent. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. I never said I disliked you. His sentiments were more complex. He simply did not care for her, and disinterest did not equate to disdain. Is that so? Song Qingwan paused her tears, only occasionally allowing a lingering sob to escape. Please do not dislike me. I assure you, there is nothing between Shang Jingyu and me. He forced me into a relationship, and now that he is married, with Su Yuan as your sister, I would never intrude upon their lives. Today, Su Yuan did not push me. I merely lied because I wished to see you. With her head bowed, she resembled a contrite child. Song Qingwan. Siyu ground his teeth in frustration. Instantly, her tears flowed anew, prompting him to shut his eyes and clench his jaw. Was she made of water? To cry so easily? Shang Jingyu misunderstands that Su Yuan pushed me. I fear he may act against her. You must check on Su Yuan, she said. Her eyes reddened with concern. Siyu was taken aback by her words. Could it be that he truly harbored misconceptions about her? If what she claimed was true, that she had been compelled by the power of the Shang family to remain with Shang Jingyu, then perhaps her sister had indirectly aided her escape from his grasp. Indeed, she had no justification to resent her sister. Moreover, she cared for him. That is unlikely. Su Yao's eyes darkened with cold resolve. Even if Shang Jingyu were to fully control the Shang family, he would still need to consider the Su family. Not to mention that he had not yet completely taken over the Shang business. Both he and his elder brother were acutely aware that the greater the power Shang Jingyu wielded, the worse it would be for his sister. Thus, despite the numerous collaborations between the two families over the years, his brother had not been entirely complacent, having even made it clear to Shang Jingyu's father. They hoped this marriage would endure peacefully, for it was one his sister did not wish to relinquish. Indeed, Su Yuan is fortunate to have two elder brothers in Su Dege and Yu, so there is no need for concern, Song Qingwan remarked lightly. A fleeting glimmer of envy crossed her eyes, which was promptly caught by Su Yao. As an only child, Song Qingwan had a cousin and a male cousin who treated her well, yet they were not her flesh and blood. Moreover, in Su Yao's eyes, the Song family and the Yi family barely met the threshold to associate with his own family. What could they possibly do to assist Song Qingwan? If they had any capability, she would not have obediently gone abroad in the first place. I have an itinerary, So I must take my leave, he stated. Will you come to see me again? Song Qingruan gazed at Suyu with anticipation. Not likely, Suyu replied curtly, with a downcast nod. Song Qingruan watched him depart. The moment the door closed behind him, she discarded her handkerchief and pulled out several tissues to dry her hands. As Su Yao exited the ward, the image of her despondent face lingered in his mind. He was oblivious to the approaching figure until he collided heavily with their shoulder. Irritation flickered across Su Yao's brow as he lifted his gaze to confront the individual before him. Despite Cheng Nua's efforts to conceal himself, Su Yao recognized him instantly. The two were famously at odds within the entertainment industry. Cheng Nua raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Come to visit your wealthy sister? Su Yu replied with a forced smile, not as much as you, visiting your benefactor. Whenever they encountered each other, a clash was inevitable. Yet, in the bustling environment of the hospital, where both had considerable public recognition, they were wise enough not to escalate their feud in the corridors. Exchanging only a few barbed remarks before parting ways. I truly feel guilty that you have so many scenes yet still come to see me. Song Qingruan said with a bright smile. Cheng Nua sat beside her bed, peeling an orange for her. Ever since she inadvertently revealed that Su Yuan was married, Cheng Nua had viewed her with a newfound sympathy, aware that he must have investigated the truth from years past. Although the matter had been suppressed by the Su family and no news circulated online, she was certain Cheng Nua could uncover it. My scenes concluded early today, so I thought I'd stop by. Cheng Nua replied with a grin, conveniently omitting the fact that his residence was in the opposite direction from the hospital. Song Qingruan, with her kind-hearted nature, did not wish to burden her with any psychological weight. Just passing by, she said with a smile, her beautiful eyes glimmering with playful mischief and a hint of allure, although her visage bore an air of coolness. The occasional hint of charm she exhibited was not only harmonious but also captivating. Suddenly, Cheng Nua felt a wave of thirst wash over him. He handed her the peeled orange, and as her cool fingertips brushed against his palm, it sent an electric jolt through him. Cheng Nua froze, too startled to move. Are you unwell? Your face seems a bit flushed, Song Qingruan inquired, puzzled. As she reached to check his forehead, Cheng Nua instinctively raised his hand to block her. But he was a moment too late. Her soft, cool hand rested upon his forehead, and rather than alleviating his warmth, it ignited a feverish heat that spread throughout his body. I rushed here and felt a bit warm, he stammered, his bravado faltering. Her playful demeanor made Cheng Nua find her endearing, and he chose not to call out his facade. Instead, he nodded knowingly. The weather is quite warm today, Cheng Nua admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. He never anticipated that, at his core, he would prove to be a cad. Although Su Yuan was married and had once played the role of the other woman, emotions cannot simply be retracted at will. He found himself simultaneously infatuated with Su Yuan while harboring indulgent fantasies about Song Qingruan. This sordid and unethical behavior had never crossed his mind as something that could transpire within him until Song Qingruan's arrival. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock at the door shattered the intimate atmosphere within the hospital room. Both individuals turned their gazes towards the entrance. Song Qingruan tightened her grip beneath the covers, wondering how it was possible for Shang Jingyu to return so swiftly. Chapter 28. The accuser. First, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing a face unfamiliar to Miss Song. Miss Song, I am the assistant to Mr. Shang. He has sent this pork rib congee for you. He has an urgent matter to attend to and will visit you later. Song Qingruan inwardly acknowledged the assistant's presence with a nonchalant "oh." It seemed rather perfunctory. Thank you for making this trip just for me. I will enjoy it. But I can manage my own meals, so there is no need for Mr. Shang to go to such lengths next time. Her tone was gentle. Her demeanor bright and cheerful in her blue and white striped hospital gown, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, gentle yet radiant. Chujin silently admired her charm. No wonder Mr. Shang was so infatuated. In the living room of the old Shang family residence in the south of the city, Su Yuan sat obediently beside Zhang Huichun. Mr. Shang's mother, attentively listening and responding to her words, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In stark contrast, on the single sofa to their right sat a casually dressed middle-aged man. Despite being over 50, he maintained an impressive physique and a handsome visage, appearing no older than 30. Beside him stood a man in a tailored suit, holding a tablet, seemingly of similar age. Compared to the former's rugged charm, this man exuded a more delicate allure, yet without any hint of femininity. Where is he? I have been waiting for over half an hour, Shang Rongqing impatiently remarked, directing his ire towards his wife. I have been abroad for just a brief time, and the household has descended into chaos. Jiang Huichun cast a fleeting glance at her husband, ignoring his complaints and continuing her conversation with Su Yuan. Frustrated, Shang Rouqing shifted his focus to Su Yuan. You are utterly unambitious. After 4 years of marriage, you still cannot keep his heart. You haven't even born a child. What a misfortune to have you as a daughter-in-law. Is it not you who has brought this misfortune upon us? Jiang Huichun retorted, her expression stern as she cast a cold glance at her seated husband and his secretary. You married off your son and then hurried abroad, claiming to expand new markets, while the branch office teeters on the brink of bankruptcy. What authority do you wield here? Her words were laced with sharp criticism. Shang Rouqing's face darkened with anger. Is this the upbringing you offer from the Jiang family? Jiang Huichun pressed her lips together. Perhaps you should first elevate your own moral standards before lecturing me on upbringing. The tension between the two escalated, thickening the atmosphere with palpable hostility. Just then, Shang Jingyu entered the room. What is the matter? Shang Jingyu halted 2 meters from the sofa, casting a casual glance at the man behind Shang Rouqing, a smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. Shang Rouqing was already seething, and his son's demeanor only stoked the flames of his fury. What are you doing domestically? Who allowed you to entangle yourself with the Song family again? It's in the news every few days, tarnishing the Shang family's reputation. Shang Jingyu let out a derisive snort, mocking. Some individuals seem eager to bask in the limelight. Is that so? The man behind Shang Rouqing tightened his grip on the tablet. Shang Jingyu, mind your tone, Shang Rouqing snapped. And what of it? You, the one who deceived to wed, are now attempting to dictate my private life alongside someone who ascended through dubious means? Upon hearing the term marriage fraud, Shang Rouqing's expression darkened like ink. My union with your mother was a commercial arrangement, mutually beneficial, devoid of the sordid implications you suggest. So what? Is my marriage to her a matter of mutual affection? Shang Jingyu spoke without casting a glance at Su Yuan, his words rendering her countenance pale. Jiang Huichao furrowed her brow. Jing, how have I raised you? One must be loyal to their partner. What are you doing now? Mocking your wife because of an ex-girlfriend you parted ways with 4 years ago? Shang Jingyu's icy gaze gradually shifted to the woman he once held in the highest regard, his mother, who had been his sole companion in the Shang family. There was no trace of reliance in his eyes, only a faint disdain. So you drugged me and sent me to her bed? Jiang Huichao was momentarily speechless. Jing, it has been 4 years. Do you intend to carry this grievance for a lifetime? Song Qingruan is simply not suitable for my son. She is your mother, and everything she has done is for your own good. Today, she merely wishes to remind you not to meddle in her affairs nor disturb the Song family, lest unforeseen consequences await you. Shang Jingyu finally turned his gaze towards Su Yuan. You bullied someone on set and then came to complain. Su Yuan, you are as repugnant as ever. I did not, Su Yuan protested, her face ashen as she shook her head. She wanted to explain that the incident in the school auditorium was filmed and had gone viral, trending at the top. It was discovered by her mother-in-law herself. However, Shang Jingyu did not afford her the opportunity to elucidate, turning away in departure. Her heart felt as though it were shattering into pieces. Jiang Huichao, witnessing this, softly consoled her, urging Su Yuan not to take Shang Jingyu's demeanor to heart. He treats everyone this way. Mother will assist you, do not worry. Jiang Huichao's gaze fell upon Su Yuan's abdomen, her expression growing somber. Had that child not been forcibly taken by her son to the hospital for termination, they would now be 3 years old. Having a child would have been a bond to tether the parents' hearts. In the hospital room, only a dim bedside lamp illuminated the space, casting a soft glow over the woman on the bed, her eyes gently closed in slumber. The rhythm of her breathing filled the room. Shang Jingyu tiptoed to the window and sat down, his cold hand slipping beneath the blanket to grasp Song Qingwan's warm, delicate hand. The bitterness in his heart gradually dissipated. He leaned down, gazing at her serene face, a tender smile gracing his lips. Song Qingruan lay peacefully on the pillow. But she stirred. She had indeed just fallen asleep, as her family and friends had visited her one after another until the ward had quieted just an hour ago. Exhaustion had swiftly claimed her. However, when Shang Jingyu's icy hand clasped hers, she was jolted awake. She truly wanted to scold him for being unwell. Such cold hands. Song Qingruan feigned confusion, half opening her eyes to withdraw her hand. Cold, she murmured, her voice tinged with grievance. A smile flickered at the corners of Shang Jingyu's eyes. He tucked the blanket around her more snugly, saying, sleep now. If you doze off, you won't feel cold. Hold me close. If you embrace me, I shall no longer feel the chill. In her memories, a little girl lifted her face with utmost seriousness, extending her arms toward the small boy beside her, whose lips had turned a shade of purple from the cold. Despite her own shivering teeth, she asked, are you coming to sleep with me, Jing? It is far too cold today. Song Qingwan lay on her side, her cheek resting in her palm, blinking invitingly at Shang Jingyu. Of course, she had no genuine desire to share a bed with him, yet a flicker of anxiety stirred within her. She gazed intently at him, her eyes shimmering with an allure that was simply irresistible. Shang Jingyu hesitated, his hand momentarily pausing beneath the covers. He yearned to sleep beside her, to hold her close, yet feared that drawing too near might lead to an uncontrollable longing. Chapter 29. The wicked have their own netizens. Why is your body so stiff? Are you not accustomed to sleeping with me? Ultimately, Shang Jingyu could no longer resist temptation and succumbed to the bed. Song Qingwan embraced him, nestled in his arms, their proximity palpable. Shang Jingyu remained tense, not daring to move an inch. Amused, Song Qingwan thought it amusing how men enjoyed putting on airs. She seized the moment and planted a kiss on his cheek, teasingly asking, "Does Su Yuan hug you like this too?" Her tone dripped with envy. Shang Jingyu's heart softened, and he held her tighter, asserting, "No, only you can hold me like this." Song Qingwan let out a playful hum, her tone spoiled as she declared, "You are not to let her hug you, nor can you live with her, and absolutely not share a bed with her, because you are mine, and I will be jealous." With a playful bite on the left side of Shang Jingyu's neck, she did not restrain her strength, and the metallic taste of blood soon filled her mouth. Shang Jingyu winced slightly, but did not push her away. Instead, he embraced her even more tightly, as if wishing to meld her into himself. "Yes, I am yours," he murmured, planting a gentle kiss atop her head. Releasing her bite, Song Qingwan rolled her eyes, silently reflecting on his professed affection while questioning his reluctance to divorce. Her methods against Su Yuan were hardly consequential: 2 awards, a few advertisements, at most causing Su Yuan a few days of distress. Moreover, Su Yuan was not in dire need of the advertising revenue. Leisurely reclining on the hospital bed, Song Qingwan savored an orange while listening to the gossip brought by Chioli. Now Su Yuan is being harshly criticized. She truly deserves it for stealing someone else's boyfriend and actively provoking trouble. Were it not for the influence of the Su family, I would have exposed the revolting deeds she committed back then. A smirk graced her lips as she mused. The wicked have their own netizens to grind them down. In front of her friend, she did not disguise her disdain for Su Yuan. After all, it was she who had instructed Chiu Li to disseminate the video, the resulting buzz having cost a significant sum to amplify rapidly. Lacking the clout of the Su or Shang families, she had to resort to unconventional means to deal with Su Yuan. How can a murderer enjoy a successful career and a flawless reputation? I shall gradually strip away Su Yuan's facade. Yet, the price you pay is rather steep. You won't be bettered in for long, will you? Chiu Li expressed her concern. Initially, she had opposed Song Qingwan's self-sacrificial method of revenge against Su Yuan. However, with Song Qingwan's decision made unilaterally, she found herself with no choice but to assist her. After all, they were friends. "Injuries are trivial," Song Qingwan said, popping the last segment of the orange into her mouth, her smile deepening. "Please find out what kind of medication Su Yuan administered to Shang Jingyu 4 years ago, and help me procure some." Chiu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who are you interested in? I can play matchmaker. You needn't resort to medication." She felt that Song Qingwan was underestimating herself, as 90% of the men in Haicheng would find it impossible to refuse her. Who would dare let you use drugs on them? Song Qingwan chuckled. "Oh, Li. Just wish me well." Chiu Li pouted. "I thought you were filming in the same production as Su Yuan and had caught her bad habits." "Fine. I'll inquire about it when I return." After spending a week in the hospital, Song Qingwan was finally discharged. Although the wound on her knee appeared alarming, it was, in fact, not severe. To her surprise, upon leaving the hospital, she received an unexpected gift. During the development of the land in the southern part of the city, an ancient tomb had been uncovered, leading to a complete halt in construction, which meant that all the initial investments from the Su family had been lost. Gazing at the overcast sky, her spirits lifted unexpectedly. She even smiled. He had placed a hand firmly on his sister's head, inquiring seriously, "Have you rekindled your relationship with Shang Jingyu?" On the day of her injury, he had been preoccupied until the early hours of the morning before he could visit her at the hospital, only to find her in a compromising embrace with a man in her hospital bed. Angered, he had the immediate urge to confront Shang Jingyu. How could he dare approach his sister after getting married? Yet, out of respect for his sister, he refrained from expressing his fury at that moment and opted to confront Shang Jingyu the following day. Shang Jingyu, stubborn as ever, assured him that he would handle the situation, which only incensed he and further, resulting in a barrage of curses before he was escorted out by security. Wan. Even if Shang Jingyu treated you well in the past, he is now married. You haven't seen him in 4 years. Your lingering feelings stem from losing him. But what if he were to regain his affection? He would undoubtedly entertain other intentions, he sighed, his tone serious. Brother, I know my limits, you need not worry. She replied, but her words only deepened Heian's frown as he remained unconvinced. Our parents have called us for dinner. Hurry inside, Song Qingyuan said, turning to enter the house. She sat at the dining table beside Xie Yunji, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed a spread of her favorite dishes. Thank you, Mama, she exclaimed, knowing her mother had prepared this feast to celebrate her discharge. Ruan, if you're feeling wronged, you need not continue acting. Let's return to the company. Acting is a relentless pursuit, and it can be exhausting, Xie Yunji expressed with concern. That daughter of the Su family has always been unreasonable. She has such a gentle disposition, and after this injury, I would have considered stepping in to withdraw her if it weren't for respecting her wishes, she lamented. Mama. With brother here, I won't feel wronged, Song Qingyuan reassured her. Song Yin furrowed his brow. Then how did you get hurt this time? Heian is hardly capable of protecting you. Heian had just entered the dining room when he overheard this remark. Why was Song Yin constantly undermining him in front of his sister? You think you can protect her? You only showed up once while Ruan was hospitalized. Heian retorted, irritation evident in his voice. I've been busy gathering evidence for court. Do you think I have the luxury of idleness like you? Song Yin encountered with a click of his tongue. Well, I must say, I find that rather unappealing. Your work is merely work, while mine is not. Song Yin's law firm primarily provides legal aid, dealing with social cases, making him more prominent than many celebrities in the entertainment industry. Although Heian admired Song Yin's dedication, he could not stand his demeanor. Their interactions at the dining table were always fraught with tension, a dynamic familiar to the Song family of three. Finally home, Song Qingyuan enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep. Having had Shang Jingyu by her side at the hospital during the past few nights, though the bed was wider than a single, it was apparent that sharing it with Shang Jingyu felt cramped. She had not slept well these past few days. After a full night's rest, Yuzhen came to fetch her. Today, she had no scenes to shoot but was to participate in the filming of Su Yao's music video. Since Su Yao's visit on the first day of her hospitalization, he had not made an appearance. On the way to the filming location, she sent a message to Su Yao, yet he remained unresponsive. Song Qingyuan let out a soft scoff, curious to see how she would confront him upon their next meeting. The initial filming location was the rooftop of the school, where the song depicted a narrative of mutual healing and simultaneous harm between two individuals. From school uniforms to wedding dresses, from love to disdain, and from happiness to oppression. The first scene captured the female protagonist catching the accomplished male lead frolicking in the pool with a beautiful secretary. In a fit of rage, she expelled the secretary and delivered a sharp slap to the male lead. He detested her shrill cries, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, culminating in a passionate climax. Bound by mutual interests, they found themselves in a cycle of torment. Song Qingyuan donned a fuchsia shirt paired with a white fitted skirt. Her fair complexion, slightly weary and worn due to makeup, reflected the toll of her recent experiences. Chapter 30. Poolside play at the edge of the pool. Xiao stood bare-chested, tilting his head back as the makeup artist touched up his face. The actress portraying the female secretary was a newcomer, and Song Qingyuan recognized her because Shang Huan was affiliated with the entertainment company under the Shang Group. She had encountered her once before. When Suyu glanced in her direction, Song Qingyuan discreetly waved at him, albeit with a subtle movement. Suyu furrowed his brow and averted his gaze, his previous irritation from the actress's repeated mistakes inexplicably dissipating. How strange. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Su Yao still noticed the unusual attire of Song Qingyuan today. Her wardrobe typically consisted of light hues, exuding a celestial, graceful aura, but this vibrant rose red was a first for him. Particularly striking was the fitted skirt that reached her calves, revealing her exquisitely fair legs. The slender ankle, delicately wrapped by the straps of her high heels, showcased toenails glistening with a pink sheen under the sunlight. The scene of a rainy night, entwined in a warm embrace in the bathroom, resurfaced in Su Yao's mind. Upon realizing his thoughts, his expression darkened. It was Song Qingyuan who harbored feelings for him, not the other way around. Su, teacher, I will certainly perform well later. Shang Huan spoke timidly, noticing Su Yao's displeased countenance. She assumed her frequent mistakes had upset him. Knowing her debut project featured Su Yao's music video excited her for a long time. He was one of the few male stars flourishing in both the music and film industries. Every song he released became a sensation, undoubtedly a monumental opportunity for her. She had practiced extensively at home, yet her nerves always got the better of her around Su Yao, leading to forgetfulness of lines or choreography. His commanding presence and striking looks made her anxious. Having never been in a romantic relationship before, she found herself at a loss when confronted by such a handsome man. With a stoic expression, Su Yao remarked, "If you flub another take, you can go speak to the director about withdrawing." Sheng Huan bit her lip, taking a deep breath. As the director called cut, Su Yao's impatient demeanor transformed into a smile. Sheng Huan splashed a handful of water onto Su Yao's face, only to be swiftly caught by his grip on her wrist, drawing her into his embrace. By the poolside, Song Qingwan sat on a lounge chair, her fingertips tapping lightly as she fixed her gaze unwaveringly on Su Yao. When their eyes unexpectedly met, Su Yao's expression froze momentarily before he immersed himself back into the scene. The next moment unfolded with Song Qingwan arriving at the rooftop pool, discovering the two of them frolicking in the water. "Su Jingjing." A woman's sharp voice shattered the air of pink bubbles, causing both to turn their heads. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xinghuan's eyes. The female secretary, frightened, sought refuge behind Su Jingjing, her slender fingers gripping his arm tightly. The mirth in Su Jingjing's gaze evaporated, replaced by a palpable impatience. "What are you doing back?" he asked casually, laced with a hint of reproach, as if questioning her presence when she should have been on a business trip. "Get out." Su Tian hurled her phone directly at the female secretary hiding behind Su Jingjing. The high heel struck the back of the female secretary's hand and Su Jingjing's arm. The secretary gasped, her eyes immediately filling with tears. "Su Tian, do you really have to behave like a shrew?" Su Jingjing said in a low voice, urging the secretary to leave. "A shrew?" Su Tian scoffed. "Let me show you what a shrew truly is." With that, she removed her high heels and hurled one at Su Jingjing, the heel making a heavy impact on his shoulder, leaving a red mark. The secretary quickened her pace as she passed by. Su Tian bent down and forcefully tore her obstructive skirt, creating a slit that reached her thigh, and strode confidently towards the swimming pool, raising her hand to slap Su Jingjing across the face. Just as she was about to strike again, the director called for a cut. "Don't actually hit him." He was taken aback by the newcomer. Typically, they did not engage in real violence during music video shoots. Aware of Song Qingwan's background, he dared not speak too harshly to her. "I'm sorry, director. I thought we were supposed to really hit," Song Qingwan said, her hands clasped in front of her, her face an image of contrition. Finally, she had the chance to strike Su Yao. How could she let it slip away? "Well done. You too. Let us continue with the slapping scene later." "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Su Yao shot a glance at Song Qingwan, suspecting she was retaliating for his neglect over the past few days. After all, her slap had been no trifling matter. "Of course not." Song Qingwan's pupils widened, her expression one of hurt. "I thought we were really going to hit each other. You were filming with Sheng Huan, and I had no time for rehearsal with you." Her tone dripped with a sourness akin to a girlfriend sulking in jealousy. "I know you don't like me and don't want to see me. Let us just get this over with. Once we finish, you won't have to see me again." Song Qingwan concealed her emotions beneath a facade of professionalism. Her swift change in demeanor left Su Yao tongue-tied. He had merely expressed a hint of doubt. Women, indeed, were capricious beings. "I've never faked a hit." "You should teach me." Song Qingwan's cool voice carried a somewhat sarcastic tone in Su Yao's ears. Did she imply that his acting was merely pretense? "Hit however you wish." Su Yao gritted his teeth. "I dare not." Ignoring her comment, Su Yao informed the director and commenced filming. With a loud clap, the sound of a slap echoed through the pool, causing the surrounding crew to flinch. Song Qingwan followed the script, delivering a slap before picking up the high heel and striking Su Jingjing again. His brow furrowed tightly, he refrained from stopping her, though his eyes betrayed a hint of annoyance. "What on earth are you creating a scene about? I told you no one will threaten your position. You cannot be angry. Am I not allowed to seek happiness elsewhere? The child born will still be raised by you." "Su Jingjing, you know better than anyone why I cannot bear children." She had been pregnant thrice during their entrepreneurial journey, tirelessly running after clients day and night, each time exhausting herself to the point of miscarriage, and ultimately, she could no longer conceive. How could he, having achieved success, seek another woman to bear his child? "Very well, go ahead and have your children elsewhere. On the day the child was born, we divorced, and all the family assets shall be mine," Su Tian declared sharply. "Yours?" Su Jingjing scoffed. "Are you asking me to support a gigolo? How absurd. You are allowed to fancy the young, yet I am forbidden from seeking a youthful boyfriend?" Su Tian's ire today stemmed not solely from her husband's infidelity, but from the moment he suggested that another woman bear his child, which he would then raise. In a fit of anger, she too found a boyfriend fresh out of university. For the past 2 years, as long as Su Jingjing did not overstep, she paid him no mind. Yet today, he had the audacity to bring someone home, clearly crossing a line with Su Tian. He's charming and fit. Am I to nurture you, an aging man? An aging man? Su Jingzheng was utterly exasperated. He roughly pulled his wife closer and kissed her fiercely. Despite having sought companionship with other women over the past 2 years, none matched the connection he shared with his wife. Yet she had forbidden him from touching her since she started seeing someone else. Su Jingzheng, are you not repulsive? Su Tian struggled but could not push him away. All she could do was hurl insults, yet ultimately, those words remained unspoken. Song Qingwan opened her eyes a mere slit, gazing at Su Yao, whose eyes were tightly shut. His long, curled lashes framed his face as he indulged in the kiss. The warmth of his body gradually intensified. Song Qingwan's fingers, hidden beneath the water, intentionally grazed Su Yao's waist, causing his body to tense momentarily. Soon, she felt his reaction and mused to herself, he truly possesses no self-control whatsoever. Chapter 31. He must be involved with another woman cut. The director's voice snapped Su Yao back from the depths of desire. His exposed skin glowed a faint crimson. His face taut, and his lips pressed into a thin line. Let go of me. Song Qingwan pushed Su Yao away. The crew had begun to dismantle equipment for the next shooting location, signaling the end of the pool scene. As the staff gradually departed, Su Yao remained steadfast, his grip around her waist unyielding. She was acutely aware that Su Yao was reluctant to approach, knowing that doing so would expose his fade of disinterest in women, shattering his carefully crafted image. The woman's rosy lips caught Su Yao's gaze, the sunlight dancing upon the water's surface, shimmering like jewels, highlighting her fair, radiant face as if it were softly illuminated. Was that intentional? Su Yao not only refused to release Song Qingwan but tightened his hold around her waist. During the shoot, her hands and feet had been restless, igniting a burning desire within him. If they were alone in a secluded space, a mere kiss would surely evolve into something far more profound. Song Qingwan lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. I merely brushed against you by accident. You don't like me, so it shouldn't matter. Su Yao felt a jolt of confusion. He didn't dislike her. He wasn't a paragon of virtue. With her face partially bowed, his eyes fell upon her lips, and he swallowed hard, inexplicably leaning down. The moment their soft lips met, Su Yao's mind went blank for an instant, and he instinctively deepened the kiss. Song Qingwan's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression dazed and uncertain. Su Yao lifted a hand to cover her eyes, unaware that beneath his palm, her eyes sparkled with amusement, tinged with a knowing glimmer. In the dressing room, Song Qingwan, draped in a towel, sat on the couch, her bare feet resting on the carpet, looking lost and innocent, like a bewildered little rabbit. Occasionally, she cast furtive glances toward the person changing clothes behind her. Are you a thief? Su Yao remarked, clicking his tongue as she stealthily peered back for the umpteenth time. If you want to look, just look. I won't stop you. As he towel-dried his hair, attempting to dispel the alluring images from the pool, he found it futile. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the trash can, his mood somewhat sour, yet tinged with a secret joy he had yet to recognize himself. He and Song Qingwan would never cross that line. After all, it was outdoors, and he had no desire to provoke the girl who harbored such fervent feelings for him. Yet, was he not pushing boundaries? Acting as if nothing had happened while teetering on the edge of impropriety, almost resembling a cad? Pulling his gaze away from the discarded underwear in the trash, he felt increasingly vexed. I will take responsibility for you. His voice carried a hint of awkwardness. Upon uttering those words, Su Yao instantly regretted his impulsiveness, wishing to slap himself. What responsibility did he owe her? Song Qingwan shook her head. There is no need. I don't want you to be with me out of a sense of obligation. That would only bring pain to both of us. Su Yao was immediately set ablaze with anger. She now claims that it is useless even if she does not need it. He intends to take responsibility, and no one can refuse him. Are you certain? Su Yao turned and walked behind the sofa, grasping Song Qingwan's chin to turn her face towards him. He leaned down and gently bit her slightly swollen lips. Ouch, it hurt. Song Qingwan shot an indignant glare at Su Yao, although her expression was one of anger. She appeared particularly charming and adorable. You bullied me in the pool just now, and now you wish to continue. With reddened eyes, Song Qingwan said, I never intended to use the pool incident to coerce you into being with me. I didn't take any pictures, apart from you and me. No one else knows. Even my future boyfriend won't know. Su Yao failed to catch the sarcasm in her words. As his focus was entirely on the phrase future boyfriend, you provoke me and yet plan to find another boyfriend? Su Yao found it amusing. Don't you like me? Yet now that we are together, you seem displeased. He had never encountered a woman as difficult to please as Song Qingwan. I fear you might play with my feelings. Song Qinghuan looked exceedingly wronged, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, causing Su Yao's heart to stir. Am I truly someone who does not keep their word? His voice remained firm, but his tone softened unconsciously. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his waist, her face pressed against his abdomen. And Su Yao felt a rush of warmth. Song Qinghuan, we have only just begun dating. Do not take advantage of me. You won't even let your boyfriend hold you. Yet you claim you are not toying with me, she said in a delicate voice. Su Yao. Brother Yao, your elder brother has arrived. The assistant's voice filtered through the door, and in the next moment, Song Qinghuan found herself lifted off the ground by Su Yao, who swiftly carried her into the changing room. The dressing area in the makeup room was a temporary setup, not spacious, merely concealed by a deep blue curtain. Am I so disgraceful? Song Qinghuan said with a hint of tears in her voice. Su Yao felt a bit of a headache. I cannot let my brother know for now. If he discovers I am dating the ex-girlfriend of Shang Jingyu, especially since my sister has suffered greatly because of this person, he might disregard our brotherly bond and expel me from the Su family. Song Qinghuan pouted, feeling aggrieved as she clung to Su Yao's waist. Her face buried in his chest, she smiled slightly. Indeed, it was not the right time to meet Su Nanxiao. A farewell should certainly be chosen at an appropriate moment. Perhaps he has already left. The assistant looked around but did not see Su Yao, finding it odd that he seemed to have not exited. I will wait for him here. Su Nanxiao entered the makeup room and immediately noticed the white trash bin, its contents revealing the likelihood of recent events. He mused that his younger brother had become increasingly reckless. Pei Yunan had been back in the country for some time, visiting their home daily. While their mother incessantly called for his brother to return, but he always excused himself with work commitments. Su Nanxiao knew full well that his brother was not busy. He was involved with another woman, unwilling to accept the marriage arranged by their parents. In the confined space of the changing room, the two were in close proximity. And Song Qinghuan mischievously nibbled gently at Su Yao's neck. Su Yao raised an eyebrow, seemingly inquiring whether she was deliberately provoking him. Indeed, she was. The mere thought of Su Yao's furtive demeanor brought her amusement. The once imperious and self-willed second young master of the Su family could experience such an awkward moment. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 32. How did I end up filming alongside my brother Su Yuan or pursuing Ruan Ruan? Shang Jingyu placed a glass of warm water before Song Qinghuan and then seated himself beside her. With a soft sigh, Song Qinghuan furrowed her brow, expressing, he has a high profile. When Sister Fan inquired, I simply agreed, thinking it would only be for a few days. He wouldn't make things difficult for me. Not long ago, she had departed from Su Yao's residence and coincidentally encountered Shang Jingyu on her way out. Fortunately, Shinjin also resided there, allowing her to claim that she was visiting him. Both Shang Jingyu and Su Yao lived in Biyuan Bay, which meant she would need to exercise caution in the future. If he troubles you, you must tell me, Shang Jingyu urged, his voice softening. Song Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement. Her thoughts drifted to the project in the southern part of the city. She could not discern whether this was mere coincidence or if Shang Jingyu had received prior intelligence, thereby preventing the project from being assigned to her family. Subconsciously, she leaned toward the latter explanation. Perhaps because she hoped that her affection for the child would not remain unreciprocated. Just as Song Qinghuan was about to speak, the doorbell chimed. Young master. The young master of the Su family has arrived, Butler Pan announced from the foyer. Upon hearing this, Song Qinghuan straightened her posture, anxiety washing over her as she glanced at Shang Jingyu. What should I do? It's all right. You should head upstairs. Shang Jingyu gently patted her back, offering reassurance in a low voice. Startled, Song Qinghuan hastily ascended the stairs, while a faint shadow of displeasure crossed Shang Jingyu's features. Once Song Qinghuan was out of sight, Butler Pan opened the door to allow Su Nanjiao entry. Su Nanjiao's gaze fell upon a pair of silver high-heeled shoes at the entrance, and he furrowed his brow. Those are not my sister's style, nor her size. Young master is waiting for you in the living room, Butler Pan replied courteously, despite his disdain for the Su family. While Su Nanjiao had noticed the heels, he deemed there was no longer a need to conceal anything. Shang Jingyu, you deliberately sabotaged the southern project, didn't you? You handed over the eastern project to the Song family without issue. Su Nanjiao's voice, laced with irritation, reached Song Qinghuan's ears as she leaned against the banister, arms crossed, listening intently to the exchange. How could a force majeure become my intention? Shang Jingyu responded coolly, meeting Su Nanjiao's fiery gaze with steadiness. You were the one who insisted on acquiring that project, not me forcing it upon you. He emphasized the words forcing it with a distinct tone. Su Nanjiao could easily discern the sarcasm in his words. Each encounter seemed to uncover the past, where they had coerced Shang Jingyu into marrying his sister. If you are going to blame me for the force majeure, then I believe our two families need not collaborate any further, Shang Jingyu remarked lazily. Reclining on the sofa as if discussing a trivial matter, Su Nanju let out a cold laugh, because Song Qingwan has returned to the country. You are eager to sever ties with the Su family, aren't you? Shang Jingyu, don't be deluded. You are already married. Do you think you can just leave whenever you wish? Or do you believe that Song Qingwan would be willing to be your mistress? Shang Jingyu emitted a faint sneer from his nostrils. You are single. Would she agree to be with you? Su Nanxiao's expression darkened slightly. You had better cherish your time with Su Yuan and stop harboring other fantasies. Are you speaking as Su Yuan's elder brother or as Wan Ruan's suitor? Shang Jingyu raised an eyebrow, his tone icy and laced with mockery. When you pressured me to marry, was it solely for the sake of your beloved sister? Or was it for your own benefit? You know the truth. Shang Jingyu pressed his lips together. Take your leave. The Su family is not welcome here. For official matters, seek me at the Shang Corporation. For private matters, do not. After declaring this, Shang Jingyu called out to Uncle Pan, leaving behind the sullen-faced Su Nanxiao. Young Master Su. Please. Uncle Pan gestured towards the door, noting that Miss Song had a good relationship with their young master. Were it not for the Su family, they would have wed long ago. Song Qingwan was caught off guard on the staircase by Shang Jingyu. She blinked and beamed brightly, saying, I worry about you. Su Nanxiao is quite unreasonable. Indeed, he lacks shame, Shang Jingyu replied, pausing before continuing, Wan, I will not let you be a clandestine lover. Once I resolve everything. Shall we marry? Song Qingruan's radiant expression faltered for a moment before she quickly masked it. She narrowed her eyes and playfully shook her head. Your proposal lacks sincerity. After stating this, she turned and dashed upstairs, her smile fading the instant she turned away. She was curious to see how Shang Jingyu intended to handle everything. Divorce? It was no simple matter. Following her memory, Song Qingwan arrived at the master bedroom. She pushed the door open to find the room adorned in creamy tones. A stark contrast to Shang Jingyu's personality. The furnishings were identical to 4 years ago, even the handcrafted mug they had made together still resting on the table. This room was a testament to their shared efforts in decoration. It was here that she learned of her pregnancy from the doctor, that afternoon bathed in brilliant sunlight, mirroring the smile on Shang Jingyu's face. Yet, all of that was shattered within 2 months. Seated at the table by the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed down at the swing vines in the garden below. Su Nanxiao, she thought, pondering those 3 significant characters. Are you not going to take me home today? Song Qingwan tilted her head, her implication clear. She grasped Shang Jingyu's hand, playfully stating, just now, your uncle insisted you treat Su Yuan well. How dare you keep me here? Shang Jingyu clasped her hand in return, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. His intentions toward you are not pure, naturally. He wishes for us to part completely. Though she did not show it, Song Qingwan agreed inwardly. Su Nanxiao indeed acted with such motives. He was mature and composed from a young age, yet utterly inept in matters of the heart. His affection for her was of no consequence. Her heart had always belonged to Shang Jingyu, both in the past and at present. Song Qingwan's eyes sparkled with a playful gleam as her words seemed to unbar a hidden gateway. Shang Jingyu rose abruptly, enveloping her in his embrace. His voice trembling slightly. Wan, say it once more. I love you. Song Qingwan cradled Shang Jingyu's face, repeating the phrase thrice. A dark tide surged within Shang Jingyu's gaze as he grasped the back of Song Qingwan's head and pressed his lips to hers. The soft and familiar sensation caused his heart to ache with longing. He kissed her gently, fearful of upsetting her. He understood that this was wrong, that he should not allow Song Qingruan to become ensnared in their current predicament. Yet in this shared space, he found himself utterly unable to restrain his desires. They both tumbled onto the plush bed, Song Qingwan's delicate hand pinned beside her, surrounded by his tender yet restrained kisses. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over her. She had not intended to venture this far with him. Chapter 33. Guarding Su Yuan in the master bedroom, Song Qingwan reclined against the pillow, glancing at the man beside her, Shang Jingyu, who was calming his breath. She pondered whether Shang Jingyu's hesitation to take the next step was due to her, or because of Su Yuan. Is this not the typical narrative found in tragic romance novels? Upon the return of the white moonlight, the male protagonist mercilessly torments the female lead while showering affection upon the white moonlight, remaining impervious to her attempts at seduction. The male protagonist seeks to inflict pain upon the female lead as a form of punishment, driven by a cycle of hatred that ultimately transforms into love. Given Shang Jingyu's fervent desires, she found it hard to believe that he had not once been intimate with Su Yuan over the past 4 years. Why? Song Qingwan asked bluntly. Shang Jingyu pulled her into his embrace, his voice hushed. Not now. Moments ago, he had nearly lost control, yet reason prevailed, preventing him from proceeding further. You are guarding yourself for Su Yuan. Song Qingwan feigned anger and pushed Shang Jingyu away, seizing her coat and making for the door. Wan, I haven't tea, he implored, but before she could reach the threshold, he grasped her wrist. She turned away from him, her expression cold. You need not explain. You are married, and as Su Nanxiao said, I am merely your lover at most. I have no right to interfere in your affairs. I am leaving. Wan. It's not what you think, Shang Jingyu insisted, turning her to face him, his hand resting on her shoulder. I am simply afraid of unforeseen circumstances. I cannot take responsibility for you. I wish to wait until we are married. For years ago, they had successfully employed precautions. Yet the minutest chance had led to their predicament. When Shang Jingyu learned of Song Qingwan's pregnancy, he was genuinely elated, for he had reached the age where he could marry her. However, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Then wait until you are divorced to seek me out. Song Qingwan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Marriage? He certainly had a vivid imagination. Do not follow me, she exclaimed, raising her voice to halt Shang Jingyu's attempts to accompany her. Song Qingwan exited Shang Jingyu's villa, making her way to her car. However, she was blocked at the gate, and her smile faded slightly as she met Su Nanxiao's gaze. Waiting for me? Her tone was playful yet laced with sarcasm. Su Nanxiao frowned, his voice tinged with complexity. You would rather be his mistress than be with me? Su Nanxiao, do you not comprehend human speech? You assisted your sister in stealing my boyfriend, only to turn around and expect me to be with you? It is not I who forced him to sleep with your sister. True, you did not force him, but your sister did drug him, Song Qingwan replied, her smile faint, as if discussing a mundane matter, revealing no trace of anger. Su Nanxiao was rendered speechless, his throat constricted. Years ago, he had inadvertently discovered photographs synced from his sister's phone on her tablet. His first reaction had been one of fury. How could Shang Jingyu, with a girlfriend, dare to sleep with his sister? Yet, soon after, his thoughts turned to Song Qingwan. Given Song Qingwan's character, she would never forgive Shang Jingyu. He had to admit that. At that moment, his desire to win Song Qingwan's heart overshadowed his wish for his sister's happiness. The former prevailed. Shang Jingyu had saved his sister, who had cherished him for many years and had engaged in numerous comedic antics for his affection. He had advised her repeatedly, contemplating that perhaps only by marrying Shang Jingyu could his sister attain true happiness. Thus, he played a significant role in their marriage. What are you dawdling for? Take me back, Song Qingwan said, casting a fleeting glance at Su Nanxiao before opening the car door and stepping inside. Su Nanxiao's furrowed brow eased slightly as he followed her into the vehicle, instructing the driver to head to the Su residence. Shortly after they departed, Su Yuan's call came through. Big brother, my car has been hit. Can you come over? The sound of the woman's anxious and slightly frightened voice echoed in the car, prompting Song Qingwan to suddenly recall the vibration of Shang Jingyu's phone she had heard upon leaving. She belatedly realized that the call was from Su Yuan. Ouch. My stomach hurts. Song Qingwan murmured, her pale face tinged with pain as she leaned weakly towards Su Nanxiao. He instinctively supported her with his empty hand and immediately instructed the driver to head to the hospital. Little Yuan, don't panic. I'll have Lawyer Han come over. Su Nanxiao's words momentarily stunned Su Yuan, who was still seated in the driver's seat, as the aggressor was clearly threatening her. Being a public figure, she feared any negative news and hesitated to show her face. Typically, her brother would rush to her side at the first sign of trouble. This was the first time he had sent someone else to handle her affairs. She thought she had heard a woman's voice on the line, but was too flustered to pay it any mind. It hurt so much. Song Qingwan clutched Su Nanxiao's arm tightly, appearing utterly frail. It was the first time he witnessed her in such a state, and he felt a surge of urgency. Urging the driver to hurry, leaning back against the seat, she weakly remarked, your sister has been in an accident. Can you really afford to ignore it? Otherwise, just drop me off ahead, and I'll take a taxi. I've already sent Lawyer Han, Su Nanxiao said, though he was worried for his sister. He could not bear to leave Song Qingwan alone at the hospital. Moreover, his gaze fell on the arm she was gripping painfully. This is the first time, she said. I apologize. I will certainly pay a visit to Mrs. Shang to express my regrets another day. Song Qingwan forced a pale smile. Of course, an apology is necessary. She intended for Su Yuan to witness how those who cared for her gradually distanced themselves, turning the beloved young lady, enveloped in adoration and pampering, into someone with nothing. It should prove quite entertaining, wouldn't it? Minimizing your interactions with Shang Jingyu would be the best form of apology, Su Nanxiao suggested. Song Qingwan scoffed inwardly, aware that his motives were as much for himself as they were for Su Yuan. Her thoughts drifted back 4 years to the day when Su Yao had come with bodyguards to cause trouble, only to be driven away by the hastily arriving Su Nanxiao. She still vividly remembered his words, "As long as you are with me, there is no need to go abroad. The Su family will not face bankruptcy." Su Nanxiao's gaze descended, resting upon Song Qingwan's flat abdomen. However, this child cannot be retained. With a sharp slap, Song Qingwan struck Su Nanxiao's face, causing it to turn away. "Su Nanxiao, your family truly repulses me. Even if I were to perish alongside this child, I could never be with you. You and Su Yuan are indeed cut from the same cloth, both equally despicable." Each word dripped with animosity as Song Qingwan fixed her piercing stare upon Su Nanxiao. "Your family shall face retribution." "Song Qingwan, curses are merely the self-soothing of the powerless," he replied, his tone condescending, as if he were bestowing a favor. Chapter 34. Indifferent to status, Song Qingwan underwent a comprehensive examination at the hospital, and the results indicated that she had consumed something unwholesome. Her doctor formed a silent expression of gratitude. "Given your delicate stomach, you ought to refrain from indiscriminate eating." Su Nanxiao, returning from the window with medication, sighed softly. "Sit for a moment, I shall fetch you a cup of warm water. Take your medicine first. There's no need for such fuss. I can take it when I return." She protested. After all, she was not truly ill. It was unnecessary to take medication. "Absolutely not," Su Nanxiao insisted with a stern expression. "Your face has turned pale with pain. What if you faint?" Song Qingwan felt a lump in her throat, regretting applying too much foundation earlier, rendering her complexion excessively pale, an oversight indeed. Just as she was about to decline, a familiar figure entered her line of sight, Su Yuan. Her forehead was flushed and appeared somewhat swollen. Song Qingwan nudged Su Nanxiao and nodded towards Su Yuan. "Isn't that your sister?" Following her gaze, Su Nanxiao spotted his sister entering the hospital alone and handed the medication to Song Qingwan. "Wait for me here." Naturally, Song Qingwan had no intention of waiting obediently. "She seems injured. I'll accompany you to check on her. We are in the same production team, after all. We see each other daily." Su Nanxiao cast a deep glance at Song Qingwan. "Aren't you rather displeased with her?" Song Qingwan retorted with a smile. "You are fully aware of my aversion towards your sister yet continue to pursue me?" Su Nanxiao remained silent. Song Qingwan shrugged lightly. "I don't actually hold grudges. You know I had a boyfriend while abroad, right? For years have passed, I have no inclination to dwell on the past. Shang Jingyu is merely my employer now. Nothing more. I have a boyfriend. Have you reconciled with Su Huaran?" Su Nanxiao asked in a low voice. Song Qingwan's dark eye sparkled, her smile gentle yet subtle. "Su Xiao, you are remarkably well informed about my affairs. I have not reconciled with him, but..." She gazed at him intently, her smile widening. "I have a new boyfriend now. You stand no chance." Su Nanxiao's grip tightened, his brow furrowing deeply. He understood well the credibility of Song Qingwan's statement regarding her new romantic involvement. She was never short of admirers, and whenever she wished, suitors would readily approach her. "Who is it?" "Someone you know. Perhaps I shall introduce you when the opportunity arises." Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Su Yuan had moved away, prompting her to kindly remind Su Nanxiao. Su Nanxiao tightened his grip once more, leaving her with a simple "wait for me," before departing. Song Qingwan crossed her arms, watching him leave. "Do you truly like her?" She scoffed coldly. "If you do, why resort to such underhanded tactics to coerce her?" Su Nanxiao underestimated her. Upon leaving the hospital, Song Qingwan did not return to the Song family home. With her parents currently residing there, she decided to move out, wishing to keep certain matters from their knowledge. Few were aware of her current residence. Su Huaran was one of them. This was the apartment they had selected together during his time in Haiqing, and the purchase was financed by him, resulting in his fingerprint being registered on the door lock. "What brings you here?" Song Qingwan paused her steps, gazing at Zahiran, who was crouched at her doorstep. He appeared travel-worn, yet his attire suggested he had made a considerable effort to present himself well before their meeting. "Qingwan," Zahiran rose slowly. His eyes filled with longing as he looked at her. "How is your knee?" Instinctively, Song Qingwan looked down. Today, she wore long pants that concealed the injury on her knee. "It's almost completely healed." "I'm fine, and that would be even better if you hadn't come." Upon hearing her words, a palpable disappointment washed over Zahiran's face, and she suddenly regretted her bluntness. "Would you like to come in for some tea?" she offered. "I don't mind that you like someone else." Their voices intertwined in an unexpected harmony. Song Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she misheard? "I don't care if you have someone else, but please don't push me away. I'm indifferent to titles." Zahiran's voice faltered as he uttered those words, revealing the struggle within. He cared deeply. He yearned for Song Qingwan's undivided affection, desiring her to be wholly his. Yet, She had confessed that she couldn't commit to just one person, that she would grow weary and wish to part ways. He did not wish for such an outcome. My parents will no longer interfere in my marriage. As long as you disagree, they will never disrupt your life. Zahirin's voice grew earnest. Qingwan, can we not break up? Song Qingwan was taken aback by his earnest plea. She had never imagined the confident and sunny Zahirin would express such vulnerability. Zahirin, have you lost your mind? Her tone was laced with frustration, exasperated that he would compromise himself for love. He should not be this way. I am not crazy. I have contemplated this decision for a long time before seeking you out. I would never lie to you. Zahirin's bright gaze was filled with sincerity, sending a jolt through Song Qingwan's heart, which began to race uncontrollably. Come in, she urged, suppressing her fluttering emotions as she maintained her composure while opening the door. However, as she bent down to change her shoes, she was suddenly embraced from behind. The familiar warmth enveloped her, causing her to stiffen. The dim light from the hallway cast a soft glow in the room, creating an intimate atmosphere. Song Qingwan was unsure who initiated the next move. By the time she regained her senses, Zahirin had laid her on the large bed in the bedroom, her pants having been pulled down. He was inspecting the wound on her knee. In such a charged moment, he chose to attend to her injury instead of reveling in her beauty, leaving Song Qingwan both amused and exasperated. She playfully nudged Zahirin's shoulder. I'm hungry. I want to eat. I'll cook for you later, he replied, gently brushing the scab on her knee. Concern etched on his face. Did it hurt when you fell? The tenderness in his eyes softened Song Qingwan's heart. Sitting up, she placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Zahirin, please don't be so good to me. She was not as he imagined, nor could she guarantee him a future. Qingwan, if you have other requests, I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Su Huaran smiled gently, his expression laden with meaning, yet this request was beyond his capabilities. For 24 years, he had cherished but one person, eager to present her with the finest treasures the world had to offer. His desire was to see her joyful, blissful, and free from worry. He wished for her to never return to the state she was in when they first met. When Song Qingwan was enveloped in a faint veil of melancholy, even in her laughter, there lingered a trace of sorrow. He watched as she gradually blossomed into a brighter, more radiant version of herself, and he hoped she would remain this way forever. Go cook, Song Qingwan said, playfully swatting at Su Huaran. You really know how to take advantage. Understood, my princess, Su Huaran replied, rising to retrieve a pair of loose-fitting trousers from the wardrobe for her. Your knee is injured. You shouldn't wear tight pants. Su Huaran, you seem more like a butler now. With a tender caress of her cheek, Su Huaran placed a soft kiss upon her lips before turning to exit the bedroom. The door clicked shut behind him. A long sigh escaped Song Qingwan as she fell back onto the bed, burying her face in the pillow. How could she have lost control? Chapter 35. The dichotomy of words and actions. Su Huaran prepared a sumptuous meal of 3 dishes and a soup, all of which were to Song Qingwan's liking. Having found the cuisine abroad rather unpalatable, Su Huaran took it upon himself to learn the art of cooking. In the early days of their acquaintance, Song Qingwan would often visit Su Huaran's abode to partake in his culinary creations. Once their relationship blossomed, he would bring fresh groceries to her residence to prepare meals for her. As Song Qingwan accepted the bowl of soup from Su Huaran, a myriad of emotions flooded her mind. During the hazy days following her arrival overseas, Su Huaran had been a steadfast presence by her side. While she predominantly relied on self-healing, she could not deny the substantial impact he had on her recovery. Beyond her affections, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Yet now, their situation had become so complicated. Throughout the meal, several times Song Qingwan contemplated broaching the subject with Su Huaran, yearning to express her desire for him to return to the capital and cease his pursuit of her. However, when faced with his radiant smile, the words became lodged in her throat. There was both a reluctance and a sense of compassion within her. The Su Huaran seated before her now was a stark contrast to the despondent figure she had encountered not long ago at her doorstep. He appeared genuinely happy. As the meal drew to a close, Song Qingwan found herself unable to voice her thoughts. I have nothing here, she emphasized softly. Su Huaran, taken aback for a moment, quickly raised an eyebrow at her. I brought something, he replied, revealing his determination not to use the same umbrella as others, showcasing his last vestige of stubbornness by preparing in advance for this occasion. You truly are remarkable, Su Huaran, Song Qingwan remarked, playfully pinching the soft flesh at his waist. How could he dare to bring such items to see her? Darling, I used to bring these to you as well, Su Huaran said, sealing her lips with his own, silencing any protest she might have had. As Song Qingwan's vision blurred, she gazed at Su Huaran's face and wrapped her arms around his neck. Deep down, she too longed for him. Yet, She knew she could not reach out. The fear of rekindling her feelings was overwhelming, especially the dread that their relationship might unravel in a manner as extreme and unrecognizable as her previous one. Furthermore, she did not wish to contend with the complexities of in-laws or a childhood friend who might forever linger between them. However, he had come, bearing the utmost sincerity, rendering her unable to refuse him. Song Qingruan mused that since the future was uncertain, there was little reason to be overly meticulous about every moment in the present. Soon, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Su Huairan possessed an uncanny ability to tease her, believing that unless he had her in tears, he had not exerted himself to his fullest. As dawn began to break, Song Qingruan finally found comfort lying on the grand bed, utterly exhausted. Perhaps it was the aftermath of a breakup that drove Su Huairan to act like a fervent, immature puppy, eager to stake his claim. He tenderly arranged her hair before lying down beside her. Song Qingruan was grateful that today's filming was scheduled for the afternoon. Ruan, I have decided not to leave, Su Huairan said, his fingers weaving through her lustrous hair. In a long-distance relationship, even dogs would not dare to venture. He needed to remain in Haicheng, for with infrequent meetings, she might forget him altogether. Are you planning to come to Haicheng to keep an eye on me? Song Qingruan retorted with a hint of annoyance. She was aware that the Su family was not of humble origin in the capital, and with Su Huairan being the only son, it was inevitable that the family business would be entrusted to him. As they ventured into High City to establish a new enterprise, Su Huairan smiled, gazing at Song Qingruan with an expression that begged for praise. Song Qingruan composed herself, stating, if it's because of me, I believe it's unnecessary. She did not wish for Su Huairan to forsake his existing life for her sake. It's not solely because of you. I also require experience. The afternoon's shoot was set in a school, portraying the secret romance of the protagonists during their student years. In a suddenly darkened classroom, Su Jing quietly took Su Tian's hand. They were desk partners, seated closely together. Su Tian? Come a bit closer. In the darkness, soft lips brushed against hers, leaving Su Tian astonished, followed by a wave of sweetness. In the script, this was merely a fleeting kiss, yet Su Yao blocked the camera with his hand, deepening the moment. Now that Song Qingruan was his girlfriend, what was inappropriate about kissing her? There's a camera. Song Qingruan gently pushed Su Yao away, scolding him in a hushed tone. No one will see, he replied, grasping her hand and kissing her once more. At that moment, he had forgotten his previous declarations that he did not like Song Qingruan and that their relationship was merely a matter of responsibility. The director, observing that the camera was completely obscured by Su Yao's hand, called cut, internally questioning how Su Yao could make such a basic mistake. As filming resumed, Su Yu refrained from mixing personal feelings with the performance. The school scenes were shot swiftly, and they wrapped up early. In the lounge, Song Qingruan, nearly breathless from the kisses, felt a surge of frustration. Had Su Yao never kissed a woman before? Stop, please. I want to be able to face anyone later, she said, her cheeks aflame as she pushed him away, realizing he had been overly forward. Su Yao's expression turned slightly uneasy, yet upon seeing her flushed lips, he was unable to resist kissing her again. Just 2 centimeters from her lips, he abruptly turned away. Let's go back, he said. A subtle smile graced Song Qingruan's lips as she linked her arm with his, her eyes sparkling as she asked, shall I come over later to cook for you? No, Su Yao declined coolly. Half an hour later, fully equipped, Song Qingruan appeared at the department store with a similarly armed Su Yao. She took his arm, urging him to push the cart. Even with his hat, mask, and sunglasses, she could sense his discomfort. Though he claimed she should go home alone, he soon added that he was hungry. His words contradicted his actions. Wan? Fu Jia hesitated to confirm her identity after spotting Song Qingruan for the 3rd time. However, the person beside her seemed familiar, though she could not be certain, especially since Su Yu was notoriously known for disliking Song Qingruan. Song Qingruan, arm in arm with Su Yao, shopping in a supermarket? This was surely the most terrifying ghost story of the year. With a cheerful demeanor, Song Qingruan greeted Fu Jia warmly upon encountering her. Since she assisted the Fu family, Fu Jia's demeanor towards her gradually transformed. How is your knee? Fu Jia inquired with genuine concern. During the period when Song Qingruan was injured, Fu Jia happened to be abroad, only sending a message to express her care. It was only yesterday that she returned to the country, and to her surprise, she encountered Song Qingruan upon her arrival. I'm fine, nothing serious, Song Qingruan replied. Fu Jia shook her head and sighed softly. I never anticipated that Xiao Yuan would actually push you. I apologize on her behalf. In the past, she would have certainly admired Su Yuan's boldness, believing that one should deal with those who are treacherous and kind. However, Song Qingwan set aside past grievances to assist our family. Moreover, after spending some time with Song Qingwan, I discovered that she is a gentle and kind-hearted individual. Even if there was something between her and Shang Jingyu, it would be Shang Jingyu's doing, for Song Qingwan is already in a relationship, right before my eyes. Song Qingwan sweetly linked her arm with her boyfriend, Su Huaran. Although Su Huaran appeared somewhat displeased, he still pushed the cart for Song Qingwan, allowing her to cling to him. They were very close, and his expression conveyed a humorous mix of annoyance and the desire for comfort. Chapter 36, Caught in a Romance by Su Yuan. She did not push me. It was merely my own clumsiness. I feel quite embarrassed that you apologized on her behalf. In truth, I owe her an apology, as this misunderstanding has caused her considerable distress lately. Song Qingwan let out a soft sigh, stating that she had not seen her for some time. If you happen to encounter her, please convey my sincerest apologies. Is it truly unrelated to her? Fu Jie asked, her voice laced with skepticism. Of course, came the assured response. Fu Jie chose to believe her, for after all, she had been a friend of Su Yuan for many years, and her loyalty naturally leaned towards Su Yuan. Once Fu Jie departed, Xiao finally spoke up. When did your relationship with Fu Jie become so amicable? If memory serves, she harbored a strong dislike for Song Qingwan. She is a friend of Su Yuan. Does it matter whether my rapport with her is good? Do you wish for me to be at odds with everyone around you? Song Qingwan retorted with a pout, her mood dampened. I understand that we are presently engaged in a clandestine romance, one that must remain hidden. I promise I won't speak indiscreetly, so there is no need for concern. Xiao furrowed his brow. How did her words imply that he was an irresponsible scoundrel? When had he ever suggested that their relationship should be concealed? They were both part of the entertainment industry. After all, it would be imprudent to make a public declaration. He had never claimed he wouldn't introduce her to his friends. Do you like beef? Song Qingwan asked, completely engrossed in selecting ingredients. As she placed a box of beef before Su Yao, he was startled and replied, "Well, keep it away from me." It was his first visit to the supermarket, and he could not distinguish between the different types of meat. It simply appeared unappetizing to him. Are you afraid? Song Qingwan blinked innocently. And despite Su Yao's stubborn protest that he was not afraid, she brought the box of beef closer to him, mere inches from his face. Su Yao instinctively took 2 steps back. Song Qingwan, if you continue like this, I shall cease accompanying you. His molars ground together in frustration. Upon meeting her sparkling gaze, the skin beneath his mask began to flush with warmth. Do not smile, Su Yao commanded, manually turning her head away. Am I not even allowed the right to smile? Song Qingwan drawled, tilting her head to look at him. Her eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a pair of exquisite jewels scattered with flecks of light, radiant under the overhead lights. Su Yao gazed at her, momentarily rendered motionless. Without hesitation, Song Qingwan seized a bottle of yogurt from a nearby cooler and pressed it suddenly against his neck. The cold sensation made him gasp sharply. Song Qingwan, he hissed, lowering his voice and gritting his teeth as he uttered her name. She remained as infuriating as ever. Why had he ever uttered words of responsibility towards her? Had he lost his mind? You seemed dazed, so I thought I'd help you regain your senses. She shrugged nonchalantly. Who was looking at you? He retorted stubbornly, refusing to concede. There was no way he could be one of those foolish individuals enamored with Song Qingwan. It was she who was drawn to him. I never said you were looking at me. You merely implied it yourself, she replied playfully, winking rapidly with an innocent demeanor. Su Yao's expression twisted with exasperation. All right. Don't be upset. We've bought the things. Let us head home quickly. Aren't you hungry? Song Qingwan gently clung to Su Yao's arm, her tone laced with playful charm. Su Yao let out a soft grunt, allowing her to lead him away. After their shopping, they returned to Bishi Bay, where Song Qingwan began preparing dinner. As she sought the vegetables, she found herself tempted to add an entire can of salt to thoroughly annoy Su Yao. Yet reason ultimately prevailed. Wan, will you be home for dinner tonight? She inquired while simmering the broth, opening a voice message from Su Huaran. Glancing at the bubbling chicken soup, she was about to respond when a deep voice interrupted her from behind. Who said you could come home for dinner? Startled, Song Qingwan spun around to find Su Yu standing at the kitchen door, arms crossed and his expression decidedly displeased. Song Qingwan, you're not telling me that during our relationship, you've been seeing other men, are you? Her eyes welled with tears. Is that how you see me? As someone so fickle? Can't my brother ask if I'm having dinner? She thrust her phone towards him, the label brother in the chat leaving Su Yu momentarily speechless. I was just joking. Why are you crying? You could simply explain. I never said I didn't believe you. Su Yu found it perplexing how women seem to cry so easily. I've told you I've only liked you throughout my life, and you still doubt me. Tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string, causing Su Yao's temples to throb. He was not adept at comforting, particularly not women. His previous attempts with his sister usually involved gifts. I'm not doubting you. So please stop crying, Su Yu responded, his voice somewhat stiff. Then hold me, Song Qingyuan said, her voice muffled. Su Yao pressed his fingers to his temples. Noticing her tears intensifying, he stepped forward and enveloped her in his arms. Song Qingyuan, why are you so delicate? You cry at the slightest provocation and expect me to console you. I can't tell if I've found a girlfriend or adopted a dependent. I just want you to treat me with a little more kindness. Doesn't Su Yuan wish for Shang Jingyu to treat her well too? I am no different. Her voice, tinged with a nasal tone, emanated from her chest. In a moment of impulse, Su Yu leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. When Song Qingyuan lifted her face, her eyes were red, her nose slightly flushed, and her porcelain skin glowed with a soft pink hue, resembling an adorable little rabbit. Before Su Yao could fully comprehend, he found himself kissing Song Qingyuan. She responded with a shy, tentative kiss. A fierce fire ignited within Su Yao, nearly consuming him. As he held her tightly, deepening the kiss time and time again. The soup is going to dry out, Song Qingyuan exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed him away, bashfully burying her face in his chest. She wrapped her arms around his waist, the sensation akin to a delicate feather, stirring his restless heart. You should leave quickly. Don't disturb me while I cook, she playfully admonished, her eyes wide with mock irritation. A smile crept onto Su Yao's face involuntarily. He nodded, slowly making his way out, his demeanor light and carefree. Song Qingyuan paused her spoon, stirring the chicken soup, and turned to gaze at the retreating figure of Su Yao, her eyes devoid of mirth, replaced by a cold demeanor. Second brother, I. Su Yuan's voice trailed off upon the side of the couple dining side by side in the restaurant. Prior to her arrival, Song Qingyuan had been urging Su Yao to sample the tomato beef brisket she had prepared, but he, disliking tomatoes, had refused to partake. As she coaxed a piece to his lips, he had just taken a bite when Su Yuan made her entrance. Su Yu had always been fond of his younger sister, and naturally she had the access code to his residence. This led to the awkward moment of him caught mid-bite with Song Qingyuan's chopsticks. Su Yuan's mouth fell open in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her second brother was with Song Qingyuan? Chapter 37. My eldest brother has someone he likes. Would you care to join us for a meal? Song Qingyuan broke the silence, retracting her chopsticks. Su Yu, softening his expression, inquired whether Su Yuan had eaten dinner. Su Yuan, momentarily dazed, shook her head before nodding. Wasn't her second brother rather averse to Song Qingyuan? Yet they seemed to be dating now? Let us eat. We bought a plethora of ingredients at the supermarket today, and my brother and I cannot finish it all, Song Qingyuan said, rising to guide Su Yuan to the dining table. She then entered the kitchen to fetch her a bowl and chopsticks, embodying the essence of a gentle and considerate sister-in-law. After a moment, Su Yuan regained her composure. Second brother, are you two in a relationship? Her voice carried a hint of anticipation, mingled with concern. During her time on set, she had learned of Song Qingyuan's breakup with her boyfriend. To be honest, she felt anxious for Song Qingyuan, worried about her emotional wounds, with Shang Jingyu by her side. Song Qingyuan returned to Shang Jingyu once more. She felt powerless against him, hoping only that Song Qingyuan would not look back. If Song Qingyuan were to be with her second brother, it would imply that she had not considered Shang Jingyu. Although Song Qingyuan's period of being single was rather brief, is that not the nature of love? It often arrives without reason. Her greatest concern was that their parents had already set their sights on Pei Yunan, because her second brother was reluctant to return home to meet Pei Yunan. Their parents had expressed their displeasure multiple times. Su Yu nodded in tacit agreement. And what about Yunan? Su Yuan ventured cautiously. What does she have to do with me? Su Yao's eyes reflected annoyance. I have never consented to this engagement. If our parents are so fond of her, let my eldest brother marry her. Upon hearing Pei Yunan's name, Su Yao's appetite vanished. Even if he were to marry Song Qingyuan, a union with Pei Yunan was out of the question. But brother does not like Yunan, Su Yuan remarked softly, pursing her lips. It seems he has someone he likes. Last year, when I visited his company, his secretary mentioned that he had gone abroad. What is so unusual about that? Su Yu replied nonchalantly, not giving it much thought. Eldest brother frequently travels for work, flying all over the world. It's not just a business trip. The secretary said he travels to the same place at the beginning of each month to see a girl. At this revelation, Su Yao was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed his brother's life revolved solely around work, never realizing that he carved out time each month to visit someone special abroad. If he has someone he likes, he cannot marry Pei Yunan. What about me? Su Yu lifted his chin, gesturing for Su Yuan to look at Song Qingwan, who was currently serving her rice in the kitchen. Su Yuan sighed softly. You should clarify this with our parents sooner rather than later. If you continue to stay away from home, they and Uncle and Aunt Pei will start preparing a wedding house for you. Su Yuan was aware that Pei Yunan had harbored feelings for her second brother since childhood, while her second brother showed no interest in Pei Yunan whatsoever. Their relationship was amicable, and she did not wish for Pei Yunan to suffer a fate similar to her own, even if they were to marry. It would merely be a title without substance, as they would hardly see each other. I understand. Do not worry about my affairs. I will handle them myself. Su Yao initially intended to inquire about Su Yuan's well-being, yet he was acutely aware that she would not speak the truth, so he refrained from asking further. Song Qingwan placed the chopsticks and bowl before Su Yuan, offering her a gentle smile before returning to sit beside Su Yao. She deftly added a piece of beef brisket into Su Yao's bowl. I do not eat tomatoes. It's quite delicious. Were you not just savoring it? Song Qingwan replied with a playful smile. Under Su Yuan's astonished gaze, Su Yu reluctantly consumed the piece of brisket drenched in tomato sauce. A glimmer of envy flickered in Su Yuan's eyes. Despite her second brother's apparent distaste, he ultimately relented. She understood his character well. If he did not wish to do something, no one could compel him. For Song Qingwan, he was willing to eat something he had loathed since childhood. He must truly care for Song Qingwan, she mused. Song Qingwan seemed to effortlessly garner the affection of others. Previously it was Shang Jingyu, now her second brother, along with a multitude of young gentlemen from Haiqing. Her second brother's temperament starkly contrasted with Song Qingwan's. He was accustomed to his own ways, perpetually self-centered, displaying gentleness only towards his sister. In contrast, Song Qingwan was well-liked, treating everyone with kindness. Su Yuan had long harbored disdain for Song Qingwan's seemingly innocent and virtuous demeanor, which she found hypocritical. They were born into this social stratum. How could they possibly befriend the ordinary? Yet, Song Qingwan stood apart. Many of her close friends from school were impoverished students who excelled solely in academics. Even at a young age, Song Qingwan demonstrated an astute ability to win hearts, providing support to those less fortunate. Su Yuan regarded this as profoundly insincere. However, as time passed, she gradually realized that the world was not as perfect as she had once believed. Her interactions with Song Qingwan deepened her understanding of the latter. Song Qingwan's kindness appeared genuine, devoid of pretense. Take Fu Jie's family, for instance. If Song Qingwan were truly hypocritical, she could easily choose to ignore them, especially since Fu Jie had often ridiculed her because of Su Yuan. The truth was, Song Qingwan did not turn a blind eye, for she sought to ensure that her actions did not harm the innocent. A person like Song Qingwan was indeed well-suited for her second brother, who was notoriously difficult to manage. Only someone as gentle as Song Qingwan could tame him. After dinner, Song Qingwan tidied up before departing with Su Yuan. During the journey home, Su Yuan sat in the passenger seat, hesitating to speak. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Song Qingwan asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss? Or do you find my relationship with your second brother quite astonishing? Our connection is admittedly somewhat awkward, which is why we have not made it public. I have not contemplated the future extensively. I am aware that Uncle and Aunt do not particularly favor me. I simply care for him and wish to accompany him for a while." Song Qingwan turned to glance at Su Yuan, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "I am indeed a bit surprised." Su Yuan pressed her lips together, offering a faint smile in return, "But you two are quite well matched." "Thank you." Song Qingwan's car halted at the entrance of the Su residence. She smiled and bid farewell to Su Yuan, watching her enter the gate, her own smile gradually fading. She gazed at the brightly lit Su residence, a chill in her eyes. Moments later, as she started her car and prepared to leave, a beam of headlights shone directly at her, prompting her instinctively to shield her eyes. Meanwhile, Su Nanxiao found it peculiar that a vehicle was obstructing the entrance. Squinting, he felt an odd familiarity with the white Porsche. The instant Song Qingwan lowered her hand, he recognized her face distinctly. Without hesitation, Su Nanxiao unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Approaching her car, he tapped on the window, which descended to reveal her delicate visage. "Why did you leave yesterday without waiting for me?" Su Nanxiao's gaze shifted downward, resting on Song Qingwan's abdomen. "Does your stomach still ache?" "Mr. Su, aren't you a bit overly concerned?" "My discomfort should hardly concern you." Song Qingwan leaned back slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips as she regarded him. Su Nanxiao furrowed his brow, then decisively opened the car door and leaned in to unfasten her seatbelt. "I shall take you for a follow-up examination." Without further ado, he lifted her from the driver's seat and placed her into his own car. Suddenly, Song Qingwan chuckled softly. She raised her gaze, fixated on Su Nanxiao, who was fastening her seatbelt, her crimson lips parting slightly. Mr. Su, do you truly intend to take me to the hospital for a checkup? Or are you merely seeking an excuse to be alone with me? Her voice, gentle and teasing, wafted toward him like a warm breeze caressing a tranquil lake, creating ripples upon its surface. Both, Su Nanxiao replied, lifting his chin to meet her gaze directly. I am concerned for your health, and I also wish to find a reason to spend time alone with you. Chapter 38. Infidelity Ultimately. Song Qingwan found herself compelled by Su Nanxiao to undergo a medical examination, which revealed no issues whatsoever. Su Nanxiao cast a penetrating glance at Song Qingwan and remarked, Your body exhibits quite the remarkable recuperative ability. Of course, Song Qingwan replied, her gaze unwavering. Now that the examination is complete, it is time for the esteemed young Master Su to escort me home, is it not? Why the urgency to return home? Who awaits you there? He inquired. You may be single, but I am not. My boyfriend is undoubtedly waiting for me at home. With a forceful slam, Song Qingwan shut the car door, disregarding Su Nanxiao's displeased expression. Su Nanxiao circled the front of the car and entered. Moments later, he started the engine and departed from the hospital. Song Qingwan, notoriously directionally challenged, only realized he had no intention of taking her home when they had already left the city limits. However, she felt no trepidation regarding Su Nanxiao's intentions. If he had wished to impose himself upon her, he would have done so during the 4 years abroad, rather than delaying until now. Throughout those 4 years, Su Nanxiao had visited her monthly, though she had consistently avoided his presence, as he shamelessly appeared wherever she was. It was nearly impossible for her to evade him. Where are we headed? Song Qingwan inquired, tilting her head. To meet a friend, Su Nanxiao replied nonchalantly. She chuckled softly, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded him with confusion. What is our relationship that you would introduce me to your friend? Su Nanxiao, your audacity is remarkable. Bringing another man's girlfriend to meet your acquaintances. You want to be marrying Su Huaran, he asserted with a sidelong glance. Song Qingwan paused, momentarily taken aback. I have feelings for him. Why wouldn't I marry him? If I'm not marrying him, should I marry you? She mused that perhaps she would need to consult Suyo for his approval. You cannot tolerate his long-standing crush, who is also favored by his parents. So, I suppose I should endure you, the brother of the mistress? She retorted, a hint of mockery lingering in her tone. Su Nanxiao remained silent as the vehicle came to a halt at a resort nestled halfway up a mountain on the outskirts of the city. As Song Qingwan waited in the passenger seat for him to open her door, a familiar figure suddenly caught her eye. Turning her head, she glimpsed a tall man with an equally tall woman departing together. Encountering an acquaintance? Su Nanxiao inquired, noticing her astonished gaze fixed in that direction. Perhaps I was mistaken. She hoped earnestly. If you bring me to meet your friends and rumors arise of an affair between us, how do you intend to compensate for my potential economic losses? Your sister is on the verge of signing that endorsement deal, is she not? Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. Su Nanxiao lowered his gaze, a trace of mockery coloring his eyes. You expect a mere meeting with my friend to warrant an endorsement? I might grant you that endorsement, but it depends on your performance. Song Qingwan smirked, her smile devoid of warmth. In that case, I shall return. For such endorsements, all I need to do is speak. And Shang Jingyu will provide me with plenty. As she turned to leave, Su Nanxiao seized her hand, pulling her into his embrace. You have a boyfriend, yet you seek out Shang Jingyu? His tone was tinged with barely concealed frustration. Su Deshao, my boyfriend's presence does not hinder you from taking advantage of me. Song Qingwan subtly glanced at Su Nanjiao's hand resting on her waist. Su Nanjiao withdrew his hand, somewhat helplessly conceding, here. Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow. Now that's more like it. Following Su Nanjiao, Song Qingwan entered the villa behind the garden of the resort hotel, where 3 men and 3 women were gathered in the living room, engaged in a drinking game. Upon hearing the commotion, the 6 of them turned their heads in unison. Shock washed over Song Qingwan as she beheld Jiang Yinian, who had his arm around a young, delicate girl. The phrase Jiang Yinian has cheated echoed in her mind. She recalled her earlier conversation with Zhang Yu, who mentioned that Jiang Yinian was too busy with work and that she felt somewhat bored staying home with the child, eagerly awaiting the day her daughter could start kindergarten so she could return to her job. Asia, why did you arrive so late? Her friend Liang Yuchuan's voice rang out just as he spotted Song Qingwan standing beside Su Nanjiao, his eyes widening in astonishment. Today is truly a surprise, Asia. You actually brought Miss Song along. Yang Zhonghing teased, one of the few who knew Su Nanjiao had been pursuing Song Qingwan all along. Only Jiang Yinian's expression shifted upon seeing Song Qingwan. He abruptly withdrew his hand from Qiao Qing's shoulder. Song Qingwan strode directly towards him, stopping in front of Qiao Yuqing. She bent slightly and smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. You seem unfamiliar. May I ask who you are? Qiao Chang leaned sweetly against Jiang Yinyan's shoulder. I am An Yan's girlfriend. Oh, his girlfriend. Song Qingwan drawled, casting a glance at Jiang Yinyan. Your girlfriend? Is she? Jiang Yinyan's gaze faltered. Wan, she is just joking. Xiao Qing is merely my secretary. Xiao Qing immediately realized the two were acquainted and, feeling displeased, clung to Jiang Yinyan. You're not his wife. If his wife doesn't mind, why should you? Do you live by the seaside? Slap, Xiao Qing exclaimed, quickly turning to check Jiang Yinyan's face. An Yan, are you all right? Let go. Jiang Yinyan, with a stern expression, pulled Xiao Qing's hand away and looked at Song Qingwan, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Ruan. Yu is quite busy. I only brought my secretary. We are not in that kind of relationship. He feared that Song Qingwan would disclose this affair to Zheng Yu. Song Qingwan understood all too well. Jiang Yinyan had once pursued Zheng Yu with great fanfare and effort, even though she was abroad at the time. Now, just 3 or 4 years into their marriage, he had already strayed. His love seemed utterly cheap. I suggest you confess to Sister Yu yourself. If I were to tell her, the consequences might be much graver. Song Qingwan did not wish to convey such a cruel truth to Zheng Yu. Yet she could not bear to turn a blind eye to her friend's husband's infidelity. Wan, save your explanations for Sister Yu. Song Qingwan raised her hand in a gesture to halt him, unwilling to hear the excuses of a cad, particularly after witnessing Jiang Yinyan with his female secretary. She was reminded of the moment 4 years ago when she stumbled upon a photo of Shang Jingyu and Su Yuan in bed together. The sensation of betrayal lingered vividly in her memory. Enough, Anyan, quickly see them off. Miss Song has made a rare visit. Do not disturb her enjoyment. Yang Yuchuan interjected diplomatically. In their eyes, Qiao Qing was merely a trinket kept by Jiang Yinyan. Deep down, Jiang Yinyan held a fondness for his wife of humble origins. However, in an environment such as theirs, committing to a single woman for life was evidently unrealistic. While they would still treat Jiang Yinyan's wife with a degree of courtesy out of respect for him, they would naturally regard someone of Qiao Qing's status with disdain, leading to a lack of politeness in their words. I will speak to Wei myself. Do not mention it to her. Jiang Yinyan tightened his grip at his side, fixing his gaze upon Song Qingwan. Given the level of trust his wife placed in Song Qingwan, she would believe her without any evidence. Song Qingwan cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yinyan, remaining silent, which signified her acquiescence. Simultaneously, she mentally excluded Jiang Yinyan from her circle of friends. He kept Zheng Yu confined at home to care for their child while he indulged in the company of another under the guise of work. It was repugnant. Chapter 39 The Stand-in. An Yan, I do not wish to leave. Xiao Qing pouted, playfully coaxing Jiang Yinyan. Ordinarily, Jiang Yinyan would indulge her whims. Yet the circumstances were markedly different now. His extramarital affair had been uncovered by Song Qingwan. With her awareness, it was only a matter of time before his wife would also learn of it. He never anticipated that Su Nanxiao would bring Song Qingwan today. I shall have the driver take you home, Jiang Yinyan replied in a somber tone. This Secretary Qiao, if you wish to flirt, please do so elsewhere. Do not soil our presence with your antics. Song Qingwan rarely spoke with such severity in public. Beside them, Liang Yuchuan and Duan Changheng widened their eyes. Realizing that Secretary Qiao had encountered a formidable opponent, it appeared that Jiang Yinyan's fate was now sealed. Once the two departed, Duan Changheng and Liang Yuchuan swiftly shifted the topic, summoning a servant to inquire what Song Qingwan desired to eat. Song Qingwan possessed an innate charm that drew others to her, particularly with her gentle demeanor and radiant smile. In her company, everyone was eager to cater to her. With the beauty of a goddess, she bore no airs, treating everyone with warmth and kindness. This quality made her exceptionally popular during her school years, attracting admirers regardless of their backgrounds, whether affluent or ordinary. Yang Yuchuan and Duan Changheng were no exceptions. Who among them had not harbored a secret crush on Song Qingwan during their adolescence? However, few dared to pursue her openly, daunted by Shang Jingyu's presence. Later, upon realizing Su Nanxiao's affections for her, they suppressed their feelings. Nonetheless, this did not prevent them from showering her with attentions. Drink up. After succumbing once more to Su Nanxiao's prowess, 2 full glasses of wine were pushed toward them. They exchanged glances, both reading resignation in each other's eyes. The young woman seated beside Liang Yuchuan wore a white sweater paired with an apricot-colored skirt. Since earlier, she had been glancing toward Song Qingwan, clearly recognizing her. I am Ji Qiu, with Ji representing the 4 seasons, Inchio for autumn. I have seen you before. What a lovely name. It is a pleasure to meet you. Song Qingwan replied with a gentle smile, sensing that Ji Qiu had something to convey. Ji Qiu nervously fiddled with her clothing, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. After taking a deep breath, she looked up, her voice barely above a whisper. Could you share your preferences with me? For instance, what do you enjoy eating? Your favorite colors or styles of clothing? Her voice was faint, almost indistinguishable in the night breeze. However, Song Qingwan, standing close, could discern her words and found them somewhat amusing. You are my fan? During her time abroad, she often encountered admirers who enjoyed listening to her play the violin. When Ji Qiu inquired about her preferences, she instinctively categorized them within the realm of her fans. You play the violin beautifully, but I do not idolize anyone. Ji Qiu appeared slightly bashful. Song Qingwan's smile dimmed as thoughts of Liang Yuchuan crossed her mind. Is it because of Liang Yuchuan? You think he likes me? Hence you wish to emulate me? It was no wonder she felt that Ji Qiu's attire bore a striking resemblance to her own. She had assumed Ji Qiu shared her taste, finding it quite coincidental. Little did she know it was a deliberate imitation. Over the years, she had heard countless tales of those who pined for her. Seeking substitutes, she found it absurd and distasteful, feeling pity for the women involved. Yet now, one person was actively seeking to understand the preferences of the original in order to play the part of a suitable substitute. Ji Qiu silently acquiesced. Song Qingwan suppressed her smile, addressing Ji Qiu. I do not know your age, but I surmise you are quite young. You have a long journey ahead and should not live as someone else's shadow. You must strive to be your true self. Life is fleeting. Do not squander time on those unworthy of it. Engage in pursuits that bring you joy. As for my preferences, I shall not disclose them. For I despise imitation and abhor the concept of a substitute. If Liang Yuchuan truly cares for me, he should remain loyal and not cause harm to other innocent girls. If he wishes to embark on a new romance, he must entirely erase me from his heart. I fail to comprehend your reasoning with such beauty. How can you not find a boyfriend who genuinely cherishes you? Song Qingwan's voice, naturally cool, became somewhat intimidating in its solemnity. Ji Qiu, her eyes reddening, repeatedly apologized. I am sorry. I realize my actions are offensive. It's just that my mother is ill, and I cannot leave him now. I cannot break up with him so soon. My mother's health is still precarious. No one enjoys being a substitute. The moment Ji Qiu learned of Song Qingwan's existence, she wished to end things, but her mother's sudden illness and the exorbitant medical expenses left her unable to cope. Thus, she endured the discomfort of continuing her relationship with Liang Yuchuan. If you remain with Liang Yuchuan merely for financial reasons, I can provide you with that money. But you must ensure a clean break from him. If you stay because you genuinely care for him, then I wish you all the best. Song Qingwan reached for Ji Qiu's phone, her fingers swiftly tapping a few keys on the screen before returning it to Ji Qiu. This is my number. You may decide whether to call once you have contemplated it thoroughly. Ji Qiu held the phone, staring vacantly at Song Qingwan's retreating figure, whispering softly, Thank you. As Song Qingwan exited the restroom, she encountered Su Nanxiao. If a Chuan knew I brought you here, he would surely have lost a girlfriend and would not have invited me today. She cast a fleeting glance at Su Nanxiao, pondering the adage that one is often influenced by their companions. If he is not of good character, then what can his associates be? Su Nanxiao pressed his lips together. Wan, I assure you, I have not sought a substitute. Even my secretary is male, maintaining a pristine reputation. Did I inquire about that? Su Nanxiao was momentarily taken aback. The game persisted until the late hours, and when Song Qingwan returned to the vicinity of her residence, it was already past midnight. At the entrance of the community, Su Nanxiao's vehicle had been parked for several minutes, yet he lingered, hesitating to unlock the door. Young Master Su, you have already offended me several times today, Song Qingwan remarked, her expression growing cold as she gestured for him to unlock the car. She was utterly fatigued and had to report to the film set the following day. Let us dine together tomorrow. I shall pick you up, Su Nanxiao insisted. Are you pursuing me or merely coercing me? Must your invitation to dinner be delivered in a commanding tone? Because you would not acquiesce otherwise, he rationalized. Opting for a preemptive approach, Song Qingwan chuckled, amused by the peculiar thought processes of the three siblings of the Su family. Just as she was about to speak, a knock on the car window diverted her attention, and she turned to see Su Huairan's face. Chapter 40. A heated confrontation. Su Nanxiao opened the door. Song Qingwan's voice, laced with urgency, grew colder. Are you so eager to distance yourself from me the moment you arrive? The man's long, defined fingers drummed lightly on the steering wheel, his piercing black eyes scanning the world beyond the car window. What connection could we possibly have? Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow, a cold laugh escaping her lips. You've pursued me for so many years, even assuming the role of my boyfriend on your own accord? Open the door. Su Nanxiao suddenly leaned closer, and from Su Huairan's perspective, it appeared as though they were about to kiss. He tightened his grip at his side, ultimately refraining from any action. Su Nanxiao had long been in pursuit of Song Qingruan, but he was uncertain whether he was merely the object of her affections shifting elsewhere. In truth, Su Nanxiao simply intended to assist Song Qingruan with her seatbelt, intentionally positioning himself close enough to provoke Su Huairan into breaking up with her upon witnessing the scene. Young Master Su, your tricks are too clumsy. You cannot sever our bond. Song Qingruan scoffed lightly, pushing Su Nanxiao away from her. She opened the car door. Glancing back at him before stepping out, don't forget your commitment regarding the endorsement. If you fail to fulfill your promise, do not show your face in front of me again. With that, she slammed the door shut, her radiant smile returning as she linked arms with Su Huairan. Why did you come out to wait for me? It's quite cold today. I missed you. Su Huairan's gaze fell on Song Qingruan's rosy lips, his expression darkening slightly. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, witnessing this moment made him acutely aware of how difficult it truly was. Afraid I might run away? Song Qingruan playfully rose on her toes, planting a kiss on Su Huairan's cheek. I don't have feelings for him. I'm merely engaged in a social obligation for an advertisement. She could tell from the outset that Su Huairan had likely misconstrued her relationship with Su Nanxiao, especially since he had never looked so amiable towards him before. Su Huairan's brow lifted slightly, his mood visibly brightening as he responded with a casual "oh." He wrapped an arm around Song Qingruan as they entered the community. Upon reaching her doorstep, Su Huairan suddenly inquired if she wanted some milk, mentioning that they were out and he would go buy some. As Song Qingruan opened the door, she agreed. He kissed her gently, then turned to leave, heading toward the elevator and exiting the community. As he stepped outside, he found Su Nanxiao's car still parked, undeterred. He walked around to the driver's side and knocked on the window. Get out. Su Nanxiao was not surprised by Su Huairan's return. He had sensed it upon seeing him approach. He unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle, scanning Su Huairan from head to toe before raising an eyebrow in mockery. Have you taken up the role of a house husband? Not everyone is suited for that position. Do you think Ruan would grant you the opportunity? Su Huairan retorted with a biting sarcasm, his handsome features relaxing into a smirk. After pursuing her for so many years without success, perhaps you should reflect on whether you are truly capable. Leaning against the car door, Su Nanxiao fixed his gaze on Su Huairan, a sudden smile breaking across his face. You should first sort out your issues with your parents and your childhood sweetheart. Some things you may deceive Ruan about, but do you think you can fool me? You know exactly why you came to Haicheng. I am in charge of the Haicheng branch, so what? I can return to Beijing whenever I wish. Or I might even choose to settle down elsewhere. Do not speak disdainfully of what you cannot attain. Su Huairan clicked his tongue. You dare to boast before me. The legitimate boyfriend, without even winning her over? Spare yourself the embarrassment. If you wish to pursue her, Ruan wouldn't even grant you the opportunity. Su Nanxiao, we are adults, have some dignity. Do not let me see you haunting Ruan again. Su Nanxiao curled his lip, a smile devoid of warmth that is simply unfeasible. If you possess such confidence, why fear others vying for her affections? Are you not worried that she may tire of you and cast you aside? Su Nanxiao's words struck a nerve with Su Huairan, forcing him to acknowledge the persistent insecurity he felt during his relationship with Song Qingruan. Especially after the incident of meeting his parents and their subsequent breakup, her ability to sever ties with him so effortlessly tormented Su Huairan. But what relevance does this hold for Su Nanxiao? You truly cannot comprehend human conversation. Su Huairan's raised fist fell upon Su Nanxiao's face in an instant. Caught off guard, Su Nanxiao staggered back 2 steps. Have I irritated you by piercing through your thoughts? Su Nanxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without hesitation and retaliated with a punch. He had been seeking an opportunity to vent his frustration on Su Huairan, and now the chance had presented itself. The two exchanged blows fiercely. Akin to 2 lions engaged in a fierce battle on the desolate streets at night, neither willing to concede. Song Qingruan glanced at her phone. Over 40 minutes had passed, and despite having finished her shower, Su Huairan had yet to return. Just as she contemplated calling him, the sound of the door opening reached her ears. Turning her head, she rested her chin on the back of the sofa and lazily remarked, "How could it take so long just to buy milk?" Su Huairan cleared his throat. The convenience store outside was closed, so I had to go to a farther one. Song Qingruan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Isn't that one open 24 hours? Why are you covering your face? No, not at all. I just found the lights a bit glaring. I put the milk in the fridge. I'll go shower now. Su Huairan felt a pang of guilt. Su Huairan, lower your hand. Instantly, Su Huaran halted. By now, Song Qingwan had approached him, and as she noticed him shielding his face, she gently grasped his wrist and pulled his hand down. What met her eyes was the bruise adorning Su Huaran's face. Her expression shifted immediately. Who did this to you? She quickly suspected Su Nanchao. Could it possibly be him? Song Qingwan's elegant brows knitted together in indignation. Su Nanchao had indeed overstepped by assaulting someone dear to her. It was just a drunken man, Su Huaran vehemently denied, knowing full well it was he who had instigated the confrontation outside the community. It was hardly a tale worth sharing. Are you certain it wasn't him? Song Qingwan remained skeptical. Seeing Su Huaran nod, her heart ached as she gazed at his injuries. Did you report it to the police? How could someone strike another while intoxicated? Releasing Su Huaran's hand, she declared, I'll fetch the first aid kit. Wait for me. Su Huaran nodded with a smile. Merely suffering a superficial injury could elicit the wholehearted concern of Song Qingwan, rendering any pain utterly trivial. However, Su Nanzhao was not as fortunate. Brother, what happened to you? Today, Su Yuan was in a rather gloomy mood, so she returned home for dinner. Her mother insisted she stay the night, and unable to decline, she settled down to sleep at home. Yet, slumber eluded her. She decided to venture downstairs for a bottle of water, only to collide unexpectedly with Su Nanzhao, who had just entered the living room. His face bore several bruises, and the corner of his mouth was cut. Ever since childhood, her elder brother had been the epitome of what others considered the perfect child, remarkably composed, in stark contrast to their second brother. If the second brother had been involved in a brawl, she would not have been surprised. But her elder brother, she could hardly fathom him in a fight. It's nothing, just encountered a drunken man with a few screws loose. Su Nanzhao brushed it off casually. Su Yuan gasped softly, gazing at her brother's visage. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiao Yuan, I will assist you in changing the endorsement with F.L. There have been some changes in the brand's representatives. Chapter 41. I will help you teach him a lesson. Su Yuan was taken aback. This brand was currently one of the most popular luxury fashion labels in the country, and she adored its aesthetic, both in clothing and accessories. She was elated to receive the invitation to be the brand ambassador. But now? Why the change? Su Yuan was perplexed. She believed her style resonated well with F.L.S., and she could not fathom why her elder brother would want to replace her with another ambassador. Typically, such abrupt changes in endorsement are linked to the influential backing of the other party, yet her brother could effortlessly resolve such matters for her. She disdained the notion of leveraging power in the entertainment industry, but that did not mean she would shy away from retaliation. Your brother will find you a better opportunity soon. Don't worry. I'll head upstairs now, Su Nanzhao said, softening his tone. He did not wait for his sister to respond before striding away. He felt guilty for transferring his sister's resources to Song Qingwan. But since she had already voiced her request, he could hardly refuse her. Su Yuan stood in place, watching her brother's retreating figure, sensing an oddness about him. Have you offended someone recently? In the backstage lounge of the awards ceremony, her manager, Meng Yan, furrowed her brow. Today's Best Actress award was undoubtedly Su Yuan's, as evidenced by both online votes and her performance, which was widely acknowledged. It was not just today. The previous award had also been awarded to someone else. Fans were in an uproar over the outcomes of these two ceremonies, while rival fans celebrated exuberantly. Furthermore, 3 or 4 advertisers had approached her to terminate contracts, even offering to pay the cancellation fees. Unless Su Yuan had crossed someone, she could not think of any other explanation. Song Qingwan. Meng Yin suddenly recalled the incident from the filming crew some time ago. Could it be that you were targeted because you bullied Song Qingwan? Meng Yin looked at Su Yuan with concern. Su Yuan's meticulously made-up face was tinged with melancholy, her brows etched with inescapable sorrow. Song Qingwan is merely a newcomer, and with the support of the commercial chief behind her, even if you dislike her, do not be excessively antagonistic towards her, Meng Yin sighed softly. In the entertainment industry, no matter how popular one becomes, they cannot withstand the whims of capital. At that moment, Su Yuan lacked the energy to explain. Her hands, resting on her knees, trembled subtly. No matter how much Shang Jingyu belittled her, it was of little consequence. This was her profession, and the achievements she had garnered in the entertainment realm were the result of her diligent honing of her craft. Yet, Shang Jingyu had unjustly given her award to another due to a misunderstanding, and now the endorsement had been handed to someone else. He could not even muster the effort to maintain a semblance of propriety. Clutching her chest, Su Yuan rose. I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. As the only actor present who did not receive an award, there was no point in attending the subsequent celebration banquet. I'll drive you, Meng Yin offered. noticing Su Yuan's distracted demeanor, filled with worry. No need. Su Yuan waved her hand and exited the lounge. She made her way to the underground parking lot, driving directly to the Shang Corporation without even changing out of her gown. As Song Qingwan arrived at the underground parking lot in her manager's car, she happened to catch a glimpse of Su Yuan stepping out of her vehicle. She leaned back in her seat, lazily observing Su Yuan's descent from the car. Since that fateful night, she had not seen Shang Jingyu for several days. Her visit to the Shang Corporation today was not to meet him, but rather for work-related matters. However, Su Yuan was present, and naturally, she felt compelled to see Shang Jingyu. As Song Qingwan descended from her vehicle, Su Yuan had already entered the elevator. While they waited, Sister Fan briefly discussed the contract's general contents with her. Suddenly, Song Qingwan received an advertisement call from a brand under the Shang Corporation, renowned in its field. It was not hard to deduce who had orchestrated this. Although Fanqing Entertainment is a leading company in the industry, the Shang Corporation boasts numerous subsidiaries. And the only reason Shang Jingyu would take notice was because Song Qingwan was involved. Grateful for Sister Fan's meticulous assistance in reviewing the contract, Song Qingwan smiled as she accepted the tablet from her, perusing the electronic contract that the Shang Corporation had sent in advance. Upon reaching the top floor, she was greeted by Chu Jin. "Miss Song, the president is already waiting for you in his office." She expressed her gratitude with a smile. Once the three entered the office, they encountered Su Yuan at the door. Su Yuan wished to confront Shang Jingyu, seeking clarity on his recent behavior towards her. Yet he coldly denied her entry. Upon seeing Song Qingwan, a hint of embarrassment washed over Su Yuan. She had always been met with disdain at the Shang Corporation, while Song Qingwan was personally welcomed by Shang Jingyu's assistant. The contrast was stark. "Su Yuan, are you here to find Jing?" Song Qingwan inquired. Her voice bright and gentle, her smile warm. The uplift in her tone suggested genuine happiness at seeing her. It then dawned on Su Yuan that she was now the girlfriend of her second brother, and thus, Song Qingwan's kindness towards her seemed to stem from an affection for her brother. "I happen to have a contract to sign with him. Let us go in together," Song Qingwan said as she stepped beside Su Yuan. Chu Jin hesitated, contemplating his words, yet he knew he could not refuse Miss Song's request, for she was the beloved star of his superior. Feeling a flush of embarrassment at Song Qingwan's words, Su Yuan realized that Song Qingwan had moved on from Shang Jingyu, whereas she still subconsciously viewed Song Qingwan as a rival. She softly murmured her thanks. Song Qingwan returned the gesture with a smile, as if to convey that no gratitude was necessary. "President Shang, Miss Song has arrived," and Chu Jin hesitated for a moment. Yet before he could finish, Shang Jingyu looked up. The moment he laid eyes on Su Yuan, his previously cheerful demeanor darkened. "What are you doing here?" Song Qingwan inwardly rolled her eyes. Despite her claims of disliking Su Yuan, it was evident that his first glance had been towards Su Yuan when they appeared together. Hypocrisy. "Jing, it seems Su Yuan has something to discuss with you. Why don't you two talk first, and we can sign the contract another day?" Chu Jin, sensing the tension, was given a curt order from Shang Jingyu. "Find out within 10 minutes who allowed her in. She need not return tomorrow." Shang Jingyu withdrew his gaze from Su Yuan, refusing to spare her another glance, and addressed Chu Jin. "Should I personally evict her?" Chu Jin silently lamented his bad luck. The last instructions had already been given, and it was troubling that someone had the audacity to let her in. "I apologize, President Shang. I will take care of it immediately." "Wait." Song Qingwan stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Su Yuan. With a helpless gaze directed at Shang Jingyu, she gently admonished, "There's no need for such harshness when speaking to a young lady." Turning to Assistant Chu, she continued, "You may leave for now. Jing and Su Yuan may require a moment to converse." Her tone was soft and soothing. Assistant Chu shifted his gaze to Shang Jingyu, awaiting his cue. Upon receiving a nod from Shang Jingyu, he departed in haste, as if liberated from a weighty burden. "Fanjie, please discuss the contract details further with Assistant Chu," she instructed. Fanjie, still taken aback by the ambiguous relationship between Shang Jingyu and Su Yuan, understood that her presence was no longer warranted. Once Fanjie exited, Song Qingwan let out a gentle sigh. "Su Yuan, Jing has a rather brusque demeanor. Should he have upset you, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall lend my assistance in reprimanding him." Her smile radiated warmth, reminiscent of a caring elder sister. Su Yuan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Her husband forbade her from seeing him, yet it was merely a single word from Song Qingwan that prompted his concession. With her head bowed, she remained oblivious to the coldness glimmering in Song Qingwan's beautiful eyes, nor did she notice the gleam of amusement within them. Chapter 42. Have you never been moved? I'll be in the restroom for a moment. Please continue your conversation. Song Qingyuan directed her gaze toward Shang Jingyu, softly advising, please speak kindly to Su Yuan. Don't be so harsh. Shang Jingyu grasped Song Qingyuan's arm, gesturing for her to sit down first. You need not leave. She will depart shortly. Without further protest, Song Qingyuan settled onto the sofa, pondering how she could witness Su Yuan's discomfort if she were to leave. 3 minutes elapsed. When addressing Su Yuan, Shang Jingyu reverted to his aloof and superior demeanor. Su Yuan felt her heart sting sharply. She tightened her grip, her nails embedding into her palm without her noticing. Why must my accolades and endorsements be given to another? Her voice trembled as she spoke. I did not push her. That day was truly an accident. Is that all you wish to convey? Shang Jingyu's patience was nearly exhausted, and he departed after stating his piece. Su Yuan's throat constricted, rendering her voiceless. Indeed, even if it was an accident, what of it? The person Shang Jingyu cared about was Song Qingyuan. He aimed to use this incident as a warning against any actions detrimental to her. Tears began to well in her eyes, and as she felt her vision blur, Song Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness as she addressed Shang Jingyu. Jing, Su Yuan truly did not push me that day. How could you transfer her accolades and endorsements to someone else? You must apologize to Su Yuan and return her awards. Her reprimanding tone was imbued with a familiarity that Su Yuan had longed for. There had never been such an interaction between her and Shang Jingyu. His gentleness had only been evident on the occasion he saved her and during her expression of gratitude thereafter. This tenderness had lingered in her memory for years, inextricably bound. Jing, apologize. Song Qingyuan pouted, her expression one of vexation as she glared at Shang Jingyu. Su Yuan did not harbor any expectation that Shang Jingyu would apologize. Despite his affection for Song Qingyuan, his disdain for her rendered such an act implausible. I'm sorry. The 3 simple words resonated in the office. Su Yuan's pupils dilated as crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. He actually apologized. I will have you handle the endorsements. Do not return here again. Shang Jingyu uttered the words with a suppressed revulsion, then turned his gaze to Song Qingyuan, his eyes revealing a hint of unnoticeable grievance. Song Qingyuan feigned ignorance, her radiant smile illuminating the room as she gently remarked, this is how it should be. Couples can argue, but it must be done with discretion. Her voice rose at the end, radiating an innocent brightness that struck Su Yuan as painfully ostentatious. In her blurred vision, she saw Song Qingyuan offering her a tissue. Tenderly comforting, such beautiful eyes should not shed tears. Quickly wipe them. We wouldn't want them to swell later. Jing is merely stubborn yet soft-hearted. Do not take his words to heart. Song Qingyuan patted Su Yuan's back, her well-meaning words, however, pricking at Su Yuan's heart. Though Song Qingyuan's intentions were kind, Su Yuan found her words deeply unsettling. She muttered a quiet thank you before donning her sunglasses and storming out. As the door closed, Song Qingyuan raised her hand to gently tousle Shang Jingyu's hair, conveying her resignation with the words, I cannot provoke the Su family. Implicitly, it was understood that her request for him to apologize stemmed from a sense of helplessness. Qingyuan, as long as I am here, the Su family would not dare to harm you, Shang Jingyu replied in a low voice. He disliked her suggestion of pushing him towards others, even if it was merely an act. You used to say that as well, Song Qingyuan remarked, her cold face adorned with a pure smile. Her tone teasing yet almost accusatory. You claimed that with you around, no one would dare to do anything to me. A chill swept through her heart. The stark reality was that Shang Jingyu was hardly in a position to protect himself. She had fled the country, unable to even see her family while abroad. Suddenly, Shang Jingyu's expression darkened, pain flickering in his eyes. He yearned to express that things had changed since 4 years ago, but he feared Song Qingyuan would not believe him. He resolved to prove it to her. However, Song Qingyuan blinked playfully and asked, on the day you slept with Su Yuan, did you truly feel nothing for her? Shang Jingyu's brow furrowed intensely. She was questioning him. Qingyuan, my reluctance to be with you stems from the fear of unforeseen consequences. My marriage to Su Yuan has yet to conclude, and should you? The word pregnant lingered on his lips, yet he found himself unable to utter it. The mere thought of pregnancy brought back memories of a child once eagerly anticipated by both him and Song Qingyuan. He could not bear the agony of such loss a second time. When do you plan to divorce her? Song Qingyuan initially intended to restrain herself, but Shang Jingyu's verbal promises of divorce were not accompanied by any tangible action. He could not even provide her with a specific date. Her desire for Shang Jingyu to divorce was not rooted in a wish to reconcile. Rather, she was determined to inflict pain upon Su Yuan, no matter the cost. Qingyuan, I will not disappoint you. I will help you achieve whatever you desire, Shang Jingyu said, his tone softening as he embraced the irked Song Qingyuan. You may seek me out once you have accomplished that. With a cold expression, Song Qingyuan pushed him away, understanding the necessity of a little temper. If she were to be overly compliant, would she not become just like Su Yuan? What allure would that hold for Shang Jingyu? Qingyuan. Shang Jingyu's throat felt tight. Once I finish signing the contract, I shall return home, Song Qingyuan replied in a frosty tone, adopting a businesslike demeanor. Pei Yuanan was about to get into her car when she spotted a familiar vehicle by the roadside. Upon approaching, she discovered Su Yuan seated in the driver's seat, weeping. Anxiously, she knocked on the window. Startled by the sound, Su Yuan quickly composed herself, dabbing at her tear-stained face with a tissue. She pressed a button, causing the window to descend, and Pei Yuanan's concerned voice filled the air. I'm fine, Su Yuan insisted, though Pei Yuanan could see the redness in her eyes. I happen to have an appointment with Fujia. Why not join us? If something is troubling you, sharing it with us might ease your burden. Keeping it all inside can lead to health issues. Although Pei Yuanan had spent several years abroad, she had heard whispers regarding Su Yuan's marriage troubles and felt a deep pang of compassion for her. Once, Su Yuan was a confident and vibrant young woman, akin to a blooming red rose. But now, due to a misguided marriage, she is wilting with each passing day. She harbors a desire for Su Yuan to escape this torment, not only because Su Yuan is Su Yao's sister, but also because they share a bond of friendship. Su Yuan did not reject Pei Yunan's kind intentions. She is engulfed in sorrow and wishes to evade the return to her dark and frigid home. Half an hour later, Su Yuan and Pei Yunan arrived at the designated meeting place previously arranged with Fujia. Before entering the restaurant, they caught sight of a familiar figure. Pei Yunan's heart leapt with joy, but before she could call out, Su Yao, clad in a mask and sunglasses, had already stepped into the private room. Your second brother is here too. Pei Yunan's voice could not conceal her delight. It had been ages since she last saw Su Yao in person. She had only been able to view him through a screen. First through videos recorded by Su Yuan and later through the myriad of images and clips available online after Su Yao entered the entertainment industry. Let us go greet him. Su Yuan proposed, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she grasped Pei Yunan's hand. The presence of her brother at this hour, without his assistant or manager, suggested he might be meeting someone else, perhaps Song Qingyuan. Pei Yunan had been chosen by their parents as the intended fiancé for her brother. Yet his affections lay elsewhere, with Song Qingyuan. Unsure of how to broach this delicate topic with Pei Yunan, Su Yuan resolved to keep her brother's secret for the time being. Chapter 43. Playing with emotions at 9:30, Song Qingyuan finally made her tardy entrance. As she pushed open the door to the private room, Su Yao had already summoned the waiter to change the tea thrice. He had never waited for anyone in his life. Song Qingyuan, you truly are something else. We arranged to meet at 7:30, and you arrive at 9:30? Su Yao's words nearly erupted from between clenched teeth. I'm sorry. I ran into Su Yuan while finalizing a contract with the Shang Corporation. She had matters to discuss with Mr. Shang, which delayed me, Song Qingyuan replied, sticking out her tongue as she settled next to Su Yao, affectionately clasping his hand in a playful manner. Su Yao's lips pressed tightly together, his jawline tense. Has Sha Yuan gone to find Shang Jingyu? Is it strange for them to meet, considering they are married? Song Qingyuan straightened her posture, gazing at the empty tabletop before her. Su Yao absent-mindedly reached for a teacup and poured her half a cup of tea. Suddenly, he froze. Had he lost his mind? Song Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with mirth as she thanked him. She lifted the teacup, her pearly white teeth gently grazing the rim, her lips glistening with tea, exuding a captivating allure. Siyu felt a tightening in his throat, struggling to divert his gaze. This woman, Song Qingyuan, seemed to possess an enchanting charm that he must resist. Shall we order? She inquired softly, seeking his opinion. Su Yao coughed discreetly, using his fist to mask his embarrassment, and called for the waiter. As the door opened, 3 women passed by in a hurry. Pei Yuan caught a glimpse of Su Yao, her smile just beginning to bloom. In the next moment, as the door was about to close, she noticed a flash of a light green skirt. Pei Yuan halted, staring blankly at the closed door of the private room. An instinctual feeling told her that only 2 people occupied that space, and it had nothing to do with work. Coupled with the fact that Su Yao had not returned home during her time back, and that each time Aunt Su mentioned his busyness, she had assumed it was merely a consequence of his rising fame. Yet, she never considered the possibility that Su Yao might not like her. Perhaps even, he had a girlfriend. Yuan, what's wrong? Fujia gently nudged the dazed Pei Yuan. Su Yuan looked on with concern in her eyes. Su Yuan, does your brother have a girlfriend? Pei Yuan slowly withdrew her gaze and spoke. Su Yuan appeared momentarily stunned. It was only then that she realized their proximity to her second brother's private room. The words teetered on the edge of her lips. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't utter them. Su Yuan simply acquiesced to the unspoken truth. Pei Yuan felt a profound sense of betrayal, her legs weakening as if she might collapse. No wonder he had been unwilling to see her. Meanwhile, Song Qinghuan was deftly removing fish bones for Su Yao when his phone rang. He didn't shy away from answering it. Su Yao, you better come back right now. The booming, furious voice of his father filled the room the moment the call connected. Even without the speakerphone, his voice was deafening. Song Qinghuan continued her task, seemingly oblivious. Though internally, a surge of resentment welled up within her, swiftly spreading through her being. In the game that had exiled her from the country, it was clear that Su Yao's father had played the most significant role. So what? Su Yao opened his mouth to consume the fish that Song Qinghuan had offered him. His parents had been incessantly calling him, urging him to return home, primarily to facilitate a meeting with Pei Yuan. Despite his repeated declarations of disinterest in marriage, insisting that whoever fancied her should be the one to wed, his parents seemed impervious to his sentiments. What have you been up to? Your Aunt Bai called to say Yunan has been crying incessantly since returning home, wishing to annul the engagement. Su's father admonished sharply. I never agreed to this engagement. How can one annul what was never accepted? She harbors no such intentions. Which is just as well. Su Yao, if you do not return immediately, I shall suspend your card. His father was exasperated by his obstinate son. Su's mother, seated beside him, looked on with concern. Go ahead and suspend it. I am capable of supporting myself. By the way, I should inform you that I have a girlfriend now. Stop fixating on my marriage to Pei Yuan. Even if every woman in the world perished, I would still not marry her. With that, Su Yao ended the call. Song Qinghuan set down her chopsticks, looking wounded as she gazed at Su Yao. You have a fiancé? Her delicate features drained of color, rendering her pale as if struck by a profound blow. Su Yao began, but was interrupted. If you have a fiancé, why pursue a relationship with me? Is it because of Su Yuan that you harbor disdain for me? You despise me. So you toy with my feelings, seeking to avenge your sister? Song Qinghuan rose unsteadily, her hands clenched by her sides, her eyes resolute yet sorrowful. Since you have never harbored feelings for me, let us end this here. With that, she covered her face and rushed out. Su Yao, raking his fingers through his hair in annoyance, thought, let it end then. I never had feelings for Song Qinghuan. His sentiments had merely stemmed from a sense of responsibility after the incident at the swimming pool, and now that she had initiated the breakup, he felt a growing irritation. What he was oblivious to was that as soon as Song Qinghuan exited the private room, she ceased her tears, her face betraying no trace of sadness. It appeared Su Yao had an exceedingly displeasing fiancé preordained by his family. Perhaps she could find a way to leverage this situation. Yet, she still hesitated to drag an innocent person into turmoil. Hey, could you help me rehearse this scene? Chung Nuo, having just finished a shoot and taken a sip of water, heard a cool and gentle voice from behind, prompting him to turn abruptly. You finally returned to filming, he remarked, unaware of the sudden surge of joy swelling within him at the sight of Song Qinghuan. Due to the hectic filming schedule, he had not visited her in the past few days, and the absence had created a disorienting sensation akin to being in a different realm. I'm back as soon as my wound healed. Song Qinghuan indicated her knee, now adorned with healing pink skin where the scab had fallen away. Has filming gone smoothly these past few days? She inquired while flipping through the script. Cheng Nua tugged at the corners of his mouth, his smile dimming slightly. Today has been riddled with NGs. Director, he has lost his temper multiple times. Song Qinghuan had already surmised the reason behind the repeated failures, but still pressed for clarification. Su Yuan keeps getting distracted. Cheng Nua did not elaborate on how Su Yuan forgot her lines, lost her positioning, or failed to heed the cues from her fellow actors. He merely brushed over it with a fleeting remark. Since the incident in the auditorium, his relationship with Su Yuan had reached a frigid state. With little communication beyond their scenes together, Song Qinghuan refrained from probing further as she began her performance opposite Cheng Nua, stealing a glance at Su Yuan in the distance, who appeared lost in her script. It seemed that the events of the previous day had profoundly affected Su Yuan, rendering her distracted even during filming. Truly, such a love-stricken mind proves to be quite ineffectual. Chapter 44. The visit today's scene involves the poignant moment of the white Moonlight parting ways with the male lead, marking her exit from the narrative. Sang. Li Yunshin's smile faltered upon witnessing the disheveled couple in the living room. After a mere 2 seconds of hesitation, he strode over, seized the man beside Sang, and forcefully threw him to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches that left the man bloodied. Li Yunshin, stop! Sang exclaimed. rising hastily to grasp his hand. However, in his furious state, Li Yunshin was deaf to her pleas. He flung her aside, and she tumbled onto the sofa. Li Yunshin, the man, battered and bleeding, lay crumpled on the floor, while Sang Sang scrambled to embrace Li Yunshin's leg. He was merely a friend she had a decent rapport with during her part-time job, brought in today to convince Li Yunshin of her supposed change of heart. She did not wish for Li Yunshin to sacrifice his dreams because of her. He was extraordinarily talented and deserved every opportunity that life could offer. Why? Why? Li Yunshin glared fiercely at the girl kneeling at his feet, the one who had promised to be with him for eternity but had abandoned him halfway. I told you I would become wealthy. Were you so impatient? His eyes glistened with tears, his voice hoarse. Yes, I no longer wish to live in poverty. With him, I will have everything, Sang Sang replied, her tone subdued and her expression impassive. Li Yunshin muttered good 3 times before storming out. The moment the door slammed shut, Sang Sang felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her, and her friend sighed in exasperation. Why must you make him hate you so? Sang Sang managed a faint smile. If she did not go to such extremes, Li Yunshin would never believe her. He could not bear the thought of her being alone in the country. But given their financial constraints, she could not accompany him abroad. I'll take you to the hospital. After escorting her friend to the hospital, Sang Sang hurriedly packed her belongings and departed. Li Yunshin returned home 3 days later, the sting of his girlfriend's betrayal weighing heavily on his heart, filling him with both anguish and fury. Yet, as he stepped through the door, he held on to a flicker of hope, anticipating an explanation from Sang Sang. As long as she was willing to clarify, he was still prepared to believe her. But upon discovering that all of Sang Sang's belongings had vanished, his fists clenched in rage, his teeth gritted. He vowed she would come to regret her choices. Before long, Li Yunshin went abroad. After his departure, his mentor reached out to him, informing him of a charitable organization eager to support impoverished international students. With his tuition fully covered, he could focus solely on his studies without the burden of financial strain. Fueled by resentment towards Sang Sang, he dedicated himself to his studies and music practice with relentless fervor. When he eventually returned home, successful and triumphant, he encountered the female lead at the airport. Upon his return, Li Yunshin diligently sought news of Sang Sang, yearning to witness her remorse, yet she remained elusive. It was not until much later, when he fell in love with the female lead, that he began to gradually let go of the pain of betrayal. In the story's conclusion, the male lead and the female lead visit the cemetery to pay respects to her father, where Li Yunshin unexpectedly crosses paths with the third party who had intervened in his relationship with Sang Sang. The man regarded Li Yunshin coldly as he embraced another woman. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated revealing everything that Sang Sang had done for Li Yunshin. But the words Sang Sang entrusted him with before her passing lingered in his mind. Ultimately, he restrained himself and chose not to disclose that during the 4 years he spent abroad, Sang Sang worked 2 jobs each day to ensure that Li Yunshin could focus on his studies without worry. Most of her earnings were sent to Li Yunshin. One evening, while delivering food, Sang Sang was involved in a tragic accident and succumbed to her injuries in the hospital. In her final moments, she gazed at Li Yunshin performing on stage, repeatedly urging him not to mention her. Even as Li Yunshin enjoyed a life surrounded by family, he never learned of Sang Sang's fate. After completing the last scene, Song Qing-ruan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as the makeup artist cleaned the blood from her hair. Although she had willingly taken on the role of Sang Sang, she did not condone the way Sang Sang relinquished her own identity for love. Despite all that she had done, the person she loved remained oblivious, leading a happy life with another woman. Ruan, Chung Nuo peeked into the makeup room, smiling as he entered with a bouquet of flowers. Congratulations on wrapping up. Thank you, Teacher Ching, Song Qing-ruan replied, her eyes brightening as she accepted the tulips from him. How did you know I adore tulips? Chung Nuo winked playfully. I took a guess. Just as Song Qing-ruan opened her mouth to respond, Yi Zhen burst through the door. Ruan, I don't know why, but President Su from the Su Group is here. He brought a food truck with a lot of delicacies. It seems he came to check on Su Yuan. Yi Zhen chattered on until she noticed Qing Nuo and quickly silenced herself. After Su Yuan had pushed Song Qing-ruan last time, she had completely lost any fondness for her. Song Qing-ruan, a gentle and kind heiress, often treated her to afternoon tea and sent her red envelopes, making her feel fortunate to be working for such a considerate boss. She vowed to be Song Qing-ruan's assistant for life, not merely a subordinate. Naturally, she held a strong dislike for Su Yuan. Even though Song Qing-ruan claimed it wasn't Su Yuan who had pushed her, it was evident that Song Qing-ruan Being kind-hearted, had simply stumbled on stage. Who would believe otherwise? Have you eaten? Song Qing-wan inquired. Yushin scoffed, lifting her chin defiantly. He came to see Su Yuan. Why would I eat? Although the sight of the pastries nearly made her salivate, she remained principled. Song Qing-wan found Yushin's demeanor amusing. Why deny yourself when there's food? Let us go eat together, and bring teacher Chung along. Cheng Nua simply smiled and remained silent. He had researched Su Yuan and was aware of her identity, knowing that the current head of the Su group was Su Yuan's elder brother. With more scenes to film, he bid farewell to Song Qing-wan and departed. At that moment, the makeup artist finished removing Song Qing-ruan's makeup. Thank you, Miss Song. You're too polite. The makeup artist replied while packing away her kit. Song Qing-wan possessed a flawless complexion, making her strikingly beautiful regardless of the makeup applied. Her gentle demeanor and polite nature rendered every makeup session with her a delightful experience. Once the makeup artist had tidied up and departed, Song Qing-wan leaned back in her chair, her fingertips lightly tapping her chin. What gift should she present to Su Yuan before leaving? At that moment, the sound of the door creaking open caught her attention. She initially assumed the makeup artist had forgotten something. However, as the faint scent of cologne wafted towards her, she realized Su Nanxiao had arrived. Song Qing-wan lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of Su Nanxiao's handsome and composed visage in the mirror. Wasn't the young master here to check on his sister? What brought him to my makeup room? A teasing smile danced upon her lips. Or perhaps, he was concerned about me putting his precious sister in a difficult position? Chapter 45. The Savior, we have made plans for dinner. I shall come to fetch you. Song Qing-wan chuckled. Young Master Su, I did not agree to dine with you. It is merely your own desire to share a meal with me. Su Nanxiao placed his hand on the back of the chair, leaning forward to gaze at the reflection of her smiling face in the mirror. Responding to her in a manner that diverged from the topic, you are quite lovely. Song Qing-wan. Su Nanxiao's selective hearing seemed to have become increasingly acute. No amount of beauty can rival your sister, the first beauty of the affluent family in Haicheng, she remarked lazily, her tone oscillating between jest and mockery. You are different. Su Nanxiao replied in a hushed voice. His sister and Song Qing-wan were entirely dissimilar. His sister was radiant, while Song Qing-wan exuded a serene elegance. In the past, his sister had been flamboyant, but now she embraced a reserved demeanor, whereas Song Qing-wan had consistently embodied a gentle and warm disposition. Of course, I lack such a wonderful brother to procure medicine for me and compel my beloved to marry me. Song Qing-wan smiled lightly. Fortunately, I possess a bit of charm. The men who find me appealing are utterly devoted, while those who do not. Song Qing-wan turned her head with a smile, her gaze softly meeting Su Nanxiao's. They tend to cling stubbornly. Su Nanxiao, who relished such persistence, felt the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitch. I have reserved a spot for us at the restaurant, he said, disregarding Song Qing-wan's sarcastic remarks. He had repeatedly stated that he had not bought any medicine. Yet Song Qing-wan remained unconvinced. When dining with me, are you not prepared to offer something in return? Song Qing-wan tilted her head, raising an eyebrow, her chin resting on her palm, as if awaiting Su Nanxiao's sincerity. What would you like? He inquired. Without sincerity, I shall not dine, she retorted decisively, withdrawing her gaze. Did he not know what she desired? She wished to usurp everything belonging to Su Yuan, leaving her with nothing. I can provide you with other resources. Su Nanxiao replied with a hint of resignation, having just entrusted an important endorsement of his sister's to Song Qing-wan. It was impossible for him to offer her any more resources from his sister. Then I can dine with others, Song Qing-wan shrugged, speaking leisurely, for instance, with Shang Jingyu. If I desire something, he would surely grant it, would he not? Wan, he is not a good person. Su Nanxiao furrowed his brow. Is one who maligns others behind their back truly a good person? Shang Jingyu's voice echoed from the entrance. Su Nanxiao turned to see Shang Jingyu entering, his frown deepening. As a married man, could you not possess a modicum of decency? Xiao Yuan is also in the production team. Su Nanxiao lowered his voice in warning. She is in the production team? Shang Jingyu shook his head, setting aside my ignorance of her matters. Why should her affairs concern me? Yet you, as her elder brother, do not visit her, instead meeting her rival behind her back. A faint smirk played on Shang Jingyu's lips as the two exchanged barbs, each striking at the other's heart. Meanwhile, Song Qing-wan appeared oblivious, picking up her bag and heading for the exit. Wan, just as she had taken a few steps. Her left hand was seized by Su Nanxiao. Su Nanxiao, let go of me. The atmosphere surrounding Shang Jingyu was shrouded in shadows, his voice emanating an unusual chill. What does it have to do with you? You are not Wan Ruan's boyfriend. Su Nanxiao scoffed. We have a dinner appointment. If you had an ounce of self-awareness, you wouldn't have lingered here. As he spoke, he attempted to pull Song Qingwan away, but encountered resistance. His gaze shifted sideways, where he noticed Shang Jingyu's hand clasped around Song Qingwan's other wrist. Shang Jingyu, are you intending to cheat in front of your wife's elder brother? Su Nanxiao seethed through clenched teeth. What does it concern you? Shang Jingyu forcefully shrugged off Su Nanxiao's hand, pulling Song Qingwan behind him. Su Nanxiao, if you wish to pursue someone, do it openly and see if your parents and siblings will approve. Song Qingwan tugged at Shang Jingyu's sleeve, peeking out to smile at Su Nanxiao as if to say he was merely a coward. You two seem to have much to discuss. Take your time. With that, Song Qingwan freed herself from Shang Jingyu's grasp and departed swiftly, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Ideally, a fierce fight would ensue, and regardless of the outcome, she would emerge victorious. As Su Yuan exited the lounge, she caught sight of Su Yuan heading towards the restroom and feigned casual interest as she followed. Once inside, Song Qingwan slipped into the adjacent stall, and Su Yuan's voice drifted through the partition. Today, Shang Jingyu came to the set. He treated me like a stranger. Fu Jie, do you think I should continue holding on? She was speaking to Fu Jie via voice message. Sha Yuan, Shang Jingyu is unworthy of your love. You are young, beautiful, and successful, a daughter of the Su family. You could find a better man after parting ways with him, Fu Jie advised earnestly. Such words had been repeated countless times over the years, yet Su Yuan remained impervious. But he saved me back then. If he hadn't, perhaps my life would have ended long ago, Su Yuan lamented, covering her face in anguish. Memories from that fateful year at 17 flooded her mind. After a quarrel with her family, she refused the driver and walked home alone after evening classes, only to encounter thugs on the street outside her school. As she was dragged into an alley, it was Shang Jingyu who appeared, a beacon of light illuminating that dark passage and her world. Suddenly, Fu Jie fell silent. Her words had been in vain. In the adjacent stall, Song Qingwan couldn't help but smirk. Had she known that Su Yuan would fall madly in love with Shang Jingyu, leading her to an abortion and a life abroad, she would never have allowed him to rescue her. 9 years prior, after evening classes, Song Qingwan would typically leave with Shang Jingyu. With the weekend approaching and the pressures of senior year weighing heavily upon her, she desired a leisurely stroll instead of rushing home. Studying is so exhausting, she pouted, linking her arm with his. Although she had never been adept at science, the necessity of taking over the family business compelled her to choose that path. A choice fraught with challenges. Fortunately, Shang Jingyu served as her dedicated tutor. I'll come to your house tomorrow to help you study, he replied with a gentle smile. His sharp features softened by the warm glow of the streetlights. The gaze directed at Song Qingwan was imbued with an ineffable tenderness. Brother, grant me a day's respite. Even robots require rest. Song Qingwan pouted, her voice sweet and playful. Then I shall accompany you in your repose. Shang Jingyu, why are you so clingy? Do you not like it? Well, I find it somewhat agreeable. The corners of the young girl's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning, her cool and exquisite visage radiating brilliance. Mediocre affection won't suffice. It must be a profound fondness. Shang Jingyu lowered his head slightly, resting it atop Song Qingwan's hair. You're unbearably heavy. Stand upright. As Song Qingwan spoke, she perceived a faint cry for help and immediately stifled her laughter, patting Shang Jingyu's arm. It seems someone inside is calling for aid. She gestured towards the dark alley, where only the entrance was illuminated by a solitary streetlight. Shang Jingyu withdrew his hand from Song Qingwan's grasp. It's too late. Let us take a stroll and then return home. Deep down, Shang Jingyu was an exceedingly indifferent and cold-hearted individual, showing no concern for the lives of anyone other than Song Qingwan. He was aware of her kind and soft-hearted nature. However, he could not recklessly lead her into danger to rescue someone, nor could he leave her behind to venture in alone. Your behavior is making me quite upset, Song Qingwan stated with a serious expression directed at Shang Jingyu. His willingness to ignore the cries for help infuriated her. Then, you shall obediently wait for me in the convenience store ahead. Do not remain outside alone. It is unsafe now that night has fallen. Knowing he could not resist Song Qingwan's insistence, Shang Jingyu ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 46. Shang Jingyu must not develop affections for Su Yuan. Can you leave? Shang Jingyu's voice was cold and unyielding. The alley was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint light from a distant street lamp, casting a dim glow on the girl huddled against the wall, holding herself tightly. Su Yuan trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing the familiar voice, her heart's fear diminished slightly. She stammered, I feel weak. At this, Shang Jingyu's brow furrowed even deeper. I will call the police for you. Don't. I don't want anyone to see me like this, Su Yuan exclaimed, urgently grasping the hem of his trousers. having been proud and self-assured since childhood. She was reluctant to let anyone witness her in such a vulnerable state. Shang Jingyu, recalling that Song Qingwan was still waiting for him, hesitated for a moment before removing his school jacket and tossing it to Su Yuan. You can walk yourself. Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment. She had heard whispers about the relationship between Shang Jingyu and Song Qingwan, yet she had always been confident in her appearance. Despite the common belief that Shang Jingyu was indifferent to all females except Song Qingwan, he had still come to her aid. This indicated that he was not as cold-hearted as others claimed. Beneath his exterior, he possessed a tender heart. Can you carry me out? Su Yuan bit her lip, her cheeks flushing with warmth. It was the first time she had ever made such a request of a male. To her surprise, Shang Jingyu rejected her without a moment's hesitation. His apathetic and decisive refusal hung in the air. Su Yuan had been cherished and adored her entire life. Surrounded by countless suitors, it was her first experience facing rejection from a boy, and under normal circumstances, she would have erupted in anger. However, today felt different. She found herself developing feelings for Shang Jingyu that she had never experienced before. He was indeed unlike the other boys who flocked around her. Are you going to leave or not? Shang Jingyu asked impatiently. Had it not been for his concern about Song Qingwan's feelings, he would have left after dismissing the man who had frightened her. Let's go. Su Yuan pressed against the wall and stood up, her tone brightening with joy as she followed Shang Jingyu out of the pitch-black alley. The streetlight bathed him in a golden hue, and in that moment, Su Yuan distinctly heard the rapid thump of her heart. She tightened her grip on the jacket. She was someone who dared to confront her feelings. And she was acutely aware that she had developed affections for Shang Jingyu. A resolute glimmer sparkled in her eyes. She desired what she had never been unable to obtain, including Shang Jingyu. The sound of flushing from the adjacent stall pulled Song Qingwan from her thoughts. She found it oddly amusing to ponder whether Su Yuan would continue to harbor feelings for Shang Jingyu if she knew that he had initially not wished to save her. Song Qingwan pinched her thigh, and tears immediately welled up. She pushed open the stall door and stepped out. Su Yuan looked up just in time to catch a glimpse of her in the mirror. Seeing her in tears, Su Yuan was taken aback. Are you okay? Song Qingwan sniffed, managing a pale smile. I broke up with your second brother. Su Yuan gasped, utterly astonished. How did you two break up? Song Qingwan shook her head, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. He doesn't like me. It has always been one-sided on my part. Her sorrowful demeanor elicited a wave of sympathy from Su Yuan. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she had long been deprived of Shang Jingyu's affection. In facing the heartbreak of Song Qingwan, she instinctively felt a sense of shared suffering. My second brother always acts tough. If there are misunderstandings, you should clarify them sooner. Su Yuan consoled her. Song Qingwan lowered her head. Forget it. He doesn't tea like me, and I don't want to go before him and provoke his disdain. After parting ways with Su Yuan, Song Qingwan wiped away her tears and casually sent the photos she had received to the marketing company she had contacted earlier. This is the final gift. I hope Su Yuan likes it. A faint smile played on her lips as she turned on the faucet. The sound of water cascading heightened her simmering resentment. After drying her hands, she stepped out of the restroom. Outside, a man leaned against the wall. Upon seeing her, he immediately straightened up. Wan, he called. Is there something you need, Mr. Shang? Song Qingwan's face was cold, emphasizing the title with a distinct bitterness. Wan. I was wrong, Shang Jingyu admitted. Song Qingwan paused, casting a sidelong glance at him, mocking. What wrong have you committed? You are Su Yuan's husband. If you get involved with me, it would be an affair. You should focus on your wife. She is about to film a kissing scene with another man. I'll take you home, Shang Jingyu said softly as he walked to her side. I recall telling you last time not to seek me out until you're divorced. Is your memory failing you, Mr. Shang? His throat tightened. He certainly remembered. But he was unwilling to confront the reality of being in the same city and not seeing her. Su Nanshao is waiting for you outside. And what of it? Song Qingwan retorted with a smile. At least he is single. Shang Jingyu's expression froze, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes before it spread. He gazed at Song Qingwan like a child caught misbehaving. Ruan, I will get a divorce. Just give me some time, he said, his voice laden with difficulty. Song Qingwan curved her lips into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mockery. Time for you to bid farewell to your stunning wife, is it? Her smile held a barely perceptible sadness and a hint of disappointment. Ah Jing, I like you, but that does not grant you the right to trample on my pride. Before I returned to the country, I had convinced myself to cherish my life with my boyfriend. You were the one who drew near. The one who dismantled the walls I had built over the past 4 years. The one who promised to love me forever. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingwan forced a smile. Let it go. After all, 4 years have passed, and those years were spent with Su Yuan. It is only natural that your affections lean towards her. If you no longer harbor feelings for me, please just say so. I do not wish to live in a constant state of uncertainty. A single tear glided down her cheek, crystalline and poignant. Upon witnessing her vulnerable state, Shang Jingyu's heart ached. He enveloped her in his embrace. I will not change. She is the one who harmed our child. How could I ever love her? Do not think such thoughts. I will provide you and our baby with an explanation. The Su family currently stands at the pinnacle of success, and we are powerless to compete with them. Song Qingwan spoke with a tone heavy with sorrow and helplessness. Although she harbored a deep disdain for Su Nanxiao, she could not deny his extraordinary acumen in the business realm. Under his leadership, the Su enterprise flourished remarkably. Su Nanxiao's affection for her was evident. Yet he remained astutely aware and shrewd. Otherwise, he would not have merely watched idly when the Su family pressured them 4 years prior, casually suggesting that she be with him. The harmony within Su Nanxiao's family was palpable, with brotherly love and respect prevailing. His adoration for his sister, Su Yuan, was profound. Even 10 of her could not rival the esteemed place the Su family held in his heart. Thus, it was imperative that Shang Jingyu did not develop feelings for Su Yuan. Chapter 47. Psychological Warfare. That evening, while dining with Shang Jingyu, Song Qingwan received a phone call from Qiuli. Wan, take a look at the video I sent you. Song Qingwan lowered the phone from her ear to view the video Qiuli had shared. In the footage, Su Yuan stood in a private room, clad in a thin dress, surveying the surroundings, revealing that they were indeed in the same restaurant. Her dress was stained with dirt, and there were abrasions on her knees, with blood seeping out. The camera panned upwards, capturing Su Yuan's face, which bore signs of labored breathing. Where is Shang Jingyu? Su Yuan scanned the room but did not see him, prompting her to inquire. Not long ago, she had received a call from one of Shang Jingyu's friends, who informed her that he was intoxicated and needed her to come pick him up. Jiang Qibai burst into laughter. Su Yuan, even if you were truly drunk, he wouldn't dare call you for help, considering how adept you are at taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Who knows? You might use his inebriation to force him into a situation where you could become pregnant and then hide away to give birth. Each word dripped with sarcasm, and the gazes of the others were equally scornful. Su Yuan's complexion paled slightly, a wave of humiliation washing over her. Though she understood this might be a trap, her desire to see Shang Jingyu compelled her to calm. The video abruptly ended at this point. Song Qingwan turned to Shang Jingyu and asked, "Do you feel any compassion?" Shang Jingyu shook his head. Song Qingwan bit her lip and, with a pitiful expression, inquired, Jing, do you think I am too ruthless for playing such a prank on Su Yuan? Indeed, it was Song Qingwan who had used Shang Jingyu's phone to call Su Yuan. However, she was not the one speaking with Su Yuan. Isn't it true that one would do anything for love? Surely, it's not excessive to trample on her pride just a little, she mused. No, being too kind is not a virtue in our world, Shang Jingyu replied softly. I am angry that she took you from me, and that we lost our child. I merely wish to vent my frustrations. I harbor no malice, Song Qingwan said, her eyes welling with tears. Shang Jingyu responded, that is what she deserves. I shall go check on him now. Please wait for me, he added. Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow and, before leaving, hesitated momentarily before planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. Only I am allowed to kiss you. Do you know that? MHM. Shang Jingyu replied softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet his gaze was resolute. Satisfied with his response, Song Qingwan exited the private room, her expression cooling as she stepped through the door. She advanced deliberately towards the adjacent room. Upon reaching the entrance, she paused. The door was not completely shut, and the derisive voices within persisted. Jing is here, but you'll have to wait. He went to fetch Wan. Before Wan returned, Jing wouldn't even acknowledge you. Now that she is back, do you honestly believe he would pay you any mind? Some people truly lack self-awareness. If I were in your position, I would have divorced him long ago to make way for someone else. Such shamelessness is indeed rare. Through the crack in the door, Song Qingwan could only glimpse Su Yuan's silhouette, which appeared to be on the verge of collapse. A smile crept into Song Qingwan's eyes. Observing Su Yuan's humiliation filled her with a sense of delight. For years ago, she could never have anticipated transforming into someone who derives pleasure from deceiving others. This predicament was entirely orchestrated by Su Yuan and her family. My goodness, what are you doing? Song Qingwan exclaimed as she pushed the door open. Approaching Su Yuan, she inquired, are you all right? Su Yuan's skirt was stained with grease, the majority of it damp and looking rather disheveled. Su Yuan bit her lip. remaining silent. Their torment of her was merely a means to vent their frustrations on Song Qingruan. She recognized that 4 years prior, she had wronged Song Qingruan. Yet now, Song Qingruan had long since fallen for another. Please, stop this. I've already told you that my relationship with the Jing is over. Su Yuan is now a Jing's wife, and I am merely a friend. Song Qingruan feigned anger as she glared at the group. If you continue this way, I want to dine out with you again. After declaring this, Song Qingruan retrieved a napkin from the table, crouching down to help Su Yuan wipe away the grease stains from her skirt. I apologize. They are simply overly protective of me as a friend and believe I have been wronged. I offer my apologies on their behalf. Song Qingruan's voice was soft and sincere. Su Yuan gazed at the top of Song Qingruan's head, an overwhelming sense of humiliation nearly engulfing her. Years ago, Madame Shang had approached her, insisting that she was worthy of being the Shang family's daughter-in-law and suggested that the matter was already settled. She had loved Shang Jingyu for many years, making it difficult to refuse. Before drugging Shang Jingyu, Madame Shang had warned her that there might be some discomfort involved, but she did not feel wronged, even when Shang Jingyu treated her as if she were Song Qingruan in bed. Yet, she felt a profound happiness. It was a tenderness she had never experienced before. Back then, she had deceived Madame Shang, for she had never truly contemplated marrying Shang Jingyu. After fervently pursuing him for years, she had gradually come to understand that Shang Jingyu's heart belonged solely to Song Qingruan. She merely wished to preserve a fragment of memory for herself. Thus, she had taken photographs, unaware that her elder brother happened to view them on her tablet. This incident was laid bare before the public, forcing Shang Jingyu to marry her, while Song Qingruan left the country. For years past, and during Song Qingruan's brief return, she had only poured her a glass of wine, later declaring the matter settled. Su Yuan no longer held resentment towards her. In fact, she defended her in front of others. I'll escort you home. A Jing mentioned he had a prior engagement and left early. Song Qingruan supported Su Yuan as they turned, while Qiu Li discreetly gave her a thumbs up from behind, suggesting that it was only a matter of time before their dear Wan became an award-winning actress. Once they exited the restaurant, Su Yuan forced a smile. You need to see me off. Go back to your meal. I can manage on my own. Thank you. For earlier, Su Yuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. No need to thank me. You were Su Yao's sister, Song Qingruan replied, her face briefly betraying an unnatural expression before she quickly concealed it. Take care. And message me when you arrive. As if recalling that they hadn't exchanged contact information, she added, please add me. Su Yuan did not hesitate and readily agreed. After adding each other as friends, she waved goodbye to Song Qingruan, who watched her head toward a white sedan. Observing Song Qingruan standing there, seemingly shrouded in a veil of faint sorrow, Su Yuan let out a soft sigh. It appears that Song Qingruan indeed harbors deep affection for the second brother. However, the second brother is not one to charm a lady with sweet words. As she watched the vehicle fade into the distance, Song Qingruan withdrew her gaze, a radiant smile blooming upon her face. It was time to return and continue to soothe Shang Jingyu. With this thought, she turned to leave. But before she could take a single step, a sudden force pulled her back. She found herself unprepared, colliding into the embrace of a man. Sunan Xiao, if you're unwell, seek medical attention. Song Qingruan frowned and shot a glare at Sunan Xiao. Was he unaware of her current fame? Her renown in the country did not stem solely from being a celebrated violinist on the international stage, for most people paid little heed to that realm. Rather, she had gained such prominence because she was the unattainable white moonlight in Shang Jingyu's heart. Longing sickness, hence the visit to Dr. Song. I believe you are the one in need of psychiatric help, Song Qingruan retorted with irritation. Where had he learned such a greasy line? Chapter 48. Pursuing her because of Su Yuan on the bustling streets, Song Qingruan sat in the back seat, her expression calm, yet distant. Beside her, Su Nanxiao regarded her with an air of helplessness. Are you angry? Song Qingruan kept her gaze fixed on the window, ignoring him. Moments ago, Su Nanxiao had unceremoniously pulled her into the car. She had resisted, albeit mildly, for she had just sent a message to Shang Jingyu. She wished for the relationship between Shang Jingyu and Su Nanxiao to deteriorate further, ideally to the point where business dealings were rendered impossible. 1-1. Shang Jingyu is merely fickle, glancing at the pot while eating from the bowl. Entangling with him brings you no advantage. And what advantage do you offer? Song Qingruan scoffed softly. If your parents and brother knew you were pursuing me, wouldn't they create trouble for me? They wouldn't interfere in my affairs. Song Qingruan rolled her eyes silently. The man lied without a hint of hesitation. But I truly dislike them. Song Qingruan pursed her lips and chuckled lightly, including you. Suddenly, the roar of an engine blared beside them, and in the next moment, another car overtook and blocked their path. The driver slammed on the brakes, leaving only a mere 2 centimeters between the vehicles. The door of the car in front swung open, and Shang Jingyu emerged from the driver's seat. In that instant, Song Qingruan felt her wrist being grasped. "Don't get out." Thud, thud, thud. Shang Jingyu knocked on the car window, his face stern, his gaze piercing through the glass to Song Qingruan's wrist. "Su Nanxiao, open the door." "Ah Jing, save me," Song Qingruan pleaded, tapping on the window, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she cast a pitiful look at Shang Jingyu. "Drive," Su Nanxiao instructed the driver. "Young master, Mr. Shang's car is blocking the way." The driver hesitated. "There are more cars behind. I can't get through." "Open the door." Shang Jingyu knocked on the window of the driver's seat, his expression darkening further. Miraculously, the driver unlocked the door. As the car door swung open, Song Qingruan eagerly broke free from Su Nanxiao and rushed to stand behind Shang Jingyu, gently tugging at his arm, her body trembling slightly. The moment Su Nanxiao stepped out of the car, Shang Jingyu unleashed a punch. "Ah Jing, I'm scared." Song Qingruan clutched at Shang Jingyu's clothing, her voice trembling. At her words, Shang Jingyu's fury intensified, and his fist connected with Su Nanxiao's abdomen. Song Qingruan subtly released her grip on Shang Jingyu, and Su Nanxiao retaliated without hesitation. The two men exchanged blows with a ferocity that suggested a desire to seriously harm one another. Meanwhile, Song Qingruan feigned concern, calling out for them to stop fighting. The driver, seemingly stunned by the unfolding chaos, contemplated calling for help. In response, Song Qingruan took a couple of steps forward and opened the driver's door. "Stop them. They will get hurt if this continues," she urged, shaking the driver's arm. In the struggle, the driver's phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. As the driver was pulled from the vehicle by Song Qingruan, a loud thud echoed as the phone was left behind in the car. Their altercation quickly attracted attention, leading to a traffic jam, prompting Song Qingruan to silently don her mask. Inside the police station, two bruised men sat facing one another, while an officer sat to the side. "Please cooperate." Seeing that neither of the two men spoke, the police officer furrowed his brow and rapped his knuckles on the table. "How could you engage in a brawl on such a bustling street?" "It was you who should be struck," Shang Jingyu replied coldly. "It was you who obstructed my vehicle," Su Nanxiao retorted in a deep voice. "Have you considered your actions? Did Wan agree to accompany you? Forcing her into your car constitutes abduction." The police officer now understood the situation. It appeared to be a rivalry between two men over one woman. He glanced at the girl beside Shang Jingyu, who wore a mask. For some reason, he found both fighters to be somewhat familiar. "I do not accept mediation," Shang Jingyu stated firmly. Su Nanxiao chuckled derisively. "Well, neither did I intend to accept mediation." Song Qingruan tugged gently at Shang Jingyu's sleeve, urging, "Ah Jing, let us mediate. This incident could tarnish your reputation." Her voice was soft yet audible to everyone at the table. "I refuse to mediate," he declared. Su Nanxiao fixed an intense gaze on Song Qingruan. Hey. The police officer tapped his pen against the table. "What is your problem? This is someone's girlfriend, and you dare to provoke him in front of her." "She is not his girlfriend," Su Nanxiao protested, frowning. "Even if they're not officially a couple now, they surely will be in the future. Can't you see the mutual affection?" "Not at all," Su Nanxiao replied coldly. The police officer was momentarily at a loss. How could this man be so immersed in his own world? With both parties unwilling to accept mediation, they were initially to be detained. However, both of their lawyers arrived in succession and secured their release on bail. Upon returning to Shang Jingyu's villa at Bishi Bay, Song Qingruan promptly sought out the first aid kit. "I told you not to fight, yet you ignored my words. Now you're left with injuries. How will you go to the office tomorrow?" she scolded, her small face creased with displeasure as she glared at Shang Jingyu while opening the kit. Noticing the smile in the corners of his eyes, her anger intensified. "How old are you?" "Still fighting like a teenager." "He offended you," Shang Jingyu replied earnestly. As she applied medicine to his wounds, Song Qingruan remarked, "He doesn't even like me. He pursued me in the past because Su Yuan fancied you. He merely wanted to create an opportunity for his sister. It's the same now. I won't fall for his tricks, and you needn't take him too seriously, all right? After all, he is your nominal brother-in-law. If news of your fight spreads, others might think you are bullying Su Yuan." Sitting beside Shang Jingyu, she turned her body slightly, intently observing his face, her eyes filled with concern. She lowered her eyelashes, exuding a gentle understanding. She was correct. Su Nanxiao initially pursued her because of Su Yuan, but in the process, he had become lost, especially after she went abroad. His pride gradually diminished. Nevertheless, She had never mentioned this to Shang Jingyu before. "It's all right," Shang Jingyu said softly, his gaze resting on Song Qingruan's delicate face. The crystal chandelier above casting a shadow across her features. She gazed intently at his wound, as if her entire world could accommodate only him. Shang Jingyu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, a searing sensation coursing through his throat. He struggled to divert his gaze, suppressing the urge to kiss Song Qingruan. Aging. Song Qingruan suddenly lifted her head, their lips meeting perfectly. Shang Jingyu's mind erupted in a cacophony. In that fleeting moment, all rational thought was severed. He grasped the nape of Song Qingruan's neck, deepening the kiss, while the cotton swab in her hand fell to the ground. And she responded to Shang Jingyu just as she had on countless occasions before. Yet, there was no trace of tenderness in her eyes. A faint beeping echoed from the entrance, which Song Qingruan heard but did not acknowledge, instead wrapping her arms around Shang Jingyu's waist. Chapter 49. A New Hope. The sound of a bag thudding to the ground prompted Shang Jingyu to glance back, where he immediately spotted Su Yuan standing by the entrance cabinet. Instinctively, he pressed Song Qingruan's face deeper into his embrace. "Who permitted you to come here?" Su Yuan's mind replayed the image of Shang Jingyu kissing another woman just moments ago. Due to the angle, she had failed to discern the woman's features, and now, that same woman was nestled in Shang Jingyu's arms. Her initial thought was that it was Song Qingruan, but she swiftly dismissed the notion. Song Qingruan was enamored with her second brother and would never accompany Shang Jingyu here. "Are you hurt?" Su Yuan soon noticed the wound on Shang Jingyu's face. Her tone laced with concern. "Who brought you here?" Shang Jingyu's voice grew firmer. "I brought her here." Jiang Huichu's voice resonated from the entrance, and 2 seconds later, she appeared beside Su Yuan. Upon seeing the woman in her son's arms, a surge of fury welled within her. "Where did you learn to indulge in the habit of keeping a mistress? You truly take after your father. He engages in deceitful marriages while you harbor a mistress." The sight of her son protecting the unfamiliar woman ignited memories of the first time she caught her husband in bed with another. He had shielded his secretary in the same way, and the repulsion had left her ill for 3 days. It dawned on her that the tenderness before marriage and the estrangement after stemmed from the fact that her husband had never truly loved her. He disdained women yet sought to continue the family line, fixating on her, a woman of modest lineage, knowing full well that even if the truth emerged, her family would be powerless against him. Was she not merely a mistress? "What do you have to be indignant about?" Shang Jingyu mocked, his tone indifferent. "I almost forgot. You, who profess to abhor mistresses, assisted her in becoming the mistress of my affections." His words darkened Jiang Huichu's expression. "Everything I did was for your own good. How could Song Qingruan ever be worthy of you?" Jiang Huichu had never favored Song Qingruan, believing that when her son was with her, he resembled a servant, even having to be fed like a child while she offered him no care in return. What mother would wish for her son to serve a woman so unworthy of him? "You and my father are quite compatible, both equally selfish." His voice was icy, devoid of any warmth, tinged with resentment. Song Qingruan discreetly intertwined her fingers with Shang Jingyu's, giving him a gentle squeeze. The palpable chill surrounding him lessened slightly. Few knew the truth of his father's affair with the secretary. Most merely observed how highly Shang's father regarded his assistant, who was also married with children. Moreover, Shang Jingyu's parents always presented themselves as a loving couple in public. How have I been selfish? Is my refusal to divorce not for your sake? If I were to leave him, and he were to remarry, do you truly believe you would inherit his entire fortune? Jiang Huichu raised her voice, her tone sharp. From the moment she uncovered the truth, she resolved to live solely for herself and her son. Everything she did, she believed, was for his benefit. The son has persistently blamed and resented her for serving him that cup of coffee in the past. This only further affirms that she did nothing wrong. Song Qingruan is utterly unworthy of marrying her son. You are not welcome here. Shang Jingyu bluntly issued an eviction order, and Su Yuan clenched her hands at her side, contemplating whether to leave when Jiang Huiji patted her shoulder. "Shang Jingyu, you are already married to Xiao Yuan. How can a couple live apart for long periods?" Jiang Huiji frowned. "Get that wretched woman out of your arms. Aren't you and my father living apart all the time?" Shang Jingyu retorted. "Mom, if he doesn't want to live together, then we won't," Su Yuan interjected, holding back the furious Jiang Huiji. Even having witnessed Shang Jingyu's infidelity firsthand, she found it impossible to disregard his matters. She felt guilty about the past. As long as he was no longer angry, she didn't mind the fleeting presence of other women by his side. As long as that woman was not Song Qingruan, she could endure the discomfort. The possibility of Shang Jingyu encountering other women, apart from Song Qingruan, might even represent a new hope for her. "Su Yuan, in your 20s and still resorting to your mother-in-law for complaints, You truly haven't changed at all. Shang Jingyu remarked with a disdainful glance at Su Yuan. I haven't, Su Yuan replied, her face pale. Today, her mother-in-law had come to visit and, upon discovering that she was alone, had immediately become furious and summoned the driver to bring her here. She was aware that Bishui Bay was a place where Shang Jingyu and Song Qingwan had previously lived, and she dared not come here to provoke him. Seeing that neither had moved, Shang Jingyu simply called for security to escort them out, while Jiang Huizhi scolded him for being unfilial as she departed. Shang Jingyu remained expressionless, seemingly unaffected by her words. Jing, are you all right? Song Qingwan looked up from Shang Jingyu's embrace, her heart aching for him. Shang Jingyu softened his expression, smiling as he shook his head. I'm fine. As long as you are by my side, everything will improve. He gently held her close. For a fleeting moment, Song Qingwan felt her heart soften. Shang Jingyu had been raised in a profoundly dysfunctional family. Shang Ronqing's affections were solely directed toward his secretary. And although Jiang Huizhi loved Shang Jingyu, her love was overwhelming. She invested all her energy into him. Jiang Huizhi was also a perfectionist, demanding that Shang Jingyu excel in everything. Any failure to meet her expectations would result in punishment. Not ordinary punishment, but the kind that involved removing his shirt and kneeling to receive strikes on his back with a ruler soaked in salt water. She tightened her grip on Shang Jingyu's arm, silently cursing herself. She had compassion for others, who would show her compassion in return. I will always be by your side, Song Qingwan reassured him. As she had many times before, though this time her eyes lacked the youthful tenderness and affection they once held. The following day, Song Qingwan resumed filming the unfinished MV. Today, she still had intimate scenes with Su Yao. In the bathroom, Song Qingwan sat on the vanity as Su Yao stood before her, drying her hair. Although the male lead in the MV was unfaithful, he was gentle and attentive to his wife. As the director called for a cut, the complexity and tenderness in Song Qingwan's eyes dissipated. She pushed Su Yao's hand away, her demeanor exuding a chill that left him feeling unsettled. Please excuse me, Teacher Su. I need to step down, she stated with a cool tone, imbued with her customary gentleness, as if addressing other crew members. Normally, her speech with him was laced with a playful charm, her words often elongated in a delightful manner. Yet, the Song Qingwan before Su Yao now appeared utterly unendearing. Her mood shifted with alarming rapidity, truly a woman's heart akin to a needle at the bottom of the sea, changing in an instant. Wan, it's a call from Mr. Shang. The assistant approached with the phone. Upon hearing Mr. Shang's name, Su Yao's expression immediately altered. Chapter 50. No longer appearing before you, Song Qingwan took the phone and exited the bathroom, completely disregarding Su Yao's grim expression. When Xinghuan entered to film a scene with Su Yao, she was taken aback by his demeanor. Teacher Su, are you all right? Xinghuan inquired. Suppressing her rising anxiety, Su Yao glanced at her with a faint, indifferent look, uttering not a single word. His reaction left Xinghuan feeling somewhat flushed. However, recalling the tale she had heard from her agent regarding Su Yao, his notorious lack of warmth towards anyone, his strong personality, and his undeniable air of superiority, she pondered the situation. Yet, as she turned her gaze towards the direction in which Song Qingwan had vanished, a faint intuition stirred within her. It seemed that Su Yao held a different sentiment towards Song Qingwan. Both she and Song Qingwan had intimate scenes with him, but he appeared to invest more in Song Qingwan. Being in the same agency, Xinghuan was aware of the intricate dynamics surrounding Song Qingwan and the corporate tycoon. They had both joined the company at the same time. However, Song Qingwan was an esteemed agent while she remained relatively obscure. Nonetheless, her agent possessed some connections. It was rumored that the corporate mogul had married 4 years prior. If her agent's words were to be believed, Song Qingwan was indeed the other woman. Despite the chaos of this industry, she still abhorred such unspoken rules. Today, Chi Bai is hosting a party at home. Shall I invite you to join? Song Qingwan's voice was laced with warmth as she held the phone, her eyes shimmering with mirth. Could you also invite Su Yuan along? She added with a hint of playful charm. On the other end, Shang Jingyu's eyes flickered with melancholy as he gazed at the photo frame on his desk. In the image, a boy and girl donned deep blue uniforms. The girl had her long hair tied up high, linking her arm with the boy beside her. Her smile radiant. The boy's stern countenance seemed softened by her joy, a gentle smile gracing his features. She gazed at the camera while he looked at her. Shang Jingyu reached out to touch Song Qingwan's face in the photograph, his reflection visible in the glass. He managed to croak out a simple, "Good. My shoot will conclude swiftly. I'll bring you afternoon tea afterward." "I'll have Chu come to fetch you," he said, a relaxed expression brightening his brow. A faint smile gracing his lips. Song Qingwan did not refuse. How could she provoke Su Yao without stirring him to seek reconciliation? What does Shang Jingyu want with you? In the living room, Su Yao had Song Qingwan pinned to the sofa, the camera capturing the moment as he held her wrist firmly. The scene depicted the female lead preparing to betray her partner, only to be caught by the male lead, leading to a heated argument at home. Su Yao, we have already broken up. You have no right to interrogate me like this. Song Qingwan turned her face aside defiantly, embodying the stubborn essence of her character. Infuriated, Su Yao grasped her chin, his voice laced with intensity. If you ruin Xiao Yuan's marriage, I will not let you off easily. Song Qingwan cast him a cold smile. Is it in my power to dictate whether Shang Jingyu dislikes your sister? Just keep a low profile around him, and he will cease to think of you. Your words are indeed amusing. Have I encountered him even once in the past 4 years? Can I control whether he thinks of me? Song Qingwan showed no signs of yielding, countering every remark made by Su Yao. Typically, she presented a gentle and obedient demeanor in his presence. But her sudden transformation left Su Yao quite unsettled. Kiss her, the director's voice resonated within the living room. A surge of frustration coursed through Su Yao's chest. Yet he still leaned in to press his lips against her soft, rosy ones. The gentle sensation somewhat quelled his fury, though he suspected it to be merely an illusion. He realized he had made a misstep. Song Qingwan struggled in an attempt to break free, but Su Yao repeatedly pulled her back. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The director, maintaining his composure, was astonished by Song Qingwan's ability to cry on cue. As a novice actress, she had previously been a violinist. Yet each filming session unveiled new surprises. She was truly born for this art, entering the industry at the age of 26, which felt like a lamentable delay. Cut. The director called, prompting Song Qingwan to push Su Yao away and rise. Observing her reddened eyes, Su Yao felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. As she entered the restroom, she caught a glimpse of Su Yao following her, moving slowly to close the door, with one foot wedged between the door and the frame. Startled, Song Qingwan gazed at Su Yao, her pulse racing. What are you doing? She whispered, anxious not to alert the others in the living room. Her eager demeanor to distance herself ignited a fire within Su Yao. He shut the door, cornering her against the wall. Are you so eager to sever ties with me? Su Yao furrowed his brow. You were the one who said you liked me. With her head bowed, her hair cascading over her forehead, obscuring her expression. Song Qingwan spoke softly. You have a fiancé, and do not like me. Should I shamelessly pursue you? She emphasized the words shameless and pursue. Su Yao instinctively retorted. She is not my fiancé. Regret washed over him immediately. Was he truly trying to explain himself to Song Qingwan? Really? She raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Su Yao hesitated but eventually nodded. In the next moment, the smile vanished from Song Qingwan's face. If she is not your fiancé, yet you refuse to clarify, it indicates your true feelings towards me. I understand now. I will gradually withdraw my affections for you. I know it will be challenging, but I shall strive to do so. After filming concludes, I will no longer appear before you. With that, she opened the restroom door and stepped out, concealing her face with her hand, appearing utterly heartbroken. Su Yao remained rooted in place, watching her retreating figure, motionless for an extended period. During the subsequent filming, Song Qingwan maintained a cold, businesslike demeanor. Although Su Yao was displeased, he had grown accustomed to pride and had never bowed his head to any girl, apart from his sister. Let her be, he told himself. I do not harbor feelings for her. At around 2 o'clock, Su Yuan brought afternoon tea to visit Su Yao at his workplace. Accompanying her was Pei Yunan. Initially, she had no intention of coming, as she had planned to take a break that afternoon. However, after her parents' repeated urging, she could discern that Pei Yunan, despite her silence, also desired to see her second brother. Thus, she decided to bring her along. The last time Pei Yunan learned of her second brother's romantic involvement, she had wept and expressed her desire to break off their engagement. Yet, for reasons unknown, she ceased to mention it a couple of days later. Su Yao. Pei Yunan looked at Su Yao in surprise. This was their first encounter since she went abroad. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Su Yao frowned and turned his head. Although many years had passed since he last saw Pei Yunan, he recognized her instantly. He instinctively glanced at Song Qingwan, who was conversing with the director about the next scene. Chapter 51. The anomaly between second brother and his friend. How did you bring her here? Su Yao inquired of his sister with a piercing gaze. Su Yuan, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her eyes. She had instructed her assistant to offer the afternoon tea she brought to the staff. Since she and her second brother were part of the same agency and had collaborated in the past, their true relationship remained a mystery to others, and none found it peculiar. Upon seeing Song Qingwan, her guilt intensified. The last time, Song Qingwan had come to her aid. And although she was well aware of Song Qingwan's affection for her second brother, she still brought Pei Yunan along. "Aren't we filming today?" Song Qingwan greeted Su Yuan with a cheerful smile after conversing with the director. "Yes, we start shooting at dawn," Su Yuan replied, her demeanor slightly awkward. Pei Yunan, feeling dejected at not receiving a response from Su Yao, chose not to approach him further. Instead, she moved closer to Su Yuan. Recalling that the person across from her was indeed Song Qingwan, they appeared rather familiar with one another. "This is Pei Yunan, my second brother's fiancée." Su Yuan hesitated before finally speaking. Although her second brother refused to acknowledge the engagement, their parents recognized Pei Yunan as the sole daughter-in-law. Moreover, due to her influence, their parents and elder brother harbored considerable animosity towards Song Qingwan. Perhaps it would be best to conclude matters early for both her second brother and Song Qingwan. At these words, Song Qingwan's pupils widened slightly, disbelief and a barely perceptible pain flickering in her eyes. She forced a smile at Pei Yunan. "Long time no see." Pei Yunan sensed something unusual in Song Qingwan's reaction but dismissed it. Indeed, it has been quite a while, over 10 years, in fact. During high school, Pei Yunan had studied abroad with her twin brothers, and due to family commitments overseas, she had not returned since. "I have filming to attend to, so I must take my leave," Song Qingwan said softly, bidding farewell to the two. As she turned, a shadow of sorrow crossed her face. From a distance, Su Yao observed her reaction keenly and signaled to his assistant. The assistant approached Su Yuan, speaking in a low voice. "Teacher Su, Brother Yao wishes to speak with you." The words caused Pei Yunan to stiffen, feeling slighted that the assistant had to call for Su Yuan instead of Su Yao himself. Su Yuan patted Pei Yunan's shoulder reassuringly. "He is a public figure. Rumors of a romance could affect his image." Pei Yunan nodded in understanding. Su Yuan moved to Su Yao's side. "Second brother, Yunan came specifically to see you. Regardless of your feelings, you should at least show her some courtesy considering our family's ties." "You know I've never liked her," he retorted. "And why did you bring her when Song Qingwan is present? Just moments ago, I told Song Qingwan I have no fiancée. And now you introduce Pei Yunan as such?" Su Yuan was taken aback. "Didn't you break up with her?" Xiao furrowed his brow. "Who told you we broke up?" Song Qingwan mentioned that she encountered her in the restroom last time, weeping. She revealed that you do not harbor feelings for her, and that you have parted ways. Had she not been aware of their breakup, she would not have so candidly informed Song Qingwan that Pei Yunan is the fiancée of her second brother. She cried. Su Yao furrowed his brows, directing his gaze towards the direction in which Song Qingwan had vanished, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Do not speak indiscriminately before her. I could never marry Pei Yunan." Su Yao's tone left Su Yuan momentarily speechless. Her second brother had never spoken to her in such a manner. When Su Yao shifted his gaze back to his sister, he noticed her expression was one of disbelief, prompting him to realize that he had indeed reacted too harshly due to Song Qingwan. He quickly apologized. "I have been quarreling with her recently, which has put me in a foul mood. I was wrong, and I assure you it won't happen again." "It's all right, I understand," Su Yuan replied with a smile. In fact, she felt more embarrassed. She had assumed her brother had truly broken up with Song Qingwan, only to discover they were merely having a disagreement. She had introduced Pei Yunan as her brother's fiancée to Song Qingwan. Soon, she became somewhat concerned. "Brother, our parents and elder brother would never approve of you being with her. I am well aware of the situation." After finishing the last scene, Song Qingwan gathered her belongings and departed. Chu Jin was waiting for her outside. She gave Yijin a few instructions before getting into the car. Yijin, understanding Song Qingwan's relationship with the group's big boss, was not surprised. "Assistant Chu, have you managed to purchase the items I requested?" Chu Jin turned around with a polite smile. "Everything is ready, Miss Song, and has already been sent to the company. Thank you for your assistance today." Chu Jin, while fastening his seatbelt, insisted it was no trouble at all. He regarded Song Qingwan with additional respect, although he was courteous to Su Yuan. She held no significant standing in Shang Jingyu's eyes. This Miss Song was entirely different. Moreover, when the notification of a deposit of 9,999 sounded, Chu Jin understood why President Shang could not forget this white moonlight. "Miss Song, you are exceedingly gracious." Chu Jin endeavored to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to rise, adopting a serious demeanor. He merely requested assistance in arranging afternoon tea for the company staff. And the remuneration was such a sum. This was hardly the white moonlight of a boss. She was undeniably his fortune bringer. Arranging so many afternoon teas would consume your work time. This is merely a small token for your efforts, and I may need to trouble you again in the future. Song Qingruan smiled gently. Her speech was measured and her voice warm, akin to the gentle breeze of March, naturally endearing her to others. Miss Song, should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am always available. Fortune bringer, do come and trouble him. He yearned to earn quick money. Half an hour later, Song Qingruan entered the Shang group, where her identity was well known, and everyone greeted her with courtesy. Miss Song, President Shang is waiting for you inside. Chu Jin opened the door and stepped aside. Song Qingruan thanked him and entered with the desserts. As Chu Jin closed the door, Shang Jingyu had already lifted his head. Upon seeing Song Qingruan, a tender expression surfaced in his eyes, startling Chu Jin. It is indeed a rarity to witness such an expression on Shang Zong's face. As Su Yuan departed the set with Pei Yunan received a call from his younger brother and left for home. While she had arranged to dine with Fu Jie. Are you telling me your second brother is dating Song Qingruan? Fu Jie exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Doesn't your second brother have a fiancée? How could he dare to pursue Song Qingruan? The moment Fu Jie learned about Song Qingruan's relationship with Su Yao, her thoughts immediately drifted back to the events of 4 years prior, when Song Qingruan lost her child and went abroad. If such a tragedy were to occur again, how could she possibly endure it? It appeared that Song Qingruan was the more proactive one in this relationship. Su Yuan shrugged, admitting that she had been unaware of her second brother's engagement. She is indeed caught in a difficult situation. How unfortunate, Fu Jie remarked sympathetically. Do you share a good relationship with her now? Su Yuan inquired, sensing that Fu Jie seemed to be defending Song Qingruan at every turn. While it was true that her second brother had significant faults in this matter, he had always been exceedingly kind to her since childhood, and thus her allegiance naturally leaned towards him. Chapter 52 Invitation to Dinner. Fu Jie was momentarily taken aback. Well, we aren't particularly close, but she did assist our family before, and we've shared a meal together on 2 occasions. Her voice was soft, especially when she mentioned her assistance to their family, as if aware that Shang Jingyu's leniency towards them was solely due to Song Qingruan. Xia Yuan, Shang Jingyu is not suitable for you, Fu Jie urged once more. Do you believe I should relinquish Shang Jingyu to Song Qingruan? Fu Jie furrowed her brows. Then she heard Su Yuan say, but Song Qingruan no longer likes Shang Jingyu. With our divorce, they won to reconcile. Xiao Yuan, Fu Jie hesitated, ultimately refraining from continuing. She could not comprehend why her friend felt the need to involve Song Qingruan. Her sole wish was for Su Yuan to find greater happiness, which was why she encouraged her to consider divorce. She picked up her phone, intending to scroll through short videos to calm her mind. As soon as she opened her phone, a headline about a production team bullying a newcomer flashed onto the screen. Fu Jie instinctively clicked on it. Upon viewing the image clearly, she abruptly looked up at Su Yuan. Did you hit Song Qingruan? Su Yuan was taken aback and shook her head. Even in her most indulgent moments, she had never struck Song Qingruan, let alone now. Look. Fu Jie thrust her phone towards Su Yuan. In the image, Song Qingruan appeared with her head bowed, her eyes red-rimmed, seemingly being scolded by someone with crossed arms. That day, she was secretly crying in the restroom, and I stumbled upon her, Su Yuan murmured. Fu Jie, half convinced, took her phone back. She didn't need to glance at the comments to know it would undoubtedly be a fan conflict. You should have your agent handle this promptly. Don't let it escalate to Shang Jingyu. If it reached Shang Jingyu, it would be Su Yuan who would suffer. As if summoned, Su Yuan's phone rang, and the word husband flashing on the screen caused her to drop her chopsticks. Xia Yuan, what's wrong? Fu Jie asked with concern. Su Yuan smiled and shook her head. I just need to take a call. Come over for dinner. Once the call connected, a cold voice emerged from the other end, leaving Su Yuan momentarily stunned. The call ended abruptly, and shortly after, she received a message with the address. Fu Jie, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. You can continue eating. I've already settled the bill. Hey, Xiao Yuan. Fu Jie's words trailed off as she watched Su Yuan briskly depart, sighing and shaking her head. In the restaurant, Song Qingruan sat across from Ji Qiu. Ji Qiu fidgeted with her fingers and, after taking a deep breath, said, Miss Song, I've made up my mind. I no longer wish to remain by Mr. Liang's side. It was challenging for a girl like Ji Qiu, just 20 years old, to refuse a man as handsome and affluent as Liang Yuchuan. Initially, she had genuinely liked him, but the sorrow of being a mere substitute weighed heavily on her heart. However, due to her mother's medical expenses, she had to suppress her sadness and mold herself into the image that Liang Yuchuan favored. It was purely out of necessity. Given the chance, she still yearned to escape, to live a normal life, and to embark on a new romance under mutual affection. Very well. Song Qingwan smiled. Rest assured, I will have someone handle matters at the hospital. However, in exchange, I need you to assist me with something. What is it? Ji Qiu asked, feeling anxious. Fearing she was merely jumping from one pit to another, Song Qingwan gently patted her hand and said softly, There is a charitable foundation under my name that is currently in need of reliable management. I hope you can join and learn, and later help me after you graduate. Ji Qiu gasped. I can't. It's all right. I will find someone to teach you. I believe you can do it, Song Qingwan reassured her. Whether entering the entertainment industry or managing the foundation, Song Qingwan aimed to cultivate a positive image for herself. She did not intend to remain in the entertainment world forever. Once she accomplished her goals, she would return to the Song family business to take over her father's work, initially driven by compassion. She later researched Ji Qiu and discovered her humble beginnings as a child from a single-parent family. Yet she had always excelled academically and possessed a strong capacity for learning. This prompted Song Qingwan to consider enlisting Ji Qiu's help. I will do my best, Miss Song. Faced with Song Qingwan's unwavering trust, Ji Qiu's eyes reflected a resolute determination. She would not let Song Qingwan down. I have a friend nearby that I need to visit. I've already made the purchase. Once you finish eating, send me a message, and I will have the driver take you home, Song Qingwan stated. Ji Qiu intended to decline, but Song Qingwan had already risen. After exiting the restaurant, Song Qingwan got into the car. 10 minutes later, she arrived at the residence of Jiang Qibai. Stepping out of the vehicle to see Su Yuan standing at the entrance, she raised her hand and let it drop several times, unable to press the doorbell. Song Qingwan took a few steps closer to Su Yuan, smiling brightly. Why aren't you going inside? A Jing should have arrived by now. Noticing Su Yuan's hesitation, Song Qingwan continued, Don't worry. I've spoken to them, and they will not be as rude as before. You are a Jing's wife, which makes you our friend. In the past, Su Yuan would have been skeptical of Song Qingwan's words. However, things were different now. This was not the first time Song Qingwan had come to her aid. Su Yuan nodded, trusting Song Qingwan's assurances, and watched as she effortlessly entered the code. Jiang Qibai doesn't usually reside here. He only comes for parties. We all know the code, and you can remember it to enter directly next time. Song Qingwan explained gently. Su Yuan replied in agreement. Nevertheless, she knew she could not simply forego the doorbell and enter. Song Qingwan opened the door and led Su Yuan inside. She found a pair of new slippers for Su Yuan and turned to complain to the room, a Jing. Why didn't you greet Su Yuan? She didn't know the code and has been waiting at the door for quite some time. The few people on the sofa, engrossed in a game, turned their attention to Shang Jingyu. Indeed, a Jing, you are quite lacking in gentlemanly conduct, Jiang Qibai remarked with a feigned sincerity laced with sarcasm. Even with Song Qingwan's intervention, they still struggled to treat Su Yuan as kindly as she had suggested. Song Qingwan, smiling, ushered Su Yuan into the living room. The seat beside Shang Jingyu remained vacant as she urged Su Yuan to take a seat, causing an immediate hush to fall over the gathering. This spot had always belonged to Song Qingwan, yet now she had allowed Su Yuan to occupy it. What game are you playing? Song Qingwan inquired as she settled beside Su Yuan, stealing glances at Shang Jingyu's expression. Su Yuan noted the tension in his jawline and the way his lips were pressed into a thin line, revealing his evident displeasure. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his frustration. A bittersweet sensation began to spread within Su Yuan, for it was Song Qingwan who had insisted she sit there, compelling him to suppress his discontent. Gradually, the tension in Shang Jingyu's face eased slightly, and a flicker of satisfaction surfaced amidst Su Yuan's emotional turmoil. Opportunities to be this close to Shang Jingyu were rare. And today, as Song Qingwan had indicated, his friends had indeed not made any overt attempts to inconvenience her. Unbeknownst to her, however, Shang Jingyu's hand was currently being entwined by Song Qingwan behind her back. Chapter 53. Su Yao intended to take her to the Su family. Miss Su had lost once again, so she should drink. Qiu Li pushed a glass of wine in front of Su Yuan, and their gathering had shifted from the living room to the back garden. A chef was grilling meat and seafood nearby. The group was seated at a long table, continuing the game they had started in the living room. Su Yuan's tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high. After a few drinks, her head began to spin. At that moment, she had completely forgotten about the night shoot scheduled for the early hours and was wholly absorbed in the delight of playing games with Shang Jingyu. Su Yuan has had too much to drink. How about you drink this for her, eh, Jing? Song Qingwan looked across the table at Shang Jingyu. I have a cleanliness obsession. Shang Jingyu replied coolly. Su Yuan hurriedly picked up her glass. I can drink it. You are truly kinda aging, Su Yuan. Song Qingwan said with an increasingly bright smile. It seems you've had quite a bit to drink. Would you like me to accompany you for a walk to sober up? Su Yuan did not refuse. Her current state indeed did not warrant further drinking. As she stood up, she did not notice her phone slipping from her pocket to the ground, discreetly picked up by Chiu Li, who sat beside her. The following morning, at sunrise during the peak rush hour, a trending topic about a popular actress missing a shoot due to her diva antics surged to the top of the charts. Song Qingwan scrolled through the comments on her phone as she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, glancing back at the slumbering Su Yuan on the bed. The phone in her hand, Su Yuan's, was on silent mode, displaying dozens of missed calls. First, there were accusations of bullying newcomers, followed by claims of her acting entitled. Su Yuan's topic had saturated the discussion boards. Nevertheless, many fans were defending her. Our Su has always been very dedicated. Her absence from the shoot yesterday must have been due to some unforeseen circumstance. Let us wait for the studio's statement. Some people need not jump to conclusions. The production team hasn't said anything yet, so why declare that our Su missed the shoot? Fans, can we stop being in denial? Go check the Weibo post from Director He. Director He was so enraged that he publicly stated he will no longer collaborate with anyone surnamed Su. Surely they want to change the leading lady halfway through filming? Has Su Yuan recently been cursed? Why the sudden change? Clearly, Su Yuan's previous performances were so convincing that they deceived us all. I am truly disappointed. I was still making excuses for you after the newcomer incident. But seeing you bully that newcomer yesterday was unbelievable. What sustained my admiration was your dedication to your career, yet now you have outright skipped filming. There are rumors that Su Yuan missed the shoot because she was on a date. Where? Please provide the link. The link is here. Come and see. Soon. Someone clicked on the link, which displayed images of Su Yuan in an upscale villa community. However, within 3 seconds, the link became invalid, and upon checking the blogger's profile, it was discovered that the account had been suspended. On the top floor of the Su group, Su Nanxiao sat at his desk, his face etched with fury. Is no one going to manage this situation as the public opinion spirals out of control? Are the people in the public relations department simply idling away? The assistant and the director of the public relations department stood before the desk, not daring to make a sound. The situation had escalated far too rapidly. Moreover, the usual online influencers and hired supporters have refrained from accepting any assignments, indicating that there has been prior orchestration. Ultimately, they resorted to the drastic measures of forcibly banning accounts and deleting posts, a strategy of last resort. Silencing dissent will inevitably provoke public backlash, yet at this moment, there seems to be no superior alternative to curtail this wave of public opinion. Bring the young lady back, Su Nanxiao instructed his assistant. He refrained from inquiring who was responsible, but he could surmise the answer. The only individual capable of persuading all the hired supporters and influencers to withdraw from assisting his sister was none other than Shang Jingyu. As soon as Song Qingwan returned to the country, Shang Jingyu was unable to contain his eagerness. At 10 o'clock, Song Qingwan departed by car. Fully anticipating the withdrawal of trending topics, deletion of posts, and account bans, all due to the influence of the Su family and Su Nanxiao. While waiting at a traffic light, her phone chimed. Glancing casually, she saw it was Su Yao. Raising an eyebrow, she mused that her silence for an entire night must have been quite torturous for him. Nevertheless, she did not answer. Instead, after passing 2 more traffic lights, she pulled over before returning his call. At that moment, Su was in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of the Su residence. The voice of his mother echoed through the door. Yao, later your Uncle Pei will come over for dinner, so don't sleep in. Get up and tidy yourself. Su pressed his temples, regretting not having returned home the previous night. Understood, he replied, then connected the call. Miss Song, have you finally remembered me? His tone bore an unmistakable edge of sarcasm. An unexpected silence ensued on the other end, prompting Su Yao to frown. Have you gone mute? If you don't speak, I'm hanging up. To his astonishment, Song Qingwan abruptly ended the call. Su sat up in shock, his temper flaring. Once he redialed, the line connected swiftly. Song Qingwan, did you just hang up on me? You were the one who said to hang up, she retorted timidly, her voice tinged with grievance. I meant for you to speak. Su snapped, exasperated by her silence after a whole night of no response. I was driving and missed your call. Song Qingwan paused, her fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel, her gaze languid, her tone gentle. I know you intend to warn me against speaking indiscreetly in front of your fiancée. Rest assured, I shall not speak out of turn in her presence. I will also adhere to our agreement and avoid appearing before you in the future. Who said you should avoid appearing before me? Song Qingwan fell silent. Su Yao raked his fingers through his hair. I have stated repeatedly that she is not my fiancée. She is merely whom my parents wish for me to marry, and I have no affection for her. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. After hanging up, Su Yao freshened up and descended the stairs. Upon seeing her son dressed so casually, his mother shot him a disapproving glance. I asked you to tidy up. What is this? I'm just stepping out to get a haircut. Su Yu replied with a cheerful grin. Today, he would put an end to his parents' aspirations for him to marry Pei Yunan. Pleased, his mother patted his shoulder. Go on. But be back by noon. With a beaming smile, Su Yao turned to leave. I hope that when he returns, his mother will still possess that benevolent and gentle demeanor. Song Qingwan waited for half an hour until Su Yao's car finally came into view. She instructed the driver to take her back to her residence before alighting. Clad in a light jacket, she stood at the roadside, resembling a delicate jasmine flower on the verge of wilting. Su Yao took in this sight entirely. Why is she dressed so lightly? His brow furrowed as he glanced down at his own sweatshirt, urging Song Qingwan to get into the car. Is there something you wish to say to me? Song Qingwan remained rooted in place. Get in first. We have broken up, she asserted defiantly. Su Yao couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. If I truly wanted to end things with you, would I be so idle as to seek you out? Song Qingwan appeared taken aback, staring at Su Yao in bewilderment. Her dazed expression struck Su Yao as endearing, dismissing the peculiar feelings rising within him. He gently urged her into the car. I will take you to meet my parents. Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 54. Meeting the Su family. As Song Qingwan settled into Su Yao's car en route to the Su family villa, her hands rested nervously on her lap, fingers intertwined, her heart fluttering slightly. Suddenly, a warm hand enveloped the back of her hand. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of Su Yao's profile as he brought the car to a halt. With me here, my parents and brother won't treat you poorly. Meeting Su Yao's gaze, she mustered a nervous yet radiant smile and replied, Yes, I believe you. She entwined her fingers with his, a gesture of profound trust that momentarily left Su Yao taken aback. His return with Song Qingwan was merely a response to his parents' persistent pressure to marry Pei Yunan. Despite his numerous declarations of disinterest in Pei, his parents remained unconvinced, perceiving his words as mere stubbornness. Even when he mentioned having a girlfriend, they dismissed it as a feigned excuse. Song Qingwan's eyes followed Su Yao as he exited the vehicle, filled with affection, as if her world could only contain him. He walked around to the passenger side and extended his hand to her. With a warm smile, she placed her hand in his. Standing in the front yard of the Su family's ancestral home, she gazed at the exquisite house, a gentle smile blooming in her eyes, gradually spreading across her face. This was her first visit to the Su residence, with many more to follow. When she turned to look at Su Yao, her expression had transformed into one of demure apprehension. I didn't bring anything. Will that be considered rude? She inquired anxiously. Not at all, Su Yao replied, gently smoothing the stray hairs from her forehead, a slight smile gracing his lips. He stood upright, his gaze fixed on the water-blue figure in the rooftop garden. Surely, this should quell any lingering hopes now. In the garden, Pei Yunan abruptly turned away, unable to bear the sight of the couple holding hands in the front yard. Sister, what is wrong? Your face looks pale, Pei Jing remarked, puzzled by her demeanor, leaning forward to glimpse the scene below, but was halted by Pei Yunan. No, I'm just a bit hungry. Let us head back. Second young master, you finally. The butler's voice trailed off upon seeing whom Su Yu was accompanying. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he widened his gaze in astonishment. Isn't that the young lady from the Song family? The second young master used to detest her. How did they end up together? Go fetch a new coat from the cloakroom, Su Yao instructed the butler while placing slippers in front of Song Qingwan. Despite his myriad questions, the butler complied. Are you frightened? Noticing Song Qingwan's hesitation, Su Yao took her hand again, only to discover it was icy and clammy. Suppressing her rising anxiety, Song Qingwan pouted, feigning innocence. I'm just nervous. Su Yao couldn't help but smirk. You were so assertive when we spoke on the phone earlier, now you're nervous? Who told you to bring me to your home on such short notice? I was prepared at all. I didn't even have time to put on makeup, she pouted, playfully accusing Su Yao of his impetuousness. Su Yao's gaze shifted to her naturally beautiful face. With her fair complexion and delicate features, she resembled a jasmine flower post-rain, fresh and unblemished. Her smile radiated warmth and gentleness, yet when her expression turned serious, a subtle chill enveloped her. Su Yao, somewhat awkwardly, scratched the back of his head. His voice slightly muddled. You're beautiful even without makeup. What did you say? Song Qingwan feigned ignorance. Nothing. Su Yu cleared his throat. urging her to change her shoes swiftly. Seeing the opportunity, Song Qingwan changed into her slippers and linked arms with Su Yao as they entered the lively living room. Su's mother was engaged in conversation with Pei's mother, while Su's father, Pei's father, and Su Nanxiao discussed business matters. At that moment, Su Yuan obediently sat beside her mother. Father, mother. Su Yao's voice prompted several heads to turn simultaneously, and Song Qingwan noted the flicker of anger in the eyes of Su's parents. Who is she? Su's mother struggled to contain her wrath, pointing an accusing finger at Song Qingwan. Su Yao smiled gently. Since you're all here, let me introduce you. This is Song Qingwan, my girlfriend. The Pei family was taken aback, but the astonishment of Su's parents and Su Nanxiao was even more pronounced. Su Nanxiao's gaze darkened as he observed the seemingly compliant Song Qingwan, who was now entwined with his brother. She had once harbored disdain for their family. Yet now she was in a relationship with his brother. If one were to claim her affections were genuine, he would find it utterly implausible. Su Yo. Repeat that. Who is she? Su's mother, enraged, stood up, her finger trembling as she pointed at Song Qingwan. Do you have any idea that your sister's current predicament is due to whom? You dare to call her your girlfriend. You are engaged. And you speak such nonsense before your fiancé's parents. Mother, Xiao Yuan's struggles are because of Shang Jingyu. They have nothing to do with her. Su's father's piercing gaze fell upon Song Qingwan, his commanding presence palpable. What is your intention? His voice was calm, yet his murky eyes glinted with a sharp intensity. Uncle, I simply like Su Yao. Song Qingwan's voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears, as if she were thoroughly frightened. Su Yao frowned. Pulling her behind him, you needn't threaten her. It is I who wishes to be with her. He turned to Pei's parents and finally to Pei Yunan, who had just descended the staircase. Let me reiterate, I have never agreed to marry Pei Yunan. That was merely your unilateral desire. I have never liked Pei Yunan in the past, nor will I in the future. If you truly wish for an alliance, consider my elder brother instead. Upon hearing this, the Pei family wore grim expressions. Old Su, since Su Yao is so resistant to this marriage, I believe we should dissolve our engagement, Pei's father stated solemnly. Rising from his seat, his daughter was not without suitors. Her affections were simply misplaced. Given Su Yao's stance, it would be unwise for my daughter to marry into your family. We shall take our leave. Enjoy your meal, Pei's mother remarked with a tight-lipped smile. Together with her husband, she called for their daughter and son at the staircase, preparing to depart. Wait. Su's father was about to speak in an attempt to retain them when a swift motion occurred, and Su Yao received a harsh blow to the face. Su Yao, you are betrothed to my sister, yet you shamelessly indulge in infidelity. You wretched scoundrel. Pei Jingye seized Su Yao by the collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. As he spoke, he attempted to strike a blow, but Su Yao, not one to tolerate such indignation, forcefully wrenched Pei Jingye's hand away and retaliated with a punch. I never consented to this engagement. If you seek an answer, inquire of those who did. Su Yao, witnessing her beloved brother treat her sister in such a manner. Pei Jingye, with eyes aflame, yearned to strike Su Yao once more, but was halted by Pei Yunan's admonition. Xiaoya, Pei Yunan, his eyes slightly reddened, shook his head in dismay. Song Qingwan, mark my words, you shall pay for this. Before Pei Jingye was led away by Pei Yunan, he cast a venomous glare at Song Qingwan. Chapter 55, The Interrogation of the Su Family. After the Pei family departed, a fleeting stillness enveloped the living room. What was their intention? Su Nanxiao fixed his gaze upon Song Qingwan, whose demeanor of obedience and innocence starkly contrasted with her usual facade before him. Furthermore, the sight of her entwined with her brother was painfully glaring. Song Qingwan shook her head innocently, denying any wrongdoing. Su Nanxiao anticipated her reaction. Despite his professed affection for her, familial ties would always take precedence. Elder brother, Ruan is not that kind of person, Su Yao interjected. Aware that the family harbored a certain disdain for Song Qingwan due to the matter concerning Shang Jingyu. Yet, it was Shang Jingyu who had whimsically pursued Song Qingwan, compelling her into a relationship. Now, it was also Shang Jingyu who had harmed his sister. At 28, how can you still be so foolish? If she had no ulterior motives, why would she be with you? Let's consider this. What makes her, with her humble background and past, worthy of you? Su's father spoke sternly. Upon hearing the mention of a past pregnancy, Su Yao instinctively glanced at Song Qingwan's abdomen, a surge of unspoken emotions coursing through him. That child. Song Qingwan released her grip, standing there with a pale visage, looking utterly pitiable. Su Yuan tugged at Su's father's sleeve. Dad, please don't be like this. Is it wrong for me to like her? Su Yao, observing Song Qingwan's woeful expression, felt a mix of exasperation and concern. When had she become so timid? She did not dare to retort even when ridiculed. Could a child be born solely by her? Wasn't Shang Jingyu still the son-in-law of the Su family? Yo. Is this how you choose to speak to your parents for such a woman? Su mother's face reflected sorrow. Her beloved son, whom she had cherished for so many years, was now at odds with the family over a girl. Mom, that is not my intention. I merely wish to convey that she is my girlfriend, and I hope you can respect my choice. Please continue your meal. I have an engagement to attend. Seo stated as he retrieved his coat from the butler and, taking Song Qingwan's hand, made his way out. Before departing, Song Qingwan did not forget to bid farewell to Su's parents. Their displeased expressions etched in her mind as she allowed Su Yao to lead her away. Once outside the villa, Su Yao offered her the coat. Put this on. Song Qingwan hesitated, accepting it reluctantly. Will Su Yuan be upset that you took her clothes for me? She has plenty of clothes in her wardrobe that she never wears. She won't mind. With a long sigh, Song Qingwan lamented, what should I do? Uncle and auntie don't like me at all. Are we going to break up? She frowned slightly, pressing her lips together. I'm sorry for causing you to argue with my parents on your first meeting, she said, her expression troubled. Seo found her dismay oddly endearing and instinctively pinched her cheek. Realizing what he had done, he cleared his throat and averted his gaze. Song Qingwan. When did you become such a punching bag? Though Suyu had not interacted with Song Qingwan extensively before, he recalled that she had always been by Shang Jingyu's side. To his knowledge, while she had once possessed a gentle temperament, she was also firmly principled. If the other party provokes her first, she would not hold back. For instance, during middle school, she once sent a male classmate who constantly tugged at her ponytail to the hospital. They're your family, and I wish for their affection. Song Qingwan murmured, lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a child who has erred. Siyu wrapped an arm around Song Qingwan's shoulders and declared, You are my girlfriend, and my affection for you suffices. Their opinions are of no consequence. The words slipped out instinctively, leaving Su Yao momentarily taken aback as his gaze met Song Qingwan's sparkling eyes. Her tone was laced with cheerfulness. So, you want to break up with me, right? Siyu raised an eyebrow and nodded. Let me treat you to a meal. What do you wish to eat? I crave the dishes you prepare. Song Qingwan blinked playfully. Song Qingwan, do not take advantage. All right. As Song Qingwan settled into the car, she looked up at Su Yao outside the window and asked, Where are we headed? To the supermarket, Su Yu replied with a serious expression. Instantly, Song Qingwan's face brightened, and she beamed at him, wrapping her arms around him and planting a soft kiss on his cheek. The gentle contact caused Su Yao to freeze momentarily when he regained his composure. Song Qingwan was already seated, gazing at him with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with tenderness and joy. For the first time, Su Yao realized that being in love was not as troublesome as he had envisioned. After finishing her lunch and enduring her brother's scolding, Su Yuan sat in the living room scrolling through her phone. Despite the rapid removal of her trending topics due to 2 consecutive scandals, the impact on her was considerable. A few endorsements lost were of little consequence, as she did not rely on them for income. All she needed was to act. Suddenly, Su Yuan's fingers halted on a social media post with the caption, Dinner prepared by my boyfriend, feeling fulfilled, happy. She clicked on the image, and the sight of 3 dishes and a soup, alongside a hand adorned with a ring, left her astonished. Her second brother could cook? Although the dishes did not appear particularly appetizing, it was evident that effort had been invested. Little Yuan, what are you looking at? Su's mother inquired, noticing her daughter's astonishment. Even though Su Yuan tried to conceal her phone quickly, her mother caught a glimpse of the screen. Song Qingwan? Su's mother asked her daughter, though she already had an inkling of the answer. He truly is my well-raised son. After all these years, I have never seen him cook for us. Yet he ventures into the kitchen for a woman of such little standing. A pang of bitterness welled up within Su's mother. Her son, whom she had cared for over the years, seemed to place more value on Song Qingwan than on her, his own mother. Mom, it's only natural for my brother to be attentive in his first relationship. They may not necessarily reach the point of marriage, right? You should let him be. Song Qingwan has ulterior motives in getting close to your brother. I will not allow them to be together. Su's mother clenched her fists, turning to call her eldest son. Song Qingwan gazed at the social media post visible only to Su Yuan, a smile gracing her lips. What are you laughing at? Su Yao's voice echoed from the doorway. Song Qingwan exited the WeChat interface, propping herself up on the bed, her eyes twinkling with joy as she replied. I was watching the behind-the-scenes footage of you and Xinghuan. You seem to hold her quite closely when you embrace her. Song Qingwan's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Seo stepped slowly into the bedroom, bent down, and placed his hands on either side of Song Qingwan. that was merely for filming purposes. Many of the kisses were staged. But with you, I have never staged anything. Su Yao's gaze lingered on Song Qingyuan's rosy lips, a dryness settling in his throat. He could not fathom why her lips were so irresistible. He had collaborated with numerous actresses over the years, and intimate scenes were almost inevitable. Kissing them was merely a professional requirement, devoid of any other sentiment. Yet, when it came to Song Qingyuan, his blood surged, and he found it impossible to refrain. However, she was his girlfriend, and he could kiss her whenever he wished. Just as Song Qingyuan was enveloped in his kiss, her phone vibrated. She pushed him away. "It's a call. I'll answer it later." As soon as she spoke, Su Yao attempted to lean in again. But his peripheral vision caught sight of the words Manager Shang flashing on the phone screen. His brow furrowed as he took Song Qingyuan's phone into his hands. Chapter 56. Are you inviting me to toy with your feelings? Shang Jingyu, it has been 4 years since our breakup. Can you refrain from harassing your ex? Have some dignity. Before Song Qingyuan could respond, the call was answered by Su Yao, whose voice was laced with a palpable tension. On the other end, Shang Jingyu hesitated upon hearing the familiar yet strange voice. How did Qingyuan's phone end up in your possession? Shang Jingyu furrowed his brow, a hint of menace lurking beneath his icy tone. As her ex, why are you so concerned about her affairs? Don't you know why her phone is with me? Su Yao chuckled, a touch of arrogance underscoring his words. Of course, it's because she is by my side. Su Yao, what have you done to her? Shang Jingyu's voice darkened, brimming with hostility. She is my girlfriend. What do you think I could possibly do to her? The person on the other end fell silent. Song Qingyuan felt her heart race. The moment Su Yao answered the call, she realized this secret would not remain hidden from Shang Jingyu for long. However, she had no intention of concealing it. She simply had not anticipated that he would find out so swiftly. What did you say? Shang Jingyu's grip on the phone tightened unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. I said that Song Qingyuan is now my girlfriend. As a married man, you should have the self-awareness to stop harassing her. Without waiting for a response, Su Yao hung up and swiftly added Shang Jingyu to his blacklist. I will find you a different agency, Su Yao remarked, casting a discontented glance at Song Qingyuan. Why would you choose an entertainment company under Shang's banner? Are you afraid he will threaten you? Song Qingyuan looked at him innocently. I never intended to enter the entertainment industry. It was Mr. Shang who suggested it. I don't enjoy acting. She adeptly shifted the blame onto Shang Jingyu. Is he out of his mind? Siyu clicked his tongue, having forgotten Song Qingyuan's earlier words. As a violinist, she had no interest in acting. He could not fathom why Shang Jingyu would want her in the entertainment industry. Was it merely to create trouble for her sister? Limit your contact with him from now on. He is my boss. I cannot avoid him in a professional capacity. Song Qingyuan intertwined her fingers with Su Yao's, playfully nuzzling against his cheek. Her warm breath caressed his face. Instantly, Siyu cast aside his earlier thoughts and pulled Song Qingyuan in for a kiss. With her hands pinned to her sides, Song Qingyuan shyly accepted Su Yao's kiss until a chill swept over her shoulder, prompting her to push him away. What's wrong? Su Yao looked up, his gaze clouded with confusion. Too fast. Song Qingyuan cautiously adjusted her shoulder strap, turning her head aside, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Yao was taken aback. He hadn't intended for things to escalate this way. He had simply lost control as they kissed. He lay down next to Song Qingyuan. Let us sleep. As Song Qingyuan was enveloped in his embrace, her face pressed against Su Yao's chest, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Closing her eyes, she repeatedly recalled the sensation of his kiss upon her collarbone. The feeling of revulsion lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. She had thought she could manage it. Yet in the moment before it unfolded, she realized that the reality was far more complex than she had envisioned. Song Qingyuan had taken a nap with Su Yao, awakening at 4 in the afternoon. Her cousin had just returned from an overseas tour, and she needed to pick him up from the airport. As she left, Siyu was still asleep. She scribbled a note and changed her attire before departing. However, no sooner had she stepped outside than she was intercepted. What do you intend to do, Su Nanxiao? Song Qingyuan exclaimed, her voice firm. Su Nanxiao disregarded her protest, forcibly pulling her into the back seat of the car. What do you think you're doing? What is your purpose in getting close to Ah Yao? Is it revenge against me? Against the Su family? His voice resonated with a deep-seated fury as he pinned her against the seat, his dark eyes alight with a fierce blaze. Are you angry because you believe my relationship with Su Yao is an act of vengeance against your family, or perhaps? Song Qingyuan smiled, her cool fingertips tracing the contours of the man's prominent Adam's apple, gliding up and down with its movement. You are envious of him, jealous that I favor him. That the one you have pursued for years, yet failed to attain, has so easily become your brother's girlfriend? Her Her smile was radiant, though her words carried a subtle allure. I suspect it is more of the latter, she teased, fluttering her eyelashes at Su Nanxiao. Isn't that right, young Master Su? Unfortunately, you indeed pale in comparison to your brother. At least he stands by my side, unlike you, who merely professes affection without any genuine effort. Such insincerity. I do not. Su Nanxiao retorted softly. I have stated that as long as it does not harm my family, I will grant you anything you desire. The laughter in Song Qingwan's eyes deepened. Yet, how could she explain her true desire? She wished for the Su family to endure torment, to find themselves in a situation where life was unbearable, compelling them to pay for their past rudeness and arrogance. But I do not like you, she said innocently, tilting her head. I am fond of your brother, young Master Su. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance from me, lest you and your brother become adversaries in the future. Why can he, but I cannot? Su Nanxiao clenched his fists. Do you not despise our family? How could you possibly have feelings for Su Yao? Young Master Su, this is a classic case of sour grapes, she replied. Why should I not be able to like Su Yao? What do you like about him? He inquired. Song Qingwan shrugged, her smile radiant. He is physically appealing. Instantly, Su Nanxiao's expression darkened further. Have you two been intimate? Young Master Su, we are both adults. Is there anything strange about that? Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow, noticing the fire in Su Nanxiao's eyes intensifying. Suddenly, she leaned closer. Are you here to offer yourself to your brother's girlfriend? The space between them narrowed, their noses almost touching, their breaths mingling, and a charged atmosphere enveloped the confined space. Su Nanxiao pressed his lips together. Do not toy with Ayao's feelings. Song Qingwan playfully retorted. Are you inviting me to toy with your feelings? As she gazed at his lips, which were tantalizingly close and slightly parted. Su Nanxiao felt his gaze deepen. He was but a mere inch away from kissing her. Oh, you wish to kiss me? Song Qingwan teased with a lingering tone. However, you might want to consult your brother's opinion before doing so. Song Qingwan. Su Nanxiao's brows furrowed in irritation. In a swift motion, she planted a brief kiss on his lips and then retreated, leaning back against her chair with a radiant smile as she observed the stunned Su Nanxiao, who was caught off guard in the midst of their playful exchange. Such little self-control, she mused, and yet you dare to threaten me? Chapter 57. Flowers will bloom again soon in the underground parking lot of the airport. A young man adorned with sunglasses and a mask opened the door of a white Porsche and settled into the passenger seat. Sister, why did you take so long to arrive? Gu Yunstian removed his mask and sunglasses, gazing at Song Qingwan in the driver's seat with a look of discontent. I nearly faced a mob of fans just waiting for you. His expression was exaggerated, anticipating comfort from Song Qingwan. Rest assured, dear cousin, I will ensure timely arrivals in the future, knowing just how popular you are. Song Qingwan responded playfully, saluting him. Mother mentioned that dinner is ready. We can eat as soon as we return home. She gestured for her cousin to fasten his seatbelt. Sister, have you met Shang Jingyu? Gu Yunxian inquired nonchalantly. He had seen the news while abroad but had refrained from asking due to his busy tour schedule and a desire to protect his sister's feelings. Yes, we've met a few times, she replied. Gu Yunxian instantly grew anxious. Sister, you should disregard him. He is married now, and doesn't he deserve you in the slightest? Song Qingwan glanced at her cousin, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Don't let your imagination run wild. Our relationship is not of that nature. Isn't his wife currently filming in Heian's production? Gu Yunstian remarked. Has Heian lost his mind? How could he cast Su Yuan as the lead in his film? Song Qingwan chuckled. It was my suggestion for Xiao Ge to cast her. Gu Yunxian blinked rapidly, a grin spreading across his face. Sister, you must have your reasons for that. Though he said this, his mind was already concocting ways to confront Heian upon their return home. Fully aware of the Su family's past actions towards his sister, wasn't this just elevating Su Yuan's status? How have aunt and uncle been lately? Song Qingwan inquired. She hadn't seen her aunt in quite some time, as they had settled abroad. They're living it up, hardly bothering to contact me for weeks on end. Gu Yunxian rolled his eyes. His parents had a strong relationship and had long intended to pass the family business to him. But his foray into the entertainment industry led them to hire a professional manager, allowing them to travel the world. The Song household remained lively late into the night due to Gu Yunxian's presence. At that moment, in the glass-walled penthouse, Song Qingwan entered holding a bottle of red wine and observed the three individuals seated in a triangular formation, the air thick with subtle provocation. What are you all doing? Playing a game of staring contests? She placed the wine on the table, somewhat exasperated. The four of them had always enjoyed a playful rivalry since childhood, and now, with three of them back together, they were merely awaiting the return of their cousin, Song Lancheng, who worked in the capital. We're just catching up after a long time apart, Gu Yunstin beamed, standing to take the wine from Song Qingwan and pulling her to sit beside him. Instantly, two sharp gazes were directed at Gu Yunxian. He raised an eyebrow, appearing quite pleased with himself. What was wrong with having his sister sit beside him when they were older and slower in movement? Brother, are you able to drink today? Song Qingwan inquired with concern. My brother's law firm is quite busy, came the reply. He seldom indulged in alcohol when out, and today at the dining table, he merely sipped a token amount. If you cannot drink, what are you doing here? You should head back. He bluntly urged him to leave. Gu Yunxian concurred, suggesting that everyone should depart, as he wished to have a private conversation with his sister. Have Su Yuan accompany you as the female lead in your film and leave together. He remained silent. Each time the three met, their bickering seemed endless, prompting Song Qingwan to discreetly retreat with her phone in hand. Glancing at the flashing name of President Shang on the screen, she returned to her bedroom before answering the call. Jing. She surmised that his call was a follow-up to their earlier conversation in the afternoon. My relationship with Su Yao is purely for show. His family is pressuring him into a marriage, and we are not genuinely involved. He only mentioned those things to prevent you from entangling with me and hurting Su Yuan. Shang Jingyu's reaction was surprisingly subdued, ringing alarm bells in Song Qingwan's mind. Are you still working late? She inquired again. At the office. I'll return a bit later. Shall I bring you some late-night snacks? What would you like? With a nimble motion, she sprung from her bed and walked into the wardrobe. On the other end, Shang Jingyu replied that it was too late and not worth the trouble. Furrowing her brow momentarily, she quickly softened her expression. I just want to see you. After changing her attire, she asked the chef to prepare a casual late-night meal before heading out. The sounds of their quarrel still echoed from the rooftop as she left. A helpless smile graced her lips. They truly could create a ruckus. Miss, where are you heading at this hour? The driver inquired gently, peering at her through the rearview mirror. The young lady's temperament mirrored her mother's, gentle and amiable, endearing her to the household staff, who spoke to her softly as if she were their own child. To Shang's, Song Qingwan replied, her voice still tender, though her eyes betrayed little expression. She turned to gaze out of the window, where magnolias, her mother's favorites, were planted, trees her father had carefully nurtured. Now, the flowers had withered, and the leaves had fallen, leaving only bare branches. It appeared somewhat desolate, yet under the soft yellow glow, it possessed a unique charm. Though the flowers had faded, they would soon bloom again. With a smile, she turned to the driver. Don't tell my parents I went to Shang's. Just say I returned home. The driver, though worried, nodded in agreement. An hour later, the car halted before the Shang building, and Song Qingwan expertly made her way to the top floor, heading to Shang Jingyu's office. Only a few lights illuminated the path to his office in the outer working area. She opened the office door and peeked inside. The man was reclining in a leather chair before his desk, his left hand resting on the table edge while his right hand maneuvered the mouse. His gaze fixed on the computer screen. Suddenly, Song Qingwan recalled the time before her senior thesis defense. Her academic performance was commendable, but it could not compare to Shang Jingyu's extraordinary intellect, despite their differing fields of study. In order to assist her with her thesis, Shang Jingyu devoted himself to studying her specialized courses. At that time, he had already commenced his involvement in the Shang family business, leading a demanding schedule. Nevertheless, he still managed to carve out time to review her paper and provide meticulous suggestions. Just as she was about to enter, Shang Jingyu's phone rang. If you want a grandson, you should bear one yourself. His indifferent voice resonated within the office, and Song Qingwan needed no further contemplation to discern the identity of the caller. Undoubtedly, it was his mother, pressing him about procreation. A cold smile curled upon her lips. It was only after spending considerable time abroad that she learned Jiang Huichu had summoned a doctor to the Shang family residence after her examination, and on that very day, a significant sum of money was transferred into the physician's account. Jiang Huichu was aware that she was carrying a daughter, which explained her abrupt decision to relinquish her hopes. If she cherished grandsons so dearly, then Song Qingwan wished for Jiang Huichu to be deprived of such a joy for eternity. Aging, she called out with a smile as she entered the office. Her voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the office, it was sufficiently audible to reach Jiang Huichu's ears on the other end of the line. Chapter 58. Abduction. Shang Jingyu. Who are you spending time with? Jiang Huichu's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. You're married and don't come home every day, running around outside. Is this a trait you've inherited from your father? This is how I've raised you since childhood. Shang Jingyu's eyes flickered momentarily before he abruptly ended the call. Is it cold outside? He stood and walked over to Song Qingwan, taking the food container from her hands and pulling her down onto the sofa beside him. It's so chilly. Song Qingwan shrank her neck, mimicking someone frozen. Shang Jingyu grasped her icy hands, using the warmth from his palms to chase away the chill. Next time, don't come so late to bring me supper. It isn't safe at night. There's a driver with me. Nothing will happen. She replied with a cheerful smile as she opened the food container, releasing a delightful aroma. Ligu made all your favorites. A faint mist rose from the dish, obscuring Song Qingwan's features, yet all Shang Jingyu could see was her radiant smile. The last time she brought him supper was 4 years ago when he had just entered the company as an intern in the marketing department. At that time, the department was unaware of his true identity. He was perpetually busy, often working late into the night, while Song Qingwan would come daily to deliver him supper. Despite the exhaustion, seeing her would instantly dissolve all his fatigue. The happiness that once felt so easily attainable now seemed almost dreamlike. Ah Jing, what are you daydreaming about? Shang Jingyu shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. What are your plans for work ahead? I don't have any good scripts at the moment. I'm preparing to join the company and learn from my father for a while. Song Qingwan wrapped her arms around Shang Jingyu's, resting her cheek against his hand, her eyes twinkling playfully. He was well aware of her quick learning ability. She had a remarkable memory and was quite intelligent. Of course, he replied with assurance. Song Qingwan's eyes sparkled as she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. I adore you. She then urged him to eat. Leaning back on the sofa, she reviewed the itinerary sent by Qiu Li for Su Yuan, as well as the plays she was considering. Su Yuan's manager and Su Yuan herself were indeed quite adept at script selection. After responding to Qiu Li's message, she casually scrolled through her friend circle. The father despised by his daughter. The image depicted a man attempting to embrace a little girl, only to be rejected by her small hands, her delicate face radiating disdain. Song Qingwan could almost envision Zheng Yu's delighted smile when she captured this photo, quickly deducing that Jiang Yinian had not disclosed the truth about his infidelity to Zheng Yu. Ah Jing, help me investigate someone. Song Qingwan's gaze remained fixed on her phone, her tone growing slightly cold. Who? The secretary of Jiang Yinian. Please find out if she is still with John's company. What happened? Shang Jingyu inquired. Though he had little interaction with Jiang Yinian, being in the same circle, he was aware of Jiang Yinian's long struggle against his family before marrying that ordinary woman. Ultimately, the lovers became husband and wife. A bittersweet expression lingered at the corners of Shang Jingyu's mouth. He felt inferior even to Jiang Yinian. Song Qingwan tilted her head, having strayed from the path of fidelity. Strayed? Shang Jingyu paused momentarily, seemingly perplexed that someone who had once forsworn the Jiang family inheritance to wed a woman of humble origins could falter in loyalty. Although his father had wronged his mother, the man he maintained outside of their marriage was a companion from his youth. Despite their distasteful relationship, they had never betrayed one another. At a recent gathering, they had encountered one another inadvertently. As Song Qingwan extinguished her phone, a charming smile graced her lips. Do all men crave novelty? Her words carried implication. Shang Jingyu's expression turned grave. Not I. I do not seek novelty. I have remained unchanged. Wan, do not doubt me. He tenderly brushed his fingers through the soft, cascading hair of the woman beside him. Regarding Su Yuan, his words trailed off as Song Qingwan interjected, I trust you will not fall for her. You promised to love me for a lifetime. I shall wait for you, but do not make me wait too long. Her gaze fell, a shadow of sorrow crossing her features. I shall not. On her first day reporting to the company, Song Qingwan found herself working overtime. During this time, Xia Huaran texted her, inquiring whether he should come to collect her. She declined, for Su Yu was coming to fetch her. The car is downstairs. You will see it upon your exit. As Song Qingwan read the message, she glanced up to behold a royal blue vehicle. She opened the back door. Su. Her smile faltered. I'm sorry, I opened the wrong door. Apologizing swiftly, she felt an unsettling familiarity with the person seated in the back. Yet she hesitated to stare, as it was inherently impolite to open the door of another's car uninvited. Was it a case of mistaken identity or intentional? A mocking voice resonated within the vehicle. Suddenly, she recalled the identity of the occupant, Pei Jingye, the twin brother of Su Yao's fiancé. An ominous premonition stirred within her. And in the next moment, her mouth was covered, plunging her into unconsciousness. Young master. The tall bodyguard half-encircled Song Qingwan, placing her into the car. Pei Jingye shifted disdainfully to the side, to the docks. When Song Qingwan awoke, the overwhelming scent of brine threatened to engulf her. As she opened her eyes, the sound of the roaring sea breeze filled her ears, and behind her lay a soft bed. She attempted to move her hands, only to discover they were bound. Awake. Are we? Pei Jingye's languid voice drifted into her ears. She lifted her head to meet his gaze as he lounged casually on the sofa, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his eyes. Song Qingwan, you seem quite bold. First, you enticed Su Yuan's husband, and now you seek to allure my sister's fiancé. Pei Jingye's eyelids lifted slightly, his chin raised, his nonchalant tone reminiscent of the scene 4 years prior when Su Yao had threatened her on their family sofa to abandon Shang Jingyu. Song Qingwan clenched her fists, fury igniting within her. What do you intend to do? Break up? Before entering into a relationship with him, I was entirely unaware of his engagement. Moreover, Su Yao has never acknowledged this betrothal. It was a decision made unilaterally by both our families. Your sister is merely indulging in her own delusions. Song Qingwan could no longer sustain her previously gentle facade, her voice now tinged with a sharpness. They exploit their familial power to treat her with such disdain. What wrong has she committed? It was Shang Jingyu who first harbored affection for her. It was he who pursued her. It was he who found it impossible to be without her. Now, while she may have intentionally tempted Su Yao, if he truly loves Pei Yunan and wishes to wed her, she would stand no chance whatsoever. These individuals fail to introspect. Yet they are adept at attributing blame to others. Repeat that if you dare. It was infuriating to hear such words spoken about his beloved sister. And Pei Jing rose in anger. He approached the bedside, glaring menacingly at Song Qingwan. Song Qingwan smirked coldly, pressing her lips together. I said your sister is deluding herself. She clings to a man who does not reciprocate her feelings, utterly shameless. Do you comprehend the meaning of words? What manner of person are you to dare speak of my sister in such a way? The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the room, and Song Qingwan's pupils dilated as a shadow loomed over her. Chapter 59. Justifiable defense. Pei Jingye knelt above Song Qingwan, his eyes glinting with malice. Are you breaking up or not? If you have the capability to make Su Yao marry your sister, you must know how little he cares for her. You're merely pushing me away. Song Qingwan let out a cold laugh. Pei Jingye, I implore you to use your brain. Even if I were to part ways with Su Yao, he would never consider marrying your sister. Pei Jingye was incensed by her words, and as he gazed at her lips moving, he angrily lunged at her. The pain made Song Qingwan furrow her brow. The metallic taste of blood spread between their lips as she struggled violently, yet he held her head firmly in place. What began as biting escalated into a fierce kiss, his force causing her considerable discomfort. Pei Jingye's hands began to wander uncontrollably downward. Realizing something was amiss, he had intended to threaten Song Qingwan. But the moment his lips brushed against hers, a surge of desire ignited within him like a raging inferno, consuming him entirely. His bloodied lips grazed her chin, and a cold glimmer flickered in Song Qingwan's eyes. Sensing her surrender, Pei Jingye abruptly regained his senses, his expression darkening. Break up with him, or I will take a picture and send it to Su Yao. As he spoke, he attempted to rise. The mere mention of taking a photograph triggered an intense reaction in Song Qingwan. Suddenly, she laughed, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she bit down on Pei Jingye's finger. Her delicate features radiated an indescribable allure, particularly the way she gazed at him intensely, as if she were a captivating enchantress who could ensnare souls. Why not continue? Her voice was melodious and enchanting, her full lips stained with blood, enhancing her beauty immeasurably. Pei Jingye's mind exploded with confusion. Such blatant seduction was overwhelming for someone like him, who had never been in love or even liked a woman before. This is your initiative, he declared, gripping her head and kissing her fiercely. His kiss lacked finesse or technique, brutish and raw. Suppressing her discomfort, Song Qingwan did not resist. Instead, she reciprocated, igniting a fervor within Pei Jingye. Yet, he found himself looking down on her even more. What value could a woman be who would lay with any man? Not even his sister S. Pinky could compare. Nevertheless, he could not deny that Song Qingwan possessed a captivating charm that ensnared men. The temperature in the room rose steadily as Pei Jingye attempted to remove Song Qingwan's clothing. However, the ties binding her wrists and ankles proved cumbersome. Without much thought, he untied them. When he kissed her again, he failed to notice the flicker of determination in her eyes. Fixating on the ashtray on the coffee table, Song Qingwan wrapped her arms around Pei Jingye's neck, her voice soft and inviting. Let us move to the sofa. Pei Jingye was taken aback, cursing inwardly. He lifted the partially clothed Song Qingwan and settled onto the sofa, pulling her into his embrace. As he leaned in to unfasten her jeans, she swiftly seized the ashtray, striking it decisively against the back of his head. In an instant, a cry of anguish erupted from him. The metallic scent of blood swiftly permeated the room. Pei Jingye forcefully pushed Song Qingwan aside, clutching the back of his head, Song Qingwan, have you lost your mind? You think you can coerce me? This is self-defense. Song Qingwan coldly regarded Pei Jingye. Did you bring me here because of your sister, or because you have long harbored desires towards me? I have no such feelings for you. Then what were you just doing? Pei Jingye retorted, I must congratulate your sister after this commotion. So you will despise her even more. Blood continued to pour from the back of Pei Jingye's head, leaving him dizzy with pain as he grasped Song Qingwan's hand. Tightening his grip, if my sister is unhappy, you won't fare any better. Pei Jingye, who do you want to make suffer? A sharp male voice resonated from the doorway. With a thud, the door was kicked down, revealing a furious Su Yao standing there. Upon seeing Song Qingwan disheveled in the room, his eyes ignited with rage. He strode forward, wrenching Pei Jingye's hand away and delivering a kick to his chest, sending him, along with the sofa, crashing backward. Su Yu, Song Qingwan, with tearful eyes, clung tightly to him. He removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, instructing, turn around for a moment. His voice softened as he spoke to her. Obediently. She nodded and turned away. The moment she spun around, her previous vulnerability vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. How dare Pei Jingye humiliate her like this? Pei Jingye, I recall stating that I have no affection for your sister, and I would never marry her. Is your sister incapable of finding a man? He crouched before Pei Jingye. Who sent you to trouble her? Pei Yunan. Pei Jingye spat blood defiantly, shooting a glare back. Your engagement to my sister has been arranged since childhood. On what grounds do you deny it? He didn't regard Su Yao highly, but he was aware of his sister's feelings for him. He couldn't bear to see her in distress. Even if they were to annul the engagement, it should be initiated by their family, not Su Yao. Just because I've disliked her since childhood. Su Yu unleashed a punch upon Pei Jingye's face, showing no restraint, delivering 3 consecutive blows, leaving Pei Jingye bloodied. Just as he raised his fist for a 4th strike, the late-arriving Su Nanshao intervened, exclaiming, if you hit him again, you'll kill him. Su Nanshao glanced at Song Qingwan, who stood trembling in his brother's jacket. You take her away. I will handle this, he said, his tone turning colder. At this, Su Yao did not object. Rising to approach Song Qingwan, let's go home. He lifted her into his arms and carried her outside. Song Qingwan wrapped her arms around Su Yao's neck, her racing heart gradually calming. Upon returning to Bishi Bay, Song Qingwan was placed in Su Yao's bedroom. We didn't do anything, she whispered, clutching the blanket. Su Yu held her tightly within his embrace. Having failed to find Song Qingwan earlier had terrified him, prompting him to seek his elder brother's assistance. Upon learning that it was Pei Jingye who had taken her, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. I understand. You are very brave. Su Yao rested his chin on Song Qingwan's shoulder, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. He threatened me with a breakup, and when I refused, he attempted to coerce me, even claiming he would take pictures to send to you, hoping that would lead you to abandon me. Song Qingwan's voice was thick with nasal tones, her shoulders trembling as she recounted her grievances to Su Yao. No man could remain indifferent to the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. The more heartbroken Song Qingwan became, the more incensed Su Yao felt. Even though he did not harbor romantic feelings for Song Qingwan, she was his girlfriend, and he had always been protective of her. He would never let this matter rest so easily. Chapter 60. Apology Miss Pei. As Pei Yunan exited the hospital, she was called to a halt. Upon lifting her gaze, she encountered an unfamiliar face, leaving her somewhat perplexed. I am Su Yao's assistant. He wishes to speak with you. Xiaoqin, unaware of the underlying tensions between this elegantly dressed woman and Su Yao, noted the unmistakable disdain in Su Yao's tone when he mentioned her. Having been by Su Yao's side for an extended period, it was the first time he had displayed such overt animosity towards another individual. Su Yao? Pei Yunan, weary from a night spent at her brother's bedside, nonetheless followed Xiaoqin. The chauffeur's vehicle was parked in the adjacent square, and Xiaoqin opened the door for her to enter. Su Yao, is there something you need to discuss with me? Her voice carried a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Despite knowing that Su Yu was unwilling to marry her and had a girlfriend, her affection for him had endured for many years, making it difficult for her to completely forget him. Upon seeing him, her heart still fluttered with joy. There is no need to involve a third party in this matter. My reluctance to marry you is solely my own, Su Yao remarked with an indifferent glance, his brow etched with coldness. Pei Yunan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his words. Images of her brother lying in the hospital flashed through her mind, and she suddenly grasped that his injury was somehow connected to Su Yao. Early that morning, it was Su Nanshao who had informed her of her brother's hospitalization, and when she had inquired about the incident, he had remained tight-lipped. Did Xiao also go and cause trouble for Miss Song? Pei Yunan felt a twinge of anxiety. Wasn't it you who encouraged him? Su Yao scoffed. Pei Yunan. I told you before you went abroad that I do not like you and will never marry you. Do you not understand human language? I did not. Pei Yunan's voice was dry. Though she harbored feelings for Su Yao, she would never instigate her brother to confront Song Qingwan. She had resolved to have her parents withdraw the engagement with the Su family. It was unthinkable that her brother would actually trouble Song Qingwan. At Bihui Bay, when Song Qingwan descended the stairs, she did not see Su Yao and was about to message her assistant when the door swung open. No need to change your shoes. A cold voice emanated from the foyer. Song Qingwan turned to look and quickly spotted the pallid Pei Yunan. The sight of her in a nightgown did not escape Pei Yunan's notice, causing her a moment of embarrassment. Amidst her discomfort, there was a tinge of remorse. On her way, she had learned from Su Yao that her brother had abducted Song Qingwan and attempted to tarnish her reputation. Miss Song, I apologize on behalf of my brother. I did not anticipate he would act so impulsively. Song Qingwan, with a gentle smile, settled onto the sofa and replied in a soothing tone. Miss Pei, your brother's actions cannot simply be dismissed as impulsive. He has broken the law. Recognizing that Song Qingwan was not inclined to let her brother off the hook easily, Pei Yunan pressed. What must he do for you to forgive him? If he comes before me and kneels to apologize, I might consider it, Song Qingwan replied, her smile tender yet her words devoid of warmth. Pei Yunan's throat constricted. She could not bear to watch her beloved younger brother kneel before others. Moreover, her brother was stubborn. Once he believed that Song Qingwan and Su Yao had wronged him, it was nearly impossible to sway his conviction. This matter arose because of me. Pei Yunan tightened her grip, taking a few deep breaths before speaking. May I take his place? The sofa cushion beside her sank as Song Qingwan tilted her head, silently seeking Su Yao's opinion. If you deem it acceptable, then so be it. Su Yao gently wrapped his arm around Song Qingwan's shoulders, not even glancing at Pei Yunan. A bitter pang shot through her heart. With Su Yuan's unfortunate fate as a cautionary tale, she dared not follow in her footsteps. In that case, Song Qingwan smiled. If Miss Pei kneels, the grievances between my brother and you shall be settled. However, I hope Miss Pei will refrain from using her family's influence against me afterward. I won't. Song Qingwan observed the person slowly kneeling before her, her eyes narrowing slightly, concealing the coldness beneath. Initially, she held no ill feelings towards Pei Yunan. Regrettably, she had a foolish brother who, after a mere provocation, forgot the purpose of seeking her out. As Song Qingwan departed from Biyu Bei, she encountered Shang Jingyu, who was on his way to work. She intended to evade him, but to her surprise, Shang Jingyu's gaze had already fallen upon her. 3 minutes later, Song Qingwan found herself seated in Shang Jingyu's car. He did not inquire why she was there, but instead asked if she had eaten breakfast. Song Qingwan increasingly found Shang Jingyu peculiar. It seemed he no longer cared whether she was entangled with other men. I was taken away by Pei Jingye last night after being mesmerized. Song Qingwan voluntarily disclosed the events of the previous evening. Upon hearing her words, Shang Jingyu abruptly turned his head. What did he do to you? Last time, I pretended to be Su Yao's girlfriend. He came to warn me and even wanted to take pictures. Did he bully you? Shang Jingyu's voice turned cold. Song Qingwan ceased her words, instead embracing his arm and burying her face against it. While she had verbally agreed to Pei Yunan and Pei Jingye's terms, it was merely for Su Yao's sake. She could not simply let the humiliation inflicted by Pei Jingye pass unchallenged. Take pictures? A cold smile curled on Song Qingwan's lips. Were they capable of nothing but that? If they were so fond of taking pictures, then she would ensure they experienced a taste of their own medicine. Shang Jingyu's eyes darkened as he tenderly pulled her into his embrace, softly reassuring her, it's all right now. He accompanied Song Qingwan to the Song group before returning to his company. Please help me find information on the new branch of the Pei family established domestically. Chu Jin was somewhat puzzled about Shang Jingyu's intention for this information, as the majority of the Pei family's business was overseas, and their domestic operations had just begun, with no collaboration with them. Understood, Mr. Shang. He followed Shang Jingyu into the office, handing him the documents he held. This is the financial report for Leiyu Technology. Tanji is about to be reassigned. We need to bring in new talent. Chu Jin reminded him. Yes, I will arrange for him to meet you in a couple of days. Shang Jingyu paused in his report and instructed, send 2 individuals to protect Miss Song, but maintain a distance so as not to alert her. Chu Jin nodded, swiftly realizing that Shang Jingyu's sudden interest in the Pei family's company files was connected to Song Qingwan. Miss, there is someone waiting for you in the reception room, a colleague remarked as Song Qingwan entered the marketing department office. Her peers, well aware of her status as the future heiress of the Song family, adopted a somewhat sycophantic demeanor, recognizing that she was merely there to learn. Having spent her first day familiarizing herself with the work, she had engaged in little conversation with him. "Thank you," Song Qingwan replied gently, making her way toward the reception room. One of her female colleagues sighed as she watched her depart. "It's truly disheartening. Not only does she come from a prestigious family, but she is also remarkably beautiful." "Indeed. She is the cherished one of the president of the Shang Group," another colleague chimed in. "Yet, she carries herself with such grace and humility. It's no wonder that even after their separation, President Shang still holds her in such high regard." As Song Qingwan pushed open the door to the meeting room, she was taken aback by the figure standing by the window. Chapter 61. Trapped. How did you get here? Song Qingwan took a couple of steps forward to stand beside Su Huairan. "You didn't come home yesterday." Su Huairan's voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Rose," as he gently chided, "could you please inform me in advance next time?" His eyes bore dark circles, as if he had not slept a wink throughout the night. Last night, Song Qingwan had been in disarray. After her shower, she had simply gone to bed, completely oblivious to Su Huairan's concerns. "I promise I won't mess up." She understood his words, realizing that was why he had refrained from messaging her throughout the night and opted to come to the office instead. He was worried about disturbing her. "Next time I don't come home, I will definitely let you know. I intended to return yesterday, but there were some minor issues." Song Qingwan embraced Su Huairan, planting a playful kiss on his cheek. "Have you been staying up all night? Is this how you're preparing for work?" Her expression reflected a mix of exasperation and concern. Su Huairan nodded pitifully. "I couldn't sleep since you weren't home." "How did you manage to sleep when I was tea there before?" Song Qingwan shot him a teasing glance, and Su Huairan fell silent. Previously, it was because she belonged solely to him, but now, every moment she spent away from home made him wonder if she was with another man, engaged in the intimate activities they once shared. Such thoughts were unbearable. "I'll buy you coffee. No more late nights," he promised. During lunch, as Song Qingwan perused the message from Shang Jingyu, she pondered how to inform Zheng Yu about Jiang Yinyan's infidelity, directly stating it was certainly not an option. Although she had known Zheng Yu for 4 years, human hearts are inscrutable. What if Zheng Yu chose to forgive Jiang Yinyan? She would then become the instigator of their marital discord, a fool in the process. Ultimately, she purchased an email account and sent the evidence of Jiang Yinyan's betrayal to Zheng Yu. It was up to Zheng Yu to decide whether to continue their relationship or seek a divorce. After lunch, Song Qingwan stealthily slipped into her father's office lounge for a brief nap. In the afternoon, she received news that Su Yuan was about to sign a new film deal, prompting her to message Shang Jingyu before returning to work. The office closed at 6, and although Song Qingwan initially intended to stay late, she received a message from Zheng Yu. "Are you free for dinner tonight?" Sensing that Zheng Yu's invitation might be related to Jiang Yinyan's affair, she did not hesitate to accept. When she arrived at the restaurant where she was to meet Zheng Yu, it was already past 7. Zheng Yu was accompanied by a girl she had never seen before, who was strikingly beautiful and shared a similar gentle demeanor with Zheng Yu. However, while Zheng Yu had a more adorable appearance, this girl exuded an aura of pure innocence. "Yeah, please sit down. This is my friend Lin Yu. She was on a business trip the day you came to my house for dinner, and she has been eager to introduce you too," Zheng Yu said with a smile as she made the introductions. Song Qingwan did not overlook the forced smile in Zheng Yu's eyes. It seemed she had already read the email Song Qingwan sent. "I've heard so much about you from Yaya. It's wonderful to finally meet you," Lin Yu said with a warm smile. "Let us see what we should eat." Lin Yu pushed the menu towards Song Qingwan, who inquired about Lin Yu's preferences before taking the initiative to order for the table. "Sister Yaya, now that your little Yang is 2 years old, are you still taking care of her at home?" Song Qingwan tentatively inquired. Zheng Yu returned to the country with her child, having relinquished an offer from a domestic-listed company due to her pregnancy. At that time, she had told her to reconsider work after her confinement. Eventually, concerned about Yang, Zheng Yu decided to postpone her career until her daughter was older. It has been a considerable time since Zheng Yu last mentioned her desire to return to work. Beneath her forced smile lay an undeniable bitterness. She was an exceptionally strong-willed individual, since receiving an email at noon regarding Jiang Yinyan's infidelity. She had not dared to confide in anyone. How could the man who had tenderly squeezed her toothpaste and prepared her water that very morning betray her? She entrusted her daughter to a nanny and spent the entire afternoon on the rooftop, letting the wind blow over her. For Jiang Yinyan and for her daughter, she had sacrificed so much, only to be met with his betrayal. "Sister Yaya, you possess remarkable talent in design. It would be a shame if you continued to remain idle." Song Qingwan gently grasped Zheng Yu's hand, offering silent comfort. It seemed that Zheng Yu was still the woman she once knew. Over the past 3 years, Zheng Yu had sacrificed too much for her marriage. And it had been a long time since she had seen that spark in her eyes when she spoke of design. You truly ought to consider returning to work. Yang Yang is already 2 years old. The servants in your villa have been employed by the Jiang family for many years, and you should think more about yourself. Lin Yu had always disapproved of Zheng Yu sacrificing her individuality for her marriage. The Jiang family was a prominent household in Haiqing, and the child would receive excellent care. Zheng Yu did not need to be a full-time housewife at home. Like Zheng Yu, she hailed from humble beginnings and firmly believed that mutual progress and aligned steps were essential for a stable relationship. I understand, Zheng Yu replied with a smile. Her primary concern now was the issue of custody after divorce. The Jiang family was not particularly pleased with her background, yet they adored their granddaughter. Jiang Yinian was also very fond of their daughter. They would not grant her custody. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Yu finally spoke. Wan, could you provide me with your elder brother's contact information? She knew that the most renowned law firm in Haiqing was run by Song Qingruan's cousin. But Song Yian was quite busy, primarily advocating for ordinary people. For the sake of her daughter's custody, she sought to leverage her connection with Song Qingruan. My elder brother? Are you planning to file a lawsuit? Zheng Yu forced a smile, her lips twitching slightly. I have some legal matters I wish to consult. Song Qingruan surmised that Zheng Yu might be considering divorce and refrained from pressing further, instead directly providing her with the contact information. Wan, this is the medication. In a private room, Qiuli handed a small transparent vial to Song Qingruan. It had taken considerable effort to procure this medication. She couldn't help but admire Su Yuan's determination to ascend. Even this troublesome drug had been secured for her scheme against Shang Jingyu. Thank you. I will treat you to a meal another day. Song Qingruan embraced Qiuli tightly, who sighed softly and patted her back. There are certain matters I feel compelled to share with you. This medication possesses hallucinogenic properties. Thus, it is likely that Aging did not deceive you. He indeed mistook Su Yuan for you. I understand that the events of the past have inflicted significant harm upon you. Yet Aging. Qiuli's voice trailed off. He too is a victim. Furthermore, Shang Jingyu was coerced into marrying Su Yuan, the very person who had drugged him. Over the years, Shang Jingyu's experiences in this country have been well understood by his friends. However, out of concern for Song Qingruan's feelings, none dared to broach the subject with her. Subsequently, when Song Qingruan entered a new relationship and frequently shared snippets of her life with Su Huaran on social media, they all believed she was gradually moving on. It was not until Song Qingruan returned to the country and began confronting Su Yuan that she realized the initial incident had not solely affected Shang Jingyu. She too was ensnared. Chapter 62. The drug. Do not administer this medication to him again. He will not withstand it. Qiuli was acutely aware that Su Yuan was also present, as it was a gathering organized by Su Yuan's company, and Shang Jingyu was in their private room. Although their association with Shang Jingyu had originated through Song Qingruan, they had all observed how he had treated her over the years. She wished to prevent her from acting impulsively and regretting her decisions. You might consider placing a little more trust in him. Song Qingruan's body stiffened, her hand instinctively tightening around the vial of pills. I know my limits. Once Qiuli departed, Song Qingruan gazed at the diminutive pills within the glass bottle, leaning back against the sofa, lost in thought for an extended period. In the past, she would have granted Shang Jingyu her unwavering trust. However, she was no longer the person she had been 4 years ago. Having endured so much, she no longer dared to trust others easily. She could not gamble on Shang Jingyu's unwavering fidelity. Shang Jingyu was a man of stark emotions. When he loved, he could elevate his beloved to the heavens, standing by them regardless of right or wrong. Su Yuan could never become that person. There could not be even a 1% chance of that happening. In a luxurious suite on the top floor, Shang Jingyu abruptly opened his eyes in the darkness. The air was thick with an unsettling odor that caused his brows to furrow tightly. He turned his stiff neck, noticing the blankets beside him were slightly raised. With a woman's head turned away, it felt as if he had been transported back to that fateful afternoon 4 years prior. A surge of terror and nausea engulfed him. He hesitated to move, fearing that turning on the light would reveal the visage of the person who repulsed him beyond measure. The woman turned over, wrapping her arms around his waist. The familiar scent filled his nostrils, and Shang Jingyu's rigid body began to relax gradually. Ah Jing. You're awake? Song Qingruan murmured, turning on the bedside lamp. Upon looking up, she was met with Shang Jingyu's slightly pale face, glistening with beads of sweat. Did you have a nightmare? She reached out with concern to check his forehead, only to have her wrist seized. How did I end up here? Shang Jingyu's head throbbed, his temples pulsing with pain, reminiscent of the symptoms he experienced 4 years ago after being drugged. Instinctively, he glanced at the exposed skin of Song Qingruan, anxious to ascertain whether he had done anything to her while in an altered state of consciousness. There were no marks on her delicate, smooth neck, which eased his heart somewhat. You were drugged. Song Qingruan gritted her teeth, indignation evident in her voice. I never imagined Su Yuan would resort to drugging you again. She is utterly despicable. Thankfully, I was here this time. She drugged me? Shang Jingyu's features hardened with coldness, then softened with concern as he looked at Song Qingruan. Are you all right? You tore my clothes, yet you still ask if I'm fine? Song Qingruan shot him a reproachful glance, and upon seeing the confusion in his eyes, she continued, I called for a doctor. You gripped my hand tightly while receiving the injection. It left my hand red, with a touch of playful innocence. She raised her hand to display her delicate wrist, which bore a striking ring of crimson. Shang Jingyu felt a pang of compassion rise within him. In the future, if such a situation arises, summon Chu. After consuming the medication, he found himself unable to recall any memories, yet he distinctly remembered the wounds on Su Yuan's body. He later investigated the drug, discovering it contained hallucinogenic properties and could incite violent tendencies within the body. Do you still wish for another instance? Song Qingruan's eyes widened in disbelief. Ruan, I merely fear for your safety. Shang Jingyu embraced Song Qingruan, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent, which brought him a modicum of solace. Thoughts of Su Yuan filled him with intensified disdain, however. He pondered who had assisted Su Yuan in administering the drug to him this time. As previously, his mother had intervened. Song Qingruan, held in his arms, exhibited a complex glimmer in her eyes. Indeed, she had still resorted to the drug. When Su Yuan arrived at the private room, everyone had departed, leaving only Shang Jingyu sprawled on the couch. She had received news moments ago that he was intoxicated, urging her to come and fetch him. Such pranks had been played by Shang Jingyu's friends countless times over the past 4 years. Each time, she had come, fearing he might genuinely be inebriated. This time was no different, yet distinct from before, as she found herself alone with Shang Jingyu. Ruan. The man on the sofa half opened his eyes, murmuring softly. Su Yuan's attempt to grasp his hand froze midair. I will take you home. Suppressing the bitterness within her heart, she leaned down to help Shang Jingyu sit up. Though he wore a shirt, she could still feel the excessive heat radiating from his body. Su Yuan's thoughts abruptly returned to 4 years ago. He seems to be under the influence of something. Ruan, it's hot. The man's body leaned heavily against hers, nearly causing her to stumble. Su Yuan closed her eyes, and after a fierce internal struggle, she set Shang Jingyu back down. I will go find someone to take you to the hospital. The events from 4 years ago left Shang Jingyu with a deep-seated aversion towards her. She dared not repeat such an encounter. Ruan, don't leave. I'm not dirty. The man grasped her wrist, his eyelids fluttering as he looked at her with a dazed expression. He shifted as if to rise and embrace her. Su Yuan felt as though she were frozen in place. Su Yuan, you truly repulse me. The man's icy voice echoed in her mind, causing her to snap back to reality. She forcefully withdrew her hand. I will return shortly. With that, she turned and exited. Shang Jingyu collapsed back onto the sofa, feeling as if he were being consumed by ants. The excessive heat rendered him nearly incapable of thought. All he knew was that Song Qingruan had left him, presumably because she deemed him unclean. He mustered the strength to sit up, violently smashing the cup on the floor, and he staggered to his feet. The glass shards glittered menacingly under the light. In the restroom, Song Qingruan observed the scene with cold detachment until she felt a tightening in her chest as Shang Jingyu picked up a shard of glass. Shang Jingyu. When she flung open the restroom door, the glass had already embedded itself in his palm. She rushed to his side, crouching down. Let go of that. Ruan. I'm not dirty. Don't leave. Shang Jingyu's cheeks flushed, his eyes filled with desperation as he gazed at her. I want to leave, but you must first release your hand. Song Qingruan's voice softened as she gently comforted Shang Jingyu. It hurts too much when you don't want me. Shang Jingyu pointed to the area over his heart, claiming that if his hand did not ache, then the pain in his heart would cease. If I let go, the wound is too deep, and it will leave a scar that I would dislike. Upon hearing this, Shang Jingyu immediately released his grip. Ruan, I feel so hot. The thoughts surged relentlessly through Shang Jingyu's mind. He merely wished to draw closer to Song Qingruan, just a little bit closer, just a moment longer. Song Qingruan helped Shang Jingyu to his feet, but given his height and weight, she stumbled backward, ultimately being pressed against the sofa. Ruan. His deep and sensuous whispers echoed in her ear, and his fervent kisses fell like a gentle, persistent rain. Chapter 63. What I desire you cannot provide. The door to the private room was pushed open once more, and Su Yuan glanced inside, discovering it to be utterly empty. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Shang Jingyu had taken his medicine, yet he was still nowhere to be found. She hastily instructed the bodyguard behind her to locate him. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Song Qingruan found herself pressed against the door, struggling to breathe under the fervent kiss. Seizing the moment, she bit down hard on Shang Jingyu's lips, causing a fleeting look of confusion to cross his dazed eyes. Shang Jingyu, calm down. Song Qingruan managed to push him away, panting heavily. With one hand pressed against his chest, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. Wan. Shang Jingyu's voice bore a hint of dissatisfaction. With a sigh, Song Qingruan ruffled his hair. Be good and wait a moment. Someone will be here shortly. However, Shang Jingyu paid her words no heed, continuously leaning in closer to her. Her hand was gripped painfully tight. Suddenly, Song Qingruan regretted administering the drug to Shang Jingyu. Now it fell upon her to clean up the mess. Less than 10 minutes later, the bodyguard she had summoned arrived, swiftly rendering Shang Jingyu unconscious and transporting him back to Bishui Bay. Xiao Yuan, have you offended any influential figures? Her manager's puzzled voice came through the phone. After searching for Shang Jingyu all night, Su Yuan was utterly exhausted. I shouldn't have. Given the Su family's standing in Haicheng, even if I did offend someone, they wouldn't dare act against me. However, she suddenly recalled that after a long night of searching, she had finally learned that Shang Jingyu had returned to Bishui Bay to rest. Clenching her phone tightly, she asked, what has happened? The role you auditioned for yesterday has been confirmed with a contract, but the financiers have requested a replacement for you. Furthermore, your nearly expired advertisement renewal has been negotiated, but the advertising party has completely denied it. They have already chosen a new spokesperson. Her manager sighed softly. If you remember offending anyone, you must let me know so we can devise a solution. Su Yuan was, after all, someone she had nurtured herself, possessing immense talent for acting. She did not wish to see her fall from grace so easily. All right, I understand. Su Yuan ended the call, pondering the drugged Shang Jingyu from the previous night. He must believe she was the one who had drugged him. It was deliberate on his part. He was seeking revenge. Song Qingruan found herself blocked in the parking lot of the Song Corporation building, with Su Nanxiao standing beside her car, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Turning off the engine, she opened the car door and stepped out, looking perplexedly at the man before her. Mr. Su, for collaboration discussions, please contact your assistant to schedule an appointment in advance. I am quite busy and do not conduct private meetings. After speaking, she turned to leave. But Su Nanxiao intercepted her path. Are you all right? I have already dealt with the Pei family. Pei Jing will no longer trouble you. That is truly appreciated, Mr. Su. Song Qingruan replied with a slight smile, her lips pressed together. However, I advise you to refrain from meddling in my affairs. If Su Yao fails to fulfill this engagement, it may very well fall upon you. To deal with my future in-laws may lead to regret in the future. She liked a Yao, not him. As Su Nanxiao approached Song Qingruan, resting his hand on the car's roof, he advised, I suggest you consider ending your relationship with a Yao sooner rather than later. My parents have set their sights on Pei Yunan as their future daughter-in-law. If you and a Yao do not part ways, they will not relent. It became evident that Su was acting as a mediator, leaning against the car door with her arms crossed. Song Qingruan regarded Su Nanxiao with a smile that danced on the edge of irony. Is it truly because your parents have chosen Pei Yunan? Or is it because you have chosen me? A subtle smile spread across her lips. A flicker of discomfort passed through Su Nanxiao's eyes, quickly replaced by a resolute gaze fixed upon Song Qingruan. Yes, I admit it is for my own selfish desires that I wish for you to separate from a Yao. Wan, the power of the Su family rests within my grasp, and a Yao cannot offer you anything of substance. Song Qingruan's smile radiated warmth. But he can offer me love. Love is the most worthless of commodities. Then, do you profess your love for me? If love is indeed so inexpensive, why do you speak of it so often? She lightly covered her mouth, feigning enlightenment as she gazed at Su Nanxiao. I am not like him. Su Nanxiao insisted in a hushed tone. Are you implying that apart from your love for me, all other affections hold no value? However, Su Nanxiao, what I seek is a tangible expression of love, and what I desire, you cannot provide. If you wish to pursue me, you must demonstrate sincerity beyond mere words. What do you desire? Su Nanxiao queried. With a playful smile, Song Qingruan replied, I wish to acquire the resources of Su Yuan. Su Nanxiao hesitated. Anything but that. Song Qingruan smirked inwardly, well aware that Su Nanxiao would never concede to her request. That's it, she replied lazily. Mr. Su, if you continue to impede me, I will truly be late for work, and my attendance will be penalized. That evening, Song Qingwan had made plans to dine with Fu Jie. Having invested effort into nurturing their friendship, she felt compelled to uphold it. Upon entering the restaurant, she was unintentionally jostled by someone. My apologies, the person murmured, their voice tinged with nasal undertones as they passed by. Song Qingwan felt a peculiar familiarity with the profile and silhouette but could not recall who it was. The girl who just left seemed very familiar, she mused as she settled at the table across from Fu Jie. A hint of disdain flickered in Fu Jie's eyes. Do you remember He Mingzhu? Song Qingwan nodded. She certainly remembered. Throughout her life, she had generally been well-liked, but she and He Mingzhu had never seen eye to eye. With a somewhat similar aura, He Mingzhu perceived her as a schemer, while Song Qingwan equally considered He Mingzhu to be one. Their relationship had always been strained. The girl who just left is He Mingzhu's stand-in, found by Li Qing 3 years ago. She has been with him since and is quite capable. Song Qingwan felt a twinge of surprise. Although she did not care for He Mingzhu, she recalled that Li Cheng had always held a deep affection for her. Why would he resort to a substitute? The term stand-in made her inexplicably uneasy, as many harbored unrequited feelings for her, often elevating her to the status of a cherished dream. In their longing, they sought out girls who bore a resemblance to her. She, the epitome of a pure, radiant moonlight, only feels an overwhelming sense of despair. Coming from a humble background, she sold herself to Li Cheng for monetary gain, fully aware that she is merely a stand-in. Yet, with the money she received, her insatiable greed persists, as she now aspires to become Mrs. Li. Fu Jie chuckled softly, finding Qin Iran's avarice utterly excessive. In their social circle, even if the prospective spouse is of a lesser standing, they still belong to the same echelon. Interclass marriages are simply not entertained. Such greed undoubtedly leads to the loss of both fortune and love. Song Qingwan smiled faintly, her thoughts drifting to Ji Qiu. Ji Qiu had recently parted ways with Liang Yuchuan. She confided in her that although the breakup was tinged with sorrow, it was ultimately liberating, as she could once again embrace her true self. Wan, will you come to my birthday celebration tomorrow? Fu Jie chose not to delve further into the topic of substitutes. She harbored a disdain for women who commodify themselves for money. Even more so, she detested men who professed affection yet could not control their baser instincts while maintaining a facade of deep emotional commitment. Chapter 64. Disparity. Happy birthday. Song Qingwan handed the gift box to Fu Jie and embraced her warmly. This was her second visit to the Fu residence. Fu Jie had awaited her at the entrance. During her previous visit, she had come to express her apologies to Fu Jie's parents and to inquire about Fu Jie's preferences. May I have a look? Fu Jie linked her arm with Song Qingwan's, her demeanor cheerful and carefree, always protective of her friends. Initially, she harbored a bias against Song Qingwan due to Su Yuan, but after Song Qingwan had assisted their family, she discovered her delightful character, making it impossible not to like her. See? If you dislike it, I can exchange it for you right now, Song Qingwan teased, winking playfully. I adore everything you've given me, Fu Jie replied, her voice lifting in joy as she retrieved a black velvet box from the bag. Upon opening it, a stunning pink diamond necklace lay within, shimmering brilliantly under the afternoon sun. The pink heart. Fu Jie gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. This exquisite piece was priceless and had been purchased by an anonymous buyer years ago abroad. She could hardly believe it was now in Song Qingwan's possession. Realizing the necklace's significance, Fu Jie quickly suggested, it's far too extravagant. You should perhaps exchange it for something else. Shang Jingyu, Su Yuan's husband and Song Qingwan's former partner, had gifted her this necklace, and it certainly should not adorn her neck now. Song Qingwan smiled gently. A precious gift for a cherished friend. This necklace would merely gather dust in my jewelry cabinet. My relationship with him, she hesitated, her words trailing off. The gifts he gave me aren't suitable for me to wear. I can't possibly give them to Su Yuan. I fear she might misunderstand, and besides, she certainly doesn't lack for such things. Fu Jie nodded, deeply impressed by Song Qingwan's thoughtfulness. If it were her, she wouldn't have pondered so much. It was just jewelry, after all. She would wear anything given by an ex, not wanting to hold a grudge against money. Then I shall accept it without hesitation. Fu Jie said, placing the necklace carefully away before linking arms with Song Qingwan and leading her inside. My parents are overjoyed to know you're coming. My mother even cooked personally today. For her birthday, Fu Jie had only invited close friends to her home. Thus, when she entered with Song Qingwan, the astonished gazes of her friends were palpable. Why did she invite her? One of Fu Jie's friends whispered to another girl nearby. Everyone was aware of the history between Song Qingruan and Shang Jingyu. Even now, despite Shang Jingyu's marriage, upon Song Qingruan's return, he swiftly resumed his role as her protector. Among their circle, Fu Jie had been the least fond of Song Qingruan. Yao Yao, do scoot over a bit. Fu Jie gestured discreetly to Xie Yao, who looked bewildered as she shifted aside. My mother often mentions you, wondering why you don't visit us more often. Fu Jie's mother chimed in, beaming with warmth. Qingruan has told me she's busy with work, but will come to see me whenever she has the time. She took Song Qingruan's hand, guiding her to sit down, and instructed a servant to bring her tea. This floral tea is specially blended by my aunt. It pairs perfectly with the desserts she made. Do give it a try. Song Qingruan smiled and replied affirmatively. Fu's mother inquired about her recent circumstances, and the two engaged in delightful conversation. Xie Yu was left puzzled. When did her mother become so familiar with her? She leaned closer to Fu Jie and whispered, Aren't I closer to her? Fu Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. Why didn't Xie Yao question how her mother had become so acquainted with Song Qingruan? Her mother had met Song Qingruan far less often than she had. Was this the crux of the matter? Xie Yao's expression was one of exasperation. Didn't you despise her? You thought she was a manipulative schemer. How come you're suddenly on friendly terms with her? She is not a schemer. She is genuinely gentle and kind-hearted. Do not speak ill of her. Fu Jie adamantly denied any negative thoughts about Song Qingruan. Xie Yu was left speechless. Has Fu Jie been possessed? You invited her here. What about Xiao Yuan? Isn't that awkward? The mere thought of their encounter filled her with embarrassment. Her toes began to fidget. Their relationship is quite amicable now. It's not awkward at all, Fu Jie assured her with a serious demeanor. Having been informed by Su Yuan about how Song Qingruan had come to her aid, and that Song Qingruan was now Su Yao's girlfriend. Although she couldn't fathom why Song Qingruan would be attracted to such an exceedingly self-absorbed man as Su Yao. It was evident that Song Qingruan had moved on from her feelings for Shang Jingyu and was embarking on a new chapter in her life. I feel more awkward than anyone, Ai Yin chimed in, leaning closer. You all seem to view Wan through tinted glasses. Xie Yao and Ai Yin exchanged bewildered glances. Madam, Miss Su has arrived, announced the butler as he entered the living room. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuan walked in from behind the butler. Upon seeing Song Qingruan engaged in conversation with Fu's mother, she paused momentarily. She was aware of the assistance Song Qingruan had rendered to the Fu family but was taken aback by the warmth of their relationship. Fu's mother merely smiled softly and gestured for her daughter to greet Su Yuan. Previously, when her daughter had defended Su Yuan, it had led to complications with Shang Jingyu, who had targeted their family. Su Yuan had done nothing wrong. Yet Song Qingruan had set aside past grievances and even made the effort to apologize. Though she was of a good temperament, she was not lacking in discernment. However, due to the Su family's influence, she could only maintain appearances. Happy birthday, Su Yuan said as she took a seat opposite Fu Jie. She felt a subtle shift in Fu mother's demeanor. It seemed more tempered than before. In the past, every visit to the Fu household was greeted with great warmth. Yet today that warmth appeared to have been bestowed upon Song Qingruan instead. I had no idea you shared such similar tastes with my mother. I am quite familiar with that orchestra. They invited me to their performance in the country and provided me with tickets, but I've been too busy lately. I thought my mother would have to attend alone, but it seems you also enjoy their concerts. Fu's mother replied with delight. I would love that. She had been seeking someone to accompany her to the concert, and it was fortuitous that her wish was granted, although the symphony was quite renowned. Obtaining a ticket was relatively easy. However, receiving one from Song Qingruan held a different significance. She knew that Song Qingruan had also played the violin while abroad. Her interest in musical instruments has undeniably heightened her fondness for Song Qingruan. If my mother were to discover that I had found her a companion who shares such similar interests, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Song Qingruan's gentle tone was laced with a hint of playfulness, and the more Mrs. Fu observed her, the more she found herself drawn to her. Mom, why are you monopolizing Wan and not letting her speak with us? Fu Jie complained. Am I in your way? The mother and daughter playfully bantered back and forth, while Song Qingruan beamed with delight beside them. Ai Yin and Xie Yao held neither a strong dislike nor affection for Song Qingruan. Their indifference stemmed from the past, when Su Yuan and Fu Jie had not favored her, leading them to naturally refrain from engaging with her. However, now that Fu Jie and Su Yuan no longer harbored any animosity, they quickly joined the conversation with Song Qingruan. Only Su Yuan, seated opposite Ai Yin, felt an inexplicable sense of alienation upon witnessing this scene. Though Song Qingruan had done nothing wrong, her friend seemed to effortlessly forge a closer bond with her. Chapter 65. The Wrath of the Second Brother Xiaojie. Mother has never interfered with your friendships, but regarding Su Yuan, I believe it is prudent for you to maintain a distance from her. After the entire family had departed, Mother finally found the opportunity to converse with her daughter. The words of her mother left Fu Jie quite perplexed. Mother, I have been friends with Xiao Yuan for many years. She has done nothing wrong. Why should I distance myself from her? You used to quite like her, didn't you? Why the sudden coldness today? Although her mother remained courteous towards Su Yuan, Fu Jie could easily perceive the underlying chill beneath her mother's polite facade. With a soft sigh, Mother Fu replied, "Last time, our family nearly faced bankruptcy." Did she offer any assistance? Fu Jie furrowed her brows in response. Shang Jingyu dislikes her. Even if she were to plead with him, he would not spare our family out of consideration for her. Father Fu shook his head in resignation. If Shang Jingyu is unyielding, then what of her brother? Indeed, sister. If she were to seek help from her brother, their families are connected through marriage. Shang Jingyu would surely take the Su family into account. Fu Shuo interjected. He had never harbored favorable sentiments towards Su Yuan, who had resorted to drugging others to steal their boyfriends and coercing them into marriage. Only his sister was foolish enough to be wholeheartedly devoted to Su Yuan. Fu Jie was momentarily speechless. After all, Shang Jingyu had shown no favor towards the Su family, or else he would not have bullied Xiao Yuan so mercilessly. The parents of the Fu family exchanged exasperated glances with Fu Shuo. Enough. Let us wash up and get some rest. Meanwhile, Su Yao, noticing Song Qingwan leaning against him in the back seat, asked, "Do you have a headache?" After leaving the Fu residence, Su Yao had come specifically to pick her up, but due to a minor issue with Su Yuan's vehicle, he had decided to drop her home first before attending to Su Yuan. Is it severe? Su Yao lowered his gaze to observe the faint flush on Song Qingruan's face, concern lacing his voice. Didn't I tell you not to drink? Why did you indulge again? It was Fu Jie's birthday. I wanted to celebrate. Song Qingruan replied softly, mustering a smile, albeit strained. I can endure it. Let us just take Su Yuan home first. I can see a doctor later. Her voice was barely above a whisper, trembling slightly at the edges, suggesting her pain was quite intense. Even in such agony, you still worry about others, Su Yao remarked, frowning as he instructed Xiao Qin to pull over. Second brother. Are you planning to hail a cab here? Su Yuan expressed her concern, for the area was not ideal for catching a taxi. Xiao Yuan. Ruan is in too much pain to wait. You should take a taxi back home, perhaps due to urgency. Su Yao's tone lacked the usual gentleness he employed when comforting her, leaving Su Yuan momentarily stunned and even disbelieving. Second brother, you want me to take a taxi? It's quite dark here, and difficult to find a cab. Before Su Yuan could finish her sentence, Su Yao interrupted. Hurry, she is trembling from the pain. At his words, Song Qingruan nestled further into Su Yao's embrace. Su Yuan stiffened, turning her neck to face them. Her brother's gaze remained fixated on Song Qingruan, and when he saw her lack of response, he finally turned to her. His handsome features were tinged with impatience. Su Yuan, did you not hear me? Hurry up. Stop being unreasonable. It was not until the car drove away that the cold wind seeped through her collar, stirring Su Yuan from her state of shock. She could hardly believe that the impatient tone just directed at her came from her second brother. Song Qingruan lifted her head from Su Yao's embrace, her concern evident as she spoke. Is it safe for a girl like me to hail a taxi by the roadside? You're in such pain. You should prioritize your own well-being, Su Yao replied, holding Song Qingruan's icy hand. Since you can't drink, why go to such lengths for someone you've only known for a few days? Are you worried about me? He asked, momentarily taken aback, realizing his previous reaction had been somewhat excessive. I appreciate your concern. I cherish how much you care for me. The flickering streetlights cast a soft glow into the car, illuminating Song Qingruan's delicate face, her bright eyes appearing exceptionally clear. Su Yao's heart began to race uncontrollably. Who cares about you? He mumbled softly. What? Song Qingruan heard him, but feigned ignorance. You're just pretending not to understand. I mean, if you take care of yourself, I won't have to worry. I promise to take care of myself for you too, Song Qingruan declared, raising 3 fingers in a gesture of oath. At the Su household, Wang Ruozhen observed her daughter entering with a sullen expression. Has Shang Jingyu bullied you again? Su Yuan shook her head, but Wang Ruozhen assumed her daughter was merely making excuses. Xiao Yuan, if it truly becomes unbearable, we can consider divorce. There are other men in this world besides Shang Jingyu. Wang Ruozhen's heart ached for her daughter, especially seeing her trapped in such an unhealthy marriage. She began to regret having consented to the union in the first place. For years ago, she should have awakened her daughter with a stern reprimand. preventing her from undergoing such drastic changes in character and suffering so much. Mom, it's really not him. In desperation, Su Yuan revealed the truth. He actually left you by the roadside for that woman. He has truly grown bold. Wang Ruojin trembled with rage upon learning that her son had abandoned his sister for Song Qingyuan. Who has grown bold? Su Nanxiao entered from the hallway. You need to keep a close watch on Yao. If it comes to that, cut him off entirely. Reclaim his living arrangements. How can he leave his sister by the roadside for a woman? Wang Ruojin slammed her hand on the sofa, incensed. What kind of brother does that? What if something were to happen to his sister at night? Su Nanxiao grunted in agreement and asked Su Yuan if she was all right. Upon seeing her shake her head, he turned to leave. I'm stepping out for a while. I want to be back tonight. Where are you going at this hour? Su Mother's voice faded into the background as Su Nanxiao drove away from the Su household, heading straight for Biu Bei. Meanwhile, Song Qingyuan underwent a checkup at the hospital, receiving only a prescription before returning to Biu Bei with Su Yao, who claimed he was concerned for her health. As they exited the car, she spotted a familiar vehicle. Song Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Well, it seems Su Yuan hasn't shaken her habit of reporting everything. What brings you here? Su Yao circumvented the front of the car and approached Song Qingyuan, locking eyes with the recently turned Su Nanxiao. His tone was unusually unwelcoming. Did you really leave Xiao Yuan alone by the roadside? Although Su Nanxiao directed his inquiry at Su Yao, his gaze lingered on Song Qingyuan. It was incomprehensible to him that she had recently been admitted to the hospital due to a headache. Brother, Xiao Yuan is already 26. I merely suggested she take a taxi home. How did that translate into my abandoning her by the roadside? If Wan is unwell, naturally, I would take her to the hospital first. Is this the reason you've come to see me? Su Yao regarded Su Nanxiao with confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be occupied with work? It was astonishing that he had taken the time to seek him out over such a trivial matter. I'll be staying here today, Su Nanxiao declared as he turned to stride toward the entrance of the villa. Su Yao was taken aback. Brother, do you lack even a modicum of awareness? Can't you see that I brought my girlfriend home? Chapter 66. Dispersing the younger brother, shall I return first? Song Qingyuan inquired tentatively. Initially, she was not particularly inclined to visit Su Yao, and now that Su Nanxiao had also arrived, she felt a lingering unease about his intentions. Regardless, Su Yao led Song Qingyuan into the room. Su Nanxiao was reclining against the back of the sofa, observing them with a heavy gaze, which left Su Yao perplexed. He was aware that his elder brother harbored disdain for Song Qingyuan, and this visit was evidently an attempt to disrupt their relationship, as well as to question him. What ailment have you contracted? Su Nanxiao inquired solemnly, fixing his gaze on Song Qingyuan. She felt an urge to roll her eyes. This inquiry from Su Yao might have been a rebuke for leaving Su Yuan by the roadside, but she understood it was not the case. Su Nanxiao was genuinely concerned about her health. What does it have to do with you? Su Yao shot a glance at his elder brother. Isn't Xiao Yuan safely home? Why do you need to come here to trouble Wan? Su Nanxiao was almost amused by the absurdity. Trouble Song Qingyuan? He was far too intimidated to do so. With no place to stay, hurry back home, Su Yao stated bluntly, issuing an unceremonious dismissal. Su Nanxiao, seemingly deaf to the command, posed his question to Song Qingyuan once more. She feigned fear, retreating behind Su Yao, her voice barely a whisper. I have a headache. I've taken medicine and feel much better. Her feeble demeanor only heightened Su Nanxiao's suspicions regarding her true motives for approaching his younger brother. Typically, Song Qingyuan was known for her sharp sarcasm in his presence. It was unusual to see her exhibit such vulnerability. It was clear she was putting on an act before Su Yao. There's nothing to worry about. Su Yao gently patted Song Qingyuan's hand, reassuring her that his elder brother posed no threat. You may rest here in the living room, but refrain from going upstairs. Su Yao, I am your brother. Su Nanxiao frowned, realizing for the first time that his younger brother had become infatuated, disregarding family ties in the throes of romance. You are indeed my brother. Yet you neither support my relationship nor do you hesitate to side with our parents, pressuring Wan to break up with me, Su Yao retorted tersely. He had felt anger when Song Qingyuan informed him that his elder brother sought her out, yet he refrained from confronting him directly, as family held a far greater significance in his heart than Song Qingyuan. Despite his deep affection for his parents and siblings, he still disliked their interference in his personal affairs. After all, it was merely a matter of dating. He did not even harbor strong feelings for Song Qingyuan, who could say how long it would last. To further complicate matters, even if he truly did have feelings for her, what of it? Just because Song Qingyuan was once involved with Shang Jingyu, did that preclude them from being together? Am I threatening him? Su Nanxiao asked incredulously. The day he sought out Song Qingyuan, he ended up being chastised by her, being told that his affection was merely superficial. Suyao chose not to engage further with Su Nanxiao, taking Song Qingwan upstairs. As they departed, Song Qingwan turned back, bestowing upon Su Nanxiao a radiant smile. Su Nanxiao felt a throbbing in his temples, and the thought of what was to transpire between the two soon left him feeling suffocated, frustrated. He raked a hand through his hair and ultimately decided to make a call. In the bathroom, Song Qingwan applied hair oil to her freshly dried locks. Gazing at her unadorned face in the mirror, exuding a serene and understated elegance, her expression remained impassive. Ultimately, she adjusted her long-sleeved nightgown and, at the moment of turning, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. With a click, the bathroom door swung open, and the man seated on the sofa turned to meet her gaze. Dressed in a pale cream-colored nightgown, Song Qingwan appeared both gentle and refined, transforming a seemingly cute style into something uniquely graceful. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Su Nanxiao, the smile on Song Qingwan's face faded, replaced by her customary aloof demeanor. The abrupt change in her expression caused a tightness in Su Nanxiao's chest. "So, upon seeing me, you change your face? Your talent as an actor is indeed commendable." With a light chuckle, Song Qingwan delicately covered her lips with her slender fingers and replied leisurely, "Young Master Su, I am your brother's girlfriend. Your presence in his bedroom while I am taking a shower, should I commend you for that? You are not suited for him." Su Nanxiao disregarded her words and continued on. "Our parents would never approve of your relationship. If he insists on being with you, the Su family will retract everything given to him. His career would also be obliterated." His gaze bore into hers, his tone laced with a hint of seriousness and subtle persuasion. "Being with him, you stand to gain nothing." Song Qingwan lightly tapped her chin with her fingertip and took a seat beside Su Nanxiao, tilting her head with a smile. "Are you implying that being with you would grant me everything, including the Su family?" Su Nanxiao fell silent, and Song Qingwan inched closer, her voice soft and gentle. "I am aware that the Su family will ultimately be your inheritance, and most of the family fortune will be bestowed upon Su Yuan, while Su Yao will receive little. Is that so?" She maintained her gentle smile, articulating the bias of the Su family's parents in the most unassuming tone. The first child holds a unique significance for every set of parents. The joy of becoming parents for the first time leads them to pour all their love into that child. The youngest child, too, is regarded differently, often receiving a bit more affection simply due to their age. Su Yao, as the second son, is less accomplished than Su Nanxiao, and not merely a figure to be indulged in frivolities, thus becoming the easiest to overlook. Even if Su's mother expended the most effort on Su Yao, it did not signify her greatest concern for him. Rather, it stemmed from Su Yao's rebellious nature, making him difficult to manage. "You need not speculate about my parents' favoritism. They treat us equally," Su Nanxiao stated in a low voice. "Have you ever heard the saying? Those who benefit never perceive parental bias." Song Qingwan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of compassion. "I feel deeply for Su Yao and how he is treated. I wish to give him all my love." Su Nanxiao's expression darkened. In a swift motion, Song Qingwan reached into his pocket, retrieving his phone, which displayed that recording was in progress. She promptly pressed stop. "Su Xiao, please refrain from employing such trivial tactics on me in the future. My affections for your brother, Su Yao, are genuine." A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Su Nanxiao's eyes, as he had not anticipated that Song Qingwan would uncover the truth. "Where is Su Yao?" Song Qingwan inquired. "He has work and will not return tonight." Song Qingwan let out a laugh, her amusement so profound that she nearly doubled over. "Su Nanxiao, you are quite juvenile to resort to such methods to keep Su Yao away." She rested her elbow on her knee, propping her chin in her palm, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. "If Su Yao were to discover that you, his elder brother, are clandestinely undermining him, would he not turn against you?" "Not at all. Our relationship is more robust than you might imagine," Su Nanxiao replied resolutely. He could not bear to relinquish the Su family to others. Yet he also could not stand idly by while Song Qingwan pursued his brother. "Is your notion of a good relationship based on the similarity of your affections for me? Or does it pertain to your attempts to persuade him to break up while simultaneously coaxing me into your embrace?" Chapter 67. Discontent with her son's happiness, Song Qingwan ultimately chose not to spend the night at Su Yao's residence. She had no desire to share a room with the perilous Su Nanxiao. However, she did not return home either. Instead, she turned and rang the doorbell at Shang Jingyu's place. "Miss Song," the butler exclaimed with delight upon seeing her. "Young master has a fever and refuses to let me call a doctor or take any medicine. You must persuade him." The butler was acutely aware that when his young master was stubborn, he would heed no one's words, except for those of Song Qingwan. "He has a fever?" A note of urgency tinged Song Qingwan's voice. The medication seemed to have lingering side effects, and she had been contemplating whether to administer it to Shang Jingyu. Thus, she had not fully absorbed Qiu Li's warnings. "Lu Bo, please call for a doctor," she requested, hastily changing her shoes and moving inside. As she reached the staircase, she abruptly halted, a sense of regret washing over her. "Song Qingwan, you must remember, in the world of acting, genuine emotions are the gravest taboo." Although she had once loved Shang Jingyu more than anyone, that was 4 years ago. She lightly tapped her forehead, reminding herself to remain composed. Qiu Li was correct. Shang Jingyu had been a victim, but hearts are capricious, and she could not allow unwarranted compassion to derail her carefully laid plans. With measured steps, Song Qingwan ascended to the 3rd floor and gently knocked on the bedroom door. "Didn't I say not to disturb me?" The irritable voice of the man came through the door, clearly vexed by the interruption. Song Qingwan turned the doorknob and quietly entered, stopping at the foot of the bed. "I told you." Shang Jingyu, sensing her presence, threw off the covers and sat up, his expression fraught with irritation. However, upon seeing the worried look on Song Qingwan's face, his anger dissipated. "Wan, what brings you here?" Shang Jingyu's voice was hoarse, his face unusually flushed. "Am I not allowed to come?" Song Qingwan frowned. "Why aren't you seeing a doctor for your fever?" "I'm not feverish," Shang Jingyu replied, lying back down and cocooning himself in the blankets. "Don't come near me. I think I've been drugged again." The desires within him gnawed at Shang Jingyu's rationality. Yet this time was different from the previous occasions. He was lucid and could strive to suppress those urges, provided he did not think of Song Qingwan. The moment her image crossed his mind, those desires would amplify exponentially, especially with her standing before him. Just then, Song Qingwan's phone lit up. She glanced at it. "Wan. This is bad. If that drug is administered to the same person twice, it could lead to serious consequences. Darling, you must not give it to Jingyu. Otherwise, he will suffer episodes every month." Song Qingwan's expression shifted slightly, but she had already used it. I asked Lu Bo to call a doctor," she said, now fervently hoping for the doctor's swift arrival. Had she known about such side effects, she would have instructed Qiu Li to find an alternative medication. Wan, you should leave for now," Shang Jingyu said, clutching the blankets, suppressing the tumultuous desires rising within him. "Jingyu, if you're feeling particularly unwell, I can assist you." In Song Qingwan's eyes, there was an overwhelming sense of compassion, tears glimmering at the corners. Su Yuan was truly excessive. How could she bully others so? For years ago, it was the same, and now, for years later, nothing had changed. She squatted by the bed, stifling her sobs, and reached beneath the covers to grasp the warm hand of Shang Jingyu. "Don't cry." Shang Jingyu lifted his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of Song Qingwan's eyes, but ultimately, his hand fell gently to the back of her head. "I'm sorry." As the words left his lips, a soft warmth enveloped her, igniting her senses. With a swift motion, he pulled her onto the bed, pressing her against him through the covers. The heat radiating from his body was almost unbearable. The skin at the back of her neck felt as if it might be scorched, and Song Qingwan suddenly regretted not leaving earlier. Wan. It will soon come to an end." His hoarse whisper brushed against her ear. A chill ran down her spine. When he said soon, it implied a span of at least 2 hours. However, it had already been 4 years. Was it possible that Shang Jingyu's frequency had diminished? Just the thought of him potentially having shared intimate moments with Su Yuan over the past 4 years churned her stomach. She turned her head to evade his kiss, his scorching lips landing on the side of her face. She failed to notice the flicker of hurt in Shang Jingyu's eyes. Moments later, she found herself enveloped in his tight embrace, his face buried in her neck. A sigh of relief escaped her. She knew he would not pursue further. They lingered in that embrace for what felt like an eternity, until finally, Lu Bo knocked on the door. "Jing, I'm going downstairs to prepare you some food. You behave and see the doctor." Without waiting for Shang Jingyu's response, Song Qingwan swiftly exited the bedroom. She sat on the stairs, collecting her thoughts for a moment before descending. As she reached the bottom, the villa door swung open, revealing Jiang Huichu standing there with a bag in hand. Upon seeing her, Jiang Huichu's expression darkened considerably. "Who allowed you to come to my son's house?" she exclaimed, storming in without even changing her shoes, nearly pointing a finger at Song Qingwan in accusation. "I've never seen anyone so shameless, knowing full well someone is married yet still showing up uninvited." Song Qingwan crossed her arms, an almost mocking smile on her lips as she regarded Jiang Huichu. "Madam Shang, don't you find your words rather amusing? I was the legitimate girlfriend of Shang Jingyu from the beginning, while you, his own mother, resorted to underhanded tactics to prevent him from attaining the happiness you never possessed, forcing him to marry a woman he does not love. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Huichu's voice was sharp, fear flickering in her eyes. Am I wrong? You have always disliked me. You know the reasons better than anyone. Song Qingruan strolled leisurely to the sofa, sitting with a warm smile. Or perhaps, you have harbored disdain for me since I was in my mother's womb. My father adored my mother, treating her like a treasure. You were envious of her. When I became involved with the Jing, and he was tender and considerate towards me, you began to envy me, and by extension, you envied a Jing as well. You couldn't bear to see him happier than you, so you resorted to all means to tear us apart. Isn't that so, Madam Shang? Song Qingwan. Blessed with extraordinary intelligence from a young age, sensed Jiang Huiji's malice even before her relationship with Shang Jingyu began. Thus, after years of pursuit, she eventually consented to be with Shang Jingyu, not due to a lack of affection, but rather because she perceived his mother as a significant obstacle. Her intuition proved correct. Jiang Huiji indeed presented a considerable problem. Jiang Huiji held little genuine affection for Su Yuan, yet she felt a sense of kinship with her, as their circumstances mirrored one another. Should Shang Jingyu truly fall for Su Yuan, as Jiang Huiji hoped, it would merely add to the list of individuals she found displeasing. Indeed, I cannot abide your union. I have successfully torn you apart, have I not? Jiang Huiji remarked disdainfully. Am I truly your biological child? Shang Jingyu's voice emanated from the phone in Song Qingruan's hand. He had never been fond of visiting doctors, and Song Qingruan could not always be by his side. When she was absent, they would communicate via phone. Today was no different. Jiang Huiji's words were transmitted seamlessly into Shang Jingyu's ears, as well as those of Butler Liu and the doctor. They found it hard to fathom that a mother could harbor jealousy towards her son's happiness to such an extent. Chapter 68. You will always be with me, mother is not. Jiang Huichu's voice was tinged with panic, but the line had already succumbed to the monotonous sound of a dial tone. Song Qingruan returned her phone to her pocket. Madam Shang, if I were you, I would take my leave now, rather than subject myself to humiliation. Song Qingruan's tone was polite yet devoid of any respect. In the past, due to her connection with Shang Jingyu, even though Jiang Huichu held disdain for her, she still maintained a semblance of respect. The reality proved that Jiang Huichu was unworthy of such regard. He is my son. You are nothing more than a mere mistress. Jiang Huichu ground her teeth in anger. Song Qingruan smiled faintly, not bothering to refute her. Her calm demeanor only served to infuriate Jiang Huichu further. Do not take pride in yourself, as the saying goes. What cannot be obtained is always the best. His obsession with you is merely that, an obsession. Once he truly possesses you, it does not guarantee a blissful life together. With that, Jiang Huichu stormed off, while Song Qingruan maintained her smile, seemingly unaffected by her words. She was well aware of the adage that what is unattainable is forever the most desirable. Why not embrace the role of the unattainable white moonlight? As Song Qingruan simmered porridge, she sent a message to Su Huaran. Baby, I need to return to Beijing for a trip. My flight is tomorrow afternoon. Do you have time? Her fingers hovered over the message, uncertain whether to affirm or decline. Su Huaran had a high emotional need, requiring considerable companionship. With so many people to manage and work commitments, she naturally lacked the time to be with him. Just as she was about to respond, a call from Su Yao interrupted her. Why haven't you replied to my messages? As soon as the call connected, Su Yao's voice rang through. I didn't notice my phone. What's wrong? Song Qingruan lied nonchalantly, having intentionally ignored his messages. After all, he had placed her under the same roof as his brother, showing no concern for what Su Nanxiao might do. My brother mentioned that you left. Have you returned home? Given Song Qingruan's lack of response, Su Yao wondered if his brother had said something to her. He then called Su Nanxiao, only to learn that Song Qingruan had indeed left. At such a late hour. Why are you returning home alone? Su Yao's voice carried a hint of reproach. It's not proper for rumors to circulate about me living with your brother. Song Qingruan hesitated. And besides, he doesn't like me. Did my brother threaten you again? Su Yao furrowed his brow. Song Qingruan remained silent. Su Yao quickly deduced that his brother must have said something offensive to cause her to leave alone in the dead of night. After ending the call, he reached out to Su Nanxiao once more. Brother, why do you always speak so harshly to a young woman? Su Nanxiao was utterly baffled. What did I say? Did Song Qingruan claim that I spoke unkindly to her? She is far too kind to report me. That is merely my assumption. If you did not speak harshly to her, would she risk returning home alone at such an hour? Su Yao paced restlessly. He was infuriated by his older brother's insistence on meddling in his romantic affairs. Su Yao, how did I not realize you were so hypocritical? You don't worry about Xiao Yuan taking a taxi alone. Yet you fret over Song Qing-ruan driving off. Su Yao was momentarily speechless, belatedly recognizing that leaving his sister by the roadside this evening was indeed excessive. I will apologize to Xiao Yuan. You need not lecture me so sternly. If you are so idle, perhaps find a woman to pass the time. Ah Yao, Xiao Yuan is our family. You should not treat her this way for the sake of an outsider. Shang Jingyu has never treated her well, and he has taken the latest drama she signed and handed it over to Song Qing-ruan. As her second brother, not only do you fail to care for her, but you also abandon her because of Song Qing-ruan. Why has Shang Jingyu suddenly intervened in Xiao Yuan's work? CEO furrowed his brow. You might as well inquire with Song Qing-ruan. Brother, could you refrain from dragging her into everything? She has no affection for Shang Jingyu. Even if he does these things for her, it is merely his misguided attempt to win her favor. The doctor said you must eat. Song Qing-ruan gently blew on the porridge in the spoon before bringing it to Shang Jingyu's lips, softly coaxing him. Is it truly possible for a mother to not love her own child? Shang Jingyu gazed into her eyes, confusion evident within them. Song Qing-ruan paused, placing the spoon back in the bowl and setting it on the bedside table before leaning in to embrace Shang Jingyu. I will always be by your side. As she spoke, she tenderly patted his back. Ruan, you are all I have left. The man's voice was soft, like a whispering breeze, dissipating almost immediately. Song Qing-ruan's hand on Shang Jingyu's back hesitated for a moment. Then she smiled gently. In the future, when we are married, my parents will also be your family. Will uncle and aunt forgive me? Shang Jingyu's voice was muffled. Song Qing-ruan's parents shared a strong bond. Their emotions stable and their temperaments gentle. They cherished their only daughter, Song Qing-ruan, as if she were a treasure. When they discovered his secret relationship with her, they merely reminded them not to let love interfere with their studies. Each visit to the Song household filled them with joy, not solely because it was Song Qing-ruan's home, but also due to the warmth and happiness that contrasted sharply with the oppressive atmosphere of the Shang family. There, he could momentarily feel the embrace of familial warmth. Song Qing-ruan's parents treated him well, yet for 4 years he had refrained from seeing them, fearing he would glimpse disdain in their eyes. What happened back then was not your fault. It was your mother and Su Yuan who conspired to force you. Wasn't he it? I have already forgiven you. They will surely forgive you too. Song Qing-ruan's expression turned slightly awkward. Stop overthinking. Haven't I always been here? Let us eat first. Yes, you will always be by my side. Shang Jingyu's gaze fell to the floor, as if speaking to Song Qing-ruan or perhaps to himself. In the living room, Shang Jingyu lounged on the sofa, his expression fierce, while opposite him, Su Yuan was held down on her knees by bodyguards. She was clad only in a thin nightgown, and the absence of heating on the first floor left her shivering, her lips turning a shade of purple. I assured her that I had not drugged her. Su Yuan stubbornly bit her lip. Moments ago, she had just emerged from the bathroom after a bath when a heavy blow struck the back of her head. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in the villa of Shang Jingyu. Before she could grasp the situation, she was seized by Shang Jingyu's bodyguards and forced to kneel before him. His first words were, Su Yuan, have I not warned you against harboring ill intentions? How dare you attempt to drug me a second time? Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. That day, your friend called me to pick you up, claiming you had drunk too much. When I arrived, you were already incapacitated. Oh. Shang Jingyu's voice dripped with icy disdain. Are you implying that my friend drugged me and then summoned you? I do not know who drugged you. But I swear it was not me, Su Yuan explained, her voice barely above a whisper. I regret agreeing to my mother's request to do such a thing to you 4 years ago, but I assure you, this time it was not my doing. Prove it. Shang Jingyu coldly retorted. Chapter 69. Confined in the basement for reflection. Shang Jingyu, how can you prove that you were truly drugged? The voice of anger echoed in her ears. Su Yuan opened her mouth, recalling the moment she was drugged. Initially, she had not dared to admit it. Her parents and older brothers had confronted Shang Jingyu about the matter. Her elder brother had uttered a remark that lingered in the air. As soon as his words fell, Shang Jingyu's eyes, filled with malice, turned towards her. Li Kai. Shang Jingyu signaled to the bodyguard behind Su Yuan, who promptly approached and uncorked the bottle of white liquor on the coffee table. Realizing the bodyguard's intention, fear welled within Su Yuan's eyes, and she hastily shook her head, exclaiming, It truly wasn't me. What are you hesitating for? Shang Jingyu remarked coldly. Li Kai grasped Su Yuan's chin, positioning the bottle's opening towards her mouth, causing the liquor to spill down her chin, leaving her choking and her cheeks flushed. On the second floor, Song Qingruan observed the unfolding scene below, her arm resting on the vintage copper railings as she recorded Su Yuan's humiliation on her phone. She effortlessly sent it to her pinned friend. Such a grand display of love deserved to be broadcasted, while simultaneously undermining the already fragile relationship between the Shang family and the Su family. As the bottle was drained, Su Yuan erupted into a fit of coughing. Shang Jingyu stood up leisurely, straightening his attire. Lock her in the basement for 2 days. If anyone dares to deliver anything to her, they are to leave immediately. Lu Bo, standing by, readily agreed. With him present, he would ensure that no one dared to deliver anything to Su Yuan. After all, this woman had caused their young master endless troubles, and merely confining her for 2 days was too lenient. Cheng Nua had just finished a night shoot and, after repeated invitations from friends, decided to join them. Upon entering the room, he was met with an unusual silence as several individuals huddled together, engrossed in their phones. What are you all doing? Upon seeing Cheng Nua, his friends beckoned him to sit, exclaiming they were watching an amusing video featuring his partner. They presented the phone to him, and once he glimpsed Su Yuan on the screen, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. What has happened to her? Recently, aside from filming, he had had little interaction with Su Yuan. Witnessing the video of her being forcibly held down and made to drink, he felt a deep sense of discomfort stirring within him. Was it worth it for a man who did not love her? I heard she drugged young Master Shang again. Another friend chimed in. Is she out of her mind? Young Master Shang has never regarded her with favor. He forced Song Qingwan to leave the country and tormented her for 4 years without even sharing a meal with her. Now, after Song Qingwan's return, she is already stirring up trouble again. Young Master Shang is far too lenient. Drugging? Cheng Nua's pupils constricted. Had it not been for his prior investigation into Su Yuan's affairs, he would have dismissed such a ludicrous notion. Or no. It is not just your entertainment industry that is chaotic. Our circle is equally tumultuous, a friend quipped. Cheng Nua had entered the entertainment industry at a young age, and aside from a few childhood friends, he had little interaction with others in Haiqing's elite circles. Many believed that the Cheng family had only one daughter. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her friend's eyes as she jested. They have been married for 4 years, and Shang Xiao has never spent a night with her. Given your numerous collaborations, has anything ever transpired? It is not uncommon for couples to form within the film industry. However, Cheng Nua held a disdainful view of such behavior. In her perspective, the distinction between humans and beasts lies in the ability to exercise self-control, while beasts lack any sense of morality or shame. To her, allowing one's lower impulses to govern the mind was an affront to even the basest of creatures. Let us refrain from such jests, regardless of the state of her marriage. It is a matter between them, and we outsiders need not pass judgment, Cheng Nua asserted solemnly. Her friends, well aware of her temperament, quickly diverted the subject. Madam Cheng, I happened to purchase these desserts from a shop I passed by today. Do give them a try, said Song Qingwan, who was cheerfully unwrapping the delicately packaged confections in Cheng's villa. Snow's desserts, exclaimed Madam Cheng in delight. She had a fondness for sweets, yet Snow's was notoriously popular, requiring long queues and early mornings to secure a purchase. Song Qingwan's reference to happenstance was clearly a ruse. Their families had little interaction. But Cheng Nua had encountered Song Qingwan on 2 occasions and found her to be quite amiable. However, she remained puzzled as to why Song Qingwan would go to such lengths to win her favor. Although the Cheng family held a slightly higher social standing than the Song family, Song Qingwan had an ex-lover, Shang Jingyu, who remained a lingering presence in her thoughts, making the notion of business motives seem rather implausible. My mother also enjoys this place. My father often drives to buy from there, Madam Cheng remarked. She and her husband shared a childhood romance that blossomed into a strong bond over the years, leading to their mutual disdain for those who indulged in extramarital affairs. The mention of her mother by Song Qingwan endeared her further to Madam Cheng. The Song family's reputation for virtue was well known among the affluent circles of Haiqing. Song Qingwan's father had an elder brother and a younger brother, and the 3 siblings shared a remarkable camaraderie, with no disputes over inheritance ever arising. The eldest and youngest of the Song family showed no interest in the family business, leaving the responsibility to Song Zhouyuan. To be fair, Madam Cheng would have welcomed an alliance with such a family. They possessed a good lineage, and the daughters were gentle, kind, and well-mannered. Yet, her son was stubborn, singularly focused on his acting career, showing little interest in managing the family business, which he left to his sister. Not to mention the prospect of arranged marriages. Mom, Cheng Huiken called out from the entrance, her voice resonating with a notable volume, starkly contrasting with her usual assertive demeanor in public. Upon noticing guests, she quickly lowered her voice. There are visitors, she warned her younger brother to be mindful of his celebrity image. Cheng Nua paid little heed, knowing well that it was her sister who was less concerned about appearances at home. This was merely her way of self-reminding. As Song Qinghuan conversed with Madame Cheng on the sofa, her eyes brightened upon seeing Qing Huican, and she rose to greet her. Cheng Huican returned the politeness with a brief response. She glanced at the desserts on the coffee table, surprised. She had often heard Song Qinghuan's name, but had seldom interacted with her. Ruan, Cheng Nua, who had just entered behind Cheng Huican, was taken aback at the sight of Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan feigned surprise as she gazed at Cheng Nua. Her visit to the Cheng family was motivated by professional interests, specifically a project overseen by Cheng Huihan, which piqued her curiosity. However, Cheng Huihan was a perfectionist when it came to work, favoring the selection of trusted, long-standing clients. Thus, she had to explore alternative avenues. Prior to her visit, she had meticulously prepared, fully aware of Cheng Nua's identity as the son of the Cheng family. Do you two know each other? Mrs. Cheng inquired with delight, especially upon hearing her son's familiar address towards Song Qinghuan, which suggested a certain intimacy. Her eyes crinkled with a smile, while Cheng Nua remained oblivious to the underlying implications of his mother's words. It was Cheng Huihan, with her astute perception, who discerned her mother's intentions. Chapter 70. What evidence exists to prove that I frequently encountered your sister? I never anticipated that you were indeed the enigmatic son of the Cheng family. Song Qinghuan spoke with an affectionate tone, acknowledging her deliberate intentions. She could discern that Madame Cheng held a fondness for her. The esteemed Madame Cheng of the Cheng family was paramount for both Mr. Cheng and his daughter Cheng Huican adored her immensely. Cheng Nua was quite commendable. Previously, he had been drawn to Su Yuan, leading him into a web of enticement. Now, it appeared he was being utilized to connect with Cheng Huican. You both worked on the same film set, correct? Upon hearing her daughter's whispered remarks, Madame Cheng immediately inquired with a beaming smile about any amusing anecdotes from the filming. Cheng Huican shook her head in exasperation, realizing her mother had finally found something to occupy her time, while her brother was left to face the consequences. Song Qinghuan remained for lunch, engaging in conversation with Madame Cheng and Cheng Nua for an extended period. As Cheng Huican prepared to leave, she stood to bid farewell. Mr. Cheng, once outside. Song Qinghuan altered her address. Cheng Huican raised an eyebrow. Indeed, having guessed correctly, Song Qinghuan had come for business. My demands are quite stringent. Cheng Huican did not favor beating around the bush and directly addressed the matter, stating that someone with minimal experience in the workforce, like her, would generally not be considered. However, the fact that you can endear yourself to my mother is a remarkable skill. I shall grant you an opportunity. Present me with your proposal in 3 days. Should it fail to meet my expectations, even my mother's intercession will be in vain. Thank you, Mr. Cheng, for the opportunity. I assure you I will deliver a satisfactory proposal. At the airport, Song Qinghuan entered the terminal, panting as she glanced at the time on her wrist. She was still late. With a resigned sigh, she thought, well, it's not as if she wouldn't see him again. She decided to return to her proposal instead. Ruan. A familiar voice resonated above her, and Song Qinghuan looked up to meet Su Huaran's smiling gaze. Aren't you on the 3:30 flight? Why are you still here? Because you didn't arrive. I couldn't bear to leave. Su Huaran extended his arms, enveloping her in an embrace. Song Qinghuan held on to Su Huaran and softly replied, I'll wait for your return. Indeed, it won't be long, despite it being merely a 4 or 5 day absence. The impending separation weighed heavily on him, akin to the pang of longing. After seeing off Su Huaran, Song Qinghuan returned to the company. Sitting at her desk by the window, she gazed at the sky painted with crimson evening hues. For some inexplicable reason, her heart felt hollow. Ruan. Here are the materials you requested. A classmate placed a folder on Song Qinghuan's desk. She expressed her gratitude and suppressed her unease, focusing on her work. At the end of the day, Su Yao, who had promised to pick her up, informed her that he could not make it. Song Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Su Yuan had vanished, potentially throwing the Su family into disarray. Yet, despite Su Yao's absence, someone else had come to collect her. Are you not tired of being beaten? Song Qinghuan observed Paging Ye, still in a cast, standing before her car. His handsome face remained unaffected by his injuries, perhaps gaining an air of rebellious charm. I knew you were doing this on purpose, Paging Ye exclaimed, exasperated. That day he had exercised restraint. But it was only due to Song Qinghuan's deliberate provocation that he lost sight of his true intentions in seeking her out. What evidence do you possess to substantiate that I acted with intent? Of course, she is deliberate. She is not foolish enough to admit it. My sole desire was to see you part ways with Su Yao. I had no intention of causing you any harm. Oh, you did not kiss me? You did not touch me? Pei Jing choked on his words, gritting his teeth. You have also kissed and touched me. His cheeks and ears flushed crimson, seemingly infuriated by Song Qingwan's words. What do you seek from me? Do you wish for me to facilitate your entrance? Chapter 71. Guidance. Shang Jingyu's focus on our family piqued Song Qingwan's curiosity, her brow arched in skepticism. Shang Jingyu's actions against your family may stem from your family's intention to sever ties with Su Yao. The Su family, unwilling to let go, is likely pressuring you to acquiesce. I have no connection with him. Pei Jingye, half amused and half exasperated, retorted, You have no connection? When has Shang Jingyu ever concerned himself with the Su family's affairs? If it weren't for Song Qingwan, how could he possibly target your family? They have been abroad for years, with shallow roots and connections that are now outdated. Upon returning, their subsidiaries' operations were relatively smooth, yet recently, established clients have begun to shut their doors. An acquaintance of my parents, feeling sympathetic, revealed the truth. In Haiqing, collaborating with the Pei family is tantamount to offending Shang Jingyu. Offending the Shang family means no one dares to engage in business with them. His unrequited affection for me has nothing to do with you. Song Qingwan shrugged with a serene smile. His targeting of your family is undoubtedly related to the Su family. For your sister has apologized on your behalf. Having forgiven you, I could not possibly allow Shang Jingyu to pursue your family. Pei Jingye swiftly grasped the crucial point in Song Qingwan's words. My sister sought you out? Indeed, she even knelt before me for your sake. She replied with a cheerful smile, recounting the incident with casual grace. The color drained from Pei Jingye's face. My sister knelt before you? Song Qingwan merely raised her chin in response, affirming his inquiry. How dare you? Pei Jingye's eyes reddened with fury, fixating on Song Qingwan as if he wished to exact vengeance. What, do you intend to provoke me again, compelling your sister to kneel once more? Song Qingwan's tone was icy, laced with derision. However, I am not so forgiving. There is only one chance for an apology. Should you err again? Her gentle demeanor transformed, her gaze chillingly resolute. Then perish. She bypassed Pei Jingye and entered her vehicle. As the window descended, her exquisite visage was revealed. Young Master Pei, if you lack the ability, it would be wise not to threaten me. She pointed to her head. You appear rather foolish. Pei Jingye's fists clenched tightly at his sides. He stood aside, watching as Song Qingwan's car exited the underground parking lot, flames of rage igniting within his eyes. Song Qingwan devoted over a day to perfecting her proposal before seeking out Shang Jingyu. As Cheng Huihan had remarked, her experience in this domain was indeed lacking. Nevertheless, she was determined to secure this project. Mr. Shang, she said, resting her hands on the desk, her eyes sparkling playfully as she looked at Shang Jingyu, who was seated in a recliner. You finished work so early today? Shang Jingyu shifted his gaze from the computer, rising to stand beside her. In recent days, due to Song Qingwan's overtime on the proposal, he had received little communication. This was her first attempt at crafting a proposal, and she sought his guidance. With a USB drive in hand, she flashed it at Shang Jingyu, her smile radiant, reminiscent of years past. Whenever I complete the competition project proposal, I habitually seek the opinions of Shang Jingyu. Shang Jingyu chuckles softly. You can send it directly to me. The evening rush hour traffic is quite congested. Song Qingwan pouts her lips. What? Do you not wish to see me? She gazes at Shang Jingyu with a playful expression, as if to say that if he does not want to see her, she will leave immediately. No, I very much wish to see you. I desire to meet you every day. However, this is not the appropriate time. Shang Jingyu takes the USB drive from Song Qingwan's hand and returns to his desk. As he opens the USB drive, he explains, Su Yuan is still with me. I will check on her later. The Su family has been searching for her everywhere these past few days. Can't I go? Song Qingwan pouts again, truly yearning to witness Su Yuan's plight. Did you not wish to keep her from discovering our connection? Shang Jingyu remarks. Song Qingwan clings to his arm playfully. She has only just begun to trust me a little. I certainly cannot allow her to find out about our dealings, can I? She caused the death of our child. I merely wish to vent my frustrations on her. You wouldn't be softening your stance, would you? The playful expression on Song Qingwan's delicate face gradually transforms into one of scrutiny. Shang Jingyu gazes deeply at her and finally utters two words. I won't. I will first assist you with the proposal and then return later. Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan's face brightens with joy. She sits sideways on Shang Jingyu's lap, patiently waiting for him to finish reviewing and providing feedback on her work. While Shang Jingyu reviews the proposal, she pulls out her phone to browse the news from the past few days. The top trending topic is Su Yuan's diva behavior, both yesterday afternoon and this morning. Su Yuan had public appearances scheduled, and her fans had prepared eagerly, many even traveling from afar, only for the events to be abruptly cancelled, sparking discontent among the fans. They demanded the studio provide an explanation. She glances at the comments section. Su Yuan's reputation has plummeted recently, with numerous fans unfollowing her, though many still defend her. Ruan. Shang Jingyu's voice drifts to her ears, prompting her to turn off her phone. The proposal is well done, with no major issues. Only a couple of areas need slight adjustments. Shang Jingyu points out the marked sections to Song Qingruan and offers more refined suggestions. Noting that President Qing is a punctual individual and one should not submit proposals ahead of schedule when collaborating with her. Submit according to the deadline she specifies. Song Qingruan appears somewhat perplexed. She dislikes competitive environments. She chuckles, "I'm glad you told me." In truth, she relishes competition, competing with classmates in school, outshining teammates while practicing the violin, and now fostering rivalry among colleagues in the workplace. After revising the proposal, Song Qingruan dines with Shang Jingyu before returning to Bishui Bay. In the basement, Su Yuan lies on the ground, barely conscious. The coastal city is gradually entering winter. The nights are frigid, particularly in the basement. She is dressed lightly, her face turning purple from the cold, her arms wrapped around herself, curled up tightly. Cold. So cold. In her blurred vision, Su Yuan seems to see the basement door opening, but her head is heavy and her eyelids feel as though they weigh a ton. She can only open them a sliver before they close once more. Song Qingruan, clad in her slippers, approached Su Yuan step by step. For someone who had once shattered all her happiness, she harbored no sympathy, regardless of how wretched Su Yuan had become. She only regretted allowing Shang Jingyu to rescue her in the first place. A person like Su Yuan did not deserve such a fortunate life. "Jing, will she be all right?" Song Qingruan turned to Shang Jingyu, her expression shifting to one of gentle concern. "It's so cold now. Could she be at risk of freezing?" After 2 days of waiting to inquire about the potential danger of the cold, a male voice interjected. Song Qingruan turned to see Yin Sang entering the basement with a medical kit in hand. She subtly furrowed her brow. What was Yin Sang's attitude towards her? Chapter 72. Change of heart aging. Su Yuan is, after all, your wife. Be wary of future regrets for treating her this way for the sake of an outsider. Yin Sang merely glanced at Shang Jingyu before crouching down to assess Su Yuan's condition. His tone was cold, and he did not spare a single glance at Song Qingruan throughout. With keen perception, Song Qingruan noticed the flicker of pain in his eyes as his hand brushed against Su Yuan's forehead. It amused her. The man who once pledged to be her knight for a lifetime had, in just 4 years, no, it must have been even earlier, already turned his affections to another. The object of his newfound affection was none other than Su Yuan. Yin Sang had once assured her that no matter who she chose in the future, he would always cherish and protect her. Of course, she never believed that he could not love someone else. Yet, it was particularly disheartening that someone was Su Yuan. He had witnessed her suffering and now mockingly criticized her actions. The heart of a man, indeed, is unreliable. Song Qingruan instinctively glanced at Shang Jingyu, contemplating whether it might be time to expedite her own plans. "When did you become so talkative?" Shang Jingyu said in a low voice, asserting that her confinement was a consequence of her own actions, unrelated to anyone else. "Yin Sang, you seem to have a good relationship with Su Yuan," Song Qingruan remarked softly, her words laden with subtext, deepening the furrow in Yin Sang's brow. "We are merely ordinary friends. There is no need for insinuations," he retorted. Shang Jingyu interjected, "Yin Sang, I only asked you to attend to her medical needs, not to play the hero. If you prefer to diagnose with words, then let her fend for herself here." Yin Sang fell silent, unable to abandon Su Yuan to her fate. "Please move me to another room. It's too cold here," he said, attempting to lift Su Yuan, but was stopped by Shang Jingyu. "Yin Sang, remember your relationship with her." Song Qingruan's hands instinctively clenched, a wave of mild panic coursing through her. She suppressed her emotions and allowed Shang Jingyu to carry Su Yuan out first. Shang Jingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Ruan, are you allowing me to carry her? If you don't want Yin Sang to do it, do you not wish to carry her yourself? Song Qingruan maintained her gentle smile, her calm demeanor causing Shang Jingyu's heart to race. "I do not. Could you two display your affection elsewhere? She is burning with fever." Yin Sang interrupted their conversation sternly. "Wait in the maid's room on the first floor." Shang Jingyu shot a cold glance at Yin Sang. "Take her out." Shang Jingyu signaled to the bodyguard at the door. Enli promptly stepped forward to lift the unconscious Su Yuan and carry her away, fearful that lingering too long would result in being frozen by the chill emanating from his employer. "I did not intend to carry her. I simply wanted the bodyguard to take her out," Yun Sang clarified. You are clearly concerned about how I feel for Su Yuan. I am not concerned. But I will not allow anything akin to an extramarital affair to develop between them. Song Qingyuan chose not to pursue the matter further. She understood that no man is fond of a woman who causes unnecessary turmoil. She remained indifferent to Shan Jingyu's true feelings. Knowing that even if he developed affections for Su Yuan, she would not allow him to admit such feelings too soon. Outside the villa, Song Qingyuan wore a subtle smile, awaiting Yun Sang's words. After administering an injection to Su Yin, Yun Sang stepped out of the nanny's room and sought her out, expressing a desire to converse. The intent behind Yun Sang's approach was undoubtedly intertwined with Su Yin, yet she acquiesced to his request. Her curiosity piqued regarding the lengths to which Yun Sang would go for Su Yin. Wan and Jing had been married for 4 years. Despite Su Yan's past misdeeds, she had endured ample suffering during these years and had lost her own child. It was time to grant her peace, as well as yourself. Jing would never divorce her. Your current relationship with him merely categorizes you as a mistress. Would your parents accept your role as an interloper in another's marriage? Song Qingyuan listened in silence, her smile subtly shifting. Unable to decipher her thoughts, Yun Sang inhaled deeply. Wan, should you wish to start anew, you can find someone more suited to you. Like you? Song Qingyuan retorted. Yun Sang faltered, his gaze evasive. He had once believed his affection for Song Qingyuan would endure a lifetime, but emotions are often uncontrollable. You have developed feelings for Su Yin. Song Qingyuan concluded nonchalantly. Your affection is hardly commendable. You disregard my wounds, focusing solely on the pain inflicted upon Su Yin. Why does Jing treat her in such a manner? Song Qingyuan raised her eyelids, her voice chillingly clear in the night. Because she is despicable. Drugging Jing and coercing the Su family and the business community to force him into marriage, compelling me to abort and flee abroad. Your affection for her only reveals that you share her ignobility. The final 5 words drained color from Yun Sang's face, particularly the disdain evident in her gaze. Hasten back to care for your precious Miss Su. I must seek out my boyfriend now, Song Qingyuan remarked, her icy demeanor momentarily softened by a smile. Let me clarify, my boyfriend is not Shang Jingyu. With that, she turned and left Yun Sang, who stood pale and unsteady. Upon exiting the villa, she did not head to Su Yao, but instead sought out Shinjin. Feeling discontented, she had no desire to feign happiness with Su Yao. To her surprise, Shinjin was absent. You singletons do have the audacity to intrude upon a married couple, Song Qingyuan mused as she leaned down to play with Yin Yin, who was sleeping in her crib. Yin Yin grasped her finger, beaming with joy. With both Jinjinji and Shinjin away, the outsider Xie Qinghuai seemed to assume the role of host. Have you ingested something bitter? Xie Qinghuai cast a languid glance at Song Qingyuan, who was smiling tenderly at Yin Yin. Due to Shinjin, Song Qingyuan had never been particularly fond of him, but this direct rebuke was a first. It was akin to the common affliction of exploding upon encountering a scoundrel. Without lifting her head, she gently touched Yin Yan's cheek with her fingertip. Yin Yin, do not seek a boyfriend like your godfather. Aim for someone akin to your father. Yin Yin giggled, seemingly in agreement with Song Qingyuan's words. Though your father was also not suitable in his youth, he was far too sentimental. Did you intentionally visit Jin's home to speak ill of him? Or did you direct your words towards Jinji's daughter, suggesting that you are permitted to be a scoundrel while I am not allowed to voice my opinions? Song Qingyuan rolled her eyes. Although Jinji had settled down due to Shinjin, his past was riddled with numerous relationships, displaying both a romantic nature and an emotional detachment. Countless young girls had likely suffered heartache at his hands. Now that he is married, do you know who is pursuing him? It serves you right to find yourself in such a predicament in your quest for love. Xie Qinghuai's gentle facade nearly faltered, as Chun Jinji had taken Shinjin out for a romantic getaway, leaving him to care for the child. Now, he was inexplicably at the receiving end of Song Qingyuan's ire. Has President Shang fallen for Su Yuan? Xie Qinghuai raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. I have this cautionary tale before me. Matters of the heart are often beyond one's control. When he was initially with Shinjin, he believed he would forever cherish Wan Zhaoran, yet his heart gradually strayed while spending time with Shinjin. At that moment, Song Qingyuan was about to tease Yin Yin, her hand pausing mid-motion. Chapter 73, who accompanies Su Yuan on the journey home. Xie Qinghuai's words reverberated in Song Qingyuan's mind. Indeed, Xie Qinghuai stands as a cautionary tale. His tumultuous affair with Wan Zhaoran, where this proud and lofty young man humbled himself time and again for her, ultimately led him to fall for Shinjin 6 years after Wan Zhaoran went abroad. Initially, Xie Qinghua was reluctant to acknowledge his feelings, yet he eventually confronted the truth of his heart. Meanwhile, Ruan Zhaoran's two brothers remain imprisoned, and as the Ruan family teeters on the brink of bankruptcy, she is what a man nearly a decade her senior, who already has a child. It is said that Ruan Zhaoran sought assistance from Xie Qinghua, but he offered none, choosing instead to coldly observe her marriage, witnessing her spiral into disarray. Song Qingruan harbored no sympathy for Ruan Zhaoran, especially since Ruan Zhaoran had humiliated Xinjin by taking him away at Xie Qinghua and Xinjin's wedding. Nevertheless, Ruan Zhaoran's experiences ignited a sense of crisis within her. As they both shared the experience of first love and leaving the country, what would their fates be? Would they mirror one another's endings? Suddenly, with a jolt, the car collided with the vehicle ahead, sending Song Qingruan's body lurching forward, her grip on the steering wheel trembling slightly. Moments later, the driver's side door of the car in front swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit who rapped on her window. "How do you drive? You crashed into me at a red light. Are you attempting to stage an accident?" Song Qingruan shook her head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in her mind. "I apologize. I will bear all the costs. Do you have any idea whose car I am driving? Our family does not lack for money. We are in a hurry, and your collision has completely delayed us." As it was nighttime, the driver failed to discern the identity of the occupants inside the car, only noting its luxurious appearance. He regarded her with disdain, perceiving her as yet another young woman who had climbed the social ladder through her looks. He had seen such cases many times during his years of service to the Su family. "Then let us call the police." Song Qingruan, in a foul mood, replied with less courtesy than usual. "What is wrong with you, girl? You rear-ended me, and yet you act so arrogantly. Old Wang, are you done yet?" Seeing that the driver was taking too long to return, Su Yao opened the car door and stepped out, instructing her to leave her contact information for the repair costs. "Su Yao." The moment Su Yao spoke, he heard a familiar voice from within the car. Peering inside, he was astonished to find Song Qingruan. "What are you doing here?" Su Yao exclaimed. "Are you all right?" Song Qingruan shook her head. "I was too busy at work today and a bit fatigued. I didn't notice the red light." The driver was startled, realizing the person he had collided with was indeed Miss Song, whose previous return with the second young master had nearly infuriated their parents. Their mother had prohibited anyone in the household from mentioning Song Qingruan's name. "Take my mother home first. I will not return tonight." After a brief hesitation, the driver returned to the car. As soon as he got in, Wang Ruozhen inquired why Su Yao had not come home. "The one who rear-ended us is Miss Song," the driver replied, bracing himself. "Who?" Wang Ruozhen's voice escalated sharply. "Xiao Yuan has yet to be found, yet he departed for the sake of a woman." Wang Ruozhen, consumed by anger, forcefully pushed open the car door and stepped out. She clicked her heels as she strode to Song Qingruan's side. "Su Yao, you abandoned your sister for such a woman." Su Yao rolled down the car window, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Mom," she was startled. "I am taking her to the hospital for a checkup." Wang Ruozhen nearly laughed in her fury. "She chased our car. Did you ever consider whether I was frightened or if I needed to go to the hospital?" Her furious gaze fell upon the driver, Song Qingruan. "If you cannot drive, do not meddle with it. After seducing my son-in-law, you now attempt to seduce my son? Which den of foxes did you emerge from?" "Mom." To Su Yao, Wang Ruozhen's words seemed overly harsh. Song Qingruan had parted ways with Shang Jingyu many years ago. It was evident that Shang Jingyu was still pining for her. What relation did that have to Song Qingruan? He and Song Qingruan were merely in a relationship. To use the term seduction was rather distasteful. "Are you truly shouting at me for the sake of a woman?" Wang Ruozhen exclaimed in disbelief. Song Qingruan tugged at Su Yao's sleeve, who was still fuming. "Su Yao, you should take Auntie." Sensing Wang Ruozhen's unkind gaze, Song Qingruan altered her words. "Perhaps you should take Mrs. Su to the hospital. If she truly is startled, it could lead to some ailment." Her gentle voice was laced with concern, starkly contrasting with Wang Ruozhen's fiery demeanor. "What are you pretending to be so magnanimous for? You vixen?" Song Qingruan pursed her lips, her eyes tinged with a hint of grievance. "Mrs. Su, I am merely worried about your health." Su Yao furrowed his brow. "Mom, if you are feeling unwell, I can have a doctor come to our home for an examination." Ultimately, he exited the vehicle, assisting his mother back inside, instructing old Wang to drive them home. Before the car started, Wang Ruozhen furiously declared, "You truly believe I am powerless against you, don't you? I shall see whether she will remain with you once you are estranged from the Su family." Su Yao tightened his brows. In the back seat, Song Qingruan quietly observed this scene, her smile gradually intensifying. As Su Yao turned back, she immediately resumed her demeanor of gentle concern. Are you truly fine not returning? Is everything all right? It's nothing. She will be fine after a couple of days. I noticed Mrs. Su appeared quite angry, by the way. Song Qingwan seemed to have suddenly recalled something, her eyes widening. What do you mean she abandoned her sister? Has something happened to Su Yuan? Upon mentioning Su Yuan, Su Yao's brow furrowed once more. She did not come home the night before last, and couldn't be reached. Mom asked my elder brother to look for her, but many surveillance cameras along the routes have been deliberately sabotaged. We cannot locate her. Song Qingwan feigned surprise. How could this happen? Yet, in her heart, she wondered if Su Yuan had awakened by now. Was Yun Sang with her, or was it Shang Jingyu? Su Yao leaned back in his seat. He too was worried about his sister, but their mother always brought up how he had left her by the roadside that night. However, the sister's disappearance was not due to his decision to drop her off the car. Suddenly, a warm flush enveloped his brow as soft fingers gently pressed against his brow bone. Everything will be all right, a low voice lingered in his ears. It was only then that Su Yao realized, at some point, Song Qingwan had pulled the car over to the roadside, her body inclined towards him. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, easing the unease that had nestled within him. Su Yao's heart skipped a beat, momentarily caught in a daze. He lifted his arms to embrace her. I am equally worried about Xiao Yuan's disappearance. I've postponed all my plans these past 2 days. Yet my mother only remembers that I left her by the roadside. She is not solely my sister. When our elder brother returned to work, she had no objections. Yet, if I do not return home tonight, she will erupt in anger. Song Qingwan gently consoled him. She is merely overly concerned for Su Yuan. Do not overthink it. You still defend her despite her words, so you said helplessly, ruffling Song Qingwan's long hair. No wonder she gets away with bullying you. She is your mother, an elder. And she harbors misunderstandings about me. As long as I treat her sincerely, she will eventually recognize my good intentions, won't she? Song Qingwan replied sweetly. With you by my side, with your protection, I shall not be bullied. The unwavering trust that Song Qingwan placed in him made Su Yao's heart soften involuntarily. An unfamiliar sensation he had never experienced in 28 years. He suddenly felt that his decision to be with Song Qingwan was indeed a remarkably correct choice. Immersed in this strange yet delightful emotion, Su Yao failed to notice the absence of joy in the depths of the eyes of the person he held in his embrace. Chapter 74. My elder brother has someone he likes within the luxurious confines of the Shang residence. Yun Sang closed the door to the maid's room on the first floor and approached the living room, where Shang Jingyu sat at the center. If this continues, she will surely get into trouble. Regardless of your feelings towards her, one should never toy with a person's life. Yun Sang regarded Shang Jingyu with disapproval. Leaning back against the sofa, Shang Jingyu merely cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent. Taking a deep breath, Yun Sang suppressed the anger bubbling within him. Ah Jing, one must look forward. In our circle, who does not engage in alliances? Your family's interests are deeply entwined with the Su family. Why resort to self-destructive measures? What benefit would arise for you if the Su family faced misfortune? Shang Jingyu pressed his lips together, responding. What brings me joy also increases the likelihood of Ruan forgiving me. Is that not sufficient? Beneath his unchanging demeanor lay the brewing storm. Shang Jingyu disliked discussing such matters in front of others. Yet Yun Sang had crossed the line today. Ah Jing, Ruan already has a boyfriend. Are you still contemplating reconciliation with her? Yun Sang regarded Shang Jingyu in disbelief. Do not pretend you are unaware of her relationship. Given Shang Jingyu's concern for Song Qingwan, he surely knew who frequented her life daily. How could he possibly be oblivious to her boyfriend? Shang Jingyu raised his eyelids slightly, coldly stating, So what? Can you accept it? Yun Sang was rendered speechless by Shang Jingyu's words. Having known him since childhood, he was well aware of Shang Jingyu's possessive nature. Once, when a teacher borrowed Shang Jingyu's pen, he had unblinkingly thrown it into the trash, regardless of its considerable value. If something belonged to him, it was discarded at the mere touch of another. She merely has a boyfriend. She has not drugged him or forced him into a relationship. Why can you not accept this? At that moment, Su Yuan, who had just opened the door to the maid's room, froze upon hearing the conversation. Her already pale complexion appeared even more ghostly under the light, devoid of any color. Xiao Yuan, why are you out? Yun Sang was the first to notice her standing at the door. I wanted some water. Su Yuan's voice was hoarse, and speaking caused her throat to ache. I will fetch you some water. You should return to bed. Yun Sang offered. Shang Jingyu glanced at Yun Sang, his dismissal curt. Once you finish, return promptly. His command was devoid of courtesy, yet Yinsang still went to pour water for Su Yuan before departing. Once Yinsang left, the living room fell into a profound silence. There are things I believe you should be aware of, though I cannot say them. Shang Jingyu stood and moved towards the exit. Lu Bo, see him out and disinfect. He uttered 6 words before stepping outside. Lu Bo promptly approached Su Yuan. His smile lacking warmth. Miss Su, please, it is late, and we still have a thorough cleaning to attend to. Su Yuan managed a faint smile, forcing out a word of gratitude from her throat. An overwhelming bitterness enveloped her. Was she so detested that her brief presence necessitated disinfection? Meanwhile, upon arriving at the hospital, Song Qingruan was compelled by Su Ya to undergo a series of examinations, all of which yielded no concerning results. Mr. Su, your girlfriend is in excellent health. Rest assured. The doctor's lips twitched slightly. Song Qingruan was even healthier than him. Next time you're feeling down, don't drive. It's not like we don't have a chauffeur at home. Luckily, this time you only crashed our car. What if it had been someone else? Su Yao stated solemnly. I'm so popular that if I hit someone else's car, do you think they would dare to blame me? Song Qingruan raised an eyebrow, playfully retorting. You are my girlfriend. Who would dare to have designs on you? Song Qingruan pursed her lips and chuckled lightly. What if someone did? Then I would make him disappear from Haiqing. And what if that person were your brother? Su Yao let out a laugh, appearing utterly unconcerned. Impossible. My elder brother doesn't fancy your type. Why not? Am I that ugly or undesirable? Song Qingruan said in a soft, coy voice. Su Yu tilted his head, scrutinizing Song Qingruan's face seriously, his fingertips lightly grazing her chin. Average, not particularly beautiful. Su Yu. Song Qingruan, annoyed, delivered a playful punch to his chest. Su Yao grabbed her hand, pressing it against his chest. His expression softening. You are beautiful and wonderful, but my brother has someone he likes. Someone he likes? Song Qingruan feigned confusion. He often flies abroad to see her. But he hasn't pursued her yet, and he won't tell me who she is. Song Qingruan found it amusing. Curious about Su Yao's reaction upon discovering that the woman his brother had been visiting abroad was none other than herself. It would surely be entertaining. She allowed Su Yao to lead her out of the hospital, and in the parking lot, she spotted a familiar figure. Just as she was about to approach, another man emerged from the car. Jiang Yinian, is this your taste? After you broke up with her, you come to my daughter and talk nonsense. She's only 2. Zheng Yu's sharp voice echoed in the quiet parking lot as she cradled the child in her arms. If anything happens to my daughter, you both will accompany her in death. After saying this, she hurriedly walked back towards the hospital with her daughter. That is my friend. I need to return to the hospital, Song Qingruan said, quickly following Zheng Yu's pace. Yeah, what happened to Yang Yang? As she drew closer, Song Qingruan noticed Yang Yang's forehead was injured and still bleeding. She fell. I'll explain later, Zheng Yu replied, hastening into the hospital, her voice tinged with a sob. Though petite, her speed while carrying her daughter indicated the depth of her concern. Song Qingruan refrained from asking further questions and rushed into the hospital to summon a doctor. It wasn't until Yang Yang was admitted to the emergency room that she felt a slight relief. At that moment, Jiang Yinian also arrived. Jiang Yinian, it's one thing to cheat. But do you want to endanger your daughter as well? I will not let your mistress off easily. If you dare to hire her a lawyer, you will never see Yang Yang again. Zhang Yu, her voice lowered and eyes red, glared fiercely at Jiang Yinian. My dear, I don't know how she showed up. It's been over between us for a long time. Jiang Yinian had already repeated this several times on the way, but Zheng Yu remained unconvinced. Since the incident where Song Qingruan uncovered his affair with Chao Qing, he dealt with Chao Qing that very night, compensating her handsomely before sending her away. He was perplexed as to how Chao Qing managed to return and confront his daughter with such words. Very well, then let her languish in there for a lifetime. I shall believe that you have severed ties with her. Zheng Yu cast a cold glare at Jiang Yinian. The mere recollection of her daughter lying in a pool of blood made Zheng Yu tremble uncontrollably. If Chao Qing desired a man, she could effortlessly hand him over without a second thought. Yet, Chao Qing chose to inflict harm upon her daughter. Thus, in accordance with Chao Qing's wishes, she would ensure that the latter could never find peace in her life. Chapter 75 Shang Jingyu spotted her in a photograph with Su Huairan. Song Qingruan did not return home until the early hours of the morning. She rubbed her sore shoulders as she exited the elevator and, lifting her gaze, immediately noticed someone squatting at her doorstep. A surge of joy washed over her. Su. As she began to utter a single syllable, the man looked up. And for a fleeting moment, her smile faltered. Aging, what brings you here? With an impeccable smile, Song Qingruan approached Shang Jingyu. though only she was aware of her own nervousness. Previously, Su Huaran had been living with her, and all the necessities were prepared for two. Shang Jingyu would inevitably discover this upon entering. I was worried about you, so I came to check in. Shang Jingyu rose, his voice laced with concern. Why are you home so late? A friend's daughter was injured, and I just returned from the hospital, Song Qingruan explained. Noticing that Shang Jingyu remained stationary, she steeled herself to open the door. Has Su Yuan come home? She inquired while pushing the door open. She should have returned, Shang Jingyu replied, his gaze landing on a photograph on the entrance wall, his lips tightening into a straight line. It was taken a long time ago. I forgot to take it down. Song Qingruan admitted, her eloquence faltering for the first time in her life. Su Huairan had left numerous photographs of them around the house. Slippers, she said, hastily diverting the topic as she pulled open the shoe cabinet. There was only a single pair of slippers, belonging to Su Huairan. Did he wear these? Shang Jingyu's icy voice carried a hint of jealousy. Wan, it's been ages since we took a photo together. How about we go this weekend? I haven't seen the sunrise in a while and would like to. Song Qingruan gently nudged Shang Jingyu's arm, but suddenly, she felt a tightness around her waist as he lifted her into his arms. Are you jealous? She teased with a playful laugh. Shang Jingyu remained silent, simply carrying her toward the living room. As they turned the corner, a pink toy caught Song Qingruan's eye, and she froze. She had forgotten to put it away after her last encounter with Su Huaran. No wonder Shang Jingyu's demeanor had shifted so abruptly. Would you like some water? Song Qingruan leaned her cheek against his, softening her voice. Do you have a cup to drink from? Shang Jingyu replied, somewhat sullenly. Song Qingruan chuckled. I have a cup specifically for vinegar. I'll get it for you. Seated together on the sofa, Shang Jingyu could not help but think of the memories that the sofa held, in conjunction with what he had seen at the entrance. His heart felt constricted. We have already broken up. There is no need to be jealous, Song Qingruan said, cradling Shang Jingyu's face and planting 2 firm kisses on his forehead. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, her lips slightly parted, wearing an expression tinged with the exasperation of appeasing a child. Shang Jingyu's gaze flickered, tightening his hold around her waist. Wan, I want to kiss you. Song Qingruan lowered her head, biting gently on his lip. With you asking me like that, how am I supposed to respond? She shot him a playful glare. With a soft affirmation, Shang Jingyu leaned down, gently and restrainedly kissing her. Song Qingruan grasped the fabric of his shirt, her fingers curling slightly as she tilted her neck to meet his kiss. The gentle kiss gradually spiraled out of control. The familiar fervor surged towards Song Qingruan, enveloping her entirely. She grasped the hem of Shang Jingyu's garment, her hand slowly migrating to his waist, pinching the soft flesh there. As his kisses deepened, she intensified her grip, as if venting her frustrations. Just as Song Qingruan reached the entrance of the restaurant, someone seized her hand. Turning around, she realized it was Su Huairan's sister. Song Qingruan, could you please stop clinging to my brother? He is about to get married, Su Xinghe exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. He is getting married? A jolt of surprise coursed through Song Qingruan. The proposal she had submitted to Cheng Huihan a few days prior had met with satisfaction, and after signing the contract, she had been preoccupied with work. Had Su Xinghe not appeared, she might have forgotten that Su Huairan had returned to the capital for half a month. She had come here today for work as well. Shun Wenjia's assistant had contacted her yesterday, stating that Shin's company was seeking investment for a project and inquiring if she was interested. She was well aware that this project had to be orchestrated by Shang Jingyu. His willingness to leverage his connections for her benefit was something she cherished deeply, as she found the project quite appealing. My brother and sister Shiyu are childhood sweethearts. Of course, they will marry. You are merely the unwelcome third party, Su Xinghe declared indignantly. Song Qingruan raised an eyebrow, responding with a calm smile that belied her inner amusement. I must clarify that it was your brother who pursued me, and he's the one who cannot let go. When he courted me, I was unaware of his childhood sweetheart or of you, his overbearing sister, who seems blind to the truth. Had I known, I would never have allowed him the opportunity to engage in a romantic relationship with me. She lightly clicked her tongue, her eyes shimmering with mockery. If your brother truly wished to obediently heed your parents' wishes and marry Miss G, you would not have flown from the capital to Haicheng to berate me, would you? You. Su Xinghe was at a loss for words, taken aback by the retort. Her brother adamantly refused to marry, even stating that if their parents insisted on meddling in his marriage, he would remain single for life. Their father was so incensed that he ended up in the hospital. What era was this, forcing a son to marry someone he does not love? I know her. She is Song Qingruan, the white moonlight of the Shang family's heir. So many adore her. To date her would be akin to a stroke of good fortune from a past life. Su Xinghe continued, her frustration palpable. This young lady, you are quite rude. Is this how people from the capital behave? It is your brother who refuses to marry, yet you blame others for it. A gathering of onlookers had formed at the restaurant entrance, drawn by Su Xinghe's earlier remarks, and they began to direct their attention toward her. Instead of coming to Haiqing to slander me, it would be more prudent to counsel your brother. I have long since parted ways with him. It is he who cannot move on. His persistent visits are rather bothersome to me, Song Qingwan replied with a tone of resignation. My brother would never be unable to move on from you. Su Xinghe retorted, incensed. Her brother had always been exceptional. How could Song Qingwan possibly look down upon him? What right did she have? Why linger at the entrance without entering? Suddenly, Song Qingwan felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to see a stranger's face. She had encountered a minor incident. Prolonged interactions with individuals lacking common sense could be detrimental to one's mental acuity. This thought amused her. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Su Xinghe, whose face was flushed with indignation, she entered the dining hall. I am Jiang Su, the wife and secretary of Shen Wenjie. He had an urgent matter that necessitated his departure abroad today, hence I have come to discuss the project with you. Song Qingwan was somewhat taken aback. In her recollection, Shen Wenjie's fiancé belonged to the Kong family. There was a saying among the affluent circles of Haiqing that Shen Wenjie had long awaited his fiancée to mature, remaining virtuous for her sake. It was unexpected to learn that he had married someone else. Additionally, she had little impression of the person before her. And Jiang Su's current role as Shen Wenjie's secretary led her to deduce that the latter's background was rather ordinary. Nonetheless, she preferred not to engage in uncharitable speculation about others. Despite her surprise, she courteously took a seat alongside Jiang Su. Chapter 76. Zhou Rang, are you all right? Jiang Su poured a glass of water for Song Qingwan, reassuring her that the words of such a troublesome person need not weigh on her mind. Before marrying Shen Wenjie, she had heard Pei Jia speak of Song Qingwan's circumstances and felt a pang of sympathy. She never anticipated that the reality of the wealthy elite would be far more explosive than the gossip she had previously encountered. There are plenty of men. Their departure is ultimately their loss. Jiang Su was not typically devoid of boundaries, but she found Song Qingwan's plight particularly tragic. I haven't taken it to heart. I truly have broken up with him, Song Qingwan replied with a gentle smile. She was acutely aware that all remnants of hope must be purged from her heart. Perhaps there was still a tinge of sadness, for she had genuinely cared for him. That's good to hear. Jiang Su handed the menu to Song Qingwan. Let us order first, and we can discuss work afterward. You choose, Song Qingwan smiled. As her potential client, she naturally prioritized Jiang Su's preferences. Jiang Su did not refuse, but rather began sharing details about the restaurant's signature dishes, while Song Qingwan listened attentively, occasionally offering feedback. As her gaze wandered outside, a familiar figure entered her line of sight. Shen Wenjie? Song Qingwan glanced again in that direction and noticed a young woman rushing to his side, and they departed together. Her pupils constricted, and she turned to Jiang Su, who had just finished ordering. Suddenly, Song Qingwan recalled the incident when she discovered Jiang Yinyan's infidelity. Could her luck be so fortuitous? Where is President Shen on a business trip? Song Qingwan asked casually. Despite having only interacted with Jiang Su for a brief period, she held a favorable impression of her. Country A, Jiang Su replied without hesitation. Typically, Shen Wenjie would want her to accompany him on business trips, but this time, he had arranged to meet Song Qingwan under the guise of discussing collaboration, though it was merely a procedural formality. Due to Shang Jingyu exchanging a crucial project for Shen's company, it was necessary for Shen Wenjie to assign this project to Song Qingwan herself. Given her status, it was imperative that she not be represented by someone else. Thus, Jiang Su remained behind. Song Qingwan merely smiled faintly, refraining from further inquiries. In the past, she would have believed that a man like Shen Wenjie, who remained virtuous while waiting for his fiancée to mature, would never stray. However, Shen Wenjie had not married Kang Ya, and with Jiang Yinyan's previous infidelity lingering in her mind, she could no longer guarantee that any man would remain faithful. The dishes arrived promptly. During the meal, Jiang Su mentioned Yin Yan, and it was then that Song Qingwan learned Jiang Su was actually a friend of Shun Jin's close companion. Have you and President Shun considered having children? Jiang Su inquired, her words laced with undeniable affection for Yin Yan. We just got married a year ago. There's no rush, Jiang Su replied, a flicker of discomfort evident in her eyes. At 30, she had married Shen Wenjie, and ever since, her mother had been urging her to have a child soon, though her mother-in-law had not broached the subject. Jiangsu could sense her desire for her and Shen Wenjie to start a family. Shen Wenjie also yearned for children, yet she found herself unable to take that leap. Often, when faced with Shen Wenjie, she felt disoriented, unable to distinguish whether the man before her was indeed Shen Wenjie or Zhou Rang. She was uncertain about her ability to be a good mother, which deterred her from having children. Newly married, it was delightful to savor the pleasures of their coupledom. Song Qingwan smiled gently, her voice soft. After their meal, she finally broached the main topic with Jiangsu, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. Song Qingwan was not surprised. The project orchestrated by Shang Jingyu had undoubtedly been meticulously arranged for her. Once they concluded their discussion on work, Jiangsu suddenly inquired, "Shall we change venues for a drink?" Song Qingwan perceptibly sensed that Jiangsu's mood was somewhat subdued. Without hesitation, she acquiesced. The two sought out an izakaya, where Jiangsu ordered fruit wine for Song Qingwan. "You should drink this. Do you underestimate me?" Song Qingwan responded helplessly. Although she was not particularly adept at drinking, she had developed a modest tolerance over time. Previously, Shang Jingyu had always forbade her from drinking back home, fearing for her safety. However, during her years abroad, she had indulged in drinks at gatherings with friends, and her capacity had improved considerably. "However, I did hear Shen Wenjie mention that you aren't very good with alcohol," Jiangsu explained with a smile. Given that Shang Jingyu was their major client, she naturally refrained from allowing Song Qingwan to drink. Although she loathed extramarital affairs, she believed that Song Qingwan and Shang Jingyu were meant for each other, and even if they reconciled, she saw no issue with it. That was in the past. "All right. Then let's drink baijiu together." "Baijiu?" Song Qingwan had never tasted it before, but with a spirit of adventure, she agreed. The outcome was that after just 3 glasses, she was quite intoxicated. Well, this. Jiangsu's lips twitched. She should not have let Song Qingwan drink baijiu. Now she would have to escort her home. Initially, Jiangsu merely wished to have a drink to facilitate sleep, but unexpectedly, she had gotten Song Qingwan drunk. She summoned a waiter to settle the bill and assisted Song Qingwan as they exited. "Why are there 3 moons today?" Song Qingwan tilted her head, her words sticky with inebriation. Given her height, Jiangsu, who was slightly shorter, nearly stumbled as Song Qingwan waved her arms. "We're almost to the parking lot. Don't move." "No, I refuse to go back." Song Qingwan broke free from Jiangsu's grasp and plopped herself down on a nearby flower bed, pouting. "Why do they all bully me? They are all wicked people." The streetlight illuminated her flushed face, making her appear particularly aggrieved. Jiangsu sighed deeply and squatted down before Song Qingwan. "They will eventually receive their due retribution." "I doubt it." Song Qingwan shook her head. "Bad people only prosper more." Jiangsu fell silent. Indeed, as Song Qingwan had articulated, in this society, the wicked often thrive over the virtuous, unburdened by condemnation, indifferent to others' fates, solely focused on their own well-being. Just like Su Yuan, who, in her desperate bid to marry Shang Jingyu, had committed such heinous acts. Suddenly, Song Qingwan leaned forward and embraced her. "I will become very, very wealthy," she murmured, her voice imbued with the boldness of intoxication. I believe in you." Thus, she found herself embraced by Song Qingwan, her legs growing numb from squatting. "Do you need assistance?" An unfamiliar feminine voice resonated above, prompting Jiangsu to glance upward. Illuminated by the streetlight, revealing a youthful and endearing visage. "Could you assist me in getting up? My feet have gone numb." Jiangsu managed a sheepish smile. "Of course. Not a problem." Meng Jiao beamed brightly. "You are so beautiful. What brings you to crouch here?" The solitary streetlight beside the flower bed cast a dim glow, leading her to wonder if something untoward had transpired between the two, thus prompting her inquiry. "There are a few inebriated patrons at the izakaya. It would be wise not to linger here." She resided nearby and had previously heard of incidents where intoxicated male customers had harassed women in this vicinity. "Thank you." "No need for thanks." Ming Jiao assisted Jiangsu in helping Song Qingwan to her feet, then waved excitedly towards the distance, calling out, "Zhouge, over here." Jiangsu followed Meng Jiao's gaze. The man, clad in a jacket and black trousers, had one hand casually tucked into his pocket. His name was Lin Zhou, the elder brother of her neighbor. Jiangsu's gaze ultimately settled on the red string adorning the young man's left wrist. "Zhou Rang," Jiangsu murmured softly. Chapter 77. Expressing heartfelt sentiments, can you take us back? I find it somewhat challenging to manage my friend alone. Jiangsu's gaze was fixed intently on the man before her. Lin Zhou, still holding the skewers, found the suggestion rather perplexing, yet he instinctively nodded in agreement. "Jiao, you should head home first." He handed the skewers to Ming Jiangjiao, who appeared somewhat taken aback, particularly due to the look Jiangsu cast at Lin Zhou, igniting a sense of unease within her. Although Lin Zhou was generally kind to the residents of their community, escorting a stranger home at night, she bit her lip. I'll go with you. You should return home first. Uncle Ming will worry about you, Lin Zhou said gently. Be careful. Jiangsu, supporting Song Qingruan, nearly stumbled when Song Qingruan suddenly waved her hand energetically, but Lin Zhou swiftly caught her. Zhougu. Ming Jiangjia watched Lin Zhou's hand resting on Jiangsu's waist, feeling a pang of jealousy. She wished Lin Zhou would not offer to escort them. But as mere neighbors, she felt she lacked the right to object. Ultimately, she turned away, a bittersweet feeling swelling within her. Once Ming Jiangjiao had turned, Jiangsu quickly slipped off the ring from her finger and tossed it into her bag. Thank you. She suppressed the overwhelming joy bubbling within her, striving to keep her voice steady. No need for thanks. Lin Zhou withdrew his hand from Jiangsu's waist and helped her steady Song Qingruan. The pink Porsche sped through the streets in the dead of night. Sitting in the back seat, Jiangsu kept her gaze fixed on the driver, the flickering lights casting shadows upon him, revealing the red string adorning his wrist. During her university days, it was quite fashionable for girlfriends to have their boyfriends wear their hair ties on their wrists. Initially, Jiangsu had persuaded Zhou Rang to wear her hair tie. On one occasion, while out with her roommates, she purchased a so-called blessed red string from a temple, believed to bring safety. Considering Zhou Rang's future career, she splurged on an expensive one. Zhou Rang had jokingly questioned if she had been duped into spending half a month's living expenses on a mere string. Yet, he cherished it dearly and never parted with it. Such red strings were available in many places, but seeing Lin Zhou, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Rang, with a similar red string on his right hand, made it difficult for her to convince herself they were not the same person. Mr. Lin, are you from Haiqing? Jiangsu inquired tentatively. Lin Zhou shook his head. I'm from Yunqing. I moved here with my parents a couple of years ago. Yunqing, Jiangsu murmured to herself. Lin Zhou found Jiangsu increasingly peculiar. Her attire suggested affluence, and logically, she should not lack for drivers. Moreover, the two beautiful young women dared to request a ride from a stranger. Even more curious was his own acquiescence. Although he initially did not wish to comply, he inexplicably did not want to see disappointment on her face. Where are we now? Song Qingruan's sticky voice shattered the silence in the car. Just one more turn, and we will arrive at Bihui Bay. Jiangsu gently patted Song Qingruan's back, glancing up at Lin Zhou once more. Take your time to confirm, she told herself inwardly. The vehicle swiftly entered Bihui Bay and halted before the villa corresponding to Song Qingruan's address. Lin Zhou was the first to alight, assisting Jiangsu in bringing Song Qingruan out of the car. Don't move, Song Qingruan suddenly shouted, clutching the car door tightly. Jiangsu was momentarily taken aback. She had always heard of Song Qingruan's gentle and kind demeanor, but she never anticipated witnessing her inebriated state. Are you attempting to abduct me? Song Qingruan swatted away Jiangsu's outstretched hand, her finger accusingly pointing at her, her tone fierce. Jiangsu couldn't help but laugh in astonishment, signaling Lin Zhou to ring the doorbell. You have arrived home. Moments later, the main door swung open, and the butler emerged. Upon seeing Song Qingruan, especially in her tipsy state, he appeared quite taken aback. Miss Song, why have you been drinking? What's wrong with drinking? It's not illegal, she retorted, refusing to let go of the car door. The butler promptly called Shang Jingyu. Half an hour later, when Shang Jingyu arrived home, he found Song Qingruan seated on the steps in the courtyard. You're back so late. Song Qingruan looked up at him, her expression filled with discontent. Where have you been? The remnants of alcohol lingered in her voice. The butler was instructed to return inside, and Shang Jingyu squatted down before her. Why have you consumed so much alcohol? Song Qingruan pouted, her eyes brimming with grievance. You monitor my drinking more than my parents do. With you, there are so many restrictions. Shang Jingyu, why are you so cruel? You promised to always protect me. I'm bullied and unable to return home, while you are here, indulging with your lovely wife. You are a deceiver, a heartless scoundrel. Tears streamed down her cheeks, glistening as they fell, and she pounded her fists against Shang Jingyu's shoulder. Is the reason you Haven-T divorced Su Yuan because you were wavering, reluctant to let go? Shang Jingyu's eyes were filled with compassion as he raised a hand to wipe her tears. Yet, her cries were too vehement. He could not clean her face adequately. I'm sorry, he said, his voice thick with emotion. How could he possibly waver regarding Su Yuan? His choice to remain married was merely due to unfinished matters that prevented him from dissolving the marriage at that moment. All you do is say you're sorry. There is no tangible action behind it. Song Qingruan forcefully pushed him away, unsteadily rising to her feet. You lack sincerity. You have always been insincere with me. What you cannot do, I will accomplish. At her words, Shang Jingyu's expression hardened slightly. He stood up, grasping her shoulders with a serious demeanor. Wan. I will do everything you expect of me. Do not act recklessly. Song Qingruan pouted, gazing at the indistinct figure before her. She resolved never to trust men again. First, it was Shang Jingyu, who vowed never to let her suffer. Then it was Su Huaran, who assured her that his parents would no longer meddle in his marital affairs. You have no right to dictate my actions. She broke free from his grasp and staggered inside. Shang Jingyu sighed in exasperation, striding forward to lift Song Qingruan in his arms. You agreed to this. I have the right to care for you. That was when I was young and naive, deceived by your sweet words. Shang Jingyu, your heart is as dark as night, deceiving innocent young girls. Song Qingruan grasped Shang Jingyu's neck firmly. Her strength was considerable, and the area she held soon turned crimson. Wan, I am merely half a year younger than you. You are mature beyond your years, which makes you seem older than I. Shang Jingyu's eyes softened. It had been a long time since he had witnessed Song Qingruan's feisty demeanor. Like most young women in love, Song Qingruan could not be reasoned with. Even when she was in the wrong, she insisted on being right, demanding an apology from him to conclude their Cold War. Have you also changed Su Yuan's shoes? Song Qingruan perched on the shoe-changing bench at the entrance, her gaze hazy as she watched Shang Jingyu assist her in removing her shoes. Never mind. Asking you is futile. All men are like this. Feasting at one table while eyeing another. Shang Jingyu slid the slippers onto her feet and looked up. Are you jealous? How charming. Song Qingruan withdrew her foot, unwilling to engage further with Shang Jingyu. Not at all. The overhead light in the foyer cast a cold hue upon Shang Jingyu. Yet it accentuated the gentle warmth of his stern visage. For the past 4 years, we have not lived together, and no relations have transpired. She does not possess the right to enter here, and I would never assist her with such matters. Chapter 78, Kindred Spirits Upon Awakening. Song Qingruan was beset by an agonizing headache, and she pressed her temples. Where was she? A glance around the bedroom revealed that she was, to her astonishment, in Shang Jingyu's quarters. Had she not been drinking with Jiangsu the previous night? After 2 cups of liquor, her mind had become a haze. She recalled that Jiangsu had seemingly escorted her home. How had she ended up here? Sleepwalking? With a sudden creak, the bedroom door swung open, and Shang Jingyu entered. A cup in hand. Hangover tea. Song Qingruan accepted the cup, biting the rim as she sipped, her gaze fixed on Shang Jingyu. How did I end up here? I didn't say anything embarrassing while drunk, did I? She ventured cautiously. Drinking had indeed caused her trouble. She hoped she had made a fool of herself in front of Jiangsu. You did, Shang Jingyu replied, his expression somewhat grave. A cold shiver ran through Song Qingruan. He wouldn't berate her for being foolish, would he? After all, that was her unspoken thought. Shang Jingyu maintained his serious demeanor. You said you loved me too much and couldn't bear to be apart from me. His earnestness made Song Qingruan question the veracity of his words. Was she truly the type to drunkenly declare her affections? She was uncertain. Do you not love me? She retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Shang Jingyu responded, I love you. His voice was deep and resonant. Song Qingruan lowered her gaze, finishing the hangover tea. Understood. I'm hungry. The meal is ready. You can eat as soon as you rise, Shang Jingyu said, his tone softening, shedding the earlier seriousness for a gentler warmth. On the weekend, Song Qingruan accompanied Shang Jingyu to watch the sunrise. After 2 sleepless nights, she slumbered the entire day at home on Sunday, only awakening as darkness fell. Luma, is there food? She called out loudly from the spiral staircase, feeling as if she might starve, as if she could devour an entire cow. Luma. After several unanswered calls, curiosity piqued, she descended to the living room, where she found her parents and Pei Jing. What was he doing here? Had he not been reprimanded enough last time? Miss, he claims to be your boyfriend. Your parents are currently interrogating him, Luma whispered. Boyfriend? Song Qingruan nearly laughed in disbelief. Had he suffered a blow to the head from the ashtray she had used on him? Or was he attempting to break her up with Su Yao to facilitate his sister's marriage to him? Ruan, come sit, Xie Yunji said gently. Turning to Song Qingruan. Reluctantly, she approached. If looks could kill, Pei Jing would have perished 1,000 times over. How dare he flirt with her in front of her parents? No wonder he was so well connected with the Su family. His sanity seemed questionable. I heard from Xiaopei that you two are dating? Xie Yunji inquired, though slightly skeptical. Yet Pei Jing's assertions were detailed, prompting her to question her daughter. She was aware of the Pei and Su family's connection, and while she and her husband were not particularly pleased, they prioritized their daughter's feelings above all. Mother, I have something to discuss with him. Sister, I am aware that you wish to keep our relationship a secret. But your silence today led me to believe something unfortunate had occurred, prompting my visit to your home. I assure you, it was unintentional. Pei Jingye gazed at him with a pitiful expression, resembling a wronged spouse. The parents of the Song family were taken aback, simultaneously directing their attention to their daughter. Surely, she is not that kind of person? Song Qingwan's countenance darkened. She abruptly rose to her feet, pointing at Pei Jingye, demanding, "Come with me." Wan. Let us communicate calmly and avoid anger, Xie Yunji gently advised. Stumbling slightly, Song Qingwan seized Pei Jingye's hand and hastily exited the living room, arriving in the front yard. Pei Jingye, have you regained your senses? The doctor has cleared you for discharge. Pei Jingye innocently blinked. Sister, I did not deliberately inform your parents that I am your boyfriend. I merely feared they would not allow me to see you. I added you as a friend. Yet you have not responded. Why not accept? I am pursuing you. For a fleeting moment. Song Qingwan thought her ears had deceived her. Was the man who claimed to covet her sister's fiancé, after having his head struck with an ashtray, now professing his desire to court her? Are you serious? Song Qingwan inquired. I fell for you at first sight, Pei Jingye replied, his demeanor unaffected. Song Qingwan nodded slightly, acknowledging her considerable allure. Indeed, I am not lacking in admirers, especially since I am already in a relationship. Being of the same ilk, she could easily discern that Pei Jingye intended to evoke her affections solely to exact revenge on her. She had no inclination to engage with him at that moment. Sister, I am 6 years younger than Su Yao, possessing better physical attributes. You may consider me a backup. I assure you, I will not disclose our relationship in his presence. The muscles at the corner of Song Qingwan's mouth twitched. She truly wished to record Pei Jingye's words for Su Yao to hear. We share no relationship. Do not falsely connect us. Go back to where you came from. Song Qingwan's voice turned icy, issuing an eviction notice. Current relations may be inconsequential, but future ones could prove significant, Pei Jingye replied with a playful grin. He was unconvinced that he could not surpass Su Yao. Once he won her heart, he would ensure she understood the harsh realities of life. Return to the doctor. I suspect a misdiagnosis may have occurred, allowing a patient who should be in psychiatric care to be released. Pei Jingye, was it not said that Song Qingwan was gentle and kind? Why did he not perceive any of that? She was evidently ruthless and sharp-tongued. Pei Jingye shrank his neck, sensing a dull ache at the back of his head. Sister, I shall see you tomorrow morning. I will accompany you to work. Pei Jingye cheerfully waved farewell to Song Qingwan. Upon arriving home, Song Qingwan promptly instructed the butler to prevent Pei Jingye from entering again. In the morning, as Song Qingwan stepped out of the villa, she spotted Pei Jingye waving at her from the front yard. Lu Ma, who allowed him in? Lu Ma chuckled awkwardly. He slipped in while we were distracted as Mr. departed. Pei Jingye, with his thick skin, was not easily dismissed. Sister, I have brought you breakfast. Pei Jing, with an air of familiarity, approached Song Qingwan, raising the bag in his hand. Poisoning is a crime. Song Qingwan, unfazed, walked towards her car, where the driver had already opened the rear door. She gracefully took her seat. Come back tomorrow. Come back for what? The young man suddenly leaned closer, his face merely inches from hers. A brilliant smile gracing his lips, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Who invited you to sit here? Song Qingwan furrowed her brows. There were many pursuing her. And Pei Jing, with his audacity, was the most shameless of them all. If my sister doesn't wish to ride in my car, then I must ride in hers. Pei Jing shrugged innocently. Chapter 79. Humility within the confines of the Shin Corporation's conference room. Jiangsu found herself momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the documents before her. Ever since that fateful encounter with Lin Zhou, his visage had become an incessant presence in her mind. Su, what troubles you? The voice of Shin Wenjiu drew Jiangsu back to reality. She forced a smile, albeit a strained one, and replied, Nothing. Why have you returned now? Noticing Jiangsu's distracted demeanor, Shin Wenjia expressed concern. Didn't I mention I would come back to finalize the contract? After all, Mr. Shang entrusted me with such a significant project. I cannot neglect Miss Song. Are you truly all right? Shin Wenjie asked again. Jiangsu shook her head. Is it that you've been overworked lately? He pulled her into an embrace, gently patting her back. I understand your dedication to your career, but you must also take care of your health, all right? Shin Wenjie sighed, knowing all too well Jiangsu's strong sense of pride. Since her entry into the company, she had faced whispers of favoritism due to their relationship. Accusations that she relied on a man to make her way. Jiangsu had joined the company at his suggestion. He wished for her to become acquainted with the workings of Shin Corporation, for she was, after all, the lady of the Shin family and could not remain oblivious to the affairs of the conglomerate. Consequently, she poured herself into her work, often toiling late into the night, ensuring that every project she handled was executed to perfection. At times, he found himself regretting his decision to bring her into the company. I know my limits. I want to overexert myself. Jiangsu hesitated but then wrapped her arms around Shin Wenjie's waist. As he slid his hand down to grasp hers, his expression suddenly shifted. He lifted her hand to reveal the absence of a ring on her fourth finger. Where's your ring? Jiangsu's body tensed momentarily before she forced a smile. I was in a rush this morning and took it off to apply hand cream, forgetting to put it back on. What is the big deal? Are you upset with me for forgetting to wear it for a day? She playfully tugged at Shin Wenjie's shirt. I'll wear it once we finish signing the contract. It won't happen again. As the conference room door swung open, Song Qingwan overheard his gentle yet exasperated response. She peered into the room, astonished. Was this truly the aloof and courteous Shin Wenjie she had known? Mr. Shin, Secretary Jiang. Miss Song is here, the assistant announced, unfazed by the scene. Shin Wenjie appeared to be aloof but was, in truth, quite affectionate. This was not the first time the assistant had encountered such a sight. Song Qingwan greeted them with a smile, retrieving a folder from her bag and placing it before them. The terms of the contract have already been confirmed with Secretary Jiang. Mr. Shin, please take a moment to verify. Since Su has confirmed, there should be no issues. Just sign here, Shin Wenjie replied, swiftly inscribing his name with a flourish. Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow. If her memory served her correctly, Shin Wenjie was known for his meticulousness and a keen focus on profit. Yet here he was, claiming that Jiang Su's verification sufficed. It seemed that the phenomenon of love-struck logic only flourished in the presence of the right person. Upon concluding the contract, Jiangsu offered to escort Song Qingwan downstairs, but she declined, noting that Shin Wenjie's gaze was firmly fixed on Jiangsu, and she did not wish to impose. Although Shin Wenjie was a resource allocated to her by Shang Jingyu, his kindness towards her was undoubtedly influenced by his regard for Shang Jingyu. However, what she truly desires is not this. She seeks a long-term partnership. Even without the business backdrop, Shin Wenjie will continue to treat her with politeness. Sister. The young man leaned against her car, smiling and waving at her, instantly diminishing Song Qingwan's good mood. Paging it truly is relentless. I do not lack a driver. I can go back and forth from wherever, Song Qingwan said sharply, pulling Pei Jingye away from her vehicle. Sister, here are the flowers I brought for you. Pei Jingye suddenly produced a bouquet of pink lychee from seemingly thin air, presenting it to Song Qingwan. She felt a headache coming on. Did he truly believe such juvenile methods of courtship would deceive an innocent girl? Pei Jingye, have you ever been in love? Song Qingwan crossed her arms, regarding him with a wry smile. A flicker of discomfort crossed Pei Jingye's eyes. What was so great about love? Women are incredibly troublesome. So the fact that Song Qingwan could stir his desires was, in his view, one of the world's greatest unsolved mysteries. Sister, I choose not to pursue romance just to wait for you to appear, Pei Jingye lied, his face betraying no signs of deceit. Suddenly, Song Qingwan leaned closer, her crimson lips mere inches away, causing Pei Jingye's breath to falter and his heart to race. He began to question whether he was suffering from a heart condition, as his heartbeat accelerated solely due to her proximity. Then allow me to treat you to dinner as a reward. Song Qingwan beamed brightly. A sense of foreboding arose within Pei Jingye, yet he still entered the vehicle. The car halted at Buyuan Bay, and he belatedly realized where Song Qingwan had brought him. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by that scoundrel Su Yao? Pei Jingye reclined against the seat, suddenly finding the situation intriguing. It would be delightful if Su Yu believed they were together, infuriating that unfaithful man. He should be arriving shortly. Don't you wish to pursue me? Perhaps you should consult his opinion first. If he agrees to let you be his mistress, then I shall acquiesce. What? Pei Jingye raised his voice, incredulous as he gazed at Song Qingwan. Had she lost her mind? What do you mean by mistress or maid? The sound of an approaching car engine grew louder, and the sight of the nanny vehicle in the rearview mirror sent Pei Jingye's heart racing. He suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Sister, we live in a monogamous society now. Indeed, Song Qingwan nodded. It is monogamous, yet one can have multiple boyfriends, Song Qingwan declared with utmost seriousness, causing Pei Jingye's expression to twist in frustration, nearly prompting Song Qingwan to burst into laughter. Did he think such feeble tricks could deceive her emotions? Wan Wan. The car window lowered, and Su Yao's voice penetrated the air. Upon seeing Pei Jingye inside the car, his expression darkened. Who permitted you to seek her out? Song Qingwan replied with a smile, young Master Pei wishes to befriend you. Su Yu was taken aback. Song Qingwan continued. He claims to have fallen for me at first sight. Su Yao's face darkened further. Pei Jingye, has your mind gone awry? He opened the driver's door and pulled Song Qingwan out of the car, addressing Pei Jingye inside. Even if we were to break up, I would never marry your sister. Su Yu. Upon hearing her sister being disparaged in such a manner, Pei Jing clenched his fists. You go in first. I wish to speak with him for a moment. Song Qingwan gently nudged Su Yao, who was reluctant to allow Song Qingwan to be alone with Pei Jing. Be good. Listen, she said, patting Su Yao's head, to which he instinctively responded with a quiet acknowledgement. It did not take long for him to realize that Song Qingwan's tone was akin to that used to coax a dog. He felt quite bewitched, as he found himself obediently following her every word. Yao Gu, I will come to pick you up at 10 tonight, Xiaoqin called out to Su Yao. Are you a chatterbox? I've already stated it thrice. Do you think I would forget? Xiaoqin retorted, slightly sulking. It was as if he was pursuing Miss Song. Why should he suffer collateral damage? Chapter 80, let us break up. What does my sister want to say to me? Pei Jingye stood with his hands in his pockets, his voice laced with ambiguity as he leaned closer to Song Qingwan. The smile on her face had faded, and she spoke with earnestness. Your actions will only embarrass your sister. For a fleeting moment, Pei Jingye appeared taken aback. Defensively, he retorted, what does my pursuit of you have to do with my sister? Do you honestly believe I am chasing you because of her? Indeed. Song Qingwan directly pierced through Pei Jingye's thoughts. Do you genuinely wish for Su Yao to marry your sister? He does not love her. In fact, he finds her quite distasteful. Upon discovering he had a girlfriend, your sister informed your parents of her desire to annul the engagement, understanding that marrying someone who harbors disdain would lead to a life of misery. Just imagine, if your sister were to wed Su Yao. Her married life would mirror that of Su Yuan. How dare he? The smile vanished from Pei Jingye's face, his voice heavy with gravity. Should his sister endure mistreatment akin to Su Yuan's, he would not let the perpetrator escape unscathed. He had never truly considered Su Yao marrying his sister. He merely resented the disdain his sister faced from him. You know very well that Su Yu wouldn't dare. If you continue to pester me, he will hold your sister accountable for everything. Furthermore, Song Qingwan smirked. Your family's hopes of returning to Haicheng for business are futile. At this, Pei Jingye's expression darkened further. Following the bankruptcy of their newly established firm, they had encountered numerous obstacles in business. An acquaintance had discreetly informed them that Shang Jingyu had made it clear he would not engage in business with any company affiliated with theirs. Were it not for Uncle Su's assistance, they might soon find themselves abroad once again. Your sister has approached me yet again, bearing that antique pearl and amethyst necklace. Pei Jingye's complexion shifted dramatically. That necklace was his sister's most cherished possession, an antique rarity she had never been willing to wear, preserving it for collection. She mentioned that you have been spoiled by your family and advised me not to hold your actions against you, promising to discipline you in the future. Had it not been for your sister's sincerity, I would not have exercised such patience in speaking with you. Now, return home and do not seek me out again. With that, Song Qingwan turned and entered the villa. Pei Jingye stood rooted in place, staring blankly at Song Qingwan's retreating figure until the chilling wind snapped him back to reality. His heart ached profoundly. His sister had approached Song Qingwan twice on his behalf, and she had never endured such indignity in her life. As the door swung open, she was abruptly pulled into the cold embrace of Su Yao. Su Shi began to speak, but he silenced her with a kiss. Leaning against the door, her hands captured, she closed her eyes and ultimately reciprocated the kiss. Wan. His hoarse voice, mingled with warm breaths, lingered near her ear, causing Song Qingwan to instinctively shrink back. Each time she shared an intimate moment with Su Yao, she could sense his overwhelming desire, and she was uncertain how much longer she could evade it. When a buzzing sound emanated from Su Yao's pocket, Song Qingwan exhaled in relief. Your phone, she said, hastily pushing him away. Su Yao gently lifted her into his arms and carried her into the living room. Unwilling to engage further, he placed her on the sofa and leaned in for a kiss. His phone vibrated incessantly. After a considerable time had elapsed, and as Song Qingwan's cheeks flushed crimson, Su Yao finally retrieved his phone. He glanced at the incoming call notification, his displeasure evident. If there were no significant matters at hand, he would surely dismiss Xiaoqin from his team. The endless phone calls were exasperating. Yao Ge. The recording scheduled for 10 o'clock tonight. You need not attend, came Xiaoqin's hesitant voice from the other end. Su Yao instinctively frowned. The program was intended to promote his new song. How could one simply choose not to go? although he was not particularly fond of such variety shows. The abrupt cancellation was undeniably peculiar. Your song may be postponed for release, Xiaoqin continued. Su Yao's brow furrowed deeply as he rose from beside Song Qingruan, his tone turning grave. Is the next step for the company to withdraw my endorsements and leave me in obscurity? With his words, silence enveloped the other end of the line. Xiaoqin, too, felt a surge of frustration, having finally aligned with a burgeoning star. Now Suyo faced the threat of being sidelined, which would inevitably lead to the hiring of another artist. I heard someone approach the big boss, but I cannot ascertain the truth of this, Xiaoqin added. Suyu swiftly recalled the words spoken by his mother when she departed that day. His arrogance in the industry was not newfound, and he had many connections. Yet, for the company to forsake him, their golden goose, it could only be due to intervention from his family. Is everything all right? A gentle voice penetrated his thoughts, accompanied by a reassuring hand grasping his own. Su Yao suppressed the fury within him and settled beside Song Qingruan. My parents have blacklisted me. What? Song Qingruan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could there be some misunderstanding? You should talk to your uncle and aunt. Don't let any rifts develop. Though she spoke those words, she understood all too well that the situation was likely intertwined with the Su family's influence. The more Su's mother detested her, the better it was for her. With a character like Su Yao, who was more pliable than obstinate, the Su family's actions to blacklist him in the entertainment industry essentially severed the familial ties with him. Shortly after Suyu dialed, his mother answered. When are you going to come to your senses and return to work? Her voice echoed through the receiver. She was well aware of the reason behind his call. Had it not been for her threat to cut off his financial support, she might have almost forgotten how much her son earned in the entertainment realm. She did not intend to genuinely interfere with her younger son's career, although she believed the industry was frivolous, with the elder son set to inherit the family business. Having the younger son in entertainment seemed a more favorable option. Mom, I've never relied on the family to enter the entertainment industry. Sia lowered his voice, striving to suppress his anger. He cherished his profession and could not accept that his parents would destroy the fruits of his labor simply because he refused to marry someone they had arranged for him. Had you not been born into the Su family, and we not provided you with opportunities others lacked, could you have navigated the entertainment industry so smoothly? Ayo, having enjoyed the conditions provided by the Su family, must also consider their interests. As long as you swiftly part ways with that woman, Song Qingruan, your mother will not pressure you into marrying Yunan. You may choose another heiress you prefer. Only Song Qingruan is unacceptable. The Pei family has already approached us twice to propose the dissolution of the engagement. Although she harbors feelings for Pei Yunan, she understands the futility of the situation. She can accept a son marrying someone of slightly lesser status, but she cannot tolerate Song Qingruan. I am determined to marry her. Su Yao declared each word with conviction. After speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone, his chest heaving with agitation. Please do not be upset with Andy. She only wishes the best for you. If others were to discover our relationship, it would certainly become a topic of gossip. Song Qingruan tugged at Su Yao's sleeve, her expression a picture of innocent sorrow. In truth, I have been quite happy being with you, and I am aware that there can be no future for us. A tear slipped from the corner of Song Qingruan's eye as she turned away, softly uttering, let us break up. Chapter 81. Amnesia. Su Yao clicked his tongue lightly. Are you truly considering breaking up over such a trivial challenge? My mother's perspective is hers alone. My own convictions shall not waver because of them. Now, please stop crying. He gently turned Song Qingruan's body towards him. Even if I lose my job, I have enough savings to support you. Su Yao, unusually patient, observed Song Qingruan. Her kind-hearted nature often led her to prioritize others, particularly her family. Her mother resorted to extreme measures to coerce her into ending their relationship. Yet, to spare him from discomfort, she proposed the breakup herself. What will you do if you can no longer sing or act, given your passion for performing? Song Qingruan buried her face in Su Yao's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Holding her close, Su Yu gazed toward the backyard, understanding his parents well. If he refused to part ways, it was likely that his future in the entertainment industry would be irrevocably compromised, making it challenging to pursue any other career. However, he was reluctant to end their relationship. Whether out of defiance against his parents or a simple desire to remain together, he could not articulate. Gently, he patted Song Qingruan's back to provide solace. Yet, hidden within her tears, a glimmer of triumph sparkled in her eyes. Wang Ruozhen's actions had undeniably pushed Su Yao closer to her. It appeared that the next step could soon be taken. Miss Jiang, are you here for a bite as well? Lin Zhou was taken aback when he encountered Jiang Su at a roadside barbecue stall. The last time he had escorted Jiang Su home, her residence had been extravagantly opulent. He never anticipated that someone of her wealth would indulge in street food. Join me. I've ordered quite a bit. Jiangsu quashed the tumult of emotions within her and flashed a smile at Lin Zhou. She had intentionally come here to wait for him. In the past, she and Zhou Rang relished evenings spent at roadside barbecues, accompanied by a few bottles of beer, engaging in deep conversations about life and dreams. She was betting that Lin Zhou would arrive, or perhaps Zhou Rang would, uncertain of what had transpired with Zhou Rang and why he no longer remembered her. She harbored a strong intuition that the man before her was indeed Zhou Rang. Lin Zhou contemplated declining, but Jiangsu spoke first. I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for the last time you helped me and my friend home. If you refuse, I would feel quite embarrassed. With that, Lin Zhou sat down across from her. Then, I shall graciously accept your invitation. A radiant smile illuminated Lin Zhou's handsome face. Your home seems quite distant from here. He noted. Jiangsu replied, my workplace is nearby. I wanted to unwind after a day's labor. Last time your friend was so inebriated. I hope you're not planning to follow suit today? Lin Zhou teased. Isn't it fortunate that you are here? If I were to get drunk, I would have someone to ensure my safe return. Jiangsu rested her chin on her hand, smiling sweetly. Lin Zhou paused, momentarily taken aback. He realized he had been rather superficial. Ever since escorting Jiangsu home, her image had lingered in his mind. He understood that they belonged to different worlds and dared not entertain excessive thoughts. Were you ever like this before? He inquired. Allowing unfamiliar men to escort you home while intoxicated? Only then did Lin Zhou recognize that his words might have been slightly offensive. He quickly added, I apologize. That was not my intention. I merely meant to suggest that it may not be safe. I strive to uphold integrity, but not everyone shares the same values. Especially with such a beautiful face, if Jiangsu were to encounter someone with ulterior motives. He hastily attempted to explain himself, which made Jiangsu find it amusing. She understood what kind of person Zhou Rang was. He had harbored a dream of becoming a police officer since childhood. Thus always brimming with a sense of justice, being warm-hearted towards both acquaintances and strangers alike. Jiangsu's laughter silenced Lin Zhou. Had he perhaps spoken too much, causing others to feel discomfort? He was not one to be overly concerned with the opinions of others, yet he inexplicably wished to avoid inciting any aversion from Jiangsu. I have a keen eye for people. That day, I could tell at a glance that you are an upright individual, one who would not take advantage of others' misfortunes. However, not just anyone can receive my gifts. Jiangsu's voice was low, imbued with a hint of ambiguity. Lin Zhou felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Do not place too much trust in strangers. You took me home, and today I treated you to barbecue and drinks. That hardly qualifies us as strangers, does it? Jiangsu tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with radiant laughter. As Lin Zhou met her gaze, his heart raced. Yet, after a mere 2 seconds, he hurriedly averted his eyes. Jiangsu stared intently at the person across from her. The sensation was both familiar and foreign. The familiarity lay in the person opposite her, while the strangeness stemmed from the considerable distance in their current relationship. Before they broke through that invisible barrier, she had shared a close bond with Zhou Rang, always attending school together, completing homework together, and visiting the library together. But that was inconsequential. As long as he returned, everything would improve. Presently, her most pressing concern was Shen Wenjie. He was Zhou Rang's elder brother, and their divorce would undoubtedly meet with opposition should she and Zhou Rang become involved. However, she had no way of knowing if Zhou Rang would lead a quiet life with Shen Wenjie after returning. Regardless, Zhou Rang would always be her first choice. Even if Shen Wenjie resembled Zhou Rang, he was ultimately not Zhou Rang. Did you grow up in Yun City? I've heard that there are many unique delicacies there. I would love to visit if I get the chance. Sure, I can recommend a few places for you. Lin Zhou paused before continuing. I am not certain if I grew up in Yun City. I was rescued by my parents by the river 4 years ago, and when I awoke, I had no recollection of my past. However, I was injured in Yun City, so I suppose I am a Yun City person. Bang, Jiangsu's hands trembled slightly, and a disposable cup filled with water toppled over inadvertently. Are you all right? Lin Zhou, concerned, reached out to take Jiangsu's hand and check. He felt her sleeve, finding no dampness, and sighed in relief. This instinctively familiar reaction caused Jiangsu's eyes to gradually redden. Zhou Rang always made a fuss over her, worrying that she might catch a chill if she spilled a cup of ice water in summer. I'm fine. Jiangsu shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. 7 years ago, Zhou Rang had gone on a mission and was rescued 3 years later after being injured. She could only wonder what kind of suffering he endured during those 3 years that led him to choose to forget his previous memories. Rather than allowing Zhou Rang to endure the pain of remembering the past, she wished for him to live happily as Lin Zhou. Zhou Rang had once said that no matter how much things changed, as long as she appeared, he would surely fall in love with her once again. She believed him. Did you get burned? Upon seeing Jiangsu with reddened eyes, Lin Zhou's heart sank, prompting him to spring to his feet. Let's head to the hospital, he exclaimed. It's nothing serious, Jiangsu replied with a chuckle, just the strong wind that caused some sand to get in my eyes, and this water is cold, not scalding. Lin Zhou felt a tad embarrassed, scratching his head, realizing he had perhaps overreacted. Zhou Ge, a charming voice chimed in from the side. Both turned to see Meng Jiao, her hands tucked casually into her jacket pockets. However, the smile on Meng Jiao's face faltered as Jiangsu turned to look. Are you two on a date? Chapter 82. Did the ex come here? Last time. Jiangsu sensed Meng Jiao's feelings for Zhou Rang. She wore a smile, neither denying nor confirming it. Lin Zhou, inexplicably, also refrained from denial and instead inquired how Meng Jiao had come out, wondering if she was there to buy barbecue. Meng Jiao was the daughter of their neighbor, who had been exceedingly warm-hearted since they moved in, and she was still attending university. He had always regarded Meng Jiao as a younger sister, tending to her with a certain care. Zhou Ge, didn't you say you wouldn't engage in romantic relationships? That you are a proponent of solitude? Meng Jiao bit her lip, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Lin Zhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The reason he claimed to be a proponent of solitude stemmed from his inability to recall past events. He was uncertain whether he had a lover or children before his memory loss. Until his recollections returned, he could not assume responsibility for any girl. Who are you? Just then, Song Qingruan, having just descended the stairs, heard a loud bang as several men in black emerged from the entrance, their demeanor menacing. We're here to reclaim the property. This was purchased by Mr. Su, and it is no longer available for young Master Su. Song Qingruan raised an eyebrow. Sensing trouble was brewing. Xiao's been living here. Why the sudden change? As she spoke, a realization washed over her, and her legs weakened, nearly causing her to stumble. In the next moment, her waist was encircled. Su Yu. She looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su Yao gently caressed her delicate face. It's not as if this is the only place to stay. Come help me pack. He was too weary to say more. His mother sought to reclaim the property as if it could coerce him into submission at the age of 28. All right. Song Qingruan nodded, her voice slightly nasal. It seems Uncle and Aunt are genuinely upset. Shall I accompany you to the Su family and apologize? They wouldn't understand. An apology would only lead to further scolding. Song Qingruan lowered her gaze, tightly grasping Su Yao's arm. I will always stand by your side, whether you are affluent or not. I can earn money to support you. Her gentle yet resolute words reached Su Yao's ears, causing him to pause and gaze at her, warmth emanating from his eyes. Do you wish to keep me as a trophy husband? Song Qingruan shook her head, her hair slightly disheveled, giving her a somewhat dazed appearance. Xiao felt a stir in his heart and leaned down to kiss her. To be so resolutely chosen felt like a first in his 28 years. At home, he was often the one most easily overlooked, overshadowed by his older brother who bore all of their parents' expectations. While his younger sister received universal affection from the moment she was born, only he, the second son, had grown up hearing, learn from your brother. Take good care of your sister. He certainly cared for his sister, but being merely 2 years her senior, he too craved love, unwavering love. Unexpectedly, he found that love not within his family but in Song Qingruan. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Yuan sat on the living room sofa, furrowing her brow. Mother, are you truly going to reclaim the house where my second brother lives? Mother, Song Qingruan is not as bad as you think. She shares a mutual affection with my second brother. Sha Yuan began, but was interrupted by Wang Ruozhen, who asserted, I have a keen eye for people. She is not someone to be underestimated, and I will never agree to your brother being with her. She then turned her gaze to her eldest son. Do not provide any private assistance to your brother. All his jobs are terminated, and reclaim all his possessions, including the car and house. Su Nanxiao hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. He too was curious to see if his brother, stripped of all possessions, would still have Song Qingruan by his side. Come in, Song Qingruan called out to Su Yao, extending her hand from the entrance. The man placed his large hand over hers and stepped forward, lifting her into his arms. Are you truly letting me stay here? Aren't you afraid your family will find out? They will know sooner or later if we are discovered. So be it, Song Qingruan replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. As she wrapped her arms around Su Yao's neck, he carried her inside. Relieved that she had hidden Su Huairan's belongings during the last visit from Shangjingyu, It would have been more difficult to explain had Su Yao seen them. Has your ex been here? Su Yao suddenly asked, causing Song Qingruan to tense up. Why yes, he has. The grip around her waist tightened suddenly, and upon looking up, she saw Su Yao's face filled with displeasure. Song Qingruan, with her eyes sparkling, leaned closer to him. You're jealous. No, I'm not, Su Yao retorted, turning his head away stubbornly. You are jealous. She cradled his face gently, turning it back to her. Even an ex should provoke some jealousy, right? She teased, her tone playful. I don't have an ex, Su Yao insisted, his voice rigid. Song Qingruan chuckled softly. Then should you find one? I can wait for you. Su Yao's expression darkened. Song Qingruan, do you even love me? How could you suggest I seek another woman? I'm just worried about your feelings, she said with a smile, nuzzling against his neck, her warm lips brushing against his earlobe. Su Yao's body stiffened as long-suppressed desires surged forth, enveloping him from all sides. Feeling the sudden rise in his temperature as Song Qingruan held his hand startled her. Are you hungry? I can cook, she suggested, attempting to rise. But he pressed her back down, followed by a fervent kiss. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. She had a feeling she couldn't escape today. Indeed. Her fears were confirmed as tears slipped from her eyes, and Su Yao's brow furrowed in concern. Did I hurt you? No, I just love you too much. Song Qingruan whispered softly. Although she denied it, Su Yao sensed that she was merely considering his pride. I'm sorry, I lack experience. The once arrogant second son of the Su family felt a pang of guilt for making Song Qingruan cry. I will learn diligently and ensure I don't hurt you next time. His earnest promise brought a smile to Song Qingruan's face. She truly hadn't been hurt. Fortunately, he lacked experience. Had he been skilled, her predicament would have been far worse. If you're uncomfortable, please tell me. Su Yao gently pressed a kiss on Song Qingruan's forehead, his voice tender enough to evoke tears. Song Qingruan nodded, contemplating that the reciprocation she received was indeed delightful. It was evident that Su Yao's feelings for her had intensified since their union. As the night progressed, Su Yao rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the peaceful figure beside him, his heart softening in an overwhelming wave of affection. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend why one would risk familial discord for a woman, but now he understood that when one encounters a true love, it is impossible to forsake it due to mere words from parents. While contemplating their deep connection, he realized that, aside from her, he could envision no one else. The thought of her beside another was unfathomable to him. He had fallen in love with Song Qingruan, and unbeknownst to him, his heart had already succumbed to her charm long before he acknowledged it. Chapter 83. Brother, why are you calling Ron so late? The phone, having fallen to the floor, vibrated incessantly. Su Yao, wary of waking Song Qingruan, hurriedly got out of bed to retrieve it. Glancing at the contact name, he frowned. Ron. As soon as the call connected, Su Nanxiao's voice resonated through the receiver. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Su Yao's frown deepened. He cast a glance at the still sleeping Song Qingruan and questioned, Brother, why are you calling Ron at this hour? Are you trying to coerce her into initiating a breakup? Surprised by his brother's presence, Su Nanxiao's expression soured upon realizing they were together. You are staying at her place? Brother, you reclaimed all my properties and vehicles. Where else am I supposed to reside if not at Ruan's? Su Yao raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased. He felt grateful to them. Had they not taken back his assets, he would not have had the opportunity to live in Song Qingruan's home. Nor would they have advanced to this new phase so swiftly. Don't you have any money? Su Nanxiao's voice dripped with barely restrained frustration. He had merely disabled his brother's supplementary card. Su Yao had earned quite a fortune in the entertainment industry over the years. You truly cannot find a place to stay? Brother, why are you upset? Wan is my girlfriend. Does our cohabitation inconvenience you? Su Yao clicked his tongue. Indeed, you and our parents wish to separate us. Yet you did not anticipate that Wan is not the type of woman who values wealth above all else. As he spoke, he strolled towards the balcony. After closing the balcony door, he continued, Brother, Wan said it doesn't matter if I am short on funds. She can earn enough to support me. We will not only remain together, but will also marry in the future. You should persuade our parents to abandon their hopes. From now on, refrain from bothering Wan. She will not consent to a breakup. Meanwhile, in Su Nanxiao's office, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the vibrant, towering buildings below. Why must it be my brother? Song Qingruan sat at her desk, engrossed in the script before her. Recently, she had secured 2 major projects in quick succession, leaving her overwhelmed and without time to join the filming crew. Clearly, the matters of the company took precedence. Eventually, she closed the script and sent a message to Shang Jingyu. Half an hour later, Su Yuan, lounging in bed, received a call from her manager. Xiao Yuan. The director of that grand production has called again. He mentioned that Song Qingruan did not answer, and he has invited you to take on the leading role. Xiao Yuan replied dryly, okay. After hanging up, she glanced at the messages from an hour earlier, sent by Song Qingruan. I'm sorry, Xiao Yuan. I had no idea that a Jing would offer me that role. It is undoubtedly yours, and I would never usurp it. I have already informed him, and he will clarify it with the director. Your acting skills are exceptional. I know you will only continue to improve. Recently, Xiao Yuan had found herself mired in scandal, compounded by Shang Jingyu's deliberate suppression, rendering her unable to secure any roles. She never anticipated that Song Qingruan would come to her aid. How different things had been before. Xiao Yuan, it's time to eat. The voice of Su Nanxiao pulled Su Yuan back from her thoughts. She looked up and said, Brother, let us help second brother. His relationship with Song Qingruan is so good, we should not act against their love. Su Nanxiao paused. What made you suddenly want to assist them? I thought you disliked Song Qingruan? Not at all. I think she is quite nice. I regret what happened in the past, and I wish to make amends. Su Nanxiao's tone grew somber. Let us eat. We cannot interfere with decisions made by our parents. Brother, our parents value your opinions the most. If you persuade them, they will definitely relent. Su Yuan rose and hurried to catch up with Su Nanxiao. It's futile. Su Nanxiao's voice turned cold. Neither I nor our parents will agree to Song Qingruan being with Ayel. Why not? Second brother has always been uncontrollable. Yet with Song Qingruan, he has calmed down. He must truly care for her to be willing to be guided. Brother, Song Qingruan is not as bad as you think. Please, help them. Su Yuan tugged at Su Nanxiao's sleeve, attempting to act charmingly. It had been years since she had last done so in the past. Both her brothers would indulge her whims. However, unexpectedly, her hand was forcefully shaken off, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. She looked up at Su Nanxiao in disbelief. Brother. Su Nanxiao closed his eyes briefly, suppressing his anger, and bent down to help his sister up. I apologize. I was in the wrong just now. However, my stance remains unchanged. I do not approve of Yao dating Song Qingruan. Su Yuan rubbed her sore bottom, utterly perplexed by her brother's intense animosity towards Song Qingruan. President Qing, Song Qingruan greeted as she entered the banquet hall, shaking hands with Qing Huigan. All the prominent figures from various industries would be present at today's gathering, and she had been invited by Qing Huigan. Cheng Nua had made a rather astute move. Mrs. Chung frequently arranged afternoon outings or shopping trips, leading many to speculate that she might soon marry into the Chung family. Her work during this period had also progressed smoothly. Anua is also here, hiding out on the terrace drinking. Please try to persuade him. Qing Huigan said with a smile, clinking glasses with Song Qingruan. How can he be out on the terrace in such cold weather? Cheng Huigan sighed. Our parents want me to introduce him to some business partners, but you know he has no interest in business at all. Song Qingruan nodded in understanding. She was somewhat familiar with Cheng Nua and could see that he was genuinely passionate about acting. Families like theirs often look down on the entertainment industry to some extent. After exchanging a few words with Qing Huigan, she went to find Cheng Nua, the brother of her benefactor, whom she could not neglect. Why are you drinking alone out here? Aren't you cold? Cheng Nua turned at the sound of her voice. It's too stuffy inside. I'd rather endure the cold wind than face all those insincere faces. By the way, I heard you turned down Daijia. The production team is quite impressive. Song Qingruan smiled faintly. Now that I've joined the company, work is too demanding, and I cannot spare time for anything else. Initially, this drama was closely associated with Su Yuan, and I have no desire to usurp another's opportunity. Cheng Nua's gaze was laden with complexity. Although she had previously been deprived of her own chance by Su Yuan, she now hesitated to claim what belonged to her. Wan, this is not about usurpation. When a more suitable actor is available, the director will undoubtedly opt for the more fitting choice. This drama is adapted from a novel where the female protagonist is depicted as delicate in appearance yet possesses an indomitable and resilient spirit, making Song Qingruan an ideal fit. My parents are aging, and I wish to alleviate some of their burdens. Under the soft glow of the lights, the woman's exquisite face bore a gentle smile, while the cold wind tousled the loose strands of hair at her temple, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. Cheng Nua found himself momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, he realized that Song Qingruan was still clad in an off-shoulder gown, prompting him to remove his coat and drape it over her shoulders. Thank you. What are you two doing? A dark voice resonated from the entrance of the terrace. And as Song Qingruan turned, she was met with the displeased countenance of Su Yao. Chapter 84. Shall we marry? How did you get here? Song Qingwan approached Su Yao and linked her arm through his. The coat draped over her shoulders appeared particularly striking to Su Yao. Am I interrupting you? He asked. His voice cold, and his gaze unfriendly as it fell upon Cheng Nua. Cheng Nua was equally astonished. He was aware of Song Qingwan's relationship with Shang Jingyu, but he had not anticipated that she was involved with Su Yao. This revelation left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. It was you who said you would wait for me in the car. It's not as if I forbade you from coming up. Song Qingwan softened her tone. Su Yao was notoriously difficult to appease, and she felt tempted to turn the tables on him. Are you two quite familiar? Although Su Yao directed his question at Song Qingwan, his attention was fixed on Cheng Nua. Cheng Nua smiled slightly. We collaborated previously. Did you not know? Su Yu replied dismissively, I haven't the leisure to concern myself with her business associates. Cheng Nua raised an eyebrow. Then you seem rather indifferent to matters concerning Wan. Su Yao's expression darkened. He yanked the coat from Song Qingwan's shoulders and tossed it to Cheng Nua. Keep your own clothes. He then draped his own shawl over Song Qingwan and guided her away. Song Qingwan waved goodbye to Cheng Nua. Su Yao's brows knitted tightly. You dare to flirt with him in front of me? Song Qingwan chuckled. Su Yao, you're so jealous. I was merely engaging in normal social interaction. I'm currently collaborating with Chung Corporation, so I greeted President Chung first. He harbors ulterior motives towards you. You should pay him no mind. How could that be? Although Song Qingwan dismissed the notion, she was acutely aware of Cheng Nua's feelings for her. It seemed to her that men were all alike, unable to withstand even the slightest temptation, easily ensnared at a mere beckon. As winter approached, Su Yu became increasingly clingy. During this period, except for her work hours, he always insisted on bringing her along for outings. Su Yao's friends now teased him as the devoted boyfriend who could not bear to be apart from his girlfriend. Likewise, each morning before work, Song Qingwan would find herself entangled in his affections for an extended duration. You're going to be late. Stop it, she said, pushing away Su Yao, who still sought to kiss her. He spent his days resting at home and was full of energy at night, while she was buried in work, utterly exhausted. Just one hug to get you up. Song Qingwan was well aware of Su Yao's mischievous nature. She embraced him briefly. I must return home tonight. I probably won't come over for the next couple of days. 2 days. Su Yao's eyes widened. What will I do if you don't come? I haven't stayed at home for a long time. Today is New Year's Eve, and my brothers have returned. I can't leave. She paused momentarily. You should also visit uncle and aunt. They won't truly be angry with you. Not going, Su Yao replied, lying back down on the bed. His career felt as desolate as the winter itself. Although his savings were ample, the monotony of idleness was unbearable. Occasionally, his mother would call, immediately urging him to break up, but he had no intention of doing so. He was curious to see just how far his parents would go. I have gone to work, and there are dumplings in the refrigerator. If you do not wish to order takeout, you may boil them. Song Qingwan said to Su Yao while putting on her coat. Su Yao rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her intently. What if I miss you? You can contact me via phone. Song Qingwan waved her phone and then turned to leave. As she made her way to the underground parking lot, she discovered her car was blocked by someone who had carelessly parked their vehicle in front of hers. How inconsiderate. Song Qingwan rarely resorted to profanity. Who parks in the thoroughfare? As she approached, she noticed someone seemingly seated in the driver's seat, and she felt a slight relief. It would be a hassle to take a taxi if her car were obstructed. Could you please move your car? She tapped on the car window, and the person in the driver's seat looked up, causing her to swallow her words. The window rolled down, revealing the face of Su Nanxiao. Su Nanxiao, are you still half asleep this early in the morning? Why are you blocking my car on purpose? I'm giving you a ride, Su Nanxiao replied, swinging open the car door and walking over to the passenger side to open it for Song Qingwan, a smile on his face that brooked no argument. You seem to excel at this first act, then inform strategy. A faint smile lingered on Song Qingwan's lips as her voice remained calm, betraying none of her irritation. Ultimately, she climbed into the car. Speak plainly. You and Yao are not suited for each other, Su Nanxiao stated without hesitation. Song Qingwan tilted her head, watching him leisurely. Is saying you're not suited enough? We are quite happy together. This is merely temporary, as your Yao's career is at a standstill. In the future, when his feelings for you wane, he will harbor resentment. And who do you think is suitable for me? Song Qingwan replied languidly. Do you believe you are the best match for me? You cannot provide what I desire, so what gives you the notion that you are the most suitable? Su Nanxiao pressed his lips together. For years ago, it was Stao Yuan who wronged you, but she has since faced her due punishment. And then? Song Qingwan asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. What does that have to do with me? Her current state is due to Shang Jingyu's hatred for her, not my doing. You should be well aware of my lack of contact with Shang Jingyu during these 4 years abroad. Besides, Suyo likes me so much now. Even if I were to give you a chance, would you dare? Song Qingwan's eyes sparkled with mischief. You may attempt to see whether I dare or not. Then I must first seek your brother's opinion and ask if he permits you to pursue me. Song Qingwan's eyes glimmered with cunning. Suyo reclined on the sofa, watching his once favorite movie, yet feeling a lack of enthusiasm. He glanced at Song Qingwan's chat window every minute. An hour had passed without a reply. Suyo silently cursed her ungratefulness. She had forgotten him upon returning home. He adjusted himself into a comfortable position and poured himself a glass of red wine. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Su Yao inhaled sharply. Turning around, he met her smiling eyes, the glow of the screen illuminating her face as if casting a halo around her. What brings you back? Suyu exclaimed in surprise. On the eve of the little new year, concerned that you might feel lonely, Song Qingwan shook the food box in her hand. Bringing you a taste of the dishes prepared by my mother, inviting you to savor her culinary skills. Suyo felt a lump in his throat as he embraced Song Qingwan's waist. Wan, let us marry. In that fleeting moment when he turned to catch a glimpse of Song Qingwan, the thought of marriage surged within him with fervor. Even if he could no longer pursue his cherished career, he was unwilling to forego her. I refuse to acquiesce to your proposal, Song Qingwan playfully retorted. Just as Su Yao's heart began to sink, he heard her continue. Who proposes like this? No ring, no sense of ceremony, and you expect me to say yes? How delightful. A smile spread across Su Yao's face, his eyes gleaming with joy. I promise to give you an unforgettable proposal. Song Qingwan laughed, though her smile did not quite reach her eyes. She thought to herself that he too would likely find it unforgettable. Chapter 85. My brother fancies Song Qingwan. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, Song Qingwan invited Su Yuan to join her for a day of leisure. With Shang Jingyu currently abroad, Su Yuan initially hesitated to accept the invitation, but reflecting on the recent softening demeanor of Shang Jingyu's friends towards her, she ultimately decided to go. To her surprise, only Song Qingwan and Fu Jie were present. Fu Jie was lounging against Song Qingwan, perusing the menu. Sha Yuan, you've arrived. Would you like to drink? We've been deliberating for ages without reaching a decision, Fu Jie lamented to Su Yuan. Song Qingwan, who was not particularly fond of alcohol, was still fixated on those high-proof spirits, which was quite vexing. All right, let me take a look, Su Yuan replied, casting her gaze at the two nestled together. It struck her that, despite the brief span of less than half a year, the bond between Fu Jie and Song Qingwan seemed to surpass her own. She was well aware of Song Qingwan's amiable nature, which endeared her to everyone. Once the object of Shang Jingyu's affection, she now held the title of Su Yuan's closest friend and her second brother's interest. Recently, due to her brother's involvement with Song Qingwan, the atmosphere at home had grown increasingly tense. Even her occasional visits were overshadowed by this discomfort. Her older brother, needless to say, had hardly returned home, and their mother lamented his absence. Qingwan, why don't you come over to our house after dinner tomorrow? My parents have been insisting that I invite you. Your standing in their eyes is rivaling my own as their biological daughter, Su Yuan remarked, momentarily pausing. Song Qingwan gently tugged at Fu Jie's sleeve, realizing that her previous words may have sounded inappropriate to Su Yuan. She quickly added, Xiao Yuan, you should come too. My mom mentioned she hasn't seen you in ages. In truth, her mother had specifically instructed her not to invite Su Yuan, as her parents held a rather unfavorable view of the Su family, particularly regarding Su Yuan. However, having been friends with Su Yuan for many years, she felt it was unreasonable to sever ties over her parents' opinions. Sounds great. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, Fu Jie, feeling somewhat tipsy, excused herself to the restroom. Before leaving, she turned to Su Yuan and said, please keep an eye on Qingwan. She has a low tolerance for alcohol and shouldn't drink too much. Su Yuan reassured Fu Jie, confident in her own ability to handle her liquor. Even after consuming the same drinks, she remained unaffected. Miss, here is some hangover tea for Miss Song. A waiter in uniform presented a cup of tea to the table. Su Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, the allure of Song Qingwan was boundless. Even inebriated at a bar, she was treated with such care. Thank you, Su Yuan said, moving to sit beside Song Qingwan. You've had quite a bit to drink. Have some hangover tea. Song Qingwan blinked open her eyes, dazed, and took a sip from the cup she bit between her lips. After finishing the tea, she leaned back and fell asleep once more. Su Yuan let out a soft sigh, pondering whether to call her second brother for assistance when her phone rang. It was her manager. She stood up and stepped outside to take the call. 10 minutes later, a more sober Fu Jie returned from the restroom only to find that Song Qingwan and Su Yuan were missing. Did Song Qingwan go to the restroom? She asked. Noticing the absence of both, Su Yuan, having just returned, was surprised to see only Fu Jie. Has the hangover tea proven to be that effective? She wondered aloud. I didn't see her when I came back. A sense of foreboding surged within Fu Jie as she abruptly rose to her feet. I will check the restroom, she declared. In the adjacent alley, a faint sound of muffled cries for help echoed, a common occurrence in nightclubs, where bodies are often discovered. Yet, Su Nanxiao had always turned a blind eye to such matters. However, that voice's expression shifted abruptly as he strode into the alley, where a solitary street lamp emitted a dim white light. In the shadows, he discerned a woman pressed against the wall, struggling feebly. As if caught in a dance of reluctant submission, Su Nanxiao shut his eyes. He had been so engrossed in work that he momentarily mistook her for Song Qingwan. The resemblance was uncanny, and just as he was about to turn away, a faint voice reached his ears. Help me, Su Yao. Su Nanxiao's countenance darkened as he rushed forward, seizing the man pinning Song Qingwan and yanking him backward, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. The man cried out, Who are you to ruin my business? Song Qingwan slid down the wall, collapsing in a heap like a boneless creature. Wan? Su Nanxiao crouched before her, grasping her shoulders, only to discover her skin was alarmingly hot. I'm so hot, so very hot, she rasped, clutching his hand. Just wait a moment. He swiftly removed his tie and stood, but the man, realizing Su Nanxiao's intentions, fled in haste. Ultimately, Su Nanxiao refrained from pursuit, in her current state. He could not leave her behind. Wan, I shall take you to the hospital, he declared, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Who possessed the audacity to drug Song Qingwan? Su Nanxiao, I'm so hot. Please help me, she implored, her lips brushing against his neck and collarbone with an unsettling fervor. He was no paragon of virtue. For 30 years, his affections had been exclusively for Song Qingwan, yet an insurmountable distance lay between them, denying him even the chance to pursue her. Now, as she languidly begged for assistance, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. Be still, he urged gently, placing her in the car. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he directed the driver to the hospital, who perceptively raised the partition. Su Nanxiao, I feel so unwell, Song Qingwan murmured, biting his lip as she pressed against him. If we truly go to the hospital, then this drug will have been for naught. We shall be there shortly. With a determined heart, Song Qingwan straddled Su Nanxiao's lap, contemplating whether he was incapable. Wan, he breathed, as she sweetly implored, I'm hot, help me. When her brother's name slipped from her lips, the last vestige of restraint within Su Nanxiao shattered. He could not help but think that once he and Song Qingwan crossed that threshold, his brother would no longer pursue her. He cared not for her past, only that her future belonged to him. That sufficed. With this resolve, Su Nanxiao surrendered to his desires and kissed Song Qingwan. As the heavy breaths faded gradually within the confines of the carriage, a voice broke the silence. Hey Yao, when exactly did you start harboring feelings for Song Qingwan? A friend playfully nudged Su Yao's arm. This year, Su Yu replied candidly. His friend clicked his tongue in disbelief. You're quite the tough nut to crack. If you only began to like her this year, why did you have your brother bring her things during his business trips over the past 2 years? 2 years ago? I'm utterly confused, Su Yu replied, bewildered. His friend thrust his phone in front of him, revealing a photo of Song Qingwan clad in a cashmere coat, adorned with a red scarf. Opposite her stood none other than his elder brother, dressed in a sleek black suit and coat. Today, a mutual acquaintance sent this to me, saying they heard you were dating Song Qingwan. He initially thought your brother was pursuing her, which had me in stitches, his friend chuckled, clutching his stomach, oblivious to the increasingly frozen expression on Su Yao's face. 2 years prior, he had no feelings for Song Qingwan, nor would he have ever asked his brother to check on her. The only plausible explanation was, his brother had feelings for Song Qingwan. Chapter 86. Caught in the act, a low murmur escaped from the woman's crimson lips, causing Su Nanxiao to pause momentarily. He pressed his hand over Song Qingwan's mouth, unwilling to hear his brother's name escape her lips any longer. Song Qingwan turned her head, breaking free from his grasp. Even without opening her eyes, she could sense the foul expression on Su Nanxiao's face as she continued to call out for his brother. Yet, he did not cease his actions. The effects of the drug she had taken were nearly worn off, but amidst the heavy breaths, she faintly heard the sound of a lock clicking. She wrapped her arms tightly around Su Nanxiao's neck, clinging to him. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, who had followed Su Yao into the living room, felt a twinge of concern. Big brother, is it all right for us to just walk into eldest brother's house like this? They had reviewed surveillance footage near the vicinity of Yeshi and discovered that Song Qingwan had been taken by eldest brother, prompting their visit. She suggested that they call eldest brother first, but Suyao had been in a low mood all day, and she had refrained from speaking during the journey. Xiaoyuan. Let's focus on finding Wanruan for now, Fu Jie interjected. She had invited Song Qingwan out, and if anything were to happen, she would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. What was that sound? Fu Jie suddenly heard a pain cry emanating from upstairs, her eyes widening in alarm. Is Su Nanxiao mistreating Wanruan? She anxiously attempted to ascend the stairs, only to be obstructed by Su Yao. You two stay down here, do not go up. He said coldly, his facial muscles taut. A sense of foreboding surged within Su Yuan. That sound she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. It was impossible. Eldest brother despised Song Qingwan and was not the sort to force himself upon a woman. Su Yao ascended to the second floor, heading towards Su Nanxiao's bedroom. The closer he approached, the louder the sounds became. He clenched his fists. The bedroom door was unlocked, and he hesitated, his hand hovering over the doorknob. The brother he admired and the girlfriend he cherished were within. If the situation were as he feared, he could not bear to contemplate it. No. The sultry voice penetrated the door, reaching Su Yao's ears. He recognized it instantly. It was the sound of her in passion, a sound he had heard every night spent with Song Qingwan. A loud bang at the entrance caused the two on the bed to freeze, their gazes shifting towards the door. Upon seeing his younger brother standing there, exuding an icy demeanor, Su Nanxiao surprisingly felt a sense of relief. He thought to himself, it was better for his brother to know now. He would find out sooner or later. He could not return Song Qingwan to his brother after having claimed her for himself. What are you doing? Su Yao glared at the couple entwined on the bed. Each word nearly spat from between clenched teeth. His beloved girlfriend lay beneath his elder brother, disheveled, her hair damp with sweat, amidst the chaos of the room. The used tissues and discarded condom in the trash bin served as stark reminders of the intensity that had transpired before his arrival. Su Yao? Song Qingwan looked at the figure in the doorway, confusion evident in her eyes. She stiffly turned her head to regard the man above her. Ah! Song Qingwan cried out, abruptly pushing the person off her. However, she was soon enveloped by the blanket that Su Nanxiao draped over her. Su Nanxiao, she is my girlfriend. Su Yao's voice was laced with fury. In his wrath, he failed to notice Song Qingwan's distress. Why must you target my girlfriend? Su halted by the bedside and delivered a punch to Su Nanxiao's face. Su Nanxiao did not evade, taking the blow squarely. The force was considerable, and blood quickly trickled from the corner of his mouth. Song Qingwan, come out. Su gritted his teeth. As long as she provided an explanation, he would believe her. Beneath the blanket, Song Qingwan's mouth was covered, and she struggled against Su Nanxiao's hand, wondering if he intended to suffocate her. Ah Yao, I liked her first. It has nothing to do with her. This was the sentence Su Yuan and Fu Jie heard as they hurried to the door. Well done, Su spat, storming off in anger. Second brother. Su Yuan anxiously watched her departing sibling, then turned back to her elder brother, who was seated on the bed, his chest marked with scratches. It was clear to her now. How could Song Qingwan possibly be involved with her elder brother? Wanruan, are you all right? Fu Jie rushed into the bedroom, her brow furrowing at the scent in the air. She dared not lift the blanket and could only inquire, let me go. Song Qingwan forcefully pried Su Nanxiao's hand away, lifting the blanket just enough to reveal her tear-streaked face as she looked at Fu Jie. I don't know what's wrong with me. It feels like I became strange after drinking the detox tea. I don't know how I ended up like this. I thought it was Su Yao. Tears glistened in her eyes, causing Fu Jie to feel a pang of heartache. It's all right. Take your time. Fu Jie gently patted Song Qingwan's back, soon sensing something amiss. Where did you drink the detox tea? What kind of place has detox tea? Song Qingwan gazed at Su Yuan with misty eyes, and the latter's temples throbbed. Yes, the server at Ishi gave it to me. He said Song Qingwan was heavily intoxicated and that it would be better for her to drink some detox tea. At these words, the expressions of the three others changed drastically, especially Su Nanxiao's. Had he not been there today, Song Qingwan might have. On the first floor, Su Nanxiao stood in his pajamas by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing his sister's anxious demeanor. Why would anyone drug her? Su Yuan's eyes widened in horror as she suddenly stood up. Brother, I didn't drug her. The detox tea was genuinely given to me by the server. Su Nanxiao took a deep breath. I spoke to the manager at Ishi. That server was a temporary hire. Would you drink something given to you by a stranger? Brother, I didn't tea. Su Yuan felt utterly wronged. She had never done such a thing, yet her brother was quick to place the blame on her. Song Qingruan was the girlfriend of the second brother. How could she possibly do such a thing? Moreover, even if you were a well-meaning server offering detox tea, what happened to you after you fed Wan? You left her, utterly intoxicated and oblivious, and departed, only to return when she was taken away. Su Yuan. As a woman yourself, you must comprehend the dire consequences had you been drugged and dragged into an alley. Had I not stumbled upon her today, her entire life could have been irrevocably shattered. Shang Jingyu, you have been married for 4 years now. Could you not temper your desire for revenge? I did not. Under the frigid glare of my elder brother, laced with reproach, Su Yuan felt her ability to speak vanish entirely. She truly had done nothing wrong. Why then? Did her brother refuse to believe her? Chapter 87. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes is a tradition of the Su family. It's all over now. Fu Jie heard Song Qingruan say through her sobs after finishing that cup of sobering tea. In her muddled state, it seemed someone had pulled her up. And she began to speak of the narrow alley. The dark, shadowy alley carried an unfamiliar scent. Her words were fragmented and chaotic. The shattered memories conveyed through Song Qingruan's tearful voice reached Fu Jie's ears. It dawned on her what had transpired. She never anticipated that Su Yuan would drug Song Qingruan. Had not Su Yuan reconciled with her? Why resort to such treachery? Was it possible that Su Yuan had colluded with Su Nanxiao? Yet, judging by Su Nanxiao's recent reaction, he appeared oblivious to it all. Su Yao will surely never forgive me now. What should I do? We finally managed to be together. Why would she drug me? Song Qingruan gasped between sobs. Though she did not mention Su Yuan, every word pointed towards her. I have been separated from Shang Jingyu for 4 years, and I have had 2 boyfriends since then. I forgave her for what she did to me because of Su Yao. Why can't she let me go? Fu Jie felt a pang of sorrow. Being drugged and caught in bed with her boyfriend's elder brother was an immense blow for both Song Qingruan and Su Yao. Few could bear the thought of their girlfriend being in another bed, let alone with their own elder brother. Fu Jie found herself at a loss for words of comfort. We must clarify this matter with Su Yao. You were drugged, and your consciousness was impaired. This is not your fault. After speaking, Fu Jie paused, suddenly recalling the incident 4 years ago when Shang Jingyu was drugged. At that time, she had only considered it from her friend's perspective, believing that since Shang Jingyu had slept with Su Yuan, he must take responsibility. Yet she had overlooked that Shang Jingyu was a victim, much like Song Qingruan was now. Would he believe it? With her eyes red and her cheeks glistening with tears, Song Qingruan looked helplessly at Fu Jie. Fu Jie nodded. He will. Su Yu sat in the living room of the Su residence, watching the dark sky gradually turn to shades of white and gray. The day was gloomy, mirroring his own despondent mood. He had severed ties with his parents for her, abandoned his career, yet she had turned around and climbed into his elder brother's bed. It was no wonder his parents opposed his relationship with Song Qingruan. They must have seen through her true nature long ago. Only he remained foolishly convinced of her sincerity. Not coming home. As he descended the stairs, Su's father's thoughts confirmed his suspicions upon seeing his youngest son. Without money, how could that woman still be with him? Noticing his son's silence, Su Mingkai scoffed. Without money and power, who would pay you any mind? You've relied on the Su family's background for so long. Do you truly believe you are exceptional? Su pressed his lips together. Father, I wish to join the company. Su Mingkai looked at his youngest son in surprise. He had never shown much interest in business. Regardless of whether you enter the company or the entertainment industry, such realms hardly garner any respect. It is advisable for you to learn within the company, as this will enable you to assist your brother in the future. Previously, he would have dismissed such remarks, lacking any interest in matters concerning the company. However, circumstances have changed. He is a son of the Su family. Why should his parents assume that Su Nanxiao is destined to inherit the family legacy? As Wang Ruozhen descended the stairs and heard her younger son's cheerful voice, she had feared he would not return for the New Year's Eve celebration. Your elder brother and sister are yet to arrive. They mentioned returning to sleep last night, yet neither has come back, she sighed. The expression on Su Yao's face grew increasingly frosty. His elder brother would certainly not return home, enraptured by a beautiful woman. He could hardly spare a thought for his younger brother. Shortly after the 3 members of the Su family had finished breakfast, a servant announced that Fu Jie had arrived. Su Yao's parents exchanged glances, their concern mounting over the possibility that something might have happened to their daughter. Uncle and aunt. I need to speak with Su Yao about something important. Song Qingruan had wept through the night and arrived at the Su residence at dawn, eager to clarify the situation with Su Yao. As the couple excused themselves, one to change clothes and the other to retreat to the study, Fu Jie dismissed the servants lingering in the living room. Wan has been drugged. she said earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Su Yao. He furrowed his brow, casting a fleeting glance at Fu Jie before a sardonic smile broke across his face. Fu Jie, when were you bought off? Or did my elder brother offer you some incentive to absolve this shameless couple? Fu Jie pressed her lips together. Take a look at this. She placed a brown paper bag before Su Yao, revealing evidence extracted from the surveillance footage at the venue where Su Nanxiao had been earlier that morning. The dim lighting obscured much, but he managed to locate videos captured by others, illustrating how shortly after Su Yuan had left, someone brought a drink to Song Qingruan. Su Yuan had fed it to her before departing with her phone in hand. Moments later, a man donned in a cap and mask approached and led Song Qingruan away. As Fu Jie watched the video, a chill crept down her neck. She could scarcely fathom the horrors that might have befallen Song Qingruan had Su Nanxiao not intervened. Though she was taken away, the latter scenario seemed the more favorable of the two. Siyu hesitated for an extended period before finally opening the evidence. As he sifted through the photographs, his expression grew increasingly grave. Su Nanxiao, is taking advantage of others a tradition in your family? In the bedroom. A woman tightly wrapped herself in blankets, her swollen eyes brimming with resentment. Su Nanxiao, clad in sleepwear, stood at the bedside with medication in hand. Let me examine your wounds, he offered, yet he provided no explanation, for he was indeed exploiting the situation. Don't touch me. Leave. I don't want to see you. She retorted, her words reflecting Song Qingruan's genuine feelings. Wasn't it said that men past 30 were no longer desirable? She had nearly been driven to her end by Su Nanxiao the previous day. Yet, the effects of the drug rendered her powerless to resist. Nevertheless, the memory of Su Yao's reaction in the early hours, alongside the reprimands echoing from Su Nanxiao to Su Yuan below, offered her a sliver of solace. The knife indeed inflicts pain only when it wounds oneself. In the past, Xiao had arrogantly invaded her home, compelling her, the victim, to terminate her pregnancy and leave the country. His tone was imbued with an air of entitlement. It was astonishing to realize that they too could experience anger and sorrow. The young lady of the Su family, who had been cherished since childhood, would soon become a mere memory. I will take responsibility for you, Su Nanxiao declared as he abruptly threw back the covers, pinning down the struggling Song Qingruan. I shall not do anything but apply medicine to your wounds. Who asked for your responsibility? I have told you countless times that I do not like you. Are you deaf? Wan, once you have entered my bed, you must bear the consequences. As the ointment was applied to her wounds, Song Qingruan felt a slight alleviation of her discomfort. You took advantage of me. It was Su Yuan who drugged me. Are you colluding with her to scheme against me? Su Nanxiao paused in his actions, raising his head with a grave expression. If I intended to employ such tactics to possess you, it would be impossible for you to be involved with Su Huaran in the Northern Kingdom. Chapter 88. Do not worry too much about the details. Su Yao strode out of the elevator, entered the passcode, and pushed the door open. The room was enveloped in darkness, causing his heart to sink. Could it be that Song Qingruan had not returned? Just moments ago, Fu Jie had called him, conveying that Song Qingruan was missing, her phone unanswered and her messages ignored, leaving her whereabouts unknown. Standing at the entrance, he dialed her number, and the sound of vibrations emerged from the sofa. As he stepped out into the living room, he soon discovered Song Qingruan sitting on the floor, her soft sobs echoing in the silence, tugging at his heartstrings. She must be terrified after such an ordeal, yet he had left without uttering a single word of inquiry. Had Fu Jie not informed him, he would still be in the dark. Wan. The man squatted beside the weeping woman, but upon hearing his voice, she instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, Don't touch me, I'm dirty. Song Qingruan's voice was choked, thick with nasal tones, as she shifted away from him, seemingly fearful of his proximity. Su Yao's heart ached for her. It has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault. You're not dirty at all. You are the victim. Please, do not speak of yourself in such a manner. No, if I hadn't drunk, if I hadn't accepted what others offered, this wouldn't have happened. I'm sorry. Let us break up. It's all my fault. Song Qingruan shook her head in emotional turmoil, her words becoming increasingly disjointed. Su Yao pulled her tightly into his embrace, whispering, Ruan, it's all in the past now. It's all in the past. You have done nothing wrong. It is my family that has wronged you. We spoiled Su Yuan, and I apologize for that. He lowered his voice to soothe the girl in his arms, whose emotions were in disarray. He had not anticipated that his sister harbored such resentment towards Song Qingruan, resorting to such means to ruin her life, especially knowing that she was his girlfriend. She showed no regard for the feelings of her elder brother, who had always cherished her. Why? I truly do not like Shang Jingyu. Why can't she let me go? What have I done wrong? Perhaps I should never have liked you, never have been with you. and should have kept my distance from your family. Su Yao, please do not seek me out again. Let us part ways. Song Qingwan forcefully pushed him away, turning her back to him, tears silently cascading down her cheeks, her eyes nearly swollen shut from crying. We cannot break up. You promised to be by my side for a lifetime, but I am involved with your elder brother. Song Qingwan hesitated, as if she had touched upon an uncomfortable subject, biting her lip and falling silent. Su Yao's body stiffened. The image he had glimpsed in his brother's bedroom earlier that morning resurfaced in his mind. He was not a saint. It was impossible for him to remain unaffected. However, Song Qingwan had been drugged, and her actions were not intentional. You were drugged. It was he who took advantage of you. It is not your fault. I am sorry. I failed to protect you properly. Su Yao enveloped her in his arms once more. Song Qingwan slumped against him, her cries growing louder, and suddenly she lowered her head. Su Yao gasped, Wan. Please do not despise me, Song Qingwan implored softly. Su Yao felt an overwhelming ache in his heart as he gently lifted the woman and placed her on the sofa. I do not harbor any disdain for you. It is merely that you must be feeling quite distressed at present. You need to rest. I cannot sleep. The moment I close my eyes, horrific memories flood my mind. In the darkness, the woman's pale face was streaked with tears, and Su Yao's heart twisted painfully. He leaned down and tenderly kissed away her tears. Let us regard all of this as a dream. When morning comes, you shall forget it. Song Qingwan entwined her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his. Su Yao's mind conjured an image of her being pinned down by his elder brother, and he momentarily froze, until Song Qingwan pushed him away, stating, I understand that no one can be indifferent. You may leave. I do not blame you. Her voice was soft, tinged with nasal congestion, yet remarkably tranquil. This calmness frightened Su Yao. I do not mind, Wan. Please believe me. Su Yao cradled Song Qingwan's face and kissed her again, as if trying to convey his feelings through action. It was the familiar sensation that made him momentarily forget the shocking scene he had witnessed earlier that morning. Su Yao held Song Qingwan tightly, repeatedly whispering in her ear, I do not mind. Having you by my side is more important than anything else. He pondered that Song Qingwan had had 2 previous boyfriends before being with him, and he need not dwell on such details. It was Su Nanxiao who had feelings for her and had pursued her long before, but she had no affection for him. The one she truly liked was him. He should not be overly harsh on her. Su Yao, I really like you. I just want to carry your sin on me. Please do not break up with me. The person in his arms was weeping while passionately responding to him. Su Yao felt an unbearable pain in his heart. We will not break up after the new year. I will go to your home to propose, all right? We will get married. Okay. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Song Qingwan returned home, her eyes swollen and red, quickly drawing the notice of her family. She felt a slight headache. If she did not return home, her parents would suspect something. Now that she was home, the entire family began to question her relentlessly. My boyfriend proposed to me, and I was so moved that I cried. Song Qingwan blinked her eyes. A proposal? The parents of the Song family were taken aback, as were her uncle and aunt. Wan, when did you start dating? Asked Xie Yunji in surprise. Isn't that Su Huiren already broken up with you? Have you two reconciled? Recently. Song Qingwan stubbornly refrained from revealing who it was. If she admitted it was Su Yao, the entire family would have a miserable new year. During dinner, her parents and uncle subtly steered the conversation towards her, but she skillfully evaded their inquiries, leaving them at a loss. After finishing dinner, Song Qingwan ascended the stairs to rest, and once the family was asleep, she stealthily slipped out. However, shortly after exiting the front door, she was stopped in her tracks. Jing. Song Qingwan was somewhat surprised. How had Shang Jingyu returned so quickly? Are you all right? Shang Jingyu grasped Song Qingruan's shoulder, urgently asking. I am fine. Shang Jingyu's voice grew serious. Someone told me that there have been people looking for you these past few days. Is it Su Yuan? Song Qingwan tilted her head, feigning strength as she declared. I truly am fine. Her insistence only served to deepen Shang Jingyu's conviction that something was amiss. Under his persistent inquiries, Song Qingruan lowered her gaze, tears cascading from her eyes and splashing onto the ground, creating a small bloom of water. I asked her to go out with me yesterday, and she drugged me. Shang Jingyu's pupils constricted. From Song Qingwan's reaction, he swiftly came to a grim realization: Su Yuan had succeeded. Chapter 89, Administering Medicine. Song Qingruan, with an impassive demeanor, managed to extricate herself from Shang Jingyu's grasp and took a step back. Perhaps Su Yuan has discovered our private connection. It would be prudent for us to maintain some distance moving forward. I wish to avoid a second ordeal like this, she murmured softly. her eyelashes casting shadows over her downcast eyes. Beneath the streetlight, clad in a white coat, she appeared particularly fragile. Ruan. Shang Jingyu's heart quivered as he struggled to summon countless words of comfort, yet found himself unable to utter a single one. In the end, he could only produce a hoarse and dry apology. A sense of disappointment washed over Song Qingwan as she realized that Shang Jingyu's reaction to her having been drugged was so lackluster. She was relieved that she had not placed all her hopes upon him. Just as she turned to leave, her hand was seized. "I want to take you somewhere," Shang Jingyu explained in a low voice. "Are you attempting to silence Su Yuan?" Song Qingwan replied coldly. Shang Jingyu's complexion paled. Ruan, how could you think that? As the saying goes, two people cannot share the same bed without one knowing the other's intentions. How could he be certain whether she was allied with Su Yuan? Song Qingwan lifted her lashes slightly, regarding him with a frosty gaze. "If I were on her side, I would meet a dire fate." His expression turned serious, his eyes reflecting sincerity. "Do not utter such words," she implored, tears welling in her eyes as she covered his mouth with her hand, before collapsing into his embrace. "I am merely afraid. Since last night, you have no idea how I have endured. I have been contemplating what I would do if you truly fell for her. I wonder if Su Yuan's actions were sanctioned by you. You wish to cast me aside, and this is your way of prompting me to leave you. I am utterly bewildered." Her voice trembled with emotion, her tears soaking the fabric of Shang Jingyu's sweater as she clung to him, expressing her fears. She feared his heart would waver, and that such occurrences would lead him to disdain her. "That will never happen. I will never waver in my affections," he reassured her. How could he possibly find her wanting? As long as she was well, everything else could be disregarded. His concern lay solely in whether she held him in her heart. As for Su Yuan, a shadow crossed Shang Jingyu's gaze. She would ultimately reap the consequences of her actions. He lifted her into the car, comforting Song Qingwan while instructing the driver to return to the old residence. With her face buried in his embrace, she surmised that Shang Jingyu was indeed heading to confront Su Yuan, especially since it was New Year's Eve and Su Yuan would be at the Su family's old home, keeping company with Jiang Huiqing. After all, they were renowned in Haiqing for their harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Throughout the journey to the Shang family residence, Song Qingwan wept. Shang Jingyu's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, but he dared not display his distress in front of her, fearing it would deepen her sorrow. "Mr. Shang." The car came to a halt at the Shang family estate, and Chu Jin, waiting at the entrance, opened the back door. Shang Jingyu exited first, pulling Song Qingwan out after him. Chu Jin immediately noticed the tip of Song Qingwan's red nose. He instinctively glanced at his pocket, feeling that this matter was inextricably linked to Su Yuan. "Are we here, Jing?" Song Qingwan feigned ignorance. "You will know shortly," Shang Jingyu replied, gently squeezing her hand while taking the items from Chu Jin. Song Qingwan felt a tinge of curiosity about Shang Jingyu's intentions towards Su Yuan this time. Could it be that he intended to make her kneel again? Su Yuan was always kneeling. Her knees were of little value. In the Shang family's living room, Su Yuan was conversing with Jiang Huizhong. Shang Rongqing had left after dinner, and Jiang Huizhong held no expectations for her husband, thus remaining emotionally unaffected. Jing said he would be back soon. "You two should have a good talk," Jiang Huizhong said softly. Her son had been married to Su Yuan for 4 years, and the child conceived unexpectedly was forcibly aborted by her son, dragging Su Yuan to the hospital. She was anxious but dared not act impulsively. Since the incident 4 years ago, her son's feelings for her had faded overnight, and he had been unwilling to return home for years. Should a similar event occur again, her son might forever resent her. "Xiao Yuan, Jing is a stubborn person. Sometimes you need to take the initiative, do you understand?" With no hope for her son, Jiang Huizhong could only place her expectations on her daughter-in-law. "Mother," Su Yuan initially intended to refuse, as Shang Jingyu was unwilling to meet her, and they had never shared a night together since their marriage, especially after being locked in the basement for 2 days last time. The mere thought sent chills down her spine. If she dared to climb into his bed, Shang Jingyu would undoubtedly commit an even more egregious act. Su Yuan's right eyelid twitched incessantly, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Suddenly, the villa's door swung open, and footsteps echoed from the entrance. The two women turned their heads simultaneously. 2 bodyguards clad in black entered, prompting Jiang Huizhong to furrow her brows. "Who are you?" Soon after, she spotted Shang Jingyu and Song Qingwan walking in behind the bodyguards. Shang Jingyu had his arm protectively draped over Song Qingwan's shoulder. "Shang Jingyu, bringing her back here during the new year is an affront to my eyes." Jiang Huizhong sprang to her feet, her previously gentle demeanor vanishing, her voice sharp and piercing. Song Qingruan trembled slightly, retreating into Shang Jingyu's embrace. He gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid. This scene unfolded before Jiang Huizhong and Su Yuan, one seething with rage, the other filled with sorrow. Take the old lady upstairs. Shang Jingyu disregarded Jiang Huizhong's words and calmly instructed the bodyguards. The two bodyguards immediately stepped forward. We apologize, madam. What are you doing? I am the legitimate wife of the Shang family. What do you intend to do? Let go of me. Jiang Huizhong screamed loudly. Su Yuan rose to assist, but a bodyguard forcefully shoved her aside, causing her to fall onto the sofa. Mother, Xiao Yuan, call your father and tell him his son is rebelling. Jiang Huizhong shouted as she was escorted away by the two bodyguards. Su Yuan attempted to retrieve her phone to call for help, but the bodyguards snatched it away first. As she watched Shang Jingyu approach, an ominous premonition surged within her. She quickly recalled the incident of Song Qingruan being drugged. Shang Jingyu, I didn't. Su Yuan shook her head, her face pale. Mr. Shang. Chu Jin handed water to Shang Jingyu, who sighed inwardly. The eldest daughter of the Su family was quite the troublemaker. She had previously drugged Mr. Shang and now had the audacity to drug Miss Song. Shang Jingyu accepted the water and, in front of Su Yuan, placed the drug into it. As the powder met the water, it fizzed and dissolved rapidly. Upon realizing what it was, Su Yuan's eyes widened in terror, and she instinctively tried to flee. The bodyguards restrained her on either side, while Shang Jingyu approached. Gripping her chin, Su Yuan could only utter a single syllable before the liquid was forced into her mouth, causing her to choke, her cheeks flushing red. Outside the coffee table, Song Qingruan observed the scene with cold indifference. Su Yuan knew that Shang Jingyu would disregard her words and thus turned her gaze towards Song Qingruan. I didn't do these things. Although she could not befriend Song Qingruan, she bore no malice toward her and hoped that, for the sake of her second brother, Song Qingruan might plead on her behalf to Shang Jingyu. Yet, this time, she was mistaken, as Song Qingruan watched Shang Jingyu pour the drug-laden water into Su Yuan's mouth. She appeared frail on the outside but was secretly laughing coldly within. Did Su Yuan not enjoy drugging others? Now, let her experience the taste of her own medicine. Chapter 90. Who lives, who proposes to me cough, cough, cough. After being released, Su Yuan instinctively clawed at her throat, fully aware that such an action was futile. A full glass of water had been poured into her stomach, and she could not expel it. Su Yuan, what grievances do we harbor? Why do you persist in treating me this way, time and again? Initially, you drugged Jing, compelled me to terminate my pregnancy, forced me abroad, and coerced Jing into marrying you. Your objectives have been fulfilled. Why do you refuse to let me go? I have finally begun a new chapter in my life. Why must you be so cruel? Song Qingruan's tears flowed like rain, her voice laced with sorrow yet resolute. Beneath the crystal chandelier, her face was as pale as a delicate jasmine flower swaying perilously in a storm. Chu Jin, a towering figure at 6 feet tall, could not help but feel a pang of sorrow upon hearing her words. Childhood friends, they had shared years of love, only to be interrupted at the brink of marriage. With the loss of her child, her boyfriend, and compelled to flee to a foreign land, one with a fragile heart would have already crumbled. Yet, Song Qingruan thrived abroad for 4 years, embracing life with vigor. This time, it is not me, Su Yuan managed to utter, her voice raspy. She sensed a profound change within her body, a troubling warmth rising from the depths of her heart, her fears swelling incrementally. Shang Jingyu, I did not, I beg you. Do not. Su Yuan curled weakly onto the ground, sitting before Shang Jingyu, gazing up at the face she had adored for years. He stood against the light, rendering his expression unclear, but she imagined that his face was taut, his eyes filled with deep disdain. For the first time, Su Yuan felt regret. Given another chance, she would never resort to such means to bind herself to Shang Jingyu. He would never love her. These 4 years of suffering had not earned her even a gentle glance from him. When you drugged Ruan, did you ever consider what wrong she had committed against you? That year, in that narrow alley. Had Ruan not heard your cries for help and attempted to rescue you, I would have been worried for her, hence my intervention. Had I known I was saving someone as shameless as you, I would have forcibly taken her away. Shang Jingyu's voice was heavy, each word dripping with hatred. If Su Yuan were not still of use to him, he would have unleashed the most cruel of punishments upon her. Shang Jingyu. Su Yuan's consciousness was gradually consumed. She reached out to grasp Shang Jingyu's leg, but he stepped back, leaving her grasping at air. Shang Jingyu, please, save me. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes pleading. I am your wife. Her hands uncontrollably tugged at her coat. She felt overheated, yet in the presence of so many, she could not act so recklessly. Ultimately, reason succumbed to the effects of the drug. Chu Jin and several bodyguards turned their heads simultaneously. Although Shang Jingyu was humiliating Su Yuan, she was still his wife, and they dared not look askance. Song Qingruan let out a soft sob, leaning towards Shang Jingyu. For a fleeting moment, his expression froze. He dared not move the hand resting on Song Qingruan. Do not turn around. A faint, triumphant smile danced upon her lips, yet she brushed her hand against Shang Jingyu's, feeling its warmth. Suddenly, she recalled the after-effects of the 2 doses she had administered to Shang Jingyu earlier. He was unwell. Instinctively, Song Qingruan glanced at Su Yuan, who knelt before Shang Jingyu, now exuding a notable chill. Shang Jingyu, I implore you to desire me. An ominous feeling surged within Song Qingruan's heart. Chu Jin, escort Miss Song back. As these words escaped Shang Jingyu's lips, her heart plummeted. While seated in the car on her way home, Song Qingruan leaned against the window. The drugged Su Yuan and the ailing Shang Jingyu remained at the Shang residence. It was evident what would transpire after her departure. Song Qingruan clicked her tongue in her mind. Fortunately, she held no expectations for Shang Jingyu, so such events seemed unsurprising. However, witnessing Su Yuan strip before so many, pleading like a dog for Shang Jingyu, was a scene that made it worthwhile. Should Shang Jingyu genuinely fall for Su Yuan in the future, it would serve as a minor retribution against him. As she gazed at the ever-changing scenery outside the window, a sense of desolation unexpectedly enveloped her. For years ago, she could never have imagined that she would feel such exhilaration from being humiliated due to her same-sex affections. Fear not, my darling, I shall avenge you, she silently vowed, her emotions intertwining and clashing within her. Upon returning to her residence, she was surprised not to find Su Yao. 1-1. Su Nanxiao stood in the living room, staring intently at her. Song Qingruan's expression shifted. What are you doing in my home? Where is Su Yao? What have you done to him? Her voice brimmed with anger and anxiety. The more she worried about Su Yao, the more enraged Su Nanxiao became. He stepped closer to her, enunciating each word. He will not return. I told you. Once you share my bed, you are bound to me. His expression was dark, his voice laced with frost. Song Qingruan feigned fear, retreating, attempting to flee through the door, only to be seized and lifted by Su Nanxiao. Su Nanxiao, you are trespassing. I shall report you. She slapped him across the face, the sound ringing clear. Go ahead and report me. I wonder who will care. Su Nanxiao placed her on the sofa and forcefully pulled down her trousers. You beast, Su Nanxiao. If you continue, I shall show you more than just my wounds, he warned in a low voice. Embarrassed and furious, Song Qingruan kicked at Su Nanxiao, but he easily restrained her leg. Despite her struggles, she could only glare resentfully at him. Why is it so severe? Su Nanxiao frowned, lacking knowledge in this area, unsure if this was normal. He felt a pang of regret for having lost control the previous night. Song Qingruan scoffed. So you came to see me this afternoon. Why do you think it's severe? Instantly, Su Nanxiao's face darkened. Did you sleep with him? He is my boyfriend. Do we need to report to you before we engage in intimacy? Song Qingruan. He disregards your well-being. Do you not care either? Su Nanxiao gritted his teeth. How hypocritical of you, Su Nanxiao, to take advantage of my vulnerability while I was drugged. To violate me, and now feign concern for my welfare. You are even more repugnant than Su Yuan. Su Nanxiao fell into a heavy silence, and after a while, he brought over the medication, kneeling before Song Qingruan to tenderly apply it. After breaking up with the Yao, I shall visit your home in a few days to propose. He added, as an afterthought, I shall pretend today's events never occurred. Song Qingruan could not suppress a laugh. Indeed, a person's boundaries can be gradually diminished. She vividly recalled the moment when Su Nanxiao discovered her holding hands with Su Huairan after he had flown to the northern lands to see her. Su Nanxiao had fiercely beaten Su Huairan then. Later came the kisses, and eventually, their intimate encounters next door. Now, he was fully aware that she had barely ended things with him before entangling herself with Su Yao, yet he could utter words as if he were oblivious. Men, it seems, are only amusing when played with. How coincidental, your brother stated the same. He claimed it was not my fault, that he did not mind, and that he would visit my family to propose after the new year. Otherwise, perhaps you two should engage in a duel. The survivor shall then come to my family to propose? Song Qingruan retorted with biting sarcasm. Chapter 91. Deception. He will not come to your home to propose. Su Nanxiao spoke with unwavering certainty. Did you threaten him? Song Qingruan feigned anger, delivering a kick to Su Nanxiao's abdomen, only to be swiftly caught by him. You despicable man! How dare you covet your younger brother's girlfriend? Her cheeks flushed crimson, a picture of indignation. You have mentioned she is your girlfriend. Once you break up, she no longer holds that title. Su Nanxiao replied coolly as he collected the medicine and assisted Song Qingwan in fastening her pants. The power of the Su family rests in my hands. Marrying me is your best option. He gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, revealing her smooth forehead. His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable authority. Song Qingwan felt a surge of frustration. Su Nanxiao's lack of humanity was indiscriminate. He would treat even his own brother with such disregard. She couldn't help but wonder how Suya would react upon learning of Su Nanxiao's intent to marry her. And what about your sister? She drugged me. Do you not intend to provide an explanation? Su Nanxiao pursed his lips, withdrawing his hand. Song Qingwan let out a cold laugh. Su Nanxiao, if this is all the sincerity you possess in marrying me, it would be better if you remained silent. After a moment of silence, Su Nanxiao spoke in a grave tone. I will have her transfer 2% of her shares in the Su group to you as compensation. A flicker of excitement ignited within Song Qingwan, though her exterior remained composed, tinged with a subtle humiliation. Do you think I can be bought with money? She asked, biting her lower lip, her clear eyes glistening with unshed tears. That was not my intention, Su Nanxiao sighed softly. What she did was wrong, and I have already reprimanded her. The shares are merely an apology. Your sister drugged me and attempted to have me assaulted, and you expect to gloss over it so easily? Do you understand why I favor your brother over you? Song Qingwan fixed her unwavering gaze upon Su Nanxiao, articulating each word with conviction. Because he prioritizes me, while your life is filled with significant others, your parents, your sister, your brother, whereas I do not even rank fourth in your affections. He would forsake the Su family and his career for me. What have you sacrificed for me? On what grounds do you believe I should marry you? The steadfastness in her gaze was undeniable. Su Nanxiao opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Su Yuan was his beloved sister whom he had cherished since childhood. He knew she had erred, yet he could not abandon her. Leave. Do not present yourself before me again. Song Qingwan issued her cold dismissal. Suddenly, a splash of icy water struck her face, jolting the unconscious Su Yuan awake with a scream. As she wriggled her limbs, she realized she was bound. After leaving the merchant in the early morning, she had walked a short distance when someone had covered her mouth, and then she lost consciousness. Awake now? A chilling voice echoed from above. Su Yuan looked up abruptly, her gaze meeting the frost-laden face of a stranger, whose cold eyes were unsettlingly unfamiliar. She shivered involuntarily. Be brother? Do not call me second brother. I have no sister like you. Su Yao's lips curled into a cold arc. You are fully aware that Ruan is my girlfriend. Why would you resort to drugging her? Is it so intolerable for you to see me live well? For years ago, you drugged and ended up in Shangjing Yu's bed, marrying him as you desired. What more do you find unsatisfactory? Bending down, Su Yao grasped Su Yuan's neck. What exactly is it that you find lacking? Su Yuan, how can you be so malicious? Second brother? Su Yuan stared at the person before her in shock, as if she had never known him at all. I did not. Her breath grew labored as his grip tightened. Despair filled her heart. This was her brother, who had always cared for her. Did he not believe her? Not only did he doubt her, but he had also brought her here for interrogation. Still unwilling to admit it? Su scoffed, his gaze falling on the red marks on Su Yuan's collarbone. You've drugged Shangjing Yu again, haven't you? His voice dripped with sarcasm, contempt evident in his eyes. Su Yuan felt as though she had been struck heavily at the back of her head. I did not. It was he who initiated. Suddenly, Su Yao released her chin, sneering. It appears you are indeed cut from the same cloth. A woman like you, shameless and cruel, repeatedly drugging others, would be appealing to him. His words were harsh. Su Yuan had only ever witnessed her brother's disdain for outsiders. This was the first time she had been treated this way. She seemed stunned, unable to utter a word for a long while. She was his biological sister. How could he speak to her in such a manner? Moreover, she genuinely had not drugged Song Qingwan. Why did they both refuse to believe her? Reflect on your actions here. Su Yao straightened, casting a glance at Su Yuan, bound to the chair, before turning to leave, completely disregarding the wounded gaze she cast at him. In a haze, Song Qingwan was pulled into an embrace, the chill emanating from the man sending a shiver through her. Where have you been? A friend needed my assistance, so I stepped out for a moment. Go back to sleep. Su Yu gently patted Song Qingwan's shoulder. Let me sleep a little longer. Wake me up later. I need to go home. Nestling into Su Yao's arms, Song Qingwan resumed her slumber. As Su Yu held her, his mood gradually calmed. On the way back, he began to wonder if he had been too harsh on his sister. Yet, the thought that Song Qingwan had been forced into a liaison with his elder brother because of her lingered in his mind, an image he could not shake. When Song Qingwan had been beneath his brother, She had appeared to be enjoying it, her expression mirroring that of his own. Upon discovering his brother's affection for Song Qingruan, his initial response had been fury, swiftly followed by fear that eclipsed his anger. His brother had been groomed as the family's heir from a young age, excelling in every aspect compared to him. Can't sleep? Song Qingruan opened her eyes, noticing that Su Yao was still holding her tightly, preventing her from turning over. I encountered Su Yuan when I returned, Su Yao suddenly spoke. Song Qingruan cast him a puzzled look, her confusion tinged with a hint of fear. Wan. Have you ever contemplated that both Su Nanxiao and Shang Jingyu are in the know about this matter? Song Qingruan's expression froze. What does it mean? Su Yuan emerged from the Shang residence this morning, with a mark upon her neck. Su Yu hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Even without his utterance, Song Qingruan could infer the unspoken. My elder brother holds a deep affection for Su Yuan. Should Shang Jingyu truly be so callous towards her, he would not stand idly by. Su Yao pressed Song Qingruan's face into his embrace. I am sorry. It is entirely my fault for failing to protect you. A smile danced at the corners of Song Qingruan's lips. Whether Shang Jingyu had indeed engaged with Su Yu on the previous night fell beyond the realm of her concern. What filled her with joy was the fact that Su Yao had woven such a deceitful tale to tarnish Su Nanxiao's reputation. If she were to marry Su Nanxiao, would they not inevitably turn against one another? Chapter 92. Your doubt makes me sad. For 3 consecutive days, Song Qingruan refrained from answering Shang Jingyu's calls. Although she had anticipated this outcome, it still left her feeling nauseated. As her phone vibrated once more, she glanced at the screen without answering or hanging up, allowing it to continue its rhythmic tremor. Why aren't you answering the phone? A deep voice resounded from behind her, causing Song Qingruan to tense up as she sat on the sofa in the VIP section. How did Shang Jingyu end up here? Despite her aversion towards him, she was not yet prepared to confront him openly. I was contemplating which piece to purchase later, and I lost track of time, Song Qingruan replied with a faint smile, her expression tinged with an almost imperceptible detachment. Shang Jingyu felt a heavy weight in his heart. She was deliberately avoiding him. Ruan, I. Just then, Xiaoli emerged from the fitting room, and upon spotting Shang Jingyu, she smiled at Song Qingruan, saying, A Jing has been searching for you everywhere. I told him we were shopping, but I didn't expect him to arrive so promptly. Song Qingruan remained silent. Have you two had a quarrel? It's the new year. So whatever it is, just clear the air. I'll go pick out a couple more items over there. Xiaoli patted Song Qingruan's shoulder before departing. Once they were alone, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. I should go take a look as well. Song Qingruan attempted to make her exit, but in the next moment, she found herself pulled into the fitting room by Shang Jingyu. Did you get upset when I had Chu Jin take you home that night? Since that evening, Song Qingruan had not responded to any of his messages, nor had she answered his calls. No, you misunderstood, she replied lightly. Shang Jingyu raised his hand, and instinctively, she recoiled, her disdain evident in her eyes, which only intensified the tension in the air. Wan. Hurt flickered in Shang Jingyu's gaze. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingruan opened her eyes anew, her tone now frigid. Shang Jingyu, can we cease this charade? Su Yuan is your wife. It is entirely understandable for you to develop feelings for her. What is the point of your continued declarations of dislike for her, driven by guilt? Shang Jingyu was momentarily taken aback. It quickly dawned on him that Song Qingruan might have misconstrued the situation. No, I do not like her, he insisted. Since when did you become such a coward, daring to act, but not to acknowledge it? If you truly had no feelings for her, would you keep her around as your antidote? Song Qingruan retorted coldly. Regret washed over her after speaking. Why could she not hold her tongue? Now, not only had she severed ties with Shang Jingyu, but she had also compelled him to confront the reality of his own heart. With a soft sigh, Shang Jingyu grasped Song Qingruan's hand and began to lead her outside. Shang Jingyu, let go of me. The warmth of his grip sent shivers down her spine, her mind racing back to moments not long ago when that very hand had wandered over Su Yuan's body, inciting a wave of revulsion within her. Ruan, I know you will not believe anything I say right now, but if you come with me to meet someone, you will understand. Are you seeking someone else to conspire with you against me? Song Qingruan scoffed coldly. Ruan, I once promised you that I would never deceive you. Internally, Song Qingruan scoffed. He had once been her boyfriend, but now he was Su Yuan's husband. She was ushered into the car and soon arrived at the villa nestled on the hillside in the outskirts. Young master, Miss Song, the butler greeted as he opened the door. Upon seeing him, Song Qingruan was taken aback to realize that it was Uncle Lin, the butler who had cared for Shang Jingyu for many years. It had been ages since she last saw Uncle Lin. She had assumed he had returned to his hometown to enjoy retirement. Uncle Lin, long time no see, Song Qingruan greeted him politely. In the past, whenever she visited the Shang family, Uncle Lin would always prepare delicious meals for her. Though a man, he possessed exceptional culinary skills. Uncle Lin warmly reminisced with Song Qingruan as they entered the house, where someone was seated on the sofa in the living room. "Lin Ding," Uncle Lin called out. And the man on the sofa turned his head. "Uncle Lin, this is your son." Song Qingruan's words were swallowed as she beheld his face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to another. She glanced in shock at Shang Jingyu. "You too?" Her gaze flitted between the two nearly identical faces, perplexed. As Shang Jingyu had no twin brother. "Lin Ding is my adopted son. He suffered a disfiguring accident a few years ago and later underwent plastic surgery," Uncle Lin explained. Completing Song Qingruan's sentence, "Miss Song, the person from that night was me. Mr. Shang had gone to the hospital," Lin Ding clarified. In the study, Song Qingruan reclined on the sofa, grappling with the revelations she had just learned. Why had Shang Jingyu allowed someone to be transformed to look exactly like him? "Milk." Shang Jingyu entered the room, approaching the contemplative Song Qingruan and offering her a cup. She looked up at him, hesitating to take it, her eyes filled with confusion. "I need the shares of the Su family that she holds." Initially, he had considered acting himself, but as he drew closer to Su Yuan, he found himself unable to suppress the revulsion that welled within him. Ultimately, he devised this plan instead. Song Qingruan quickly grasped Shang Jingyu's intentions, and a complex array of emotions flooded her heart. "You wish to absorb the Su family?" Shang Jingyu set the milk aside and knelt before her, taking her soft, warm hand in his. Ruan, you are not the only one who remembers the baby. I am her father, and I will seek justice for her. Do not doubt my love for you and the baby." There was a hint of grievance in Shang Jingyu's voice as he lowered his head, brushing his cheek against the back of her hand. "I sent you away that day because I was afraid I might lose control and hurt you. I received an injection at the hospital and returned the next day, but by then, Su Yuan had already left. It pains me that you doubt me." As he spoke, he seemed to bear the weight of tremendous sorrow, and in that moment, Song Qingruan felt her heart lighten. She gently ruffled Shang Jingyu's hair. "I misunderstood you. I am sorry." It turned out she was not alone in her memories. Her family and friends had urged her to move forward, to not dwell on the past, claiming that it was merely an unformed embryo, less significant than a living person. Yet, that was a child into whom she had poured all her love and anticipation. How could it not matter? Ruan, mere apologies are not enough." Shang Jingyu raised his gaze and met those gentle eyes, expressing that apologies still made him feel sorrowful. Song Qingruan discerned his intentions at a glance. In their youth, before their romantic relationship was confirmed, Shang Jingyu often sought various excuses to convey his unhappiness. When he felt discontented, he would require her comfort, with the most effective form being a kiss. "Shang Jingyu, you are still as playful and unreasonable as you were in childhood." Song Qingruan cast him a sidelong glance. Aware of his reckless nature when the effects of the medication took hold, fearing it might cause her harm, he swiftly turned to demand a kiss, displaying remarkable audacity. Ruan, it was you who first doubted me. My heart is utterly pained." Shang Jingyu feigned a gesture of clutching his chest, blinking his eyes and gazing at her with a pitiful expression. For a fleeting moment, Song Qingruan was entranced, as it had been a long time since she had seen such an expression on his face. Shang Jingyu appeared cold and indifferent in public. Yet he usually took great care of her, though in private, he often acted quite childishly. He required an immense emotional return, surpassing even Su Huaran. Suddenly, a soft sensation graced his lips, revealing the man before her, his features magnified, adorned with long, curled eyelashes. He did not close his eyes, but instead smiled softly at her, his gaze brimming with tenderness. Chapter 93. The man from that night was indeed him. Was it? "Miss Jiang, what brings you here?" Lin Zhou was taken aback upon spotting Jiang Su on the swings in the community. He had been intentionally avoiding her lately, and it had been quite some time since they last visited the barbecue stall together. Feeling rather despondent, he sought a place to catch some fresh air. Jiang Su managed a faint smile. Throughout this year's New Year celebrations, she had been incessantly pressured to conceive. Although Shen Wenjie claimed to respect her wishes, she could discern his underlying desire for a child. The thought of divorce had lingered on her lips numerous times, yet she could never bring herself to voice it. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhou approached her. Just as he reached her side, a voice interjected, "Wife." Lin Zhou turned towards the sound, his shock palpable upon seeing a face strikingly similar to his own. Shen Wenjie was equally astonished. Jiang Su felt her temples throb. How could Shen Wenjie have arrived? Su, come here. Shen Wenjie's voice was low and firm. The instant he laid eyes on that face, he recognized the reason for Jiang Su's recent unease. You're married? Lin Zhou's voice was parched. Deep down, he understood that he and Jiang Su belonged to entirely different worlds, and that their destinies could never intertwine. Yet, upon learning that she was wed, the suffocating sensation nearly consumed him. Jiang Su wished to explain, but words eluded her. At that moment, Shen Wenjie strode over and grasped her hand, leading her away from the community. Shen Wenjie, we need to talk. Shen Wenjie pressed his lips together in silence, guiding her towards the car, where he shoved her into the back seat and instructed the driver to take them home. Shen Wenjie, let us divorce. Before she could complete her sentence, she was silenced by Shen Wenjie's kiss, which was devoid of the usual tenderness and restraint, infused instead with anger and a sense of retribution. After a prolonged moment, Shen Wenjie released Jiang Su, both of them panting heavily. You think that just because he resembles him, he is Zhou Rang? Zhou Rang is dead. He is Zhou Rang, Jiang Su replied calmly. We are already married. Shen Wenjie gritted his teeth, fully aware that she had always viewed him as a mere substitute for her brother. He loved her and accepted this reality, yet now, facing a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother, she was suddenly inclined to seek a divorce. I do not love you. The starkness of her words drained Shen Wenjie of all his strength. Why did you suddenly decide to cook? Song Qingruan, donning a beret and a white mask, strolled through the supermarket's fresh produce section with Shang Jingyu. When did you ever cook? I wanted to share the New Year's Eve dinner with you. You've been ignoring me for the past few days, Shang Jingyu lamented with a sidelong glance at Song Qingruan. She smirked. If you didn't tell me, how would I know? She had considered that Su Yao might be deceiving her, but she never anticipated encountering someone with an identical visage to Shang Jingyu. The Su family. Song Qingruan silently repeated these two words. Even though she was aware that Shang Jingyu was already scheming, she remained resolute in pursuing her own plans. The Su family was akin to a towering tree. Uprooting it was no simple task, especially since Shang Rongqing had not fully relinquished his authority. Perhaps he is well aware of the kind of person his son is and dares not entrust too much authority to Shang Jingyu. Wan. Would you care for some ribs? The man waved a box of ribs before her, a gentle smile gracing his otherwise cold and handsome face. Song Qingruan smiled in return and nodded. I would like to have corn rib soup today. However, her eyes glimmered with skepticism. Can you actually cook? I certainly do not wish to end up in the hospital during the new year. Her tone carried a playful jest. Shang Jingyu placed the ribs into the cart and swept her into his embrace. Ruan, you underestimate me. 2 hours later, Song Qingruan observed Yun Sang, who was currently administering an injection to Shang Jingyu. Her mouth fell agape, even though she was not the main subject of concern. You already have a weak stomach and skip breakfast and lunch. Are you intending to wait for it to degenerate into something worse? Yun Sang's expression remained impassive, his demeanor strictly professional. He is the patient. You ought to speak to him with more courtesy. Song Qingruan furrowed her brow slightly. Shang Jingyu immediately quipped, Indeed. I am the patient. You should be more courteous. Yun Sang remarked, I have heard that you are to marry Su Nanxiao? He gathered his medical kit and turned his gaze towards Song Qingruan, who sat beside Shang Jingyu. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, quickly masked as she retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly marry him? Even if you are fond of Su Yuan and wish for Jingyu to have a good life with her, you cannot slander me in this manner. Her voice rose in pitch, yet lacked the strength she sought to convey. Shang Jingyu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression. The injection is done. You may leave. He coldly dismissed Yun Sang. It was clear that Yun Sang's words were intended as a reminder to Shang Jingyu. The notion of Song Qingruan marrying Su Nanxiao was not a fabrication but rather something he had inadvertently overheard. The allegation was too credible to be dismissed. Once Yun Sang departed, Shang Jingyu slowly turned to focus on Song Qingruan, whose demeanor appeared increasingly awkward. Wan, are you truly going to marry Su Nanxiao? His inquiry confirmed the veracity of Yun Sang's statement. Yet, he yearned to hear her speak it herself. Song Qingruan lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I do not wish to marry him. I want him to marry me. He wants to marry you? Shang Jingyu sensed an unsettling dissonance in the situation. He was aware of Su Nanxiao's feelings for Song Qingruan, but he pondered why such rumors would surface at this juncture, especially when Song Qingruan appeared to be concealing something from him. Wan, that night. The man who helped you with the medication was him, wasn't he it? This question was particularly difficult for Shang Jingyu to articulate. Upon hearing it, Song Qingruan became almost entirely rigid, her head bowing even lower. Without needing her to respond, he already understood the answer. They were in cahoots. Shang Jingyu's voice turned hoarse, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. This was evidently a scheme devised by Su Nanxiao to marry Song Qingruan. In the tranquil villa, Su Yuan lay weakly, her head tilted as she heard footsteps, yet her eyelids remained unlifted. The ropes binding her hands and feet were severed. And before her body could slide down, someone caught her. Administer a nutrient injection. Once her condition improves, we shall expel her, Su Yao instructed the doctor-nurse standing nearby. After delivering his command, he turned and strode towards the exit. Brother, do you not have anything to say to me? Su Yuan's heart ached at Su Yao's indifferent demeanor. I am your sister. How can you treat me this way? He had once professed to care for her eternally, promising that even after marrying and having children, she would forever hold the foremost place in his heart. Yet now, merely due to an unfounded accusation, he had imprisoned her here for 3 days. You were the first to wrong Ruan. Should there be a next time, it will not merely be 3 days of confinement, he retorted coldly. I did not drug her, Su Yuan pleaded, but Su Yao disregarded her words and continued his departure. Chapter 94. Caught by parents as the car made a left turn. A figure suddenly dashed out, prompting the driver to slam on the brakes. Young master, are you unharmed? He urgently inquired about Su Nanxiao's condition in the back seat. Let me step out and have a look. With a resounding thud, a woman's hand slapped against the window, followed by a pale face. Elder brother. Young master. It's Miss Su, the driver exclaimed in astonishment. Su Nanxiao hurriedly opened the car door for his sister, noticing her ashen complexion and scant attire. A wave of concern washed over him. Where have you been these past 2 days? You've been unresponsive to calls and messages. It was reminiscent of the last time. She had vanished for 2 days, only to claim she had merely been resting at home, unwilling to answer her phone. This time, however, he refrained from searching for her. The words lingered on her lips before she swallowed them back. Would he believe her if she spoke? Xiao Yuan, you are already 26. It is time to abandon such impulsiveness, Su Nanxiao sighed, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Fate has brought us together now. Accompany me to the company. I need you to sign a stock transfer agreement. A stock transfer agreement? Su Yuan queried, puzzled as to why she was required to sign such a document. She possessed only 9% of the shares, equal to her brother's holdings. Did he wish to acquire them? The answer soon revealed itself. You will transfer 2% of your shares to her as an apology. This is a one-time occurrence. There will be no second chance, Su Nanxiao stated firmly, his fingers rubbing against his trousers. Should this happen again, I cannot protect you. Elder brother, I have told you, it was not me. Why do you not believe me? I am your sister. She is merely an outsider. After being treated this way by her elder brother and second brother, Su Yuan felt her emotions fraying, her voice taking on a sharper edge. In the past, even when she erred, her brothers never considered it a grave matter. They would always stand by her unconditionally. Why had that changed? She was not an outsider. Su Nanxiao turned to face his sister, articulating each word distinctly. She is my future wife, your future sister-in-law. His tone was earnest, devoid of any hint of jest. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned by his declaration. What did it mean that Song Qingruan was to be her future sister-in-law? Setting aside the fact that Song Qingruan was her second brother's girlfriend, their parents would never allow her to enter the family. Elder brother, she is second brother's girlfriend. Su Yuan's voice was dry. She did not comprehend. Hadn't he previously despised Song Qingruan? In the past, she had even pleaded with him to pursue her, hoping to sever the connection between Song Qingruan and Shang Jingyu, so she could seize the opportunity. Yet her brother had not succeeded, and gradually, she came to terms with it. What she had not anticipated was the revelation, years later, that her brother had genuinely fallen for Song Qingruan and even wished to marry her. Thanks to you, I now have the chance to marry her. Su Nanxiao retracted his gaze. Su Yuan felt a profound ache in her heart. She had asserted it was not her fault. Why did her brother refuse to believe her? Why must she transfer shares to Song Qingruan? Is he truly unaware of the immense value of the Su family's 2% shares? The shares were bestowed upon me by my father, and I have no intention of relinquishing them. Even though she harbors deep affection for Shang Jingyu, she has never contemplated transferring the shares to him. Her parents granted her these shares with the hope that she would possess greater confidence in the days to come, rather than having to beg others for financial support. Xiao Yuan, one must bear the corresponding consequences for their misdeeds. As Song Qingruan was leaving her home, she was intercepted by Su Nanxiao, who blocked her path. Casting a glance towards the villa, she exclaimed anxiously, Su Nanxiao, what brings you here? To propose? Su Nanxiao replied in a subdued tone. I did not agree to marry you. Song Qingwan stamped her foot and pushed Su Nanxiao towards the car. I do not recall that day. Do not bring it up again. The delicate features of her face contorted with worry, her words laced with a warning. Does Yao not remember? He witnessed it with his own eyes. Su Nanxiao leaned back, observing the somewhat flustered expression on Song Qingwan's face, his gaze laden with significance. Surely, no man could disregard the image of his girlfriend beneath his elder brother, regardless of how deep his current affections may run. But what of the future? When his love for you wanes, will he still remain indifferent? He will not. Song Qingwan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, repeatedly asserting her conviction. Ultimately, she concealed her face, overwhelmed by anguish. Su Nanxiao, must you and your sister constantly conspire against me? I have struggled for 4 years to emerge from that darkness. Why must you treat me this way? Do I not even possess the right to choose my own happiness? Her voice quivered, tears spilling from her fingers. Su Nanxiao's expression darkened as he wrapped his arms around her. Wan, the best choice for you is to be with me. Yao is not suitable for you. I do not love you, nor do I wish to be with you, Song Qingwan choked out. Su Nanxiao closed his eyes momentarily, and when he opened them again, a resolute determination gleamed within. Whether you desire it or not, you shall marry me. With that, he leaned down and captured her lips. Song Qingwan pressed against Su Nanxiao's chest, but he seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace, constricting her neck and back, rendering her immobile. The partition within the car was raised. As Song Qingwan opened her eyes, she gazed towards the villa, her expression numb, allowing Su Nanxiao to kiss her. Though she attempted to resist, her efforts were feeble. The moment the villa's gate swung open, her heart raced with trepidation. Husband, why is Wanwan's car still here? Xie Zhiyun inquired curiously. Following his wife's line of sight, Song Zhouyuan noticed a black Qian. While they had one of their own, this vehicle was evidently not theirs. Nor did it belong to any relatives. Suddenly, he spotted a pair of familiar eyes through the car's rear windshield. Song Zhouyuan patted his wife and suggested, "Let us return home for now." Xie Zhiyun appeared puzzled. "Didn't we come out for a stroll? Why are we suddenly leaving?" Soon, she caught sight of the couple kissing in the car ahead. "Husband, has Wanwan started dating?" Xie Yunji's gentle voice resonated with a hint of excitement. Song Zhouyuan smiled, suggesting they should return, as being discovered would surely embarrass her. Xie Yunji nodded in agreement, her smile unwavering. However, at the very moment they turned, Su Nanxiao in the car released Song Qingwan, his profile falling directly into the gaze of Xie Yunji and Song Zhouyuan. The smiles on their faces faltered abruptly. "Darling, am I seeing things?" Xie Yunji murmured in a daze. Just then, the occupants of the car seemed to sense their scrutiny and simultaneously turned to look. For pairs of eyes met in a charged silence. The mother and daughter of the Song family simultaneously paled, and upon seeing the tears on his daughter's face, Song Zhouyuan's anger surged, prompting him to stride forward and wrench open the car door. Chapter 95. A heartfelt desire to marry her. The Su family has dared to bully us to our doorstep. With a powerful swing, Song Zhouyuan's fist connected with Su Nanxiao's face, channeling the accumulation of both old grievances and new resentments. Su Nanxiao staggered back, his back colliding with the car door. "It was your sister who first drugged and abducted someone, and then your brother came to threaten us. For years have passed, and you still dare to harass my daughter?" Song Zhouyuan's voice was hoarse, his face contorted with rage as he seized Su Nanxiao by the collar. "What has our Wanwan ever done to deserve this? Your family has persistently tormented her." With that, he swung another punch. Su Nanxiao remained silent, enduring the blows with stoic resilience. Blood trickled from the corner of his lip. "Wanwan, are you all right?" Xie Zhiyun stepped forward to pull her daughter aside, tenderly wiping away her tears. She truly did not understand the enmity between their families that spanned so many years. "Uncle, I acknowledge that our family was at fault in the past, but my feelings for Wanwan are genuine." After the third punch, Su Nanxiao looked at the furious Song Zhouyuan and spoke earnestly, "I sincerely wish to marry her. It is not as you presume, a deliberate act of harassment." "Marry?" For a brief moment, Song Zhouyuan thought he had misheard. He scrutinized Su Nanxiao's face for a full minute before confirming he was not jesting. "You must be dreaming. Our Wanwan would rather remain unmarried for life than ever marry into your Su family." Xie Yun's knew her husband's sentiments aligned with her own. No matter how prestigious the Su family status, they held no allure. A family so fundamentally flawed could never be trusted with their daughter. "Depart at once." Song Zhouyuan shoved Su Nanxiao away, urging him to keep his distance and never disturb his daughter again. "Uncle and Aunt, I came to pick up Wanwan today without bringing anything, but I will formally visit another day." "Who invited you for a formal visit?" Our Song family does not welcome any member of the Su family. Song Zhouyuan opened the car door and forcefully pushed Su Nanxiao inside. He then turned and guided his wife and daughter back into their home. Once in the living room, Song Zhouyuan dismissed all the servants and turned to his daughter with a serious expression. Sit down. I have something to ask you. Song Qingwan lowered her head. The day had finally arrived. It was he who harassed you. What is there to fear? Go on and sit. Xie Yun's tugged her daughter to sit opposite her husband, signaling him with her eyes to temper his demeanor. However, Song Zhouyuan was not as optimistic as she had hoped. His brow furrowed, his facial muscles tense. And especially upon seeing his daughter's anxious demeanor, his frustration only deepened. When did you become involved with him? Song Zhouyuan's voice was low, but those familiar with him recognized it as the calm before the storm. Dear, what nonsense are you speaking? Xie Yun's protested. Do not interrupt. Let her speak. For the first time, Song Zhouyuan addressed his wife with such sternness. He was genuinely infuriated by his daughter. No man would casually declare to a girl's parents that he sincerely wished to marry her. Song Qingwan's slender frame trembled slightly as she bit her lip, stammering. During the years I spent abroad, he flew to the northern country to see me every month. Wan. Xie Yunji raised her voice slightly. The instant her daughter responded, she understood the implication of her husband's words. He is the elder brother of Su Yuan. Do you not recall what the Su family did to you 4 years ago? I'm sorry. Song Qingwan did not deny her relationship with Su Nanxiao. Before leaving home today, she had seen his car parked on the second floor, intentionally letting her parents know, as a form of precautionary warning. Are you truly with him? Song Zhouyuan frowned, his tone stern. Who is with whom? Gu Yunxian's voice emerged from the entrance as he changed his shoes and peeked into the living room. Gu Yunxian. Why are you dawdling? Song Lanqing irritably kicked Gu Yunxian's calf and entered the living room first. Once inside, he quickly sensed the peculiar atmosphere that enveloped the air. Second uncle, second aunt, what is the matter? He cast a questioning glance at Song Qingwan, only then noticing her downcast gaze and the redness of her nose. Sister. Why are you crying? Song Lanqing hurriedly approached and sat beside her. Sister, are you in love? He cautiously handed her a tissue while inquiring. Both Song Zhouyuan and Xie Yun wore grim expressions, unsure how to broach the subject with their nephew regarding their daughter's relationship with Su Nanxiao. You can ask her. Song Zhouyuan uttered curtly before departing with Xie Yunji. Once they left, Gu Yunxian leaned in closer. The two of them flanked Song Qingwan, gazing intently at her. Sister, are you really in a relationship? Gu Yunxian asked. Did you reconcile with Su Huaran? Second uncle and second aunt want to allow you to marry to the capital? Gu Yunxian sighed. Aunt and uncle only have you as their precious daughter. Of course, they wouldn't want you to marry so far away. If it comes to it, you could have Su Huaran come to your side. Song Lanqing expressed skepticism. Would the Su family agree? Gu Yunxian retorted. Even if they disagree, they must comply. I was caught kissing Su Nanxiao by my parents, Song Qingwan interrupted, as the conversation began to escalate into banter. What? Sister, have you lost your mind? Both exclaimed in unison. Wait. Song Lanqing covered Gu Yunxian's mouth. Let us first confirm which Su Nanxiao it is. It might be a namesake. Gu Yunxian rolled his eyes, as if to say, do you really believe that? Song Lanqing smirked. If it were merely a namesake, they wouldn't be in this situation. Wan, why do you look so pale? See you set the flowers he held aside and reached out to touch Song Qingwan's slightly cool cheek. I just returned not long ago. Today is particularly cold, Song Qingwan replied, forcing a radiant smile, which contrasted with her pallid complexion, creating a disconcerting appearance. Are you exhausted from work? While he resided here previously, Song Qingwan often worked overtime. Su Yao gently guided her inside. Since he joined the company, he had ended his relationship with Song Qingwan to keep it a secret from his parents and could only visit her secretly after work. There was so much to learn. He had no choice but to take extra shifts. She clung to Su Yao's arm and inquired about his adjustment to the company. Throughout his university years and the professional path he pursued thereafter, his endeavors had always been intertwined with the entertainment industry. The company's operations felt rather foreign and tedious to him. Yet at this moment, he gazed down at Song Qingwan's gentle profile. It seemed that joining the company was the only option. Wan, I miss you so much. Su Yao halted, pulling her into his embrace. He bent down, burying his face in the crook of Song Qingwan's neck, murmuring sweetly, Do you miss me? Song Qingwan let her hands hang by her sides, her gaze drifting past the living room to the swaying curtains on the balcony. The man looked at her with intensity. She smiled softly and replied, Yes. I miss you every day. Chapter 96. The threat of separation with a sharp click. The bathroom door was shut. Song Qingwan sat on the sofa, arms crossed. Her gaze fixed on the man emerging from behind the balcony curtains. He approached her step by step, ultimately halting beside the sofa. How long do you think you can keep this secret? Su Nanxiao inquired, his hand casually tucked in his pocket, his eyes scrutinizing the faint smile adorning Song Qingwan's face. His parents had mentioned that his younger brother and Song Qingwan had broken up, a notion he had always found hard to believe. Today, witnessing her in person, he realized the truth of it. His brother had never been one to engage in deceit, yet here they were. What am I hiding? I never promised to marry you. Su Nanxiao, you certainly think highly of yourself, Song Qingwan replied, raising an eyebrow, unfazed. If you had no intention of marrying me, why did you open the door? Su Nanxiao's tone was laden with implication. Song Qingwan reflected, no wonder the Su family had chosen Su Nanxiao as their heir from such a young age. She pressed her lips together and raised her gaze to the man before her. Without warning, Su Nanxiao leaned closer, his face mere inches from hers. He observed the smile that had gradually faded from her lips, then spoke slowly, You do not wish to be the villain in this breakup, do you? Song Qingwan let out a scoff. Su Nanxiao, you truly have a talent for self-justification in your quest to marry me. I will not break up with Su Yao, nor will I marry you. You should abandon this obsession. She pushed his face away and turned her head. Is that so? Su Nanxiao drawled, leisurely taking a seat beside her, turning her body to face him. Your parents were quite upset when they caught us kissing. If they were to discover that you were actually dating Su Yao, what do you think their reaction would be? A subtle smirk played on his lips, tinged with mischief. Are you threatening me? Song Qingwan's expression shifted slightly. Wan, I am not threatening you. I am merely analyzing the current situation. Your parents were already angered once. Do you truly wish to provoke them a second time? Su Nanxiao gently caressed her face, his fingertip gliding over her lips, meticulously wiping away the lipstick that had strayed beyond her lip line. This is your last chance. Song Qingwan realized he was referring to the incident of her kiss with Su Yao. No. Before she could finish her sentence, her chin was seized, and her mouth was captured in a forceful kiss, silencing her protests. Irritated, Song Qingwan raised her leg in an attempt to kick him, but he adeptly evaded her. Make a bit more noise, and it will surely draw Su Yao out to sea, he warned. Su Nanxiao, you are shameless. Song Qingwan hissed, her voice lowered. If I see him kiss you again, I will return the favor doubly. Su Nanxiao paused, then added, and the same goes for you. You should tell Su Yao to break up with you sooner rather than later. If you do not, I shall take it upon myself to do so. Why? Song Qingwan bit her lip, frustration evident on her face. Why can't you let me go? Su Yao and I have already moved past that incident. Why must you incessantly pursue me? You wish to marry, and countless women would gladly accept your proposal. Why force me? Is this a tradition of your Su family? Is marriage solely reliant on coercion? The woman's soft voice was tinged with a faint cry, warm tears cascading onto the back of the large hand that rested against her cheek. Su Nanxiao's body stiffened momentarily. He lowered his hand, turned her around, and cradled her in his lap, gently wiping away the tears that marred her face. No matter how many women wish to marry me, my heart yearns only for you. Being with a Yao, he cannot bear the responsibility. Setting aside your parents' objections, he wouldn't even pass my parents' scrutiny. If they discover that you two have not broken up, they would resort to the same means as before. He lowered his gaze to her, his voice deep and solemn. Do you think I would let him off the hook? Song Qingwan was taken aback. He's your biological brother. His response was matter-of-fact. You are my future wife. Song Qingwan was amused by Su Nanxiao's audacity. She had never realized how shameless he could be. Yet, his boldness in this matter served her well. I did not agree. Song Qingwan emphasized in a hushed tone. Then prepare for a Yao to be expelled from the Su family. He will not only be unable to pursue his desired career, but will also find it impossible to enter the company in the future. Su Nanxiao pinched her cheek. His tone light as if jesting, yet the depths of his dark eyes bore no hint of humor. Though she maintained a composed exterior, her heart ignited with realization. Su Nanxiao's ire was now directed at Su Yao. You, even if you marry me, I will not come to like you. Tears streamed down Song Qingwan's cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. A forced relationship bears no sweetness. Su Nanxiao replied with a nonchalant before adding, I actually enjoy bitter melon. Song Qingwan was so taken aback that her tears ceased momentarily. What did you say? Su Yao halted his movements, staring incredulously at the person beneath him. Wan, don't jest. I'm not jesting. We should part ways. Song Qingwan turned her head away, as if unable to meet Su Yao's gaze. Why? Su Yao's voice was soft, as though he were desperately suppressing his emotions. I no longer like you. As the words fell, a single tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Her tone was urgent and rapid, emphasizing something she felt compelled to assert, yet Su Yao could not believe her declaration of disinterest. My brother has sought you out? Su Yao's tone was resolute. No. No one has. Song Qingruan hurriedly averted her gaze from Su Yao, pushing him away and wrapping herself in the blanket. No one is looking for me. I simply do not like you anymore, and I do not wish to be with you. Her voice was muffled and nasally. Su Yao took a deep breath, gradually peeling back the blanket, revealing her red-rimmed eyes and flushed nose, which pained him deeply. A wave of helplessness and regret surged within him. Do not cry. He gently scooped her into his embrace, his heart aching for her. Whatever he said to you, do not concern yourself with it. I will handle everything. Yet, if we do not part ways, you will be expelled from the Su family, Su Yao. That is the home you have known for over 20 years. And I cannot bear the thought of you losing your place because of me. She wept, gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face. Su Yao felt as though his heart had been torn into countless pieces, the pain rendering him breathless. For the first time, he loathed his lack of influence within the company. Thus, his father and elder brother could easily cast him aside. He said that as long as I marry him, he will not target you. You agreed? Su Yao's expression stiffened. The words nearly escaped his lips, yet he feared to hear Song Qingruan's response. In the next moment, he kissed her. She was his girlfriend. She could never belong to another. No one but him. He attempted to soothe himself with fervent embraces. Yet the more passionately she responded, the more his underlying fears surged uncontrollably. Her warmth, unlike before, felt as though she were bidding him farewell. Chapter 97. Who taught you to steal your brother's girlfriend? Speak up. What must one do to refrain from disturbing Wan? Su Yao stood before the desk, hands planted firmly upon its surface, gazing intently at Su Nanshao, who remained seated. Last night, Song Qingruan had been restless in her sleep, weeping in her dreams. And she arrived at work in the morning with swollen eyes. He could not bear to witness Song Qingruan in such distress, remaining passive. She has expressed her desire to break up with you. Why do you seek to vent your anger upon me? Su Nanshao sat composedly, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. She does not wish to part ways with me. As for the reason, I believe you are most aware of it. Su Yao ground his teeth in frustration. How could Su Nanshao, during his absence, have the audacity to confront Song Qingruan and threaten her into ending their relationship? Had it not been for the recording she had shared with him, he would scarcely believe that such a shameless individual was his elder brother, whom he had respected for years. Su Nanshao pressed his lips together and twirled the pen in his hand, speaking languidly. Yao, even without my interference, our parents would never consent to your marriage with Wan. The nib of the pen struck the desk, producing a sharp, resounding sound. Su Nanshao articulated each word with precision. You cannot keep her, nor can you protect her. As long as you do not meddle, I will manage it properly. Su Yao furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his rising fury. Yao, I was the one who liked her first. You are the interloper. I shall pursue her as I please, and you have no right to intervene. She is my girlfriend. That is a thing of the past, in the near future. She will be your sister-in-law. Su Nanshao. Su Yao leaned forward, seizing Su Nanshao by the collar. You are coercing me. What difference is there between you and Su Yuan? As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him, and his brow knitted tightly. You were involved in the drugging incident, weren't you? You conspired with Su Yuan against Wan. Before Su Nanshao could respond, Su Yao swung a fist, sending both him and the chair crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. The assistant outside knocked on the door, inquiring. Su Nanshao, seated on the floor, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's nothing. No one is permitted to enter without my consent. With that, he directed a fierce gaze at his brother, Su Yao. Who taught you to raise your hand against your own family for the sake of a woman? His voice was grave and his countenance even more so. Su Yao scoffed lightly. And who taught you to steal your brother's woman? Brother. Do not assume that being the heir of the Su family grants you the right to act as you please. Wan is my girlfriend. She is not a prize for you to claim. Su Yao's defiant expression darkened. Do not seek Wan again. He kicked the desk and turned to exit. Su Nanshao remained on the floor, his gaze falling upon the computer screen, which displayed the latest policies regarding marriage licenses. He picked up his phone and rose. Outside, the assistant strained to eavesdrop on the gossip, but before he could comprehend the situation, the door swung open abruptly. The assistant quickly turned away, feigning interest in the documents. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted Su Yao leaving with a grim expression, puzzled by the sudden escalation in their relationship. It appeared to be quite serious. Not long after Su Yao departed, he intended to close the door when Su Nanshao emerged, cancel my afternoon appointments. He uttered this statement and walked away. The assistant was left in perplexity. The workaholic Xiao Gu had even skipped his usual duties. What on earth was happening? Ruan, congratulations on your promotion. Let me treat you to a drink, said Song Qingruan. Although she was the daughter of a prominent family within the corporation, her performance in the marketing department had been commendable. Her amiable nature often led her to treat colleagues to afternoon tea. Today, having accompanied Song Qingruan to meet a client, she wished to extend an invitation to her as well. Sounds great. Let's go for drinks and dinner after work, Song Qingruan replied without hesitation. Just as she retrieved her car keys and was about to unlock the door, a black Kian pulled up before her. The car door swung open, revealing Su Nanshao's face. Song Qingruan pressed her lips together, realizing that she would not be meeting the client today. Fortunately, it was not a significant client, and her colleague could manage alone. She handed her car keys to her colleague, who, having seen Su Nanshao on the news, mistakenly believed they shared a romantic relationship. With a smile, she accepted the keys, assuring Song Qingruan that there was nothing to worry about before departing. Once her colleague left, Song Qingruan's expression turned serious as she inquired, "What do you want?" "To collect the marriage certificate," Su Nanshao replied succinctly. His two-word response left Song Qingruan feeling dizzy. What had prompted such behavior? Skipping work to seek out a marriage certificate was absurd. As she turned to leave, Su Nanshao swiftly circled the car and caught up with her. "You brought your ID, right?" Puzzled, Song Qingruan retorted, "Did I agree to marry you?" "You agreed to break up with Yao. Is there an inevitable connection between breaking up with him and marrying you? If you break up, you must marry me," Su Nanshao stated earnestly. Before she could respond, he lifted her and placed her into the car, directing the driver to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The driver was taken aback but could only comply. "Su Nanshao, your reasoning is truly touching. I ended things with Su Yao to avoid conflict with you. I have never stated that I wish to marry you." "Sign here," he insisted, ignoring her protests as he presented her with a document. Opening the folder, he handed her a pin. The word share transfer agreement caught her eye, and she noticed that Su Yuan had already signed. Her heart fluttered, despite her desire to sign. She maintained a facade of stubborn defiance. "Su Nanshao, do not think you can buy my marriage with a mere 2% of shares. I can earn my own money. I have no interest in your paltry shares." She refused to take the pin, adamantly declining to sign. Su Nanshao then embraced her from behind, taking hold of her hand, disregarding her struggles as he inscribed her name on the document. After both agreements were successfully signed, Song Qingruan broke free from his grasp, glaring at him fiercely. "Su Nanshao, this is coercion. Am I?" Su Nanshao raised his gaze, glancing at the driver, who promptly shook his head in denial. No, dear young master. Your feelings for Miss Song are entirely one-sided. That signature was willingly provided by Miss Song herself." After speaking, he temporarily became deaf to the icy glare cast upon him by Song Qingruan. It dawned on him. The young master intended to usurp the second young master's girlfriend, coercing Miss Song into marriage through the leverage of shares. It seemed that the Su family was on the brink of a transformation. "This share transfer agreement will take effect officially upon our marriage certificate," Su Nanshao indicated, pointing to the 23rd clause. Song Qingruan's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Nanshao proved himself to be a cunning businessman, using Su Yuan's belongings under the guise of an apology, while in fact, he was leveraging these shares to entice her into matrimony. Half an hour later, the car halted outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. The bureau was teeming with people, the majority of whom were there to file for divorce, with few arriving to register their marriages. Su Nanshao instructed the lawyer, who had been waiting at the bureau since early morning, to take a number. Just as they arrived, their number was called. "Su Nanshao, I refuse to marry," Song Qingruan exclaimed, her hand grasped firmly by Su Nanshao, her face drawn tight as she attempted to break free and flee from him. Chapter 98. Desiring the entire Su family as the staff pressed the seal onto the marriage certificate, they slightly loosened their grip on Song Qingruan's hand. When the marriage certificate was pushed before her, her mind momentarily blanked. Marrying Su Nanshao was an inevitable step in her plan. Yet, the thought of her parents lingered. Ever since they learned of her relationship with Su Nanshao, a shadow seemed to have descended upon her home. Aunts and uncles had come to subtly advise her that Su Nanshao was not a suitable match. Song Qingruan shook off Su Nanshao's hand and began to walk away. Ruan, wait. There are still matters to attend to." Just 2 steps out, she was seized by Su Nanshao once more. "What else is there to handle when you have coerced me into this marriage?" Song Qingruan replied, her annoyance palpable, half feigned, half genuine. "Are you not prepared for anything upon our marriage?" Sun Anshao sensed her irritation and softened his tone. I have already acquired shares from your sister. What else could I possibly desire from you? Song Qingwan retorted sharply. Despite her words, she was somewhat taken aback by Su Nanxiao's willingness to offer her something. She had expected him to withhold the 2% of shares like a shrewd businessman. Lawyer Han, Su Nanxiao called to the man beside them, who promptly approached. The three of them found a suitable spot to sit, and Lawyer Han began to present the documents from his briefcase for Song Qingwan to review. With a cold snort, she turned her face away, pretending disinterest. Ruan, this is all your dowry. Please take a look. I am not one to be swayed by money. Song Qingwan insisted. Her face flushed with indignation. I know you are not. These are what I wish to give you. Come now, just have a look, Sun Anshao said, adjusting her face back toward the documents with a sigh. If she were truly a materialistic person, he would not have employed every means necessary to win her affection. Though she professed not to be greedy, Song Qingwan examined each document handed to her by the lawyer with meticulous attention. Most of what Su Nanxiao had transferred to her were profitable ventures. She was well aware of the workings of the Su family's enterprises, having conducted thorough research on which were thriving and which were failing. Among the documents were several properties for personal use. The final document surprised Song Qingwan. Though it only represented 1% of the shares, combined with the 2% transferred from Su Yuan, her holdings in the Su family were equal to those of Su Yao. Compared to Su Nanxiao and Su Yuan, Su Yao held the least, clearly indicating his position in the eyes of their parents. Thus, her choice of spouse was Su Nanxiao and not Su Yao. Ultimately, under Su Nanxiao's persistent persuasion, Song Qingwan reluctantly signed the documents. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I shall take my leave now. Lawyer Han rose, briefcase in hand. His address of Mrs. Su caused Su Nanxiao's brow to relax. Then I shall trouble you, Lawyer Han. Once the formalities are completed, I will reward you handsomely. The corners of Lawyer Han's mouth nearly stretched to his ears. He understood that the handsome reward Su Nanxiao referred to would be considerable. It seemed his flattery had not been misplaced. Let's go. I will escort you back to the company. Su Nanxiao held Song Qingwan's hand as she rose, her demeanor exuding a spirited vitality, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Song Qingwan pressed her lips together, remaining silent, yet she followed him into the car. As soon as they were inside, Su Nanxiao leaned in and kissed her. Leaning back against the seat, with his hand supporting her, she wore a composed expression, devoid of the joy typically associated with marriage, nor the sweet shyness that accompanies a husband's kiss. Her gaze fell upon the partition. Shang Jingyu had mentioned wanting the shares held by Su Yuan, but she aspired to possess the entirety of the Su family. The sting on her lips brought her thoughts back to the present, and she furrowed her brow, pushing Su Nanxiao away. Su Nanxiao, are you a dog? You seem distracted. Su Nanxiao appeared completely unperturbed, responding as if it were the most natural thing. You forced me into marriage. Do you expect me to be in a passionate romance with you? Song Qingwan rolled her eyes, as if to say he was indulging in fanciful dreams. A flicker of sorrow crossed Su Nanxiao's eyes as he straightened his posture, gazing at the delicate, fair hand he was holding. It was fine. They were already wed. From this moment onward, he was her legally recognized husband. A visit to her parents might take a couple of days. Song Qingwan turned her head and chuckled. Are you eager to go home to face my father? Perfect timing. He's been in a foul mood lately, and you could serve as a human punching bag. Don't call them mom and dad. They are my parents, not yours. Ruan, now that we are married, your parents are my parents too. How thick-skinned you are. Su Nanxiao squeezed her palm gently. It's fine if your father wants to hit me a few times. After all, I married his daughter without his consent. His anger is only natural. His voice was soft, earnest, stripped of the usual severity and pressure he carried in public. Song Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such words from him. In her memory, Su Nanxiao had always prioritized family, and part of her reluctance to accept his pursuit stemmed from this. Thus, she had taken a long detour, enticing Su Yao to provoke Su Nanxiao, which had only exacerbated their conflict. As Song Qingwan exited the car and entered the Song Corporation building, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen. Su Huaran? So much had transpired recently that she had nearly forgotten about Su Huaran, who had departed without a trace. Without hesitation, she ended the call. He had been gone for nearly 2 months without a word, and his sister had even visited to warn her. Song Qingwan believed there was no further need for contact between them. Meanwhile, Su Huaran stared at his disconnected phone, burying his face in his hands. After such a lengthy absence without any communication, she undoubtedly wished to sever ties. Brother, did you call Song Qingwan? Su Xinghe lowered her voice deliberately upon discovering her brother had secretly taken his phone. He had been confined for over a month, and due to his relatively good behavior, their parents had allowed him some freedom outside his room, though his confiscated phone and computer remained withheld. Xiaohe, do you have any cash on you? Su Huairan countered with a question. Brother, are you out of your mind? Su Xinghe immediately recognized her brother's intent. Just listen to mom and dad and marry sister Shiyu. Su Xinghe urged anxiously. She could not fathom what enchantment Song Qingruan had cast upon her brother. The last time her brother returned, their mother feigned illness, hoping to persuade him to wed Ji Shuyu. Yet, even with the knowledge of their mother's limited time, her brother remained resolute in his refusal. In a fit of anger, their parents confined him, and at first, he refused food and water, surviving solely on nutrient injections. This time, their parents were truly unwavering, determined not to compromise. Without her, this world holds no allure for me. Su Xinghe felt an intense loathing for Song Qingruan. With a scowl, she turned and ascended the stairs, only to descend moments later, shoving a bag into Su Huairan's arms. There isn't much cash. From now on, it's up to you to take care of things. With that, he turned and strode away without a hint of hesitation. Su Xinghe stood frozen, watching the slender figure retreat, her vision gradually blurring. She understood that she would never again have her brother by her side. Chapter 99. I married Song Qingran during dinner at the Su residence. An air of silence enveloped the table. The butler, while serving rice, could not help but sigh inwardly. The once jovial atmosphere had gradually faded since the eldest daughter's marriage. The return of the second young master with the young lady from the Song family had intensified this silence. It was only after the second young master broke up and returned home that the mood improved slightly. Xiao Yuan, eat more, Wang Ruojin urged her daughter, who had visibly lost weight over the new year, likely due to some distress from Shang Jingyu. Her heart ached for her. Su Yuan obediently replied with a soft mm. She kept her head lowered, having not exchanged a single word with her elder or second brother since her return. Both brothers harbored grievances against her. Given that explanations seemed futile, she resigned herself to silence. I am married. The four individuals at the dining table, apart from Su Nanyao, simultaneously halted their eating, turning their attention to Su Nanyao, who continued to eat leisurely. The first to change expression was Su Yao. Only he and Su Nanyao were aware that Su Nanyao had once coerced Song Qingran into breaking up with him to marry her instead. Then came Su Yuan. Recalling her brother's words when he had her sign the share transfer agreement, stating that one must bear the consequences of their actions. Was his consequence marrying Song Qingran? Married? Su Mingkai frowned. Who did you marry? Why didn't you inform us beforehand? His son's sudden silence regarding his marriage left him somewhat displeased. Yet he trusted his eldest son's judgment in choosing a spouse. How could you marry without informing us first? It lacks decorum for both families not to have met. Wang Ruojin sighed softly. She had always found her eldest son to be prudent, yet it seemed he had erred in this matter of marriage. Who did you marry? Su Yao inquired sternly, his gaze piercing like the biting cold of winter, fixed on Su Nanyao. Setting down his chopsticks and meeting his brother's gaze, Su Nanyao replied deliberately. Song Qingran. Su Nanyao. Su Yao erupted, slamming the table, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. Be quiet. Su Mingkai interjected, raising his voice as he turned back to his eldest son. You said you married whom? Mom, Dad, I married Song Qingran. Ah Xiao, what did you say? Who did you marry? Wang Ruojin could hardly believe her ears. Hadn't Song Qingran been dating her youngest son? After her son's difficult breakup, how could she now be involved with the eldest? Is it true that she could not marry your brother, so she turned her sights on you? Speak. Did she drug you or threaten you in some way? Su Mingkai's expression remained stern. He was skeptical that his eldest son had willingly chosen to marry Song Qingran. Su Nanyao pressed his lips together. She is not that kind of person. I pursued her for many years, and it was my desire to marry her. What do you mean by pursuing her for so long? Wang Ruojin was rendered speechless, astonished. She was once your brother-in-law's girlfriend. And later she ended up with your younger brother. She is nothing but a fickle woman. What do you find appealing about her? Su Mingkai slammed the table heavily, startling the maid who was working nearby into silence. However, such juicy gossip was too enticing for anyone to ignore. They cautiously continued their tasks while straining to listen. She is not that kind of person. She is not that kind of person. The two brothers exclaimed in unison. Their defense of Song Qingruan only served to infuriate Su's parents further. All right, I must have underestimated her. It seems that merely capturing my daughter's husband is not enough. Now she seeks to snatch my son. Wang Ruojin gripped the armrest of the chair, her teeth clenched in frustration. Mother, that is not what I meant. I was merely guessing that my elder brother would say such a thing, Suya replied with a smile, moving to stand beside Wang Ruojian to offer her some comfort. Hurry and get that marriage annulled. Su Mingkai shouted angrily. I will not divorce, Su Nanxiao asserted, his fist clenched. Dad, I can agree to anything else, but not this. Unfilial son. Su Mingkai, enraged, stood up and ordered the butler to enforce family discipline. When the butler hesitated, Su Yao volunteered, Father, I shall go. He cast a cold glance at Su Nanxiao as he turned away. Husband, let us speak to Ah Xiao calmly. He will listen, Wang Ruojian hurriedly interjected. Attempting to placate Su Mingkai, while Su Yuan also expressed her concern and joined in the persuasion. Yet, in his current fury, Su Mingkai was deaf to all reason. Su Yao soon returned with a ruler in hand. Kneel down. Husband, let's discuss this rationally. Wang Ruojian rushed over to stop Su Mingkai, shooting a glare at her younger son. He's quite clever. Su Yao shrugged, knowing that since Su Nanxiao would never agree to the divorce, it was more important to deliver a beating first. It would be best to knock him unconscious, leaving Ruan Ruan a widow. Su Nanxiao knelt before Su Mingkai. Dad, I will not divorce Ruan Ruan. If you and Mom cannot accept this, we will move out after the wedding. Move out. Su Mingkai's face turned crimson with rage, and the long ruler came crashing down on Su Nanxiao's back with a dull thud. Will you divorce or not? If you refuse, I will beat you to death today. Su Nanxiao remained silent. Wang Ruojian pleaded with her husband to stop, but Su Nanxiao's resolve was unyielding, and Su Mingkai, thoroughly infuriated, was unwilling to relent. After finishing her overtime, Song Qingruan sat in her car, uncertain whether to return to the Song family home or her own residence. Su Nanxiao had promised to accompany her home in a couple of days to discuss marriage with her parents. Ultimately, she decided to wait for Su Nanxiao. At least with him around, her parents would have someone to vent their frustrations on. She drove back to her residence, entering the community when a familiar figure caught her eye. Song Qingruan glanced ahead a couple of times, but the person quickly disappeared from her view. She diverted her gaze and drove into the underground parking lot. After parking her car, she walked towards the elevator, unwilling to dwell on the chaotic matters at hand. Perhaps it was best to return to work for a while, as sleep was eluding her. The elevator doors chimed open, and she stepped out. Meanwhile, the elevator door beside her opened, revealing a pair of legs clad in white sneakers and black trousers, capturing Song Qingruan's attention. She halted her steps and locked eyes with Su Huairan, who had just emerged from the elevator. Ruan, Su Huairan's voice was tinged with a huskiness, having not seen Song Qingruan for nearly 2 months. Upon their reunion, a torrent of longing surged within him. He took a step forward, yearning to embrace her. But Song Qingruan retreated 2 steps instead. The chill in her gaze pierced Su Huairan's heart deeply, and he opened his mouth. His throat constricted. I'm sorry for coming back late. There is no need to apologize. We have long since parted ways. Your sister came to see me and mentioned that you were getting married. Congratulations, Song Qingruan replied in a cool, steady tone, devoid of any emotion. Su Huairan appeared significantly thinner, suggesting that his recent times had been difficult, yet none of that concerned her anymore. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. I am also getting married, she stated, leaving Su Huairan momentarily stunned in place. The apprehension and tension he had felt upon arrival evaporated, replaced by a profound silence. His handsome features appeared pallid under the lights. Chapter 100. Selfishness. Have you married? It took Su Huairan a considerable time to regain his voice, and he struggled to articulate these 4 words. Everything around him seemed to vanish, and his gaze was solely fixed on Song Qingruan. He yearned for her answer. Yes, I just got married today, Song Qingruan replied nonchalantly before adding, Please step aside. I need to open the door. Wan, I didn't mean to lose contact with you. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Qingruan interrupted, I don't want to know. She pushed Su Huairan aside and entered the password. With a beep, the door lock clicked open, and she was about to step inside when suddenly, a force pulled her back. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself inside the room, brought in by Su Huairan. The door clicked shut behind them. Ruan, we need to talk. Song Qingruan struggled a couple of times but could not break free. She lifted her gaze, a faint and subtle mockery curling at her lips. What is there to discuss? Shall we talk about how your parents disapprove of me? Or how they pressured you to marry your childhood sweetheart? Su Huairan, I believe you love me. But your family is an insurmountable obstacle between us. Moreover, I am not lying. I am truly married. The marriage certificate is in my bag. You may see for yourself. Each of her words pierced Su Huairan's heart like sharp needles, and the hand he had wrapped around her waist trembled. Ruan, I am sorry. Just as Song Qingruan was taken aback by his sudden apology, Shadows enveloped her as he assertively deprived her of fresh air. Song Qingwan momentarily stood dazed. Su Huaran, with his sunny and extroverted disposition, had initially shown her much tolerance. In their later relationship, he had indulged her immensely, rarely displaying such a dominant side. Caught off guard, she forgot to resist, allowing Su Huaran to press further. By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. I'm sorry, Ruan. You may be angry, but please don't abandon me. Su Huaran cautiously embraced Song Qingwan from behind. Song Qingwan let out a cold snort, mocking him. Su Huaran, did you learn this forceful approach during your trip back to the capital? Su Huaran's response was entirely off-topic. I didn't mean to neglect messaging you. Song Qingwan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Just moments before, Su Huaran had explained his predicament of being confined, and she admitted feeling a pang of sympathy, believing that his parents were excessively rigid. Yet, Su Huaran had run away from home, proclaiming he would never return. She could not bear the weight of his future regrets. Furthermore, she did not wish to entangle him further in her life. During those 4 years abroad, her survival had been fueled by her resentment towards the Su family and the business community, but amidst that hatred, her happiness stemmed from Su Huaran. Whenever she was with him, she could momentarily forget everything that had transpired back home. She had even entertained the notion of living abroad with him indefinitely. Yet, some issues remain unresolved, making it impossible to move forward. Su Huaran, even if your parents agree, we still cannot marry. Su Huaran felt a tightening in his heart, instinctively tightening his grip around Song Qingwan's hand. Do you no longer love me? I have never had a child. I understand. It is not your fault. The fault lies with those who pressured you. Once, I am not so superficial. I care about the past events that have caused you great sorrow and pain. What matters to me is your happiness, not the people you have been with or whether you have had children. Song Qingwan forced a smile, suppressing the bitter sensation welling in her eyes. Some things I cannot move past. Do you understand? She knew Su Huaran was a wonderful person, deserving of a better love. Not one that involved watching her turn to others, regardless of whether her feelings were genuine or feigned. The psychological harm inflicted upon Su Huaran was indeed substantial. I know, she retorted, her emotions becoming agitated. You know nothing. I know Su Yao is your ex-wife's brother, and I am aware of your intentions in getting close to him. She continued. They had known each other for 4 years and had been in a relationship for 2.5 years. How could he not guess what she was up to? He understood her enduring pain. This matter, unresolved, would haunt her for a lifetime. Su Huaran held Song Qingwan tightly, gently soothing her. Those who have done wrong must pay the price. I will always be by your side, Wands. Do not push me away. Song Qingwan was taken aback by Su Huaran's words. No wonder he claimed he did not mind her being with others. He had known her intentions all along. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not being able to help you resolve this, for forcing you to compromise. Su Huaran's voice was hoarse. The thought of how Song Qingwan approached the Su brothers filled him with sorrow. Yet, he felt powerless to assist her. Previously, as the heir of the Su family, he was unable to aid her. Their family's influence was concentrated in the capital, and his parents would never permit him to act against the Su family. Now, he was merely Su Huaran, making it even harder to help her. Song Qingwan turned to embrace Su Huaran, burying her face in his chest. There is no need to apologize. This is my vendetta, and I will seek my own revenge. As long as he was by her side, that was sufficient. Song Qingwan admitted her current behavior was selfish. She could not promise Su Huaran a future, but selfishly wished for his companionship. This matter weighed heavily on her heart. One she dared not speak of to anyone, for she trusted no one, not even her parents. She feared they would counsel her to abandon her hatred and look forward. Yet now, Su Huaran claimed he understood and supported her. Tears streamed down Song Qingwan's face, as if she were expelling all the grievances of the past days. Su Huaran gently patted her back, offering silent companionship, reminiscent of their time in the northern country. There were moments when nightmares would awaken her. Dreams in which her baby would tell her she could not protect them, that she was not a competent mother and therefore must seek a worthy one. Upon waking, her tears would flow uncontrollably, and Su Huaran would hold her just as he did now, softly patting her back. After a long while, Song Qingwan finally ceased her weeping. Perhaps it was the release of tears that suddenly lightened her heart. Su Huaran, you are quite bothersome, insisting on making me cry. Song Qingwan feigned anger as she playfully bit Su Huaran's arm, exclaiming, Your clothes are completely soaked. Hurry and change. With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, Su Huaran softly inquired, Are you no longer angry? I'm angry. Of course, I am angry. Soon, you shall experience the taste of unyielding persistence. Song Qingruan's eyes and nose were tinged with red, and her pouting, petulant demeanor appeared particularly endearing. Su Huairan exhaled in relief and, before rising, planted a fervent kiss on Song Qingruan's cheek. I can hardly wait, he said, his playful nonchalance rendering him utterly irreverent. Song Qingruan seized a pillow and playfully struck him, urging, "Go on. At your command, my princess." Su Huairan saluted with a mock gesture before tumbling out of bed. Leaning back against her pillow, Song Qingruan gazed at the ceiling, a smile gradually blossoming at the corners of her lips. Chapter 101. Confirming her feelings. Why are you here? As Song Qingruan arrived at the entrance, the door swung open, revealing Su Yao's face, startling her. Fortunately, she had not allowed Su Huairan to accompany her out. Did you cry last night? Even with makeup, the redness around her eyes was evident. No, not at all. Song Qingruan forced a smile, changing her shoes and pushing Su Yao out the door. We have broken up. Please do not come looking for me again. I will change the password tonight. Qingruan. I never agreed to the breakup. Su Yao grasped Song Qingruan's hand as they entered the elevator. Was marriage a threat? He pressed the button for the B1 floor as he spoke. You know? Song Qingruan feigned shock, eyes widening cautiously. He told my parents at home and was met with my father's discipline. Now he lies half dead in the hospital. Su Yao's tone turned icy at the mention of Su Nanxiao. Song Qingruan raised an eyebrow slightly, noting the ruthlessness of the Su family. They could injure their own son so severely. Qingruan, do not worry. I will eventually make him agree to the divorce. Su Yao turned, embracing Song Qingruan and whispering words of comfort. But I am already married to him. I am not worthy of you anymore. Please do not argue with my family on my behalf. It is not worth it. I only hope you can find happiness, rather than harboring resentment towards your family because of me, which would only weaken your familial bonds. Her words of concern and worry pierced Su Yao's heart, for it was she who had borne the greatest hurt, yet she continually thought of him. Su Yao's resolve grew stronger. You are not unworthy of me. You were merely forced into this situation, and that is not your fault. Song Qingruan laughed, resting against Su Yao's chest. You must despise Su Nanxiao and Su Yuan by now. After parting ways in the underground parking lot, Song Qingruan entered her car and sent Su Yuan's wedding photo with Shang Jingyu to the designated account. The first thing she did after marrying Su Nanxiao was to ruin Su Yuan's career completely, forcing her back into the family fold. After sending the photos, she promptly turned off her phone and drove back to the office. Upon entering the marketing department, Song Qingruan noticed numerous strange glances directed at her, with colleagues immediately avoiding her presence. She paid them no mind. The revelation of Su Yuan's marriage to Shang Jingyu inevitably led to backlash, as she was widely regarded as Shang Jingyu's cherished one. Oh my, I always thought she and Mr. Shang were engaged in a tragic love story. But it turns out she was the interloper. Mr. Shang is already married. How can she be so brazen? The entire city knows she is his beloved. How unfortunate for Mr. Shang's legitimate wife. Mr. Shang's wife is far more beautiful. I truly wonder what kind of vision he possesses. Such gossip permeated every corner. Simultaneously, discussions about the incident surged online, as Su Yuan boasted a vast fanbase despite recent scandals. Yet, many fans, having endured the turmoil, remained fiercely loyal. Their passion was simply overwhelming. The first course of action was to rush to Song Qingruan's long-neglected short video account and unleash a torrent of vitriol. Meanwhile, Fu Jie received a link shared by a friend, and upon clicking it, she was taken aback to discover that the news of Su Yuan marrying Shang Jingyu had been exposed. Only Su Yuan and Shang Jingyu possessed the marriage certificate, and one could surmise that Shang Jingyu might not even be aware of its whereabouts. Could it be that Su Yuan? She shook her head, quickly recalling Song Qingruan, who would surely be subjected to a barrage of online criticism. The uproar surrounding Shang Jingyu's white Moonlight was rampant online, with many fervently supporting them. Without even glancing at the comments section, she dialed Song Qingruan's number, only to find it perpetually engaged, causing her great distress. Mr. Shang, Supervisor Song is waiting for you in the conference room, a colleague's voice called from outside. Song Qingruan rose, and shortly after, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing Shang Jingyu in a sharp black suit, exuding an air of business formality. Once the door closed behind him, he strode towards Song Qingruan. A hint of concern etched on his brow. About my marriage. I had someone announce it. If you wish to silence her in the entertainment industry, it would suffice to have her banned. This announcement, he paused, will have significant repercussions for you. I want everyone to know about this matter. You will assist me, won't you? Song Qingruan grasped the hem of Shang Jingyu's coat. She needed evidence of the circumstances surrounding Shang Jingyu's forced marriage. Having only a portion of the proof, insufficient for her needs, she refrained from informing him beforehand, fearing his disapproval. I will provide it shortly. Shang Jingyu settled beside her. But please inform me in advance before taking such actions next time. This situation will undoubtedly impact the Shang Corporation. It will be resolved in a couple of days. It's manageable, Song Qingwan replied, her lips pursed in contemplation. As Shang Jingyu produced his laptop, she turned to him. I got married. Shang Jingyu momentarily froze, as if doubting his own hearing. Lifting his gaze, he met her serious expression, and his demeanor grew increasingly tense. To Su Nanxiao, before he could voice his question, she had preemptively responded. Wan Shang Jingyu's throat tightened, his voice heavy with emotion. He yearned to inquire why she chose to marry Su Nanxiao, yet he could surmise the reasons without asking. Are you very concerned? She inquired. I am not, he blurted, understanding that her decision was for the sake of their child. How could he possibly object? He merely felt it was an unfair burden for her to bear. Wan, am I utterly ineffectual? Shang Jingyu's voice dropped, his face awash with helplessness. For years had passed, yet he had failed to resolve matters adequately. Song Qingwan's heart fluttered. A smile graced her lips as she gently shook her head. Jing, we are merely ordinary people without superpowers. Your father colludes with the Su family. Some issues cannot be rectified overnight. Therefore, we shall face them together, and together we shall achieve our goals more swiftly. Shang Jingyu clasped her hand, resting his forehead against her palm. Warm tears slipped from her hand into the spaces between his fingers. The smile on Song Qingruan's face gradually faded, leaving her in a state of confusion regarding Shang Jingyu. He was not at fault. He was indeed a victim, striving to avenge their child. Yet, there were certain truths she found exceedingly difficult to accept. Wan, everything will be all right once this is all over, won't it? A muffled voice reached her ears, prompting Song Qingruan to quietly sigh within her heart. Yes, everything will be all right. You will always stay by my side, won't you? At a loss for words, Song Qingruan remained silent until Shang Jingyu hoarsely called her name once more. Eventually, she nodded, affirming, I will always be with you. I will not go back on my word. Chapter 102. Only money remains immutable. After concluding her collaboration discussion with Shang Jingyu, Song Qingwan lingered in the conference room for quite some time, ultimately deciding to set the matter aside until everything settled. Hey, did I just see that scoundrel Shang Jingyu? The voice of Song Laching chimed from above. Song Qingwan looked up, surprised. What brings you here? I came to invite you to lunch. My company is just a street away from the Song Corporation, yet you never think to join me for a meal. Song Laching complained. Have you broken up with that scoundrel Su Nanxiao yet? Song Laching inquired as he approached her, testing the waters. Su Nanxiao is even worse than Shang Jingyu. Song Qingwan nearly choked on her words. She shut her laptop and forced a dry laugh. You really don't want to know. She could hardly trust her cousin with such matters. If she mentioned marriage, the whole family would be informed by afternoon. Just have some fun with him. Don't take it seriously. Unlike the elders in their family, Song Laching held a different perspective. Despite the general disdain for Su Nanxiao, he believed that dating wasn't a big deal. There were plenty of men who adored his sister. If she grew tired of one, she could simply move on. After all, it wasn't he as if they were getting married. Let us go eat. Song Qingruan chose to change the subject. She returned to her workstation to put away her laptop and left with Song Laching, ignoring the curious gazes that followed them. Though Song Laching was also a descendant of the Song family, he had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey during college and was resolutely uninterested in joining the family business, claiming that he intended to inherit the Song Corporation in the future. The truth was, he simply lacked interest in the family's enterprises. By the way, sister, the news about Shang Jingyu marrying Su Yuan was leaked by some malicious person. You should be cautious of her obsessive fans. Song Laching expressed his concern while waiting for the elevator. Little did he know that the culprit was right beside him. Song Qingruan grimaced slightly. I drive to and from work every day. There's no need to worry about me. Shang Jingyu is truly a menace. If he wants to marry, he should keep his distance. Why does he have to flaunt his affection? Su Yuan too. They really are a match made in heaven. Song Laching muttered under his breath. Are we going to eat or not? Song Qingruan playfully slapped Song Laching on the back. Of course. Eat. Song Laching immediately donned a sycophantic grin. He had merely criticized Shang Jingyu once, yet his sister was far too kind-hearted, still disallowing him to speak his mind. He resolved to curse him secretly behind her back. The two chose a nearby French restaurant with a good reputation. Upon reaching the entrance, Song Qinghuan was taken aback to see Jiang Yinian with Zheng Yu. She was astonished. Despite Zheng Yu's indifferent expression, Jiang Yinian's demeanor was slightly ingratiating, yet Zheng Yu did not pull away, indicating her tacit acceptance of his actions, having been preoccupied lately. Song Qinghuan had not been in touch with Zheng Yu for some time, and she was astonished to discover that the couple, who had been embroiled in a public divorce, had reconciled. Song Qinghuan could only feel relieved that she had sent the evidence of Jiang Yinian's infidelity to Zheng Yu from an anonymous email. Sister, isn't that your friend? Aren't you going to say hello? Song Lanqing queried, puzzled. Song Qinghuan shook her head. No need. Recalling the words she once uttered in front of Jiang Yinian, urging him to confront Zheng Yu, an inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over her. The matters of their marriage were no longer of her concern. She had no desire to interfere. Although they had recently made quite a fuss about their impending nuptials, she was aware that their separation was implausible. Song Lanqing shrugged, displaying an expression of anticipated inevitability. Why? Song Qinghuan inquired. Sister, he replied, though their love is freely chosen. The imbalance in their social standing is undeniable. The Jiang family's prestige is worlds apart from your friends. Were it not for your friend's beauty and Jiang Yinian's fateful infatuation during her studies abroad, she would never have been able to transcend her class and enter our circle. As long as Jiang Yinian does not wish to part ways, they shall remain together. The Jiang family is affluent and influential, possessing myriad ways to keep Zheng Yu by his side, while Zheng Yu's ordinary background cannot withstand the storms of life. Moreover, should they divorce, Jiang Yinian may profess his affection for Zheng Yu, yet it would not be long before he remarries. The future for Zheng Yu's child would be far from enviable then. Song Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. She understood the depth of Zheng Yu's love for her daughter. She too had nearly become a mother and still harbored lingering sentiments towards the unborn child. What more could be said for Zheng Yu, who had already spent 2 years nurturing her daughter? There is a saying that a stepmother brings forth a stepfather. It would be nearly impossible for Zheng Yu to take her daughter with her after a divorce. Song Qinghuan's emotions grew increasingly intricate. In the restroom, Zheng Yu gazed at Song Qinghuan as she emerged from the stall and smiled. You must think I forgive Jiang Yinian because of my overwhelming love for him, right? Noticing Song Qinghuan's silence at the restaurant entrance, she sensed her disapproval of her actions. After all, Song Qinghuan was someone who held clear distinctions between love and hate. Zheng Yu, this is your marriage. As long as you believe your choice is correct, that is sufficient. We are merely outsiders and cannot offer much in the way of advice. Song Qinghuan's tone was devoid of mockery. As her brother had pointed out, many matters became inextricably tied after marriage, especially in a union like Zheng Yu and Jiang Yinian's, where their backgrounds were vastly different. I initially resolved to divorce. I could not accept any imperfections tainting my love. It was only after deciding to part ways that I realized how effortless marriage could be. In stark contrast to the arduous nature of divorce, the 30-day cooling-off period allows for rescission should the other party have a change of heart. Filing for divorce is a protracted ordeal. Furthermore, my friend's career has been inevitably affected, and after our divorce, he would not permit me to see my daughter. Zheng Yu's hands clenched tightly. She felt unable to forsake her friends or abandon her child. Does he threaten you? Song Qinghuan was taken aback. Jiang Yinian would resort to wielding his power to suppress Zheng Yu's friends to avoid divorce? What about you? Song Qinghuan found herself at a loss for words to provide comfort. Do you remember Qin Wenin? Song Qinghuan quickly recalled that name. She certainly remembered. Qin Wenin's striking visage was unforgettable, and in her mind, the only face that could rival Shinjin's belonged to Qin Wenin. Qin Wenin is the neighbor of Zheng Yu. Having once resided with her for a period of time, their acquaintance can be described as quite intimate. She had heard Zheng Yu mention that Qin Wenin's first love had been unfaithful, yet later in university, she encountered a boyfriend who was utterly devoted to her, leading to a blissful relationship. It was only recently that I discovered her boyfriend had also been unfaithful, and they had long since parted ways. Song Qinghuan's pupils constricted, and she could not help but lament the misfortune that befell such a beautiful woman, plagued by 2 disloyal men in succession. Her boyfriend had pursued her for 3 years, showering her with meticulous care and rescuing her from that previous failed romance. However, mere months into their relationship, he too had turned away. Men are all the same. Their affections seem to possess a fleeting shelf life, and one can only assume that a future partner would lead to a similar conclusion. Suddenly, Song Qinghuan comprehended why Zheng Yu had brought up Qin Wenin. The tribulations of Qin Wenin had served as a wake-up call for Zheng Yu. One, she mused. I have come to realize that only wealth is eternal. Jiang Yinian has transferred all his shares and assets to my name, asserting that as long as we do not divorce, he is willing to give me everything. If changing partners could lead to the same outcome, why not hold tightly to the assets Jiang Yinian had bestowed upon her? After all, divorce was not an option, and her affection for Jiang Yinian had waned. She might as well regard him as a means to financial gain. Chapter 103. The Quarrel Until the End of the Workday. Song Qingruan remained in shock from Zheng Yu's words. It was no wonder that their circle was filled with couples who merely pretended to be in love. She had witnessed firsthand the passionate romance between Zheng Yu and Jiang Yinian, which eventually crumbled, leaving them bound together for the sake of profit and their child. She mused that her own ideals could sometimes be annoyingly lofty. Perhaps because of her privileged background and financial security, she allowed no imperfection in her conception of love. She would rather remain single for a lifetime than partake in a relationship laced with deceit. As the elevator reached the basement level, she exited while scrolling through her phone. After replying to a message, Song Qingruan shifted her gaze and noticed a shadow beside her own. Gripping her phone tightly, she proceeded forward with measured steps, scanning the underground parking lot for any other presence. Upon confirming the absence of a third party, she suddenly quickened her pace. Her pursuer mirrored her movement, swiftly blocking her path. A glint of silver flashed before her eyes, momentarily blinding her. "You wretched woman! Is that face all you have to seduce Xiao Yuan's husband? I wonder what you would be without it." The figure before her, clad in a mask and a baseball cap, appeared youthful, his voice still carrying a hint of boyishness, laced with malice. As he lunged forward to seize her, Song Qingruan gasped and froze in place. Just as his hand reached for her, a foot emerged from the side, delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground with a cry of pain. "Wan, are you all right?" A large hand rested on her shoulder, and her tense body relaxed slightly as she turned to face Shang Jingyu. "I'm fine," she replied. The masked youth, grimacing in pain, attempted to rise and flee. But Shang Jingyu released Song Qingruan and strode over, delivering a swift kick to the boy's knee. The youth collapsed to the ground. Bending down, Shang Jingyu tore off his mask, revealing a face still marked by adolescence. "A fan of Su Yuan?" His voice was icy, tinged with hostility. The boy spat defiantly, his eyes flashing with stubbornness. "You two wretched lovers deserve to go to hell." Shang Jingyu scoffed coldly. "Do you even know her? So eager to defend her." Wan. "Call the police." As Song Qingruan settled into the passenger seat, a tinge of regret washed over her. The driver's door shut, and Shang Jingyu's gaze turned toward her. "If I hadn't arrived, would his knife have found its mark on you?" His tone was unusually harsh and laced with faint anger. "Why didn't you evade him?" Song Qingruan paused, her hand resting on her knee. She smiled. "It was too sudden. I'm grateful you were here. Otherwise, I might have been injured." Wan. "We practiced self-defense together." Shang Jingyu bluntly exposed her lie. If she had truly wanted to escape, the boy would never have posed a threat. She had no intention of evading. "You intended to escalate this incident in the public eye." As Shang Jingyu's cold voice fell, the smile vanished from Song Qingruan's face. "I know my limits." "What limits? Are you resorting to self-harm?" As the thought struck him that Song Qingruan would suffer if he were not present, Shang Jingyu could not help but raise his voice. Wan, do not take such extreme measures to retaliate against yourself. Just wait a couple of days before you send out the evidence I provided you. The image Su Yuan has maintained over the years will shatter instantly. With my support, the Su family cannot protect her, and no one will seek her for acting roles again. Song Qingruan gazed coldly at Shang Jingyu, interrupting him. "Are you afraid for my well-being, or are you more concerned about the potential impact on Su Yuan if this scandal escalates?" Shang Jingyu was taken aback for 3 seconds before he managed to respond. "What?" His dark eyes brimmed with disbelief. The hurt in his gaze made Song Qingruan feel uneasy, prompting her to turn her attention to the window. "Do you believe I would show her mercy? Do you think I could ever love her?" Shang Jingyu pressed. "Song Qingruan, answer me." She pursed her lips, exhaustion evident in her demeanor. "I'm tired. I want to go home and sleep." Her evasion only deepened Shang Jingyu's discomfort. Taking a deep breath, he turned her to face him, looking intently into her eyes. "Have you never believed in me since your return? You've condemned me without even hearing my explanation? Haven to you?" Song Qingruan closed her eyes, her voice faint. I don't know what remains unchanged." The names of Jiang Yinyan and Qin Wenyin, her 2 former boyfriends, surfaced in her mind, along with Yun Sang, who had harbored feelings for her. Everyone around her, friends included, was evolving, emotionally and mentally. How could she ascertain that Shang Jingyu's love for her would remain steadfast? "I will not change. My love for you will never waver," Shang Jingyu declared, enveloping her in his embrace. His his voice hoarse yet resolute. I will not betray you. His cheek rested against hers, his tone softening. A profound ache welled from deep within her. She should not be in this state. Had those events not transpired, her future would have been infinitely brighter. The trauma she endured had led her to become extreme, sensitive, and hesitant to trust others freely. Above, a brilliant sun hung in the azure sky, casting its golden rays upon the shimmering sea, where the water sparkled like diamonds. The ocean breeze stirred gentle ripples, and laughter resonated across the beach. Dressed in a pale gold bikini, Song Qingruan tilted her head, smiling at the stern expression on Shang Jingyu's face. Why are you still angry? I didn't give him my contact information. I sought your approval before wearing this outfit. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, revealing her pearly white teeth. The incident in the underground parking lot weighed heavily on Shang Jingyu's mind, so he had taken her out for a change of scenery, stating they would return after the evidence was released and public opinion shifted. Here, summer reigned year-round, though it was not as sweltering as in High City. Initially lacking enthusiasm for the trip, she found it rather enjoyable to be out and about. What can I say? I'm simply too beautiful, Song Qingruan sighed, feigning exasperation. Even if I donned a sack, I would still attract attention. As Song Qingruan spoke, she observed the countenance of Shang Jingyu, who was clad solely in a pair of beach shorts, his abdominal muscles glistening under the sunlight, drawing countless gazes. Yet, due to the frigid demeanor of Shang Jingyu reminiscent of winter's chill, no one dared to approach him. Shang Jingyu, you possess quite the temper. Are you taking me out for leisure, or am I the one taking you out for respite? Shang Jingyu remained silent, prompting Song Qingruan to halt in her tracks. With her hands on her hips, she glared at him in dissatisfaction, as if to convey that if he continued to sulk, she would disregard him entirely. You smiled at him, Shang Jingyu muttered awkwardly. Song Qingruan nearly laughed in exasperation. Should I weep instead? Shang Jingyu, it seemed, was prone to jealousy at the slightest provocation. He had previously tolerated her having a boyfriend, but now, even a mere act of politeness towards a boy who had approached her elicited his envy. He is still a student. I can't be too harsh, can I? Do you have a fondness for students? Shang Jingyu inquired, his brow furrowing, his tone rigid. Song Qingruan replied with a sigh, you only hear what you wish to hear. I'm going swimming. Please do not follow me. Wan, I have been working out. My physique surpasses that of those youngsters. Shang Jingyu insisted, catching up to her with utmost seriousness. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. Wan, please listen to me. Song Qingruan, besieged by Shang Jingyu's incessant chatter, found herself in disbelief at how verbose he had become on this outing. Chapter 104. Video. After enjoying a delightful dinner at the seaside restaurant, Song Qingruan walked barefoot on the soft sand, savoring the gentle sea breeze and relishing this rare moment of tranquility. The beach remained lively under the night sky. Shang Jingyu walked beside her, holding her high heels. As she strolled, she suddenly realized she was alone. Wan, Shang Jingyu's voice called from behind. Turning at the sound, Song Qingruan was captured in a frame on Shang Jingyu's phone, her long hair tousled by the wind. Shang Jingyu smiled at the image. You took an unflattering photo of me, Song Qingruan exclaimed, her eyes widening. She dashed back to snatch the phone from him, but Shang Jingyu held it high above her reach. Shang Jingyu, I'm not ugly. I'm beautiful. Then show me. He claimed she wasn't unattractive yet refused to share the photo. Frustrated, Song Qingruan turned away, striding ahead. Shang Jingyu chuckled and pursued her. I'll show you. Wait for me. As she continued walking, Song Qingruan felt a sudden bump on her shoulder. Sorry, she quickly apologized, regaining her balance. It's fine, a warm voice replied. Upon glancing back at the girl she had collided with, Song Qingruan was taken aback. Before she could speak, a displeased male voice interrupted, Qin Wenin. Why are you dawdling back there? I'm coming. Song Qingruan barely had time to exchange another word with Qin Wenin before she hurried off to catch up with the tall young man ahead. Are you all right? Shang Jingyu asked, concern etched on his face. I'm not a porcelain doll. A little bump won't hurt, she reassured him. Do you know that person? Which one? The one who just greeted you. The same man Qin Wenin rushed toward. He previously sold us a program, using the profits to start his own business, which subsequently led to our collaboration. Shang Jingyu maintained eye contact with Song Qingruan, relieved when she didn't seem overly concerned. Is he quite capable? Song Qingruan inquired, noting his youthful appearance. It's unlikely he could partner with Shang Group without extraordinary abilities. Shang Jingyu shook his head. Not stronger than me. Song Qingruan shot him a look. Is that what I asked? The woman you bumped into is his secretary. Their relationship seems questionable, Shang Jingyu hinted. Song Qingruan grew increasingly uneasy. Did Shang Jingyu think she harbored feelings for that man? Stop overthinking. I know his secretary, that's all. She hadn't anticipated running into Qin Wenin after Zhang Yu had just mentioned her, especially in a different city. It was surprising that Qin Wenin didn't recognize her. When will you return? Song Qinghuan pondered, realizing the criticism directed at her wasn't yet severe enough. She needed the marketing accounts to amplify their commentary. However, hearing Shuai Rant's voice, she clenched her teeth. At the latest, 3 days. I'll await your return. Song Qinghuan's keen ears detected the bathroom door opening. She responded with a couple of affirmations before ending the call. She discreetly tucked her phone beneath the pillow and turned her head to gaze at Shang Jingyu, who was emerging from the bathroom. Her eyes then flitted to the other bed. It was quite a novelty for her to share a twin room with Shang Jingyu for the first time. Are you sure we're sleeping separately tonight? Song Qinghuan winked at him. Dressed in a white nightgown, her unadorned face radiated an ethereal beauty, her smile imbued with a hint of playfulness. As if she were certain Shang Jingyu would not opt to sleep alone. Yes, Shang Jingyu nodded. Sharing the same bed with Song Qinghuan left him uncertain whether he was still a man or had transformed into a beast. The best course of action was indeed to sleep apart. Just being in the same room with her was already a significant blessing. I hope you keep your word. Shang Jingyu, Song Qinghuan said, unable to suppress a smile. She wished him good night before pulling the covers over herself and drifting off to sleep. Shang Jingyu walked to the space between their beds, gazing at her slumbering visage, remaining motionless for a prolonged moment. He pressed his lips together, feeling an inexplicable dryness in his throat. After taking a generous sip from the bottle of mineral water on the bedside table, he felt somewhat relieved. Good night, he whispered softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. On the third night of Song Qinghuan's stay on the island, an anonymous account released a sensational expose regarding Su Yuan. Initially met with skepticism by many who dismissed the claims of her drugging Shang Jingyu into marrying her. To them, Su Yuan was breathtakingly beautiful, rendering such tactics unnecessary. Furthermore, if the allegations were true, she was the daughter of the Su family, thus even less inclined to resort to such underhanded methods. This perspective shifted dramatically when a video surfaced showing Su Yuan in conversation with Song Qinghuan. In the video, Su Yuan donned a striking red dress, while Song Qinghuan appeared in a simple white gown. One exuded vibrancy, while the other projected a serene elegance. Song Qinghuan's demeanor was notably aloof, a stark contrast to her previously gentle and radiant persona showcased on short video platforms. Her quiet beauty while playing the violin had captivated many. Viewers were witnessing this side of her for the first time. I told you she was putting on an act, creating a white moonlight persona, then leveraging Mr. Shan's influence to oppress Su Yuan. Could everyone please watch the entire video first? These must be Su Yuan's delusional fans. Anyone who watches the video would not claim she is acting. What do you want from me? Su Yuan's voice dripped with impatience. Song Qinghuan clenched the hem of her dress tightly beneath the table. Don't you feel even the slightest bit of guilt? Not for me, nor for Shang Jingyu. She could not comprehend how someone like Su Yuan could exist without shame, knowing full well that Shang Jingyu was in a relationship with her. Su Yuan's relentless pursuit was one thing, but resorting to drugging him was unforgivable. The child is your responsibility. I did not coerce you into this. Su Yuan fiddled with her freshly manicured nails, her gaze unwavering, her arrogance palpable. Song Qinghuan, please understand. I merely wanted to sleep with him once to conclude my first love. It is his family that desires us to marry. His parents look down on you. Your family background is far too humble. Do you not possess even a shred of self-awareness? You may deceive Shang Jingyu, but you cannot fool the elders. A person as insincere as you cannot comprehend what Shang Jingyu finds appealing about you. It seems he is merely blinded by your facade. You are utterly unworthy of him. Su Yuan's demeanor and tone are decidedly haughty, and her words are exceedingly caustic, leaving Song Qinghuan, who has recently undergone an abortion, looking paler than ever. Chapter 105. Asking him to harm his newly married wife for your sake. The video abruptly concludes here. Within a fleeting minute, Su Yuan's haughty and acerbic demeanor is laid bare, inciting a tremendous uproar online. Is it truly necessary to resort to such underhanded tactics? How unfortunate for Mr. Shang. Subjected to drugging and coercion into marriage, it is no wonder he has refrained from publicly acknowledging his marital status for all these years. How can she shamelessly project an image of resilience against oppression in the entertainment industry when she herself embodies the very power she claims to resist? Furthermore, she leverages her influence to force others into heartbreak and loss. She previously stated that one's background is beyond our control, yet one can strive to live well. I found her words moving. Who would have thought she would weaponize her lineage against other women? Those born at the pinnacle of society can hardly empathize with individuals like us. Poor Song Ching-ruan, having her boyfriend snatched away and losing her child. Just as she was beginning anew, Su Yuan releases the marriage certificate, inciting a wave of online harassment against her. However, wasn't Song Ching-ruan fresh out of university 4 years ago? Was she pregnant while still in college? It is understandable that the Shang family would disapprove of her circumstances. Yet, disapproval does not alter the fact that Su Yuan drugged Mr. Shang, does it? Who can truly ascertain whether it was drugging or merely a mutual entanglement? With Su Yuan's beauty, would Mr. Shang truly remain indifferent in such an intimate setting? Song Ching-ruan also seems to be leveraging her situation to ascendant status. Who can discern the truth of either party? I have known Song Ching-ruan for many years. We were classmates. She and Mr. Shang intended to marry upon graduation, and he proposed during our junior year in the auditorium, witnessed by many at our school. There was no coercion involved. I was present, and it was evident that Mr. Shang was genuinely fearful of losing her, you know? Song Ching-ruan is a wonderful person, gentle and kind, and she enjoys great popularity at our school. As more classmates from Song Ching-ruan's university come forward to voice their support, Su Yuan finds herself at the center of a fierce backlash. Her manager, biting her lip, observes Su Yuan with a furrowed brow. Cultivating a reputable and popular female star is no easy feat yet. The public sentiment is escalating, especially with such compelling video evidence surfacing. Would you like your family to intervene? The manager cautiously suggests. After all, Su Yuan is the young lady of the Su family, and even in her discontent, they do not dare to speak harshly to her. That would be futile. Su Yuan responds in a subdued tone. The company is under my brother's control now. He would not assist me. The manager rubs her temples in frustration. Do you truly wish to continue acting? If this matter cannot be quelled, no one will seek you for roles in the future. Her tone is stern, tinged with a sense of disappointment. The public's moral expectations of female celebrities are inherently elevated. Drugging, coercing the original partner into separation, and confronting them openly, all these actions tread dangerously on societal sensitivities. Su Yuan clenches her fist.